Chapter 1. Tokyo, Mikawacho. The streets are bustling with a continuous flow of vehicles and pedestrians alike. As the crimson traffic light illuminates, pedestrians hastily traverse the crosswalk. Unavoidably, everyone's gaze is drawn to a blue left-hand drive Mini Cooper and its owner. In the driver's seat, a woman clad in a lavender suit, adorned with glasses, her chestnut hair slightly curled, thick lashes framing her alluring eyes, and lips exuding a subtle sensuality, is engaged in a phone conversation. Hello. Her voice, as gentle as flowing water, captivates those who hear it. A warning to esteemed readers. Engaging in phone conversations while waiting for a red light is a violation of traffic regulations. Please take heed. The red light swiftly turns green, and the blue Cooper darts away like a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight. Mikawacho 6 Chome, number 19, Yohara Street, number 1. Fei Law Firm. The Cooper halts in front of the law office. The woman alights from the vehicle, carrying items in her hands. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she opens the door and steps inside. Ryusuke, come out quickly. She places the items on the desk and calls toward the ajar room on her right. I'm coming. A young man emerges from within the room, standing at a height of 1.88 meters. His facial features are impeccably sculpted, with sharp eyebrows blending seamlessly into his tousled hair. His long lashes frame bright, clear eyes. Beneath a prominent nose, his thin lips bear a hint of a smile. He's even more handsome than Mouri in his youth. The woman silently admires the young man before her. Despite having known him for over a week, each encounter causes her heart, long dormant, to race uncontrollably. Phagia, did you bring takeout for me? Miyagami Ryusuke inquires. What takeout? They'll prepare a meal for you myself. The woman shoots him a disapproving glance. But I want takeout. Miyagami Ryusuke murmurs softly. Would you rather indulge in nutritional voids than savor a meal crafted by my own hands? Oh, how it saddens me. The woman's eyes glisten with unshed tears, her fox-like gaze appearing particularly pitiful. Here we go again. Miyagami Ryusuke sighs inwardly. It seems there is no escaping today's meal. This was a culinary experience that even washing machines and the Mouri father-daughter duo dread. Not at all. Whatever you make, Phagia, I shall enjoy thoroughly. Miyagami Ryusuke forces a smile. That's the spirit. Just a moment, I'll whip something up for you right away. Upon hearing this, Hyoue Eri instantly brightens. Should anyone discover that the illustrious Queen of Titan, an undefeated legend in the legal realm, possesses such a side, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Watching her busy in the kitchen, Miyagami Ryusuke's thoughts wander far away. He is a time traveler from Earth. Just after graduating from Police Academy, during a team-building hiking event, he successfully rescued a little girl who had fallen off a cliff. However, he was inexplicably transported here by a mysterious force. Like other time travelers, he awoke to a system upon his arrival. But while others receive invincibility systems, immortality systems, or treasure map systems, he was bestowed with a detective system. Does that even make sense? Others can conquer the world in an instant, while he must diligently solve cases. Such a fate is indeed hard to bear. He would absolutely refuse. Yet, the allure of the system proved irresistible. He ultimately capitulated. For the system presented him with 2 choices. Either sleep on the streets and risk being apprehended by patrolling police officers as a suspected spy due to a lack of identification, facing lifelong imprisonment, or randomly cohabit with any beautiful woman from the world of Conan. He wisely chose the latter. Thus, the system forcibly introduced a new character into the world of Conan. Miyagami Ryusuke, male, 20 years old, the son of Fei Yingra's close friend, who had been studying abroad in the Dragon Nation, now returned home and temporarily residing with her. During this time, Hyoue Eri had been separated from Mouri Kagoro for a decade and had successfully transformed from a love-struck woman into the reigning queen of law. By now, Ran should be at Tidan High with Shinichi, right? I wonder if Shinichi has become Conan yet. Miyagami Ryusuke sighed. He had refrained from venturing out during his stay at Fei Yingra's. On one hand, he was reminiscing about the plot of Conan. On the other, the system demanded he remain at home to gradually immerse himself in the storyline. During this period, Fei Ingri had not contacted Miyagami Ryusuke's so-called parents. Yet, she felt no suspicion whatsoever. Such is the enigmatic power of the system. Before long, Fei Ingri had prepared the meal. Gazing at the culinary creation on the table, Miyagami Ryusuke internally lamented. No wonder even Shinichi fears this culinary skill, who wouldn't be terrified by its appearance? Hurry and eat while it's hot. Let's see if my cooking has improved lately. Fei Ingri urged eagerly. Miyagami Ryusuke, resigned, picked up his chopsticks and selected a few dishes that weren't too unappetizing. The moment the food touched his palate, an indescribable flavor flooded his mouth. It was an inexplicably tangy sensation. How is it? Fei Ingri inquired anxiously, her gaze fixed on him with concern. It's acceptable. Miyagami Ryusuke nodded, having the system dull his sense of taste. As long as you can eat it, that's good. If you truly can't manage, please don't force yourself. Fei Ingri beamed upon hearing this. Feijia, why not have a taste yourself? He'll pass him currently on a diet. I already had a salad before coming back. Fei Ingri shook her head. Miyagami Ryusuke looked at Fei Ingri's shaped silhouette, puzzled as to why she would need to diet when she was already so slender. Ring, ring, ring. Fei Ingri's phone chimed. Hello? What? Mr. Sabu Tundake is inviting me to a banquet? I should try to bring a male companion? All right, I understand. After hanging up, Fei Ingri looked at Miyagami Ryusuke with a pitiful expression. Ryusuke, could you do any small favor? She had previously insisted he call her sister, but now she was referring to herself as auntie. Feijia, I happen to have plans today. Miyagami Ryusuke replied apologetically. Had it not been for the system's prompt echoing in his mind, he would have genuinely wished to assist her. Ding. Task initiated. Officially entering plot mode. Task content. Report to the Mikawacho Police Department. Completion reward. Introduction to Bajiquan. Fei Ingri was somewhat speechless. Sabu Tundake was a significant client of the firm, entrusting her with numerous major cases each year. Her attendance at the banquet was mandatory. However, attending such a formal event required not only elegant attire, but also a dance partner. She had originally intended to drag Miyagami Ryusuke along to fill the role, but it seemed her hopes were dashed. What could you possibly have to do? You've just returned from the Dragon Nation. Do you know anyone here? Fei Ingri inquired curiously, having assumed that he wouldn't have any acquaintances given his long absence. Feijia, did I never mention that I studied criminal investigation while in the Dragon Nation? Miyagami Ryusuke feigned surprise. When did you ever say that? Fei Ingri responded, puzzled. Perhaps you simply forgot. I just received notice that I need to report to the police department today. So I apologize, Feijia. Miyagami Ryusuke clarified. Are you going to do patrol duty? Fei Ingri exclaimed in surprise. Her husband, Mouri Kagoro, had once been an exceptionally skilled detective. There was a time when he had just apprehended a murderer, Murakami Joe, only for the perpetrator to use the restroom as a pretext to incapacitate the accompanying officer. He had then taken Fei Ingri, who happened to be delivering a change of clothes to Mouri Kagoro at the police station, as a hostage. The situation had been exceedingly perilous, prompting Mouri Kagoro to make a shocking decision. He had injured his own wife to distract the assailant, seizing the opportunity to subdue Murakami Joe. This reckless act of discharging his weapon in the station, disregarding the safety of the hostage, had caused quite a stir. Before long, Kagoro had voluntarily resigned and opened a detective agency. Yes, I have made my decision. Miyagami Ryusuke nodded affirmatively. Then you must ensure your safety. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it to your mother. Observing his resolute expression, Fei Ingri sighed. She understood that she could not dampen Miyagami Ryusuke's enthusiasm. Rest assured, I shall exercise caution. Gong Longjia replied with a smile. After vanquishing the dark culinary creations of Mei Ingli, he tidied up briefly. Mei Jia, I shall take my leave now. Would you like me to escort you? Mei Ingli inquired. No need. The Metropolitan Police Headquarters is quite nearby. Gong Longjia declined. Do be careful on your way. Mihua Town is not as safe as it appears. Mei Ingli cautioned. Understood. To return home early this evening. Gong Longjia nodded. He surmised that the two would soon cross paths if his memory served him correctly. A murder would occur at the banquet hosted by the Cebu clan. Even the yet-to-become Conan, Kudo Shinichi, would make an appearance there. Upon leaving Mei Ingli's residence, he boarded a train directly. At the entrance of the Metropolitan Police headquarters, officers were constantly coming and going, appearing quite busy. Gong Longjie approached the front desk and addressed the seated female officer. "Hello, I am here to report." "Reporting at this hour? Do you have any identification?" The female officer glanced up at him, momentarily taken aback by his appearance. Gong Longjie produced the identification materials prepared by the system and handed them over. The female officer took the documents and examined them. Then, she made a phone call. "Officer Muro, we have a new recruit in the Criminal Investigation Division. He is exceptionally handsome and goes by the name Gong Longjie." "All right, they'll send him over right away." After hanging up, the female officer returned the documents. "Proceed down the corridor. Keep walking until you see the sign for the 3rd Investigative Division." She pointed the way to Gong Longjie. "Thank you." Gong Longjie smiled and nodded. Following the officer's directions, he swiftly located the designated area. The first section of the Criminal Investigation Division, specializing in violent crime. The door was ajar, and a faint scent of smoke wafted from within. "Knock, knock, knock." He rapped on the door. "Come in." A somewhat goofy voice called from inside. Gong Longjie pushed the door open and stepped inside. He immediately recognized Muro Juzu, seated at the desk. Just as depicted in the anime, he was a portly man clad in a bright orange outfit, topped with an orange hat. "Are you Gong Longjie?" Muro Juzu rose and scrutinized him. "Good day, Officer Muro. It is a pleasure to meet you." Gong Longjie extended his right hand. "Oh, just how pleased are you?" Officer Muro smirked slightly. I have long heard of your integrity and impartiality. Only now do I realize the rumors were mistaken. You are indeed a person of humor and wit." Gong Longjie was momentarily taken aback. "Haha, I was merely jesting. Welcome to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department." Officer Muro laughed heartily. As the two conversed, the surrounding officers regarded them with curious glances. Everyone gathered around. Officer Muro beckoned to the others. Once they had assembled, he continued, "This is our new patrolman, Gong Longjie, a talented individual who has returned from studying in the Dragon Country." Impressive. In the Dragon Country, everyone is exceptional. To study there is indeed remarkable. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sato Mawako. A beautiful woman in a sky blue uniform with short brown hair extended her hand. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Senior Mawako." Gong Longjie recalled the details of the woman. Sato Mawako, age 28, is a detective in the 3rd section of the Criminal Investigation Division, holding the rank of inspector. She is renowned as the most popular female officer in the police department, often referred to as the flower of the Metropolitan Police. "Hello, I am Chiba Kazunobu." A slightly plump man with short black hair and blue eyes introduced himself with a smile. Chiba Kazunobu, age 24, is a detective in the 3rd section of the Criminal Investigation Division, holding the rank of patrol inspector. Next was Takagi Wataru, possessing an elongated face and a darker complexion, with straight bangs that jutted forward. At 26 years old, he is 2 years younger than Sato Mawako and serves as a detective in the 3rd section of the Criminal Investigation Division, also holding the rank of patrol inspector. After exchanging introductions, the group gradually grew more familiar with one another. Gong Longjie, for the time being, please accompany Chiba to familiarize yourself with the duties. Some of our colleagues are currently out on cases. We will introduce you to them upon their return. The Metropolitan Police Department is quite busy, so you must adapt quickly. Officer Muro advised. Understood. Gong Longjie nodded. Congratulations to the host for successfully onboarding, rewarding the entry-level 8 Extremes Fist. The voice of the system resonated in his mind. A wealth of martial arts knowledge flooded into his consciousness, which he grasped effortlessly, as if he had practiced countless times before. "It seems I have grown stronger." Gong Longjie sensed the changes in his body, feeling a surge of delight within. In his previous life, he had a fondness for martial arts. He had even paid to attend a martial arts school for a time, though he had only learned superficial techniques. The 8 Extremes Fist, a martial art renowned for its practicality, is characterized by its fierce and explosive movements, exhibiting immense destructive power. The saying 8 extremes can determine the universe is not mere hearsay. While he was momentarily lost in thought, Chiba Kazunobu patted him on the shoulder. "Taki-kun, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing much. I'm just thrilled to work alongside esteemed seniors like you, replied Gumitaki, feeling a bit bashful. Haha, no worries. I also came from a patrol, so I can relate. Chiba nodded in understanding. He led Gumitaki to the desk and instructed him to find a seat nearby. On Chiba's desk were models of Kamen Rider and Godzilla, along with several tokusatsu photographs, revealing his passion for the genre. Chiba-senpai, what should I do next? Gumitaki inquired. There is not much to do, really. How about we study a short film together? Chiba scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. A short film? During the day? Isn't that inappropriate? Gumitaki exclaimed in shock. Chiba Kazunobu, slightly amused, clarified. What are you thinking? I meant to watch the latest Kamen Rider film together. Oh, I see. You startled me. Gumitaki sighed in relief, realizing he had misinterpreted Chiba's words. He had thought that Chiba was audacious enough to study adult films openly in the office. The entire afternoon was spent as he accompanied Chiba Kazunobu in watching 3 films. At 5:59 p.m., Chiba's gaze was fixed on the second hand as it reached the 12th position, and he leaped from his chair. Finally, work is over. Taki, you should head home too. Is it really time to go? Gumitaki replied, a bit surprised. Isn't the police department usually busy? Do you want to stay late? I'm heading back to continue watching films, Chiba said as he exchanged farewells with others before exiting the office. Sato Mawako and Takagi Wataru also packed their belongings and left. Officer Megure remained seated, leisurely sipping a chilled beverage, the sound of ice crunching as he chewed it. Taki, hurry home. Get some rest. See you tomorrow. He mumbled, his words somewhat slurred. Officer Megure, I'm taking my leave. Gumitaki nodded in acknowledgement. When he returned home, his mother, Hyoue Eri, had yet to depart. She had just changed into her evening gown and was admiring her beauty in the mirror. Taki's back. How was your day? It was fine. I spent the day learning from the seniors at the police department. Erine, why haven't you left yet? What is the rush? The banquet doesn't start until 8. Since you're back, why not change your clothes and accompany me? I happen to be without a partner. Very well. Gumitaki agreed, pleased at the opportunity to join in the unfolding events. In no time, he had changed and emerged. Hyoue Eri's eyes lit up at the sight of him. He looked dashing in a well-fitted black suit, his chiseled features accentuated by a sharp profile. Every gesture exuded masculine charm. Taki, had I met you 10 years ago, I surely would have pursued you, she joked. Erine, 10 years ago, I was just a child. Would you really go after me then? You little rascal, are you implying I'm old now? Hyoue Eri feigned anger. Not at all. Erine, you possess eternal youth and appear to be of my age, he replied. That's more like it. Hyoue Eri nodded in satisfaction. Descending the stairs, Gumitaki took the wheel of their car. The blue Kubo roared to life and sped off into the distance. Before the luxurious villa, an array of high-end vehicles were parked outside, the interior ablaze with lights and vibrancy. After parking, Gumitaki and Hyoue Eri made their way inside. A designated receptionist immediately recognized Hyoue Eri's identity and swiftly instructed the attendants to welcome them in. Whereas Mr. Seiwa, Hyoue Eri inquired. The master was here just a moment ago, but his current whereabouts are unknown. Would you like me to find him? The attendant respectfully offered. No need. You may attend to your duties. We'll explore on our own. Hyoue Eri shook her head. Once the attendant departed, Gumitaki fetched her a drink. Taki, help yourself to some refreshments. I'll go greet a few acquaintances. Remember, the host is an elderly gentleman confined to a wheelchair due to an injury to his right leg. This banquet is held in celebration of his impending recovery. Hyoue Eri instructed. Go ahead. Erine, Gumitaki nodded. After Hyoue Eri left, he began surveying the surroundings. The banquet was set in the villa's courtyard, where guests mingled in cheerful clusters. As the host of the event, Akiyama Shuji was conspicuously absent. Gumitaki, already familiar with the narrative, was not surprised. He glanced up at the upper floor of the villa, where darkness loomed, devoid of any light. He waved at a passing attendant. Excuse me, was there a light on up there? Yes, but that light has been out for several days. For some unknown reason, the master has forbidden anyone to repair it, the attendant replied earnestly. Understood. Thank you. Gumitaki nodded. Just then, a loud bang echoed from within the villa, causing the guests to glance in confusion towards the source of the sound. What happened? It sounded like an explosion. Let us go check it out. Gumitaki was about to join the crowd when he felt a hand grasp his arm. Taki, don't go over there. Hyoue Eri's voice whispered in his ear, her complexion pale and clearly shaken. She could sense something others might not. That sound was unmistakably a gunshot, a haunting echo of her decade-long nightmare. Following the noise, the villa security swiftly rushed inside. Moments later, screams erupted. Someone has died. It is Mr. Yamazaki from the Hakihashi Bank. He has been shot. Panic ensued as individuals began fleeing the villa, fearing for their safety. Nobody is allowed to leave. Stop them. A voice rang out abruptly. The speaker. A young man clad in a dark blue suit with a white shirt and a teal bow tie, possessed a strikingly handsome appearance, standing at 1.74 meters tall, his bangs styled in a manner that suggested a certain aloofness. However, he paled in comparison to Gumitaki. Gumitaki immediately recognized the speaker as Kudo Shinichi. Perhaps convinced by his reasoning, the villa's bodyguards quickly blocked the exits. What are you doing? Where's Mr. Seiwa? I want to lodge a complaint against you. The guests, a mix of anxiety and anger, protested. Everyone, please remain calm. I will soon identify the perpetrator responsible for Mr. Yamazaki's death. When the time comes, it will be up to you whether to stay or leave. Kudo Shinichi asserted arrogantly. That's easy for you to say. What if the murderer becomes enraged? Someone voiced their discontent. What transpired? An elderly voice interjected. An old man in a wheelchair was brought forth by a maid. Mr. Seiwa, Mr. Yamazaki has been murdered. Yes, please let us leave, a guest pleaded. What? Yamazaki is dead. Seiwa Sumaru's expression shifted to one of grief. Let them go. He instructed the bodyguard. Under no circumstances should you proceed with that. Kudo Shinichi interjected. Are you the genius detective high school student Kudo Shinichi? Have we met somewhere before? Sabu Tandaka glanced at him. We crossed paths at Uncle Suzuki's residence. Mr. Sabu, Kudo Shinichi nodded. Oh, it's you. What do you suggest we do now? Sabu Tandaka furrowed his brow. What else can we do? We must promptly contact the police. A voice interjected beside Kudo Shinichi and Sabu Tandaka. They turned to see a tall and handsome young man speaking. Beside him stood a remarkably beautiful woman. Sabu Tandaka immediately recognized the woman entwined with Mia Takumi's arm. Hyoue Eri. Ms. Hi. Who is this? Mr. Sabu. This is the son of my best friend, who is accompanying me today. He also happens to be a police officer from the Metropolitan Police Department. Hyoue Eri replied with a smile. Initially, she had no intention of getting involved in this murky situation, but since Mia Takumi wished to participate, she had no objections. The police department certainly has some promising young talent. Upon hearing this, Sabu Tandaka's expression changed slightly as he glanced awkwardly at his bandaged right foot. He believed his actions were discreet. Yet he was unaware that both Kudo Shinichi and Mia Takumi had already noticed. Mr. Sabu, please don't say that. I'm afraid it might inflate his ego. Besides, he is merely a low-ranking patrol officer in the department. Hyoue Eri waved her hand dismissively. Just a patrol officer? That is still commendable. Sabu Tandaka exhaled in relief. A mere detective could hardly be a threat to him. He gestured to his female attendant to push him to the center of the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not panic. I understand you are all frightened at this moment. However, I assure you that no one else will be harmed. That I am also deeply saddened by Yamazaki-kun's death. As we have been friends for decades. I believe that once the police arrive, the truth will be revealed. Upon hearing Sabu Tandaka's words, the crowd gradually settled down, as if they had found a pillar of support. Soon, Officer Muro arrived with his team after receiving the report. Takumi, you're here too. He immediately spotted Mia Takumi, who was dressed in formal attire. I accompanied Ms. Hai to the banquet. Mia Takumi replied. Ms. Hai. Officer Muro regarded him thoughtfully. He naturally recognized Hyoue Eri, as they often crossed paths when Mouri Kagaru was a detective. He nodded slightly towards her. Since we meet by chance, let us learn together. Ms. Hai. I will join you now. Mia Takumi said. Looking at Hyoue Eri. Go ahead. But be cautious, Hyoue Eri replied, releasing her tightly held arm and finding a seat. The moment Officer Muro entered, Mia Takumi received a task from the system to assist Officer Muro in deducing the cause of Yamazaki's death. With a reward of introductory firearm skills upon completion, there would be no penalties for failure. Naturally, he gladly accepted a task with no penalties. Only a subpar system would impose punishments. The prospect of acquiring introductory firearm skills was exciting. As before his crossing over, he had only learned to operate and disassemble the 64-style and 92-style handguns. Now, he had the opportunity to master all types of firearms, which thrilled him immensely. Officer Muro positioned himself in front of Sabu Tandaka. I sincerely apologize for troubling you to come here, Officer Muro. This evening was intended to be a simple banquet, and I never anticipated such an incident. Sabu Tandaka sighed. It's no problem. This is our duty at the Metropolitan Police Department. May I inquire where the incident occurred? Officer Muro asked. It was on the third floor. The third floor? Everyone is in the courtyard. How could Yamazaki, the manager of Hachiria Bank, end up there? Quite puzzling. Officer Muro responded. Perplexed. I am also uncertain. At the time of the incident, I felt a bit fatigued, so I went to my room to rest for a while. My maid can attest to this. Sabu Tondaka shook his head. You are quite the performer, Mia Takumi thought to himself, though based on this statement, Sabu Tondaku indeed had an alibi. Is that so? Officer Muro turned to the maid. Yes, officer. I was concerned that the master might be in trouble. So I remained at the door, the maid nodded. Upon hearing this, Officer Muro promptly excluded Sabu Tondaku from suspicion. He then led Mia Takumi to the third floor. Inside, besides the body of Yamazaki from Hachiri to Bank, there was another person facing away from them. The murderer. Officer Muro drew his gun. Stand up, hands on your head, or I will fire. Kudo Shinichi's expression darkened. He placed his hands behind his head and slowly turned around. Kudo, old buddy, what are you doing here? Officer Muro was taken aback. Long time no see, Officer Muro. I am here to investigate. Of course. Kudo Shinichi replied, somewhat exasperated. I thought the murderer had returned. Hearing this, Officer Muro holstered his gun. Having collaborated with Kudo Shinichi several times, he naturally did not believe he was the murderer. How could the murderer be so foolish? Kudo Shinichi's expression soured. You call yourself a genius detective. Do you not realize that many murderers, feeling secure, often return to the crime scene to admire their handiwork, while also seeking to cover their tracks and destroy further evidence? Officer Muro admonished. Your reasoning is quite sound. Kudo Shinichi nodded in admiration. So, have you uncovered anything? Officer Muro inquired. Not yet. I still feel like I've overlooked something. Kudo Shinichi shook his head. Officer Muro approached the body and began to examine it closely. This individual must have seen someone or something unbelievable before his death. This was the act of an acquaintance, he quickly deduced. The deceased's expression clearly retained a look of astonishment. Takumi, gather everyone to the third floor. We shall interrogate each person individually, Officer Muro instructed. Understood. Mia Takumi nodded. Although he was already aware of the plot, he did not intend to disclose it so soon. Before long, everyone had arrived on the third floor. Officer Muro and Mia Takumi conducted interrogations one by one. Meanwhile, Kudo Shinichi continued to observe the crime scene. Sabu Tondaku, excluded from suspicion, discreetly watched their actions. An hour passed, and everyone had provided alibis. Sabu Tondaku's patience seemed to reach its limit. He cast an annoyed glance at Officer Muro. Please, Officer Muro, how long must you detain my guests? Everyone is already quite weary. We do not have the time to indulge in these pointless searches. All right, Mr. Sabu, please remain calm. I understand everyone's current feelings. However, considering the deceased was a guest at your banquet, and Yamazaki was your friend, do you truly wish for him to perish under such unclear circumstances? Therefore, I ask for your continued patience. Officer Muro reassured him. Haven't you already interrogated everyone? Everyone has an alibi. Perhaps the murderer has long since fled. If you continue with these futile efforts, I may have to file a complaint. Sabu Tondaku furrowed his brows. Hearing Sabu Tondaku's threat of a complaint, Officer Muro narrowed his eyes. Feel free to complain. Based on our earlier search and interrogations, we can be quite certain that the murderer is still present. The murderer is still here. Others were startled by his words, shivering in fear. Saito Tundai forcefully struck the armrest of his wheelchair. Nonsense. How could the murderer still be here? Do you have any evidence? I can explain this. Shinichi Kudo stepped forward, appearing confident. Oh. I am curious to hear what evidence you possess. Saito Tundai scoffed. Ladies and gentlemen, the crime scene was a locked room. At the time of Yamazaki's death, the room was also locked from the inside. This is a classic locked room murder case. When we arrived at the scene, the door had already been broken open from the outside. However, the windows of the room were ajar. Thus, the murderer must have entered through the window, and after committing the deed, exited from the same route. Kudo stated, Impossible. This is the third floor. Didn't Officer Muro just search the area? There were no ropes or ladders outside, nor any footprints left behind. So how did the murderer gain entry? Are you suggesting they flew in? Saito Tundai shook his head. Why must they climb up from below? This is merely an illusion created by the murderer, utilizing the principle of darkness under the light to divert everyone's attention outside. In fact, the murderer climbed in through the neighboring window. Kudo smiled. So, are you implying that the murder was committed by someone from within? Officer Muro stroked his chin. Nonsense. The nearest window to the crime scene is at least 10 meters away. Unless they can fly, there is no way they could manage that. Saito Tundai retorted with a cold smirk. Mr. Saito seems to be quite knowledgeable about the distance between the two windows. Have you measured it yourself? Miyakawa Sheik clapped and laughed. I only heard the butler mention it occasionally. Saito Tondai's gaze flickered with unease. Upon hearing Miyakawa's words, Kudo cast a surprised glance at him and continued his reasoning. The murderer certainly cannot fly. But if they utilized the eaves of the neighboring window to traverse over, the distance to the crime scene room would be less than 2 meters. Humph, a naive deduction. 2 meters is still quite far. Even if what you say is true, how would the murderer exit? Retracing their steps back to the eaves would require at least a meter of distance. Are they supposed to jump up? Saito Tandai's hands instinctively curled into fists. If they were to come from another room, carrying a pre-tied rope, they could simply descend using the rope when leaving. Kudo gestured with his hands, but that doesn't make sense. To exit, they would have to secure the rope on this balcony, yet I have checked and found nothing. Officer Muro raised a question. This is quite simple. I can demonstrate it for you. However, I will need someone's cooperation. Would the officer be willing to assist me with an experiment? Kudo looked towards Miyakawa Sheik. Of course. You mean the eaves, right? Miyakawa nodded. He approached the window, took a deep breath, and with a powerful leap, vaulted onto the eaves. Everyone was left dumbfounded. It truly was possible for someone to leap directly onto the eaves. Is this acceptable? Miyakawa effortlessly jumped back down. No, what I meant was, you should go to the neighboring room and use a 10-meter-long rope to come over. Kudo felt as if his mind had gone blank. What kind of miraculous feat was this? Understood. Miyakawa nodded. He clearly grasped Kudo's intention, having just been struck by a sudden whim, thinking he could reach the eaves unaided. Then, please have Mr. Saito procure a length of rope. Upon hearing this, Saito Tandai nodded to the butler standing nearby. Soon, a rope was retrieved. Miyakawa took the rope and climbed up again beside the window. After securing the rope to the balcony of the other window, he returned. The end of the rope had been tied to a short wooden stick. Impressive, Kudo thought to himself, marveling at the sight. As you can see, the front end of the rope merely needs a wooden stick tied to it, which can then be hung between the pillars on the balcony. Once they climb back to the eaves, they can simply loosen the rope. Officer Muro, you can personally check between the pillars. There should certainly be traces left from securing the rope. Kudo turned to Officer Muro. Hearing this, Officer Muro walked onto the balcony to inspect. Indeed, there are traces just as you described. However, I still have one question. Why would Mr. Yamazaki remain in a sealed room and lock the door from the inside? It must have been the murderer who told him to wait for some secretive matter, instructing him to stay in the room and not open the door for anyone unless it was the murderer themselves. Kudo glanced at Saito Tandai. What are you looking at me for? After all this chatter, you still haven't identified the murderer. Just tell everyone directly who the murderer is. I too am eager to know who killed my friend Yamazaki. Saito Tandai's face flushed with anger. The murderer must be well acquainted with the structure of this house, able to move about without arousing any suspicion. Kudo continued. Kudo, please stop keeping us in suspense. Who is the murderer? Officer Muro urged. The murderer is... Kudo extended his index finger, beginning to rotate within the room. Everyone he pointed at stepped back a few paces. All eyes were glued to his movements, not daring to blink. Finally, Kudo came to a halt. The murderer is you. Saito Tandai. Everyone was taken aback, staring incredulously at the elderly man with white hair. Ha ha ha. What kind of joke is this? My legs haven't fully recovered yet. Saito Tandai laughed awkwardly. Heh, there is only one truth. Kudo casually picked up a globe from the room and hurled it toward his head. What are you doing? Saito Tandai immediately stood and dodged to the side. Mr. Saito, your legs. What is going on? Didn't you say they were still injured? Were you pretending all along? The crowd murmured as they beheld Saito Tandai standing on his own 2 feet. This is bad. I've been exposed. Saito Tandai realized something was amiss and felt a wave of frustration wash over him. So your legs have been healed for quite some time, haven't they, officer? Kudo turned to Officer Muro. Indeed, Mr. Saito. It is time for you to surrender. When you were questioning everyone earlier, your attending physician had already revealed everything. While I do not know why you chose to conceal this fact, you cannot escape now. Officer Muro nodded. It seems you have known all along and were merely watching me make a fool of myself. Saito Tandai was both furious and embarrassed, feeling like he was being made a fool of in a circus. He collapsed to the ground, his head bowed. Since you have uncovered the truth, I confess. I killed my friend Mr. Yamazaki. It really was him. But Mr. Saito and Mr. Yamazaki of Hachiria Bank were longtime friends, weren't they? How terrifying it is that one could turn against their own friend. The crowd felt a mix of emotions upon witnessing Saito Tandai's voluntary confession, yet I still find it hard to grasp how you managed to climb over using the rope. Given your physique, it seems nearly impossible. Kudo still felt puzzled. I regularly exercise and have practiced countless times to make my way here. The murderer is indeed me, so please take me away. Saito Tandai extended his hands, ready to surrender. Wait, he is not the true murderer. Miyakawa Sheik halted the approaching colleagues. Sheik, Do you have any new discoveries? Officer Muku looked towards his newly appointed subordinate, just as Kudo Shinichi had remarked. It was indeed quite challenging for someone of Shibu Tandaku's corpulent stature to traverse from one room to another without alerting others. Therefore, he must have lied. Miyaki spoke up. Why would he lie? Officer Muku's interest was piqued. Naturally, it was to protect the true culprit. The real perpetrator is you. Miyaki pointed at the maid who had been standing beside Shibu Tandaku the entire time. What? How could it possibly be her? What kind of girl would dare commit murder? Everyone was left in stunned silence. Sir, what are you saying? How could I possibly kill someone? The maid shook her head, appearing utterly pitiful. Stop pretending. There are calluses between your thumb and forefinger from long-term gun handling. The sides of your index finger are also calloused, indicative of frequent trigger pulling. Furthermore, how does the rest of your fingers resemble that of a maid? Moreover, the necklace you wear, though unassuming, is custom-made and would cost millions of yen. Is this something a mere maid could afford? Miyaki pointed out the discrepancies in the maid's appearance without hesitation. Are your eyes made of titanium alloy? The maid fell completely silent at this remark. It wasn't her. Apprehend me instead. I was the one who killed Yamazaki. Shibu Tandaku stood protectively in front of the maid. It gave off an unmistakable air of there's no silver here. Stop it. The maid intervened, removing her headpiece and slowly shedding her maid uniform to reveal an elegant white gown beneath. You guessed it correctly. I indeed killed that scoundrel Yamazaki. She lifted her head, her eyes ablaze with hatred. My name is Shibu Haruko. I am the illegitimate daughter of my father. That bastard Yamazaki inadvertently discovered our father-daughter relationship and has been extorting money from my father for over a decade, amounting to several 100 million yen. Recently, he became even more audacious, demanding that I marry him. Hence, I had my father host this banquet, seizing the opportunity to kill him. He was summoned to this room at my behest, and my father was completely unaware. Shibu Haruko's revelation was akin to a thunderclap in a clear sky. Everyone was taken aback. It was common knowledge that although Shibu Tandaku was married, the couple had no offspring. Who would have thought he had an illegitimate daughter? She is lying. I don't know her. I truly killed Yamazaki. Shibu Tandaku continued to protest. Yet, no one believed his words anymore. Shibu Haruko was taken away by Officer Muku, and the guests began to leave in an orderly fashion. Only Shibu Tandaku remained in the villa, weeping. Was he truly unaware? Observing the aging Shibu Tandaku, Hyoue Eri inquired of Miyaki. None of that matters anymore. After all, the true murderer has been identified. Miyaki shook his head. Even if he knew, what difference would it make? He is merely a man trying to protect his daughter. Indeed, Yamazaki was a scoundrel. I will defend Shibu Haruko. But wrongdoings must be met with consequences. Hyoue Eri sighed. Just as they were about to leave, Kudo Shinichi's voice rang out. Officer, Bridge Bean's bag. Miyaki turned to see the young detective sprinting towards him. May I reintroduce myself? I am Kudo Shinichi, currently a student at Tien High School. Kudo Shinichi extended his hand. Miyaki, from the 1st Investigation Division of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, specializing in serious crimes. The two shook hands. You are truly impressive. You even noticed the calluses between Shibu Haruko's fingers. Kudo Shinichi admired Miyaki. It's nothing. I have always had excellent eyesight. Miyaki chuckled. Impressive. I hope we can collaborate again in the future. Kudo Shinichi nodded. He felt somewhat guilty. Had it not been for Miyaki's intervention, he might have let the true culprit slip away. It seems I must strive even harder. We shall meet again soon. Watching him depart, Miyaki displayed a mysterious smile. This is the world of Conan. The system will likely assign me tasks alongside the protagonist. The prompt of task completion echoed in his mind. Mastery of firearm techniques acquired. Although it was merely an introduction, the vast amount of firearm knowledge flooding his mind was anything but simple. Now, regardless of the type of gun handed to him, he could wield it with proficiency. At the Mouri Detective Agency, Mouri Kageda angrily slammed a newspaper onto the table. The headline boldly proclaimed, "Newcomer at the Metropolitan Police, perfectly solves banquet murder case. Kudo Shinichi feels inferior." The accompanying image featured the handsome Miyaki standing in the spotlight, while Kudo Shinichi appeared dejected in the background. That brat Kudo Shinichi is in the newspaper again. Dad, could you please restrain yourself? This time, he was merely a background figure. Mouri Ran replied, exasperated. Restrain myself? How could I? He has become a detective while still in high school, reducing my workload. Why is he everywhere? Mouri Kagura pointed at Kudo Shinichi's photo. If you drank less, it might help, Mouri Ran remarked with a look of resignation. Which side are you on? Drinking is merely a minor hobby of mine. If this continues, we might just end up starving. Mouri Kaguru's frustration grew, preparing to tear the newspaper to shreds. Wait a moment. Mouri Ran halted his action. Dad, look at this photo. She pointed at Miyake's picture. What is it? He is a detective from the Metropolitan Police. Though young, he clearly possesses great skill. I'm not talking about him. Look at the position behind him. Mom seems to be there too. Mouri Ran pointed at the photograph. Eri, Mouri Kagura glanced over. Indeed, he discovered his wife was also present, still as beautiful as ever. Mouri Kagura gushed. So, just apologize to Mom and ask her to move back in. No way. Just thinking about her forcing me to eat her cooking makes my stomach ache. Do you really want to go back to those days? Mouri Kagura questioned. Let us discuss it another time. Mouri Ran quickly shook her head. She feared nothing in the world, except for Eri's culinary disasters. Wait a minute. Mouri Kagura leaned closer to the photograph. What is it? Mouri Ran asked, puzzled. Ran, take a look. I asked your mother staring at this guy. Mouri Kagura handed the newspaper to his daughter. As a detective, he felt something was amiss. In a way, you must be mistaken. Mouri Ran casually took the newspaper. She glanced at Eri's position in the photo. Oh, it does look like it. In the picture, Eri is gazing at Miyake with concern. It must be a trick of the camera angle. Right? Mouri Ran was uncertain. She had just spoken with her mother on the phone and didn't hear her mention anything about this. I need to check this out. Mouri Kaguru's expression darkened as he sensed trouble brewing. Be nice to Mom when you see her. She might get angry again. Mouri Ran advised. I'm still angry. Don't worry. I'll handle it myself. I'm heading to school now. Mouri Ran nodded and turned to leave. Be careful on your way. Mouri Kagura called out. As Mouri Ran walked down the street, the chatter of passers-by filled her ears. All were discussing the murder case featured in the newspaper, with Kudo Shinichi already a sensation. Now a dashing policeman had joined the fray, the great detective Kudo Shinichi, the Sherlock Holmes of the 90s. One might even go so far as to call him the savior of the Japanese police. Although he has stumbled this time, I firmly believe he will rise again in the future. Indeed, with Shinichi Kudo's striking good looks, I am enamored with him even beyond his deductive prowess. Oh, how I long to pen a love letter to him. And that officer named G.T. Suk, he is quite handsome as well. I desire both of them. Can a handsome visage alone sustain a man? Humph, such a daydreamer. Ran Mouri found herself somewhat speechless. Suddenly, she spotted Shinichi Kudo walking ahead. She hurriedly chased after him and playfully struck him on the head with her backpack. Shinichi, who had been feeling a bit downcast, was startled upon realizing it was Ran. He let out a sigh of relief. You fool. I could see you lost in thought from afar. Ran shot him a glare. Why did you hit me, Ran? Are you angry? Shinichi asked, puzzled. Angry? What do I have to be angry about? I just had to endure a lot of nagging this morning. Ran replied, exasperated, still feeling a buzz in her head. I see. Your father is upset with me again for being a detective, isn't he? Honestly, he is simply ill-suited for the role of a detective. I'm merely speaking the truth, so please don't be upset. Shinichi shrugged. How could I be angry? Ran scoffed, her fist striking the nearby utility pole with such force that it left a sizable dent. The concrete debris slowly trickled down. Shinichi instinctively took a step back, taken aback. Truly, as the captain of the karate club, if that punch had struck me, the consequences would be dire. All right, let's move on, Ran said. Shouldering her backpack and walking ahead. As they passed the playground, a soccer ball rolled by Shinichi's feet. Hey, Shinichi, kick the ball back, called out a student playing soccer. Shinichi nodded and, with a slight exertion of his right foot, the soccer ball arced gracefully through the air, landing perfectly in the goal. His elegant maneuver drew applause from numerous onlookers. If you hadn't left the soccer club, you'd have been a national football hero by now. Ran remarked wistfully. Forget it. Don't you know me? I only played soccer to train my athleticism for detective work, much like my idol Sherlock Holmes practiced fencing. Shinichi replied with a smile. You actually believe that? It's just a novel. Even if it's a novel, everyone knows his story. Who doesn't know that he is the great detective? He is truly remarkable, remaining calm and composed at all times, exuding intellect and sophistication. He possesses sharp observational skills and deductive reasoning. In my eyes, he is the greatest detective in the world. Moreover, his proficiency in playing the violin is of a professional caliber. I aspire to be like him. Shinichi expressed with admiration. But he is merely a fictional character, a protagonist crafted by Arthur Conan Doyle. If you truly admire him, why not follow in your father's footsteps and become a mystery novelist? Ran still did not understand. I have no interest in writing novels. Regardless of how well I write, I would still face criticism. I simply wish to be a detective, just like the television shows depict. To become the Sherlock Holmes of the 1990s, the thrill of cornering a criminal to their wits' end, just thinking about it is exhilarating. You wouldn't understand. Once you've been a detective, you cannot stop. It's like an addiction. Furthermore, I have garnered quite a few fans. Look, these are letters sent to me by detective enthusiasts, Shinichi said, pulling out a large stack of letters from his pocket, proudly displaying them to Ran. Among them were several pink envelopes, clearly sent by girls. With that glimmer in your eye, I bet many of them wish to be your girlfriend. Why not make a decision and choose one to date? Ran glanced at the letters and noted the abundance. I currently only have eyes for deduction. I aspire to be the number one of the mystery world. Shinichi took a deep breath, recalling the setbacks he faced the previous night. Is that so? Then you must strive harder. That handsome officer in the newspaper seems quite capable, Ran said, a hint of annoyance in her voice. I will continue to work diligently, but let us hurry. We are going to be late. Shinichi's expression faltered, feeling somewhat dejected. Wait a moment. Ran called out to him. What is it? Did you know that police officer from last night's banquet? Ran inquired. You mean GT Suk? Do you wish to meet him? Shinichi looked at Ran curiously. Weren't there others with him at the time? Ran shook her head. Others? Let me think. There was Officer Magyar, along with a few of his colleagues. Oh, right. There was a very beautiful woman who attended the banquet with him, Shinichi replied honestly, feeling inexplicably uneasy when he had seen that woman last night. A beautiful woman. Ran paused, realizing her father might have guessed correctly. Her mother indeed knew GT Suk. What's wrong? Do you know that woman? Shinichi asked. Nothing. Just hurry to class. We're about to be late. Ran shook her head. At that moment, she was grateful that Shinichi had not recognized her mother. The two hurried towards their classroom, and in just a few exchanged words, the once lively campus was left with just the two of them outside. Within the police headquarters, Officer Magyar whistled as he approached his office, only to be met by the grim face of a man walking towards him. Good morning, Inspector Nakamori. The man did not even glance at him as he passed by. Officer Magyar's expression darkened. This fellow must have been played by Kid the Phantom Thief again. The man was Nakamori Ginzo, the head of the 2nd Investigation Division, who had been pursuing Kid for many years, only to fail each time. At the Mouri law firm, a meticulously groomed Koga Mouri entered. Excuse me, do you have an appointment? The receptionist asked as he approached. I'm here to see Eri Kisaki. Koga replied. I'm sorry, but do you have an appointment? I am here to see my wife. Do I really need an appointment? Koga frowned. Heh. The receptionist appraised him with a critical eye. We have a disturbance here. All the male staff in the office stood up and looked over. I'm telling the truth. You are all lawyers, so please don't make a fuss. Koga waved his hands in a panic. Take a good look in the mirror. You are hardly worthy of our boss. We see many like you. The receptionist sneered. Call Eri Kisaki. She knows me. Dream on. Our boss is not someone you can just see whenever you wish. I advise you to leave quickly, or I will call the police. Koga's expression darkened. He had been quite handsome in his youth. Observing these people, it was evident that some frequently harassed his wife, which was utterly outrageous. All right, I'm leaving. Koga laughed awkwardly but seized the opportunity to dash up the stairs. He had seen the directory upon entering. Eri Kisaki's office was on the upper floor. Quick, catch him, the receptionist shouted. In the blink of an eye, Koga's figure had vanished into the stairwell. By the time they caught up, he had already entered Eri's office. Boss. The receptionist was the first to rush in. Upon seeing the scene in the office, she was utterly taken aback. Kogoro Mouri stood with his head bowed, hands clasped behind his back. Resembling a schoolboy caught in wrongdoing, silent and forlorn, behind the desk, Eri Kisaki towered over him. It's quite all right. You may leave, Eri said with a dismissive tone. Understood. The receptionist turned and exited. What on earth is happening? A colleague who had followed her inquired. I'm not sure. Could he really be the boss's husband? The receptionist shook her head. Impossible. That guy is so sleazy. There's no way he deserves our boss. Exactly. No one in all of Mihan Town is worthy of our boss. As the debate continued, they returned to the office on the first floor. Inside, Eri gazed at Kogoro Mouri. What a rare visitor. What brings you here? Did you not claim you never wished to see me again? Eri, that was merely in anger. I was wrong. Kogoro Mouri dared not retort, simply admitting his fault. What could you possibly have done wrong? The illustrious detective making a mistake. Eri scoffed coldly. Now, speak up. What is it that brings you here? Don't waste my time with trivialities. If you wish to apologize, you would have come long ago. Eri pressed on. I merely saw the news in the morning paper. A murder occurred at the residence of Tosaka Rincharu, your esteemed client. I assumed you might have been there last night. I came out of concern for you. Kogoro Mouri explained. Is that so? Eri's icy demeanor softened momentarily. Kogoro Mouri was aware that Tosaka Rincharu was a significant client of hers. It appeared he still cared for her. I'm fine. As long as you're all right. I can rest easy. By the way, I heard the detective who solved the case with Shinichi Kudo is named. What was it? Kagoro Mouri asked. You mean Ryasuke? His name is Miyamoto Ryasuke. He is an inspector in the 1st Investigative Division of the Metropolitan Police Department. Eri replied, Ryasuke. What a familiar name, Kagoro Mouri muttered to himself. What did you say? Oh, how delightful, Kagoro Mouri. So this is why you came here out of kindness. You were afraid I would betray you, despite Kagoro Mouri's quiet voice. Eri heard him clearly. I never said such a thing. Kagoro Mouri shook his head vigorously. Leave at once. Ryasuke is merely the son of my close friend. How could you imagine our relationship to be so sordid? Eri was now thoroughly enraged. I see. Then I can rest easy, Kagoro Mouri said, enlightenment dawning upon him. Leave now, or I shall strike you. All right. I shall take my leave. Do take care of yourself. Please visit home when you can. As long as you don't cook, both Ran and I would be delighted to see you. Sensing the situation was turning dire, Kagoro Mouri hastily exited through the door. With a loud bang, a high-heeled shoe struck the door behind him. Fortunately, I dodged in time, Kagoro Mouri sighed in relief. Upon returning to the 1st floor, he noticed everyone staring at him. Haha. Everyone, please continue your work. There is nothing to concern yourselves with. It's merely a domestic quarrel. He awkwardly chuckled as he left the office. How infuriating. I've never seen the boss so furious. What a scoundrel. Indeed, the boss must have ended things with him for this very reason. Perhaps we should advise her to divorce him. After all, we are lawyers. Such matters are easily handled. The staff of the Kisaki law firm gathered to discuss the situation. Outside, Kagoro Mouri felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. What a curious sensation. It feels like there is a malevolent presence. At Mihon Town Police Station, Miyamoto Ryasuke had just arrived at work when he and Chiba Kaoru were summoned by Officer Megure. We've just received a report. Someone has committed suicide in Aokigahara Forest. You two will go there to conduct a preliminary investigation and then return to write a report for me, Officer Megure instructed. Aokigahara Forest, the infamous site of suicides? I've heard tales of it being littered with corpses, Miyamoto Ryasuke questioned. It's not quite as exaggerated, just a case of misinformation, while it is true that many have taken their lives there. Officer Megure nodded. Boss, I've been investigating a case of a high school girl being stalked by an exhibitionist. Perhaps you should send someone else. Chiba Kaoru expressed his reluctance. He would rather encounter vibrant young high school girls than witness the aftermath of a suicide. That's settled in. You two must hurry along. Officer Megure dismissed his concerns. With a sigh, Chiba Kaoru beckoned to Miyamoto Ryasuke, and the two departed the office together. As a nation with one of the highest suicide rates in the world, Chiba Kaoru had become accustomed to such tragedies. Before Ryasuke's arrival, he had been dispatched to Aokigahara Forest numerous times. Initially, he had suspected foul play, but each investigation concluded with the same sorrowful result. Individuals who had succumbed to despair. Thus, he found little interest in visiting the site again. He understood that the reason for bringing Ryasuke along was merely to familiarize him with the area. Perhaps he would be the one sent there in the future. Reflecting on this, Chiba Kaoru cast a sympathetic glance at the unsuspecting Miyamoto Ryasuke. The two swiftly arrived at Aokigahara Forest, where the site of the suicide had been cordoned off by police tape. After presenting their credentials, they entered the scene. Honestly, do people really think of this place as a suicide haven? Why do they come here to end their lives? Such foolishness, Chiba Kaoru complained. Nearby, a sign read, Respect life, no suicide. Chiba Senpai, it's best to show respect for the deceased whose identity has yet to be confirmed. We shouldn't be calling them foolish, Miyamoto Ryasuke replied, somewhat exasperated. You're still young. It is only natural to be passionate about such matters. It's just that it's become too common for people to come here to take their own lives. I merely wanted to vent. Chiba Kaoru shook his head. Initially intending to jest, he recalled the gravity of the situation. If a reporter were to capture his words, he would find himself making headlines and facing public censure. The scene was bustling with detectives, all busy taking photographs and examining evidence. Any leads? Chiba Kaoru asked as he approached the coroner performing the autopsy. It's you, Chiba Kaoru. The coroner turned, recognizing the two. You bringing in a rookie? It's been a while, too don't. Chiba Kaoru bowed politely. I want to shake hands. My hands are a bit messy. The coroner, Tudome, nodded in acknowledgement. Ryasuke, let me introduce you. This is Tudome Aru. The coroner from the Metropolitan Police Department's Investigation Division. He is quite amiable. Chiba Kaoru introduced. Hello, Detective Tudome. I am Miyamoto Ryasuke from the Metropolitan Police Department's Criminal Investigation Division, 1st Section, Violent Crimes Investigation Unit. You may call me Ryasuke, Miyamoto Ryasuke greeted. A spirited young man. Keep up the good work. Tudomaru nodded. So, what have you found? Is it a suicide? Chiba-Karu inquired. Alas, there's no identification. The body is severely decomposed, likely making it impossible to collect fingerprints. This hanging victim likely fell to the ground due to decomposition and wind movement. Tudomaru shook his head. I had thought it was a recent suicide, but judging by the state of decay, it must have been weeks ago. This report is going to be difficult to write. Chiba and Shin let out a sigh. Ding, you have a new system task. Ascertain the true cause of the individual's death before you. Task reward. Basic 8 Extremes Fist. While Chiba was sighing, Gong Longjie received a new mission as well. Although this case was not part of the narrative he had perused, the system had declared it was not a suicide. Hence, there must be other points of suspicion that he meticulously circled the corpse, paying no heed to the foul stench wafting from its decaying form. Chiba-senpai. Perhaps this individual did not take their own life. Gong Longjie spoke up. How could that be? Could it possibly be homicide? Chiba and Shin's interest was immediately piqued. The mention of murder ignited his curiosity. Moreover, he had heard about Gong Longjie's exploits from the previous night. According to Officer Moku, he exhibited none of the naivety of a novice, instead demonstrating the acumen of a seasoned detective. Quickly, share your findings, he inquired, turning his gaze towards Gong Longjie. Generally, individuals who hang themselves are found with their mouths agape due to asphyxiation. Yet this person has their jaw clenched tightly. Does that not strike you as suspicious? Am I correct? Gong Longjie turned to Detective Timi. Timi-senpai, has this body been moved in any way? No, no one would have tampered with it before you arrived, Hyoue Eri replied, shaking his head. Then that makes it even more perplexing. The facial decay is notably more advanced than that of the rest of the body. Yet it lies face up. Surely, they had no phone or wallet on them. Hey, that's impressive. You're far superior to Chiba and Shin. Hyoue Eri gave a thumbs up. Exactly. This indicates that someone has indeed tampered with the corpse. But that doesn't necessarily imply homicide. Perhaps a scavenger quietly pilfered their wallet and phone. Such incidents have occurred before. Chiba and Shin raised a concern. Regardless, we cannot prematurely conclude it as a suicide. We must investigate further, Gong Longjie asserted. All right then, show us what you can do, Chiba and Shin conceded. By the way, I found this in his pocket. Detective Timi produced a bag containing a casino chip. Ah, I've seen this chip before. It belongs to the most renowned casino in Mihua Town. Chiba and Shin pointed at the chip. Then what are we waiting for? Timi-senpai, we shall reconvene later. Gong Longjie bade farewell to the coroner before departing the crime scene. This kid is impressive. Hyoue Eri nodded in approval as he observed the two leaving. Longjie, to investigate the casino, we must first return to apply for a search warrant, Chiba and Shin remarked as he watched Gong Longjie drive. I am aware. We are heading back to the police headquarters, Gong Longjie affirmed with a nod. You, my friend, do not at all resemble a novice. Chiba and Shin expressed their satisfaction with a nod. Initially apprehensive about mentoring a newcomer, it now appeared to be a rather effortless endeavor. Upon their return to the 3rd Investigation Division, they promptly sought out Officer Moku. After listening to their report, Officer Moku immediately issued them the necessary documentation. With the paperwork in hand, the pair hurried off to the Yusha Casino. Upon arrival, they sought out the person in charge. Welcome, esteemed officers. We regret the lack of a proper greeting. Here is your transportation fee. The casino manager, upon viewing their credentials, discreetly handed over 2 thick envelopes. Chiba and Shin swiftly blocked the manager's gesture. We have not come for this. We require the surveillance footage from your casino for the past 2 months. This. The casino manager hesitated. You two know that our patrons' privacy is of utmost importance. I cannot authorize this. Rest assured, we will not disclose any of your patrons' information. We can review it here. If you continue to obstruct us, it will be considered interference with official duties. Chiba and Shin brandished their search warrant. Well then, very well. The manager resignedly nodded. He led them into the surveillance room and provided them with a dedicated monitor. It has been quite some time since I've seen such outdated technology, Gong Longjie remarked with a hint of nostalgia as he gazed at the bulky television. The two began to swiftly review the surveillance footage. In between, Chiba and Shin even took a moment to indulge in a few rounds of gambling. Finally, upon reaching the most recent month, Gong Longjie pressed the pause button and began to scrutinize the footage in slow motion. Noticing Gong Longjie's actions, Chiba and Shin leaned in eagerly. What do you see? Have you made any discoveries? He focused intently on the screen. Unable to discern anything amiss. It seems there is nothing unusual, Chiba-senpai. Look at that man's shoes. Gong Longjie pointed at an individual preparing to enter the casino. Shoes, they're just ordinary leather shoes. Chiba and Shin shook his head dismissively. The shoes he is wearing are identical to those on the corpse we observed in Akihabara. Even the wear on the heels is precisely the same. Therefore, he is the individual we seek, Gong Longjie elucidated. You can discern that. Chiba and Shin gazed at Gong Longjie in astonishment, contemplating the extraordinary talent they had unwittingly recruited. I merely possess a keen eye for observation, Gong Longjie humbly replied. This is no mere talent. Your ability is quite exceptional. The date aligns perfectly with 1 month ago in the evening. It's astonishing. You have boundless potential ahead of you. Chiba and Shin exclaimed, patting Gong Longjie on the shoulder. Now that we have identified the victim, we must inquire at the casino to see if anyone recognizes him. Gong Longjie stood up, stretching, having grown weary from sitting for so long. I appreciate your efforts. I'll take it from here. Chiba and Shin pledged with conviction. After printing out the man's photo, they exited the surveillance room. Inside the casino, smoke hung in the air, mingling with the odor of sweat, as the raucous sounds of gamblers filled the space. These people are truly insane. Gong Longjie shook his head, recalling countless individuals he had seen in his past life who had lost everything to gambling. Chiba-senpai, should we summon the dealers? He inquired. No need. I have my own methods. Chiba and Shin shook his head, leading him further inside. As they approached the area lined with slot machines, they spotted a provocatively dressed woman. Heavily made up, leaning against a machine. Beside her sat a despondent man, his face unshaven and eyes dull, clearly having suffered significant losses. Good sir, you appear to have a promising fortune ahead of you. Losing now is inconsequential. It must simply be a stroke of bad luck. When you return, feel free to call me. I only charge a 20% upfront interest, the woman said, handing over her business card. The man hesitated for a moment before reluctantly accepting it. That's more like it. Take a break and then continue to play. The woman laughed charmingly. That's her. Chiba and Shin strode forward, snatching the business card from the man's hand. Loan manager, Shinboda Ichika, he read aloud from the card. What are you doing? The man shouted angrily. Officer, I warn you to leave immediately. Gong Longjie flashed his badge in front of the man's face. The man, seeing the badge, hurriedly exited the casino. The woman shot a disdainful glance at Chiba and Shin but remained silent. Shinboda, ha 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 ha, that name cracks me up. Chiba and Shin teased, grinning at the woman. How dare you laugh? She glared at them, clearly irritated. I apologize. It's just that your name is simply too amusing. Why not name yourself Shinboda Ernai instead? It has only been a few days since we last met. Yet you have even changed your name. Ms. Oshima Yumiko. Chiba Hashin crumpled the business card in his hand and tossed it into the nearby trash bin. It has been a long time since we last saw each other. Have you missed me, Hashin-kun? Oshima Yumiko gently caressed his chest. We are not that familiar. Chiba Hashin took a couple of steps back. Miyake-suke watched the exchange between the two, momentarily stunned. Could it be that Chiba Hashin's interest in photography is not merely literal? On a more serious note, I have come to you with an important matter. Chiba Hashin cleared his throat, adopting a more solemn demeanor. Follow me. Oshima Yumiko stood up, swaying her figure as she walked ahead. As she strolled, she occasionally greeted the gamblers, indicating her notable recognition. The three arrived at a secluded spot, where Oshima Yumiko retrieved a cigarette from her handbag. After lighting it, she took a deep drag and released a cloud of smoke. Glancing at Miyake-suke and Chiba Hashin. So, what is it that you wish to discuss? Are you perhaps hoping to introduce this handsome young man to me? That wouldn't be out of the question. Young man, would you consider it? I am quite affluent, you know, and I maintain an appealing figure. Oshima Yumiko provocatively swayed her hips and cast a flirtatious glance. Miyake-suke felt a flush of embarrassment. Such a woman was beyond his control. Enough of the teasing. I genuinely have a serious matter to discuss. Chiba Hashin presented a photograph for her to see. You claim he is dead. Is it possible he committed suicide? Upon seeing the man's photo, Oshima Yumiko appeared visibly shocked. I knew you recognized him. Who is he? Chiba Hashin was elated. I have known him for 4 or 5 years. If you require me to divulge his identity, I must admit I am not entirely certain. All I know is that his name is Taiko Yukio. Beyond that, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. I understand now. He went bankrupt due to gambling, failed to repay the money he borrowed from you, and fell into a deep depression. Anyone who sees his face can tell he has endured a difficult life. He must have found life tedious and thus chose to end it. Correct, Chiba Hashin inquired. Quite the opposite. Among all my clients, he was quite cheerful, financially stable, and to my knowledge, he had no debts. He does not fit the profile of someone who would take their own life. Oshima Yumiko shook her head. Borrowing from you for 4 years without going bankrupt. Could it be that his family is wealthy? Chiba Hashin questioned, perplexed. I wouldn't know. It is unfortunate that I have lost a quality client. But I do know he has a sister. Oshima Yumiko sighed. He has a sister. Miyaki Suk and Chiba Hashin exchanged glances, sensing a glimmer of hope. Indeed, when he initially borrowed money from me, there was only one instance of late repayment. As you know, no one can borrow from me without repaying. I had someone treat him well, which is why he provided me with his sister's phone number. Subsequently, the money was promptly transferred. That is all I know. Although he was a valuable client, if he truly is dead, it serves him right. As a fellow woman, I find his sister to be utterly pitiable. For a grown man to gamble away money. There are plenty of people he could exploit, yet he chose to take advantage of his own sister. What a scoundrel. And what does that make you, who lent money to such a scoundrel? Chiba Hashin scoffed. I am merely trying to make a living. Oshima Yumiko shot him a disdainful glance, pouting. Chiba Hashin pulled a notebook from his pocket and handed it to Oshima Yumiko. What for? What else? Write down his ID number, contact information, and his sister's phone number. Don't tell me you don't know. I bet you know the entire lineage of anyone who has borrowed money from you. Oshima Yumiko took the notebook, writing as she asked, what do I get in return for this information? Her gaze towards Chiba Hashin was filled with flirtation. Ms. Yumiko, are you truly that desperate? I am a police officer. After all, Chiba Hashin replied with a serious expression. Oshima Yumiko did not deny it, nodding emphatically. I yield. If I cannot provoke you, I might as well retreat. Chiba Hashin took the completed notebook and turned to leave with Miyaki Suk. Until next time, Chiba-kun, Oshima Yumiko said with a playful laugh. What a ridiculous statement. You should consider a career change. A career change? Are you going to support me? Your earnings could sustain you for a lifetime. Do you really need me to support you? Then I shall support you. What nonsense. I cannot reason with you. As Miyaki Suk listened to their banter, a cinematic scene unfolded in his mind. Such classic dialogue. Suk, don't pay attention to her. I truly have no relationship with her. Chiba Hashin explained to Miyaki Suk that Chiba-senpai. Did I say anything? Observing Chiba Hashin's unintentional admissions, Miyaki Suk chuckled. Regardless, the two of us have no connection beyond a few professional encounters. When you return to the police department, do not spread any rumors. I have never even had a girlfriend. Understood. After returning to the police station, the duo reported their findings to Officer Megure. According to your claims, Taiko Yukio indeed has no motive for suicide. Sick. What are your plans? Officer Megure inquired, clearly viewing Miyaki Suk as the backbone of their duo. I intend to revisit the Aokigahara forest with Chiba-senpai. There may be undiscovered evidence there. Excellent. Off you go, and proceed with caution. Officer Megure nodded. Although it was nearly the end of the workday, Chiba Hashin had no objections. After all, lives were at stake. And a little extra effort was worthwhile. The two returned to the crime scene once more. The victim's body had been removed by the investigation team, leaving the area desolate, surrounded only by police tape. They began meticulously searching beneath the tree from which the body had been suspended. Senpai, if you find anything that could be a clue, make sure to inform me. Miyaki Suk urged. Rest assured, I understand. Chiba Hashin replied, fully committed to the case without any dissatisfaction. Time passed slowly as they knelt on the ground. Painstakingly sifting through the area inch by inch, they paid no heed to the passage of time, determined to uncover any potential leads. What is this? Chiba Hashin exclaimed, lifting something shiny with a stick. It appears to be a piece of women's jewelry, a bracelet. Miyaki Suk donned gloves and carefully placed the item into a bag. A woman. His sister? Could it be that the culprit is Taiko Yukio's sister? Taiko Misako, Chiba Hashin speculated. It is certainly a possibility. The two continued their search for some time longer but found no additional clues before finally departing from the Aokigahara forest. By this time, darkness had fallen. Upon returning to the police station, they discovered a tense atmosphere in the 3rd Investigation Division. What is happening? Usually, at this hour, everyone has already left for the day. Why is everyone still here? They learned from Takagi that the police department had received a report of a murder at 29, 5th Chome, Mihanacho, with particularly brutal methods employed. Consequently, Inspector Megure was called to a meeting, and everyone else was instructed to remain in place, awaiting further instructions. After all, this incident had gained considerable attention, and numerous reporters were en route. Lately, there have been far too many incidents. I thought Mihanacho was relatively peaceful, Chiba Hashin complained. Shortly thereafter, Officer Megure returned with a stack of documents. He tossed the materials onto the table and clapped his hands. Everyone, gather around. It appears we have work to do. The crowd clustered closer. Officer Megure, what is the situation? Chiba and Shin inquired. You will know shortly. Muro-juzan produced a plate of discs and handed it to Sato Mawako. Mawako, please play the disc. After receiving it, Sato Mawako inserted the disc into the projector. Soon, a series of harrowing images filled the screen. A woman, drenched in blood, had her hands bound with tape, her head tightly wrapped, and her body was stained with darkening blood beneath her. More horrifyingly, the first joints of all 10 fingers had been severed. Their whereabouts unknown. What a brutal method. The damned murderer is nothing short of a beast. Upon witnessing this, the crowd erupted in anger, with some female officers nearly in tears. The deceased was named Taiko Misako. Female, aged 23, and worked as a hostess. Investigations revealed that she had left the White Rose Izakaya at midnight the previous night. Surveillance footage showed her returning home at 1:20 a.m. The site of her death was her residence located at 5 Chome 29. Mahana Town. The police headquarters received a call reporting the incident at 1:35 a.m. The caller was a male voice, and the surveillance had captured no trace of him. He could either be a witness to the crime or the perpetrator. The identity of the caller remains undiscovered. Officer Muro's expression was grave. What? Miyaki and Chiba exclaimed in unison. What is going on? Officer Muro glanced at the two. Boss, have you forgotten? The victim we are investigating today is Taiko Yukio. And his sister is Taiko Misako. Chiba and Shin responded. I was so enraged during the meeting while looking at the photos that I momentarily forgot if it was possible for them to share a name. Officer Muro lamented, tapping his forehead. I will check. Sato Mawako turned back to her desk. A minute later, she approached with a serious expression. Mawako, what did you find out? Takagi asked with concern. Sato Mawako nodded. I have confirmed that the two deceased are indeed siblings. The brother, Taiko Yukio, is suspected to have been murdered in Aokigahara Forest. His sister, Taiko Misako, is also believed to have been brutally killed. Their fate is truly tragic. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a daze. What kind of enemies could have led to such a fate? A collective rage simmered within them, waiting to burst forth. After viewing the images of Taiko Misako's murder, the atmosphere within the investigative team grew increasingly oppressive. The depths of human malice far exceed what one could possibly imagine. I even suspected Taiko Yukio had been killed by his sister, but it now appears I may have been mistaken. Chiba and Shin sighed. This case is becoming increasingly complex. Miyaki secretly grumbled. He initially speculated that Taiko Misako, unable to endure her brother's long-term exploitation for money, might have killed him out of rage. However, the system had not indicated that the task was complete, leading him to believe that the situation was far more complicated. Just as the group fell silent, Sato Mawako revealed a piece of gossip. Although Taiko Misako had been selling her charms to support her brother, she seemed to have no complaints about it. Upon hearing this, everyone felt somewhat speechless. Logically speaking, no one would act in such a manner. Chiba and Shin exchanged glances, their expressions pained. What was supposed to be a suicide case had transformed into a murder, and now it entangled other cases. Both felt an overwhelming headache. Officer Muro noticed their distress. Don't worry, my dear fellows. I have already arranged for assistance, and they should be arriving shortly. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the office door. Kudo Shinichi entered, carrying a backpack. Officer Muro. Ah, Kudo, my young friend, you have finally arrived. Come over. Officer Muro waved with a smile. Everyone's here. Hello, everyone. Kudo Shinichi greeted each person. When he spotted Miyaki, he paused deliberately. Mawako-senpai. Is there something on my face? Observing Kudo's action, Miyaki wondered while touching his face. Of course there is. Sato Mawako covered her mouth and laughed. Really? What is it? You're looking quite handsome. Senpai is indeed honest. As the two whispered to each other, Officer Muro was briefing Kudo Shinichi on the details of the case. All right, everyone, please hold your tongues. This is my invited assistant, the genius detective from Tien High School, Kudo Shinichi. I believe you all know him as the Sherlock Holmes of the Heisei era. There is also another title. The savior of the Japanese police, right? Chiba and Shin were not shy about mentioning this. Ha ha ha, Minister Chiba, you flatter me. Kudo Shinichi beamed, his expression somewhat smug. In the real world, declaring oneself a savior might lead to a public beating. This case will be handled by Miyaki. Although he is a newcomer, it was he who raised the suspicions surrounding Taiko Yukio's death. Additionally, as I mentioned before, during the Villa locked room murder case, he played a crucial role. Next, Chiba will assist, and everyone else should remain on standby. Shinichi will work alongside Miyaki. Any discovery should be reported to him. Officer Muro assigned the tasks. What about you, boss? Chiba and Shin asked. Naturally. I will oversee everything. Strategizing and waiting for my brothers to return victorious. By the way, I must remind you that Taiko Misako's manner of death is strikingly similar to the tape murder case from years ago in Mahana Town. That case remains unsolved as the perpetrator has never been found. Officer Muro picked up a stack of photos from the table. Take a look at the manner of death for both victims. The group received the materials and compared them. Indeed, they were identical. Could this be a series of murders spanning years? Chiba and Shin inquired. There is no conclusion at present, and we cannot rule out the possibility of someone imitating the crime. Officer Muro shook his head. Can we first examine Taiko Misako's body? Perhaps we might uncover a clue. Miyaki questioned. Of course, you are in charge now. Everything is at your discretion. Feel free to investigate. We are all your steadfast support. Officer Muro nodded. Without delay, Miyaki, along with Kudo Shinichi and Chiba and Shin, proceeded to the autopsy room. Before they even entered, they were met with a pungent smell of formaldehyde. After communicating with the officer on duty, they were allowed to enter. Taiko Misako's body lay on the autopsy table. A woman clad in a white dissection gown, wearing goggles, a mask, and gloves, was meticulously performing the autopsy. Her movements were steady, her hand holding the scalpel unwavering. She was the daughter of Detective Tanomi, the so-called autopsy witch, Tanomi Ayako. Many within the police headquarters feared her. Her sole interest lay in dissecting corpses, and she had never been in a romantic relationship. Chiba and Shin quietly introduced the woman. Their words seemed to provoke Tanomi Ayako, who sharply flicked her scalpel, sending blood spraying, instantly turning her white mask crimson. Chiba-kun. It is not a good habit to speak ill of others behind their backs. The woman lifted her gaze to the group. Ayako, so you knew we were coming? Chiba and Shin felt a bit embarrassed. Tanomi Ayako pulled down her mask and exhaled. I knew you would come. So I only dissected the upper half of her body. I did not touch the head wrapped in tape at all. Truly, the daughter of Detective Tanomi, steeped in her family's legacy. Impressive. Chiba discreetly flattered the others, not wishing to be scrutinized like a lifeless corpse. Allow me to introduce you. This is Maiachi Ryosuke, the newly assigned detective in our investigation division. As for the other individual, you must be well acquainted with him. The illustrious Kudo Shinichi. How could I possibly not recognize him? Tokomi Ayako removed her gloves and briefly shook hands with the two. May we examine the body? Maiachi inquired. Feel free. Tokomi nodded, her silver scalpel twirling in her grasp. The group circled the corpse, scrutinizing it closely. Apart from the head still enveloped in tape, the chest had been opened. Every organ had been meticulously extracted and neatly arranged on a nearby tray. Maiachi lifted the hand of the corpse, examining the severed fingers with great care. Clotted black blood congealed at the site of the amputation. This was clearly severed by a tool resembling pliers. Or perhaps it occurred while she was still alive. Maiachi mused. Indeed, the cut was anything but smooth. It appears the perpetrator was intentional. How perverse. Kudo Shinichi nodded in agreement. Quite right. Your deductions are astute. Tokomi's eyes sparkled with delight. As if she had found a kindred spirit, Chiba and Shin were unnerved by the fervent discussion surrounding the corpse. Like attracts like. The ancients did not deceive me. Tokomi, could you attempt to remove the tape from the head of the corpse? At last, Maiachi remembered the true purpose of their visit, casting a familiar glance at Tokomi. Of course, I have longed to do so. Tokomi nodded. She donned fresh gloves, brandishing the scalpel as she faced the head of the cadaver. I cannot predict what lies beneath. Once the tape is removed, it cannot be restored. So observe closely. Do not overlook a single detail, she cautioned. Understood. Maiachi and Kudo leaned in, nearly brushing against the body. I will step outside for a breath of fresh air. Call for me if you need anything. Chiba shook his head, preparing to step out for a smoke. The scent of formaldehyde was overwhelmingly pungent, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Tokomi and the others paid him no mind. Their focus firmly on the surface of the tape. Firstly, the tape surface is heavily stained with blood. Do you know why? It is likely the victim struggled to tear the tape off before succumbing to death, and the blood from the severed fingers stained the tape. Kudo Shinichi responded. So that is the case. Tokomi nodded, taking scissors from the side and carefully cutting along the seam. Then, she gently peeled it away with tweezers. In the quiet autopsy room, the sound of tearing tape was particularly pronounced. Soon, half of the pale face was revealed. Tokomi opened the deceased's eyes for a moment. Although further confirmation is necessary, the degree of congestion in the eyes suggests that the cause of death was likely suffocation due to obstruction of the mouth and nose. Similar to years prior, she spoke while her hands remained in motion. Before long, the lower half of the face was also exposed. Indeed, the victim's mouth was sealed with tape. Stop right there. Maiachi halted Tokomi's actions, grabbing a pair of tweezers from the side. Although it was his first encounter with such a situation, he suppressed his discomfort and slowly peeled the tape from the victim's chin. There were no bloodstains here. This indicates that her mouth was sealed before her fingers were severed to prevent her from making a sound. Why would they do that? Kudo Shinichi inquired. To observe the victim's eyes, more specifically. to witness the fear and despair reflected in her gaze while the fingers were being cut. Judging by the disarray of tape around the victim's head, it is evident that the perpetrator was in a state of extreme excitement during the crime. Maiachi twisted the tweezers in his hand, discarding them onto the autopsy table. Tokumi, we shall take our leave for now. Should any updates arise, please inform me directly. He left his phone number behind. Aren't you going to examine further? Tokumi seemed reluctant to see them depart so soon. No, continuing to observe would yield no further insights. The visible evidence is limited to this. Maiachi and Kudo turned to exit the autopsy room. Outside, enveloped in smoke, Chiba leaned against the wall, smoking. Are you done? He hastily took a drag, discarding the cigarette and extinguishing it forcefully. All set. Maiachi nodded. Where shall we head next? Let's grab a bite to eat. We haven't had a moment's rest all day. I don't feel particularly hungry. Reflecting on everything witnessed in the autopsy room, Chiba felt his appetite vanish. He may not be hungry, but Maiachi certainly was. The three ventured to a ramen shop next to the police headquarters and casually consumed a meal. During this time, Maiachi also called Hyoue Eri, ensuring no details of the case were disclosed. He merely stated that he was quite busy and would likely be at the headquarters all night investigating. After Hyoue expressed her concerns for his safety, he hung up. 29 Banshee, Go Kamichi, where the victim Taiko Misako resided. The trio stood within the room. The space was in utter disarray, bloodstains scattered across the floor. The victim had evidently endured a painful struggle before succumbing to her fate. Maiachi pointed to the markings left by the body at the scene. There are no clues left regarding the perpetrator. This is truly strange. Chiba and Shin shook their heads, perplexed. Indeed, by all accounts, a crime scene should leave behind at least hair, blood, the murder weapon, fingerprints, or footprints. Here, there isn't even a trace of white fingerprints or footprints. It is as if a ghost committed the act. Kudo Shin nodded, acknowledging that this was the most bizarre case he had encountered. Thus FAR.IT posed a significant challenge. The perpetrator is clearly experienced, remaining calm and composed, with a remarkably strong mental fortitude. Yet how could such extreme excitement and calmness coexist within a single individual? Or could it be a serial killer? Maiachi shook his head. There is a span of years between these incidents. Could it be that the perpetrator only resumed their activities after achieving emotional stability? Chiba inquired. That seems unlikely. However, these two cases do exhibit slight differences. Did you notice? Maiachi turned to Kudo Shinichi. Are you suggesting that Taiko Misako died in her own home, while the previous victim perished elsewhere? Kudo Shinichi responded. Correct. Maiachi nodded. Does that make any difference? Chiba and Shin rapidly engaged their minds, yet nothing came to them. Chiba, have you noticed that both victims had their fingers severed? Oh, I see. The perpetrator severed the victim's fingers to conceal their identity. However, since Taiko Misako died at home, there was no need for such a deliberate cover-up. Chiba and Shin suddenly understood. Indeed, judging by the amount of blood and the severed fingers observed in the autopsy room, all 10 of Taiko Misako's fingers had been cut off while she was alive. Unlike the previous case where the perpetrator killed the victim first before severing their fingers, there must be something we are overlooking. I just can't seem to piece it together right now. Taiko Misako's fingers were severed while she was alive. I was unaware of that. Chiba and Shin were taken aback. You must have been distracted at the time. Oh, never mind that. It seems the perpetrator has grown increasingly cruel, deriving pleasure from the victim's suffering. Indeed, regardless of the connection between the two cases, one thing is certain. The murderer is exceptionally formidable. The next victim could appear at any moment. We must hasten our pace. Gong Longjia's gaze was resolute. Throughout the entire night, the three of them scurried back and forth, searching for information. Yet, they had no leads whatsoever. As the early hours of the morning approached, exhaustion finally overwhelmed them, and they took a brief respite on the chairs in the investigation unit. The following morning, they were awakened early by the bustling crowd arriving for work. How's the investigation progressing? Inspector Mumu inquired. There are still no leads. Gong Longjie replied with a shake of his head. Take your time, don't wear yourselves out. Inspector Mumu comforted them. Mawako, have you located the caller? He then turned to Sato Mawako. Not yet. The call came from a public phone booth, which is located in a transportation hub with a constant flow of people, making it quite troublesome to trace. Sato Mawako responded. Could I listen to the recording of the report? Gong Longjie asked. Of course. Mawako retrieved the recording and began to play it. Operator, this is the 110 emergency center. Caller. A woman on the 3rd floor of the Rui building at No. 29, Mihua Town, has died. Please send someone quickly. Operator, may I have your identity? Caller. I'm just a concerned citizen. Remember, the incident occurred on the 3rd floor. Following this, The line went dead as the caller hung up. Why did he emphasize the third floor? Gong Longjie questioned. The third floor is generally not visible from the ground, unless it's a relative building. Both Gong Longjie and Kudo Shinichi exclaimed simultaneously. They exchanged knowing smiles, a sense of mutual respect evident between them. Having discovered a new lead, they bid farewell to their colleagues and departed the office. As they made their way, Gong Longjie curiously glanced at Kudo Shinichi. Aren't you a high school student? Why aren't you at school today? Today is Saturday, school is out, so there is no need to attend, Kudo Shinichi replied. Saturday, Gong Longjie was somewhat speechless. He distinctly remembered that yesterday was Monday. Indeed, the world of Conan is rather scientific. As the protagonist of this world, time seems to shift around Kudo Shinichi. The trio returned to the lower level of the crime scene. Chiba-senpai, could you please check the third floor room? Gong Longjie observed carefully. No problem. Chiba and Shin nodded and began to ascend the stairs. Gong Longjie and Kudo Shinichi hurried toward the building directly opposite the Rui building. In no time, they reached the third floor. Shinichi, can you see what is happening across the way? The two buildings are at least 100 meters apart. I'm not a clairvoyant. How could I possibly see anything? Kudo Shinichi shook his head. Indeed, for the caller to accurately specify the floor, their vision must be exceptional, unless they had assistance. Are you suggesting a telescope? Yes, even if the caller isn't the murderer, they are certainly not of good character. It is quite likely they frequently peep across the way. There are many perverts around Sakura, Gong Longjie thought. Unfazed, he crouched down to examine the ground closely. Sure enough, he discovered marks left by a tripod and discarded cigarette butts scattered in the corners. Evidence has presented itself. Gong Longjie put on gloves and collected all the cigarette butts, placing them into a sealable bag he carried. Using the number provided by Sato Mawako, they located the public phone booth used by the caller. This individual is rather clever, knowing to run a bit further away, Chiba and Shin commented. This place is several blocks away from the crime scene. However, no matter how cunning a fox may be, it cannot escape the keen eye of a hunter. Under Gong Longjie's direction, they swiftly identified locations nearby equipped with surveillance cameras. They concluded that to reach that public phone booth, one must pass by a 24-hour convenience store, which conveniently has surveillance installed. The three entered the convenience store, presented their identification, and requested the surveillance footage from the past week. The video ultimately focused on a plump man with a backpack. At last, we've found you, little mouse. Gong Longjie smiled slightly, relieved that their efforts had not been in vain. Soon, the suspect's photo was transmitted to Sato Mawako, who quickly uncovered the individual's true identity. Hirano Toshitaka, male, 36 years old, an employee of a real estate agency, married with one daughter. In the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's interrogation room, Hirano Toshitaka fidgeted anxiously on his chair. Key members of the investigation unit observed from the observation room, watching his every move. Longjie, when do you plan to go in for questioning? No rush. Let us wait a bit longer. Only by making him feel the pressure can we find a breakthrough, Gong Longjie replied. Inspector Mumu looked at him with appreciation. I'm truly grateful to have you in my team. You are like a savior sent from above. Although Inspector Mumu often relied on Kudo Shinichi to solve cases and admired the young man, it was undeniable that Kudo Shinichi was merely a high school student, and such news could tarnish the reputation of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. To the average citizen, it would appear as though they were utterly inept. Moreover, with the phantom thief still evading capture by Nakamori Ginzo, the entire police department felt as though they were nailed to a pillar of shame. As the saying goes, unless one commits seppuku, the public's anger cannot be quelled. Time ticked away, and Hirano Toshitaka had already smoked half a pack of cigarettes in the interrogation room. That's enough. Gong Longjie emerged from the observation room and entered the interrogation room. First, he opened a window to let fresh air circulate the room before sitting across from Hirano Toshitaka. Upon seeing such a young individual enter, Hirano Toshitaka appeared somewhat surprised. However, the inherent pressure in the dynamic between police and civilians made him feel a bit restrained. Hirano Toshitaka, yes, officer. Do you know why you've been summoned? I'm not sure. Between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. the day before yesterday, where were you? Where else would I be? In the middle of the night? I was of course at home. I was sleeping at home. Hirano Toshitaka took a drag from his cigarette and replied slowly. Why are you so agitated? Is such a simple question worth masking with smoking? Gong Longjie said with a half-smile. Were you with your wife? No, she was putting our daughter to sleep. I was in a separate room. Hirano Toshitaka shook his head. So, there are no eyewitnesses. Officer, I'm just an ordinary citizen. I haven't committed murder. Why would I need an eyewitness? Hirano Toshitaka's voice rose. Don't get agitated. It's just a routine inquiry. Gong Longjie produced the bag containing the cigarette butts. The butts here seem to be of the same brand as the ones you smoke. There are plenty of people who enjoy smoking. Sharing the same brand doesn't imply anything. Is that so? I know an expert. She is referred to as the autopsy witch. Do you know why everyone calls her that? How would I know? It's not as if she is going to perform an autopsy on me. Is it? Hirano Toshitaka snuffed out the cigarette in his hand. Observing Hirano Toshitaka's nervous expression, Gong Longjie chuckled and shook his head. Not at all. What I mean is that her forensic skills are exceptionally high. It is said that she can extract DNA from a single cigarette, but with a success rate of up to 90. He picked up the ashtray in front of Hirano Toshitaka. What do you think the chances are of extracting DNA from these butts found at the scene? Upon hearing these words, Hirano Toshitaka's expression grew increasingly grim. Will you voluntarily confess, or shall I resort to this method? To be frank, extracting DNA from the cigarette but takes merely half an hour. By then, you won't escape the charge of obstructing justice. Think it over carefully. I shall grant you 5 minutes. Gong Longjie placed his hand on the table, his fingers rhythmically tapping the surface. The onlookers in the observation room unconsciously broke into smiles. What a clever maneuver, turning the tables. Longjie truly is a blessing to our faction. One might speculate that he could eventually usurp the boss's position. As long as he possesses the capability, why not let him have it? As the tapping continued, Hirano Toshitaka's psychological defenses began to crumble. I will confess everything. He slumped in defeat. In truth, I merely witnessed the scene of the crime and called the police. That shouldn't be considered a crime, right? On the contrary, isn't there a law stating that someone like me could receive a reward for such actions? Is that all? Yes, that's it. Hirano shook his head. Whether you will receive a reward or face punishment depends on the conclusion of the case, as determined by the police department. If you continue to conceal the truth, I strongly advise you to come clean. Gong Longjie pressed on. Hirano lit another cigarette and took a deep drag. His face, shrouded in smoke, appeared somewhat conflicted. After just one puff, he discarded the cigarette into the ashtray. The thing is, that night around 1 o'clock, I couldn't sleep due to a frustrating day at work, so I went out for a stroll. A stroll that leads you to another building. That was where you smoked while peeping at Taiko Misa, wasn't it? Gong Longjie interrupted. At these words, Hirano flinched, lowering his head in silence. Yes, after a long pause, he finally whispered. But when I arrived, she was already dead. Her face was covered in tape. Dead already? You must have been the one to kill her, right, officer? I'm merely lecherous. Why would I kill someone? Hirano replied helplessly. Did you see anyone else in the room? Are you implying the murderer? Yes. Gong Longjie nodded slightly. When I arrived, there was only her lifeless body. Afterwards, I called the police. I thought it inappropriate to use my phone, so I specifically sought out a public phone booth. What color was the tape you saw? It was transparent, the kind typically used for sealing boxes, quite common. Hirano answered earnestly. The two buildings are at least 100 meters apart, and you have quite good eyesight. You could discern both the color and type with such clarity. Hirano was flustered. You must have used a camera with a telephoto lens, haven't you? This isn't your first time engaging in such activities. Confess where you hid the evidence. Gong Longjie slammed his hand on the table. Boom! The solid wooden interrogation table shattered into pieces. The door to the interrogation room burst open, and Officer Magyar and others rushed in. Longjie, calm down. It's not worth getting worked up over such scum. They restrained Gong Longjie, who was ready to lash out. Hirano, terrified, collapsed to the floor, a foul liquid trickling down his pant leg. He's so frightened he wet himself. I confess everything. The evidence is at my home. Micah Hancho 5, Chome, 30 Ban, Heiken Building, 10th floor. At Hirano Toshitaka's residence, Gong Longjie, Kudo Shinichi, and Chiba Kazunobu were searching the living room. They could not take Hirano's word for it. If he were indeed the murderer, they might find crucial evidence here. Tanaka Chitose anxiously clutched her daughter, watching them closely. Don't worry, we'll leave as soon as we find what we need. Gong Longjie reassured them. Officer, has my husband done something wrong? The woman asked, puzzled. That's confidential for now. All you need to know is that he is currently involved in a homicide case. With a child present, Gong Longjie refrained from disclosing Hirano's actions. He certainly couldn't say, your husband, father, is a pervert who enjoys spying on others. What would the child think? Madam, do you usually sleep apart from your husband? Kudo Shinichi inquired. Yes, since the child is still young and needs care at night. We've always slept in separate rooms. Tanaka Chitose nodded. Then, Kudo Shinichi glanced at Gong Longjie for assistance, unable to voice his next question. How long has it been since you two last had intimacy? Gong Longjie smiled lightly. About 6 months or so, Tanaka Chitose replied, her face flushed. What a waste. Chiba Kazunobu remarked. Tanaka Chitose was not unattractive, despite her casual attire. She appeared to embody the ideal image of a devoted wife and mother. In which room does your husband usually stay? Gong Liujie continued to inquire. That one. Tanaka Chitose pointed to a bedroom near the bathroom. May we take a look? I don't have the key. Usually, Toshitaka doesn't allow us to enter his room that be so guarded even against his wife and child. What a despicable individual. Chiba Kazunobu sighed. Gong Liujie approached the bedroom door, grasped the doorknob, and gave it a gentle pull. The lock on the bedroom door came off effortlessly. He cautiously pushed the door open, and an unpleasant odor wafted out. Gong Liujie frowned. This scent was far worse than that of the forensic lab. Madam, please take your child to another room. What is inside isn't suitable for you to see? He turned to her. Tanaka Chitose nodded and led her daughter to their bedroom. Gong Liujie covered his nose and stepped into the room. Opening the window, Chiba Kazunobu followed closely behind. How could someone with a family live like this? The room was in disarray, strewn with crumpled tissues, and the trash can was overflowing. A pigsty would likely be cleaner than this. Chiba, this is your responsibility. Kudo, you check for the camera bag. Gong Liujie gestured towards the computer on the windowsill. All right. Chiba Kazunobu reluctantly sat at the computer. He hesitated, glancing at the desk. The once white surface was now shiny and appeared to be coated in grime. A pile of foul-smelling tissues lay scattered across the desk. Surely, this can't be collected as evidence. He grimaced, pulling out a pin to sweep the tissues onto the floor. Liujie, I found something. Kudo Shinichi exclaimed. Pulling a black bag from beneath the bed. It looked identical to the one they had seen in the convenience store. The two opened the zipper, and indeed, it contained a tripod and a camera. Upon opening the camera, they began to inspect the photos within. Half-drawn curtains, a lifeless body sprawled on the floor. Gruesome images were captured with startling clarity. Hayano Toshitaka had taken these photos at 1:32. Calling the police at 1:35.3 minutes had elapsed in between. Taiko Misa returned home at 1:20, indicating the murderer had completed the act in roughly 10 minutes. Gong Liujie examined the timestamps on the photos. What a pity. Had Hayano Toshitaka arrived a little earlier, he might have captured the murderer. Just a fraction of a moment was all that allowed the culprit to escape. He sighed. Liujie, come quickly and see this. The voices of Chiba and Shin resonated in the air. Miyakawa Tsukasa, upon hearing them, approached from behind and followed the direction indicated by his finger. This fellow is a habitual offender. The hard drive is practically overflowing with such photographs. As Chiba and Shin spoke, they clicked the mouse, rapidly cycling through images, all clandestinely captured of Taiko Misako. Some of these were decidedly inappropriate. Wait a moment. Miyakawa Tsukasa suddenly interjected, bringing back the previous photograph. Chiba and Shin complied, reverting to the requested image. Zoom in. How utterly stimulating. Kudo Shinichi's face flushed crimson. The photograph depicted the scene of the crime, specifically the bed, where two individuals were intimately engaged. One of whom was Taiko Misako. Enlarge this man's face, Miyakawa Tsukasa instructed. Chiba and Shin expanded the photograph to full screen. Nanny. Maki right, I yell. Impossible. What the hell? The three exclaimed in unison, their shock palpable. Miyakawa Tsukasa inadvertently let slip a curse. For the man's visage unmistakably belonged to Taiko Yukio, they exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The return journey was steeped in silence, as they struggled to articulate their thoughts. The images they had just witnessed had profoundly shaken their understanding. How should we report this to the boss? Chiba and Shin inquired. What else is there to report? It would be best to simply tell the truth and leave me in peace. This news is far too explosive. Miyakawa Tsukasa shook his head. Upon returning to the police headquarters, they relayed their findings with candor. They actually had that sort of relationship. Officer Muro was equally taken aback. Boss, I've uncovered new leads. Takagi Wataru entered. Looking weary from his efforts, Taiko Yukio and Taiko Misako are not biological siblings. Is that true? Officer Muro's eyes brightened. Indeed, wasn't I tasked with tracing their lives as siblings? They originally resided not in Miwa Town but in a remote countryside. According to my inquiries, Taiko Misako was taken in by Taiko Yukio's father, Taiko Morita, when she was around 10 years old. Takagi nodded affirmatively. So, they are not related by blood. That isn't too outrageous. Miyakawa Tsukasa and the others breathed a sigh of relief. What is the matter with you all? Takagi asked, puzzled, after listening to their recounting. He nodded in understanding. It is not surprising that Taiko Misako and Taiko Yukio share such a bond. After her adoption, she had been subjected to the lewd advances of Taiko Morita, and Taiko Yukio had consistently protected her. Perhaps it was this that led her to develop feelings for her brother. It feels as if investigating a case is akin to watching a family drama. What about Hiranosho? First, we'll detain him. Once his suspicion is cleared, we can proceed with charges. Such a voyeuristic individual must be thoroughly reformed. As they debated the case, Sadamo Wako entered with two others, Xiaolan, Shinichi. What brings you here? Kudo Shinichi and Mouri Ran exclaimed in unison. The newcomers were none other than Mouri Kaguro and his daughter. I was summoned by Officer Muro to assist with the investigation. What are you doing here? You little rascal, of course I have business here too. Mouri Kaguro glared at Shinichi. Haha, Officer Muro, long time no see. He exclaimed, approaching the officer with a hearty laugh. Mouri, my old friend, it's been ages. Officer Muro extended his hand for a brief shake. Their acquaintance went back to their days as colleagues, naturally fostering familiarity. Miyakawa Tsukasa observed the father-daughter duo from the side. Mouri Kaguro donned a striking purple suit, a white shirt underneath, and a brownish-red tie. His classic slicked-back hairstyle featured a small tuft of hair falling over his forehead. With fine eyebrows and small pupils, his prominent cheekbones and broad jawline were complemented by a neatly trimmed goatee. Mouri Ran wore a lovely white dress, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. With bangs framing her face and a charming quirk in her hairstyle, she bore a striking resemblance to her animated counterpart. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Officer Muro, Mouri Kaguro turned to scan the investigative division office. Spotting Miyakawa Tsukasa, he approached directly. So, you are the recently renowned Miyakawa Tsukasa. Indeed. I never imagined Mr. Mouri would recognize me, Miyakawa Tsukasa replied with a nod. You know me. Mouri Kaguro paused in surprise. Of course. Who doesn't know the sleeping Kaguro? What do you mean, you little punk? If you have time, let us have a drink. Mouri Kaguro bristled at the comment. The audacity of this young man to mock his pride in his drinking prowess. 2 drinks. I'm always up for it. Just don't blame me if you can't keep up. Miyakawa Tsukasa found himself momentarily stumped. The other's comprehension was formidable. As Kudo Shinichi had yet to transform into a Dagawa Conan. Mouri Kaguro was still not reduced to a mere tool. Is that so? Just don't cry later. Mouri Kaguro scoffed. He had never feared anyone in drinking contests. He pulled Miyakawa Tsukasa aside, murmuring conspiratorially. Have you been staying with my wife recently? Who is your wife? Miyakawa Tsukasa feigned ignorance. Don't play coy with me. My wife is Higurashi Eri. So, Higurashi-san is your wife. I had thought she was a strong woman who had never married. Miyakawa Tsukasa teased. Nonsense. We merely have a minor disagreement. She is still my dear wife. I heard you are the son of her close friend, but as a hot-blooded young man, living with her is not appropriate. I advise you to move out soon, Mouri Kaguro said through clenched teeth. Unfazed by Mouri Kaguro's veiled threat, Miyakawa Tsukasa responded, Have you discussed this with Higurashi-san? Does she also agree for me to move out? Calling her Higurashi-san so affectionately. Are you trying to take a shortcut at such a young age? Do you know her cooking is quite dreadful? It's not that bad. I finish every meal, Miyakawa Tsukasa replied nonchalantly. She really cooked for you. And you actually finished it? Mouri Kaguro looked incredulous. Has Eri's culinary skill improved? Why not give it a try to find out? However, you've been separated for so many years. And your marriage has become a mere formality. I cannot guarantee that Eri will be charmed by me. Impossible. Eri would never. You can stay there for now, but behave yourself. I will find a way to make you move out. The two stood back to back, whispering conspiratorially, the tension palpable. Xiaolan, does your uncle know Miyakawa Tsukasa? I'm not entirely sure. Mouri Ran shook her head. She could probably guess her father's intent in speaking with Miyakawa Tsukasa. Mouri, is there something we cannot hear? Why must it be a secret? Officer Muro also expressed curiosity. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. I merely wanted to discuss with this young man about the recent case he solved regarding the villa murder. Mouri Kaguro awkwardly chuckled as he turned away. Kudo Shinichi couldn't help but laugh at his words. In his eyes, Mouri Kaguro's detective skills were hardly worthy of carrying Miyakawa Tsukasa's shoes. What is so funny? Mouri Kaguro glared at him. It's nothing. By the way, Uncle Mouri, what brings you and Ran here? Kudo Shinichi hastily shifted the topic. Indeed, Mouri Kaguro did not pursue the matter further. I am here to find someone. Find someone? Yes, a missing woman named Issei Misako. Mouri Kaguro nodded. Why did you come to us for a search? We are the Criminal Investigation Division and do not have the time to help you find someone. Officer Megure interjected. I was originally looking for Nakamori Ginzo, but he is not here. I happened to run into Police Inspector Sadamo Wako outside, and when she saw the photo I was holding, she brought me here to ask you. Mouri Kaguro shook his head. Mawako, what is going on? Mr. Mouri, please show everyone the photo you have. This way, everyone will understand. Sadamo Wako indicated. Mouri Kaguro handed the folder to Officer Megure. Upon opening it, Officer Megure exclaimed softly, Isn't this Taiko Misako? The others leaned in upon hearing this. Upon closer inspection, the person in the photograph was indeed the already deceased Taiko Misako. Yet, she was clearly the missing person I had been commissioned to find, Issei Misako. Mouri Kaguru was equally bewildered. She is indeed the victim in our current case, Taiko Misako. If you don't believe me, you can ask Takigawa. He is currently in charge of this case, Officer Megure stated. This kid is actually the case's lead investigator. How has the 3rd Investigation Division fallen to such depths? Mouri Kaguru was astonished. At Takigawa's age, he had only just entered the Metropolitan Police Department, serving in the 1st Investigation Section's Arson Investigation Unit before being transferred to the 3rd Investigation Division to work alongside Officer Megure on cases. Mouri, do not underestimate him. His abilities are surely on par with yours, if not superior. Officer Megure almost revealed that Takigawa's investigative skills could outshine Mouri Kaguru by several streets. Takigawa took out a photo of Taiko Misako and compared it with the one Mouri Kaguru had brought. Though the hairstyles differed, one in loose waves and the other in a high ponytail, their faces were identical, indistinguishable. This is troublesome. Mouri Kaguru shook his head. Who would have thought that during the day she was an admired all-rounder, only to transform into a hostess by night? Something is amiss. Takigawa shook his head. Despite their identical features, the two bore subtle differences in expression. Taiko Misako's gaze was evidently brighter, while Issei Misako appeared somewhat melancholic. They were fundamentally two entirely different personalities. The eyes cannot deceive. Impressive. You noticed that? Mouri Kaguru marveled. Mawako-senpai, could we investigate where Taiko Misako was adopted from? Takigawa inquired. Please hold on. Sada Mawako hurried to the computer desk to search. She was adopted from Mihua Children's Welfare Institute. The records are quite old, and some specific details are missing, making it unclear. We will need to conduct an on-site investigation. The local orphanage is referred to as a Children's Welfare Institute. Another task at hand. Let us go. Takigawa beckoned to Kudo Shinichi and Chiba Kazunobu. Take me with you. Mouri Kaguru followed suit, and Mouri Ran naturally would not be left behind. The group exited the police headquarters and drove directly to Mihua Children's Welfare Institute. They were received by the institute's director, Oda Kazumi. She had been working there for 20 years and took over her current role after the previous director passed away. They are indeed twins. After hearing the group's purpose, she confirmed Takigawa's deduction. They look exactly alike. Even their names are pronounced the same. It must have been difficult for you to distinguish between them at the time? Mouri Kaguru inquired. Not at all. Although they are twins, there were significant differences. The elder sister, Misako, was outgoing and lively, while the younger sister, Misako, was somewhat introverted. Please wait a moment. I will fetch something for you to see. Oda Kazumi stood up and rummaged through the bookshelf behind her desk. Soon, she returned with an album. Let me show you where I found their photos. Oda Kazumi flipped halfway through the album before stopping. A slightly yellowed old photograph revealed two little girls holding hands. They wore identical outfits, shared the same height, and possessed equally adorable faces. The only difference was that the girl on the left appeared more cheerful, while the one on the right had a somewhat shy smile. I see. The one on the left is the elder sister, Misako, and the one on the right is the younger sister, Misako. Mouri Kaguru pointed at the photo. Indeed, this is how we usually distinguish between the two sisters. They were both good children. It is unfortunate that such a thing has happened. Oda Kazumi nodded. She felt regretful that two good girls had met such fates, one victim and the other missing. When were they each adopted? Takigawa asked. The elder sister was adopted 2 years early due to her lively nature. After that, the younger sister became even quieter. The adoptive parents preferred more spirited children, so she was adopted 2 years later. After understanding the situation, the group took their leave. Oda Kazumi escorted them out of the office. Inside the Welfare Institute, innocent and carefree children played joyfully on the playground. Being a child is wonderful. They need not think of anything. Even here, they can be so happy, Chiba Kazunobu remarked. Director Kazumi, if you recall any other information regarding the sisters, please inform the Metropolitan Police Department promptly. Certainly. Oda Kazumi nodded. Just as they settled into the car and prepared to start the engine, Oda Kazumi jogged over. Takigawa rolled down the window to look at her. Officer, I just remembered something. In fact, there was an incident when the elder sister was adopted. Oda Kazumi stated. Could you tell me what it was? Since it was so long ago, I only just recalled it. The couple who adopted the elder sister originally preferred a child named Asuka. But an accident occurred during the adoption process. An accident? Did the child named Yuki Asuka die? Mouri Kaguru instantly became intrigued. Not at all. Oda Kazumi shot him an incredulous glance. What a Navi man. There would not be such a significant error at a welfare institute. I was unaware of the specifics. By the time I arrived, Asuka had already been taken away by an ambulance. I asked the elder sister. Misako. She said they were tidying up the room when the kettle on the table suddenly fell. What happened afterward? Asuka suffered extensive burns, and the couple's adoptive parents became Issei Misako, although no one explicitly stated it. There were speculations that the elder sister had done it intentionally. However, since there were no surveillance cameras at the time, the matter was left unresolved. The younger sister was adopted by another family 2 years later. And I heard it wasn't a very good situation. Another strange thing is that when the elder sister was adopted, the younger sister did not come out to see her off, if it were indeed the elder sister's doing. That would be terrifying. It is hard to believe such maliciousness could exist at such a young age. The group fell into deep thought. By the way, Director Kazumi, do you have any contact information for that Asuka? Takigawa inquired. Asuka is said to be working at a hair salon. I will write the address down for you. Oda Kazumi accepted the paper and pen handed to her and wrote down the address. Is there any other news? No. Nothing else. Oda Kazumi shook her head. Once she turned back towards the welfare institution, the few individuals in the vehicle exchanged glances. She had just lied. Miyu Ryuk frowned slightly. Concealing something unknown. Kian by time on my hair salon, with an area of less than 10 square meters, felt exceedingly cramped. Upon entering the salon, Miyu Ryuk and his companions nearly filled the space to capacity. The usual clientele was nowhere near this number. The girl sitting opposite them smiled wryly. She was the one they were searching for. Yuki Asuka. Perhaps due to just finishing tidying up, Yuki Asuka wore an apron, her sleeves rolled up high. The scars on her arms and face were distinctly visible, resembling a twisted centipede. Without those scars, Yuki Asuka would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Miss Asuka, do you remember someone named Misako? Miyu Ryuk inquired. Remember? Huh. That wretched girl. I have never forgotten her for a moment. Yuki Asuka's eyes brimmed with hatred as she spoke. The injuries on your body, they were inflicted by Misako on purpose. Initially, I didn't think so. But as I grew older and reflected on the events, it became clear. The table where the kettle was placed was too high for us to reach the surface, unless we used a broom. At that time, I was wiping the table legs, and only Misako and I were in the room. She was sweeping the floor just as you see now, and that is how I ended up like this. Yet we heard from the director that Sister Misako had a lively personality and should not lack for familial adoption. Why would she do such a thing? If you understood what the Miwa Welfare Institute truly is. You would say that, Yuki Asuka remarked, her pupils constricting as if recalling a past she wished to forget. After exiting the hair salon, the group sat in silence within the car. Yuki Asuka had just revealed information that shattered their perceptions. The former director of Miwa Welfare Institute, Kishi Yutaka, was indeed a veritable demon. During his tenure, he would select a young girl each night, under the pretense of having many delicious treats and fun in his room. The girls summoned by him always received a red hairband. Yuki Asuka had also been called by that monster before her incident. No one dared to resist, nor did anyone speak of it to others. Those disobedient children vanished without a trace. This was also what Oda Kazumi had concealed from them. Beast, I truly wish to unearth his corpse and leave it to be scorched under the blazing sun. The group was filled with righteous indignation upon hearing this. The key point was that such a person, while alive, was annually awarded the title of the Most Compassionate Welfare Institute Director and was even enshrined at the Mihwa Shrine after death. Truly absurd. Mouri Kagoro shook his head. Upon hearing the name Mihwa Shrine, Miyu Ryuk's gaze narrowed, his grip on the steering wheel tightening. Before his traversal to this world, he had harbored a deep-seated disdain for the shrine of that little scoundrel. It seemed it was time for him to take action. Forget it. We cannot make decisions regarding Kishi Yutaka. I will report to the boss later and see how he resolves this. Where shall we investigate next? Chiba and Shin inquired. Let us first visit the residence of Iroha Misako. Mouri-san should know the place, right? I certainly know it. The key is still in my possession. Then let us set off. The vehicle roared to life. Heading towards their destination. At Iroha Misako's home. Mouri-san, what is your relationship with your client? They say they are nearly engaged. That doesn't seem to be the case. This house feels off. Miyu Ryuk shook his head. You noticed again. Mouri Kagoro appeared somewhat vexed. It was quite evident. Everything here is meticulously arranged. Even the photographs displayed around are all solo shots. It feels less like a disappearance and more like a deliberate hiding. Your client must have an unusual identity, then, Miyu Ryuk asked. Indeed, he is the heir to a major conglomerate in Mihwa City. Mouri Kagoro nodded. I see. That explains it. He must care deeply for Iroha Misako. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so anxious to find someone just after losing contact. Most would wait a few days. There must be something going on between them. Officer Megure is right. Your reasoning skills are indeed impressive. Prior to the incident, My client's relationship with his girlfriend had been somewhat discordant. He was worried that Iroha Misako might encounter an accident, which is why he entrusted me with the investigation. Mouri Kagoro gave a slight nod. Were they on the verge of breaking up? Miyu Ryuk asked Mouri Kagoro. Not exactly. According to my client, their relationship has been rather strange lately. Iroha Misako is sometimes fiery and passionate. Yet at other times, she is frigidly distant. There is also a secret matter. He mentioned that Iroha Misako is a perfectionist who insists on not sharing a room before marriage. However, not long ago, she took the initiative to invite him to a hot spring hotel. Their intimacy shifted to a negative distance for the first time. He recalled that Misako was quite peculiar that night, behaving entirely unlike the person he knew. Mouri Kagoro reminisced. What does negative distance mean? Mouri Ran curiously inquired. Children should refrain from asking too many questions. Kagoro delivered a playful flick to his daughter's forehead. But it's just a question. It's not like Shinichi taught me this. Mouri Ran protested. Haha. I also have no idea. Under Kagoro's threatening gaze, Kudo Shinichi shook his head. How strange, Mouri Ran pouted. Among those present, she seemed the most bewildered, lost in confusion. Ryuk, come quickly and see what I've found. Chiba and Shin, who had been diligently searching, discovered a clue. The group gathered around curiously. He was seated at the computer desk. IVE uncovered 2 clues in total. Here is the first one. Chiba and Shin pointed at a framed photo on the desk. Inside was a solitary picture of Iroha Misako. However, that is not what I'm pointing to. Chiba and Shin indicated the bracelet on Iroha Misako's wrist. Don't ask where the bracelet is. It's below. Use your imagination. Hee. It was identical to the one found at the scene of Taiko Yukio's murder. Could it be that she was the one who killed Taiko Yukio? Let us see if there are any other discoveries. Take a look at this. Chiba and Shin clicked on a folder within the computer. Details of the tape murder case. The folder was filled with information and photographs from the tape murder case that occurred several years ago. How did this material end up here? Mouri Kagoro questioned. Perplexed. Regardless of how the information was leaked, this case has finally managed to present its first suspect, and that is the missing Iroha Misako. The dilemma is, how did she learn of her sister's residence? They probably haven't been in contact for about 10 years, right? Miyu Ryuk furrowed his brow in analysis. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Sato Mawako calling. After leaving the Welfare Institute, Miyu Ryuk had forwarded the information about the 2 sisters. Ryuk, I just checked Iroha Misako's bank transactions. A few months ago, she transferred 2 substantial sums into an anonymous account, each amounting to 1 million yen. That account belongs to a detective agency. I will send you the agency's address immediately. A detective agency? Got it. Gong Longjie ended the call. Shortly thereafter, a text message arrived. The group of 5 promptly drove to the office of Iwai Saburo, the earliest detective agency founded by Sakura, the president. Iwai Saburo was originally a retired officer from the Metropolitan Police Department. Leveraging his advantages, he established numerous branches, one of which is located in Miwa Town. Kagoro Mori's detective agency pales in comparison to Iwai Saburo's office. They soon arrived at their destination. Inside the lavishly decorated office, only 2 individuals were present, the branch manager, Iwai Daifuku, and his assistant. Iwai Daifuku, the nephew of Iwai Saburo, had been assigned here to manage the branch. Upon learning the purpose of Gong Longjie's visit, he showed a willingness to cooperate. Please wait a moment while I check, Iwai Daifuku said as he began to operate the computer. Kagoro Mori curiously observed the office's furnishings. The walls were adorned with samurai swords, high-definition telescopes, listening devices, and various axes and hammers. Are you also interested in these items, sir? Iwai Daifuku glanced up at him. Indeed, to be frank. I also run a detective agency. Kagoro Mori nodded. Oh, may I inquire where your agency is located? Iwai Daifuku paused his actions. Competitors or rivals? He did not wish for his own secrets to be uncovered. It's at 5-39-1 Mihua Town, Tokyo, the Mouri Detective Agency. Kagoro Mori replied. I've never heard of the Mouri Detective Agency. Iwai Daifuku shook his head. However, since we are both in the same line of work, and with an officer accompanying you, I shall do my utmost to assist. Let me see what I can find. The client is Misako Ishiki, and the commission date was 3 months ago. We completed the commission a day later and received the final payment. What was the content of the commission? Gong Longjie inquired. It was a request for murder. Iwai Daifuku's expression changed dramatically. What? The others gasped in shock. Ha ha ha, of course not. I was merely joking. Iwai Daifuku laughed, evidently pleased with his prank. Is this truly the time for jokes? Gong Longjie frowned, taking a steel pipe nearby and twisting it into a spiral before Iwai Daifuku's eyes. Nanny. Iwai Daifuku's eyes widened in disbelief. Gong Longjia tossed the steel pipe at him. Speak quickly. All right, all right. Iwai Daifuku, still shaken, glanced at the steel pipe. It was Miss Misako Ishiki who commissioned us to find a person. Is that person named Misako Taiko? Yes, Iwai Daifuku nodded. After all these years, she finally thought to search for her sister. Could she truly be the murderer? Wasn't it said that the two sisters had a close relationship in their childhood? The group appeared uncertain. Indeed. Why would she specifically seek out her sister only to kill her? After all, she was the one who left the orphanage first. Logically speaking, if there were grievances, it should be the sister left behind who harbors them. They were all perplexed. Never mind. Let's set aside the things we cannot comprehend for now. Misako Ishiki's status as a suspect is becoming clearer. The absence of any clues at Misako Taiko's crime scene can be explained. Since the two sisters are identical twins, their DNA is the same. The reason for the severed finger is that only fingerprints can distinguish the two. Gong Longjia concluded decisively. Our immediate task is to split into two teams, one to the izakaya where Misako Taiko worked, and the other to the school attended by Misako Ishiki. We shall see if we can uncover more clues or motives for the murder. Mihoko Sato has already sent over the information regarding Misako Ishiki. She is a student in the mathematics department at Mihwa University. Then I shall go to the izakaya with Shinichi Kudo. Kagoro Mouri took the lead in making a choice. Investigating the izakaya would also give him the chance to admire beautiful women and enjoy a few drinks. I see that you are more interested in drinking than anything else, father, Mouri Ran said disdainfully. Ha ha, Ran. What S understood need not be spoken. A father and daughter have their own ways. Kagoro Mouri scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Humph, I want to care. Be careful, or I'll tell mother. In that case, I shall go to Mihwa University with Senior Chiba. Gong Longjia nodded. Kagoro Mouri led Shinichi Kudo and Mouri ran into the izakaya with ease. The vibrant lights and melodious music created a delightful ambience. What a splendid place, Kagoro Mouri exclaimed, swaying his arms left and right in front of him. They soon located a hostess familiar with Misako Taiko. Sayaka Yoko, a stylishly dressed and heavily made-up woman. I've heard about Misako's situation from others. It's truly tragic. Sayaka Yoko sighed. In this line of work, one must have a stable benefactor to survive. She never paid attention to managing clients or dressing up. All the hard-earned money went toward repaying her brother's gambling debts. Gambling debts? Kagoro Mouri stroked his chin, eyeing Sayaka Yoko with interest. Yes, I once tried to persuade her to be resolute and escape. But do you know what she said? She claimed that if it weren't for her brother, she would have died long ago. Ha ha, what a kind yet foolish fool. Sayaka Yoko shook her head. Has she exhibited any unusual behavior recently? Unusual? Let me think. Once, she asked me if she could look for another job, expressing that she no longer wanted to be a hostess. I believe she mentioned wanting to open a flower shop or something similar. Sayaka Yoko frowned. It's not strange for someone to want to return to a normal life, is it? Mouri Ran questioned, puzzled. Of course it's strange. I've known her for 4 or 5 years, and this is the first time I've heard her mention future plans. Half an hour later, Kudo Shinichi and Mouri Ran, having pulled the somewhat tipsy Kagoro Mouri out of the izakaya after he insisted on kissing Sayaka Yoko, found themselves outside a bustling Odin stall on the roadside. Odin is a dish that originated from our country, renamed, and now rivals its original version. The stall owner is a woman from Longwa, who, according to Sayaka Yoko, has been operating here for over 10 years. Hostesses from the izakaya often come to savor this Longwa delicacy, so she frequently hears news from others. I know all the stories about the girls around here. As for the twin sister of the person you mentioned, Misako Taiko, I have never heard of or seen her. The stall owner shook her head. Nandashita. They proceeded to the area of Nandamu, where Mihwa University is located. Gong Longjia and Chiba Kazunobu commenced their investigation. They first approached Misako Ishiki's classmates for inquiries. They learned that her movements were primarily between home and school, with frequent visits to the library. Other than that, she had no other hobbies. Thus, the two made their way to Mihwa University's library and sought out the administrator to investigate Misako Ishiki's borrowing records. Criminal psychology, thoughts manipulators, serial killer profiles, interviews with murderers, imitative criminal psychology. The administrator looked over the long list of borrowed materials and nodded. It seems this student is studying something related to criminal psychology. Doesn't it? Isn't it written there? Nanny? She's a student in the mathematics department. What a peculiar person. Gong Longjia and his companion then sought out Misako Ishiki's mathematics professor for inquiries. She is the most outstanding student in my class, and she is typically a perfectionist. However, she has indeed exhibited some abnormalities lately. During her thesis presentation, it was the first time I saw her falter. Perhaps she was unprepared. You might inquire with her close friend. Fujiwara Asuka.it is said that the two share an unbreakable bond. After bidding farewell to the professor, they sought out Fujiwara Asuka. Misako has a twin sister. I have never heard her mention such a thing. If it were true, she would certainly have confided in me. Fujiwara Asuka shook her head. How can you be so certain? Chiba and Shin inquired. Because the moment she got a boyfriend, she immediately told me. That girl loves to boast about her life. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's 3rd Investigative Division. The two teams returned almost simultaneously, gathering together. The deliberate concealment of her twin sister's existence, along with the extensive borrowing of literature on criminal activity, raises suspicions. Could it be preparation for murder? Officer Muguruma irritably rubbed his hat-covered head, inadvertently revealing a scar. Although the motive for murder remains elusive, the suspicion surrounding Ishiki Misako grows increasingly heavy. Miyakawa nodded. Very well, prepare to issue a warrant for suspect Ishiki Misako. Officer Muguruma rose to his feet. Wait a moment. Miyakawa interrupted his motion. The group looked at him in confusion. There are still some ambiguities. The forensic report from Tegumi Ayako just came in. Miyakawa displayed his phone for everyone to see. She discovered that the blood of the deceased, Taiko Misako, contained a significant amount of flupentixol and morphine. Isn't that a narcotic? Indeed, it is. But Ayako mentioned that these substances can also be prescribed in pain relief for cancer patients. To be thorough, she conducted a meticulous autopsy, with her father, Detective Tegumi, assisting. What were the results? The findings revealed that the deceased was suffering from terminal pancreatic cancer. Miyakawa's words detonated like a bombshell. Moreover, the amount of medication in her system was approximately 5 times the ordinary dosage. Was she force-fed by the murderer? How peculiar. She was already on the brink of death. Why go to such lengths to kill her? Is there a specific reason compelling the murderer to take such direct action? Yes. What could the motive possibly be? The fog thickens, and suspicions abound. At that moment, Officer Muguruma's phone rang on the desk. He strode over to answer it. New leads. Bring her in. Soon, a woman appeared before them. It was none other than Waiki Asuka. Miss Asuka, have you recalled anything? Yes. Waiki nodded. While at the orphanage, I once witnessed the director, Kishioten, give my sister a red headband. However, she gave it to her sister and told her to visit the director's room that night, claiming there were many delicious and fun things there. This implies that it was the sister, Taiko Misako, who went to the director's room that night. The group gasped in astonishment. How terrifying. It turns out that evil knows no age, leaving oneself to languish in hell. If it were me, I would be compelled to kill my sister. But why did the sister have to die? Was the elder sister afraid of retaliation from her sibling and thus took the initiative to strike? Retaliation? No, there must be something we have overlooked. Miyakawa quickly approached the computer. He retrieved the surveillance footage from the day of the incident at Ishiki Misako's entrance. The frames played one by one as the group observed intently. At 1:40, the image of the missing Ishiki Misako appeared in the footage. Miyakawa pressed the pause button, freezing the scene. At the time of the incident, Ishiki Misako returned home at precisely 1:40. He furrowed his brow. What does this mean? I have calculated that the distance from Taiko Misako's residence to this location would take at least half an hour. This means that Ishiki Misako could not possibly have committed the crime in such a short time. How could she have managed it? Perhaps she can fly. Emery Koger nodded. The group cast him incredulous glances. Ha ha ha. I was merely attempting to lighten the tense atmosphere with a jest. Furthermore, there is another point of suspicion. Everyone, take note of this. Does this not strike you as odd? She was returning to her home, yet she was looking around nervously, observing her surroundings. Miyakawa pointed at the woman facing the camera. Indeed, logically speaking, she must have traversed this corridor countless times. Could it be? Perhaps. She is Taiko Misako. The group exclaimed in unison. The surveillance footage resumed, and half an hour later, Ishiki Misako. No, it was Taiko Misako, pulling a suitcase, departed from her residence. I must return to Ishiki Misako's home. Miyakawa stood, hurrying out. Emery Koger and the others swiftly followed suit. They arrived once more at Ishiki Misako's residence. The group ascended to the floor where the surveillance could capture them. Scrutinizing the area, before them stood a sign. So, she was checking the sign to ascertain the direction of the room. This means that the one captured on camera was indeed the deceased Taiko Misako. Miyakawa declared. I understand now. It must be her twin sister, who looks exactly like Ishiki Misako, yet this was her first visit here. The murderer should be identifiable as her. Fueled by resentment for being left in a hellish orphanage by her sister, she sought revenge after her sister found her, ultimately leading to her demise. Emery Koger's eyes lit up. But what about Taiko Yukio's case? Chiba and Shin raised questions. Perhaps that bracelet was deliberately left behind to mislead us toward Ishiki Misako. The reason she severed the deceased's finger was that it was the only way to distinguish between identical twins. Thus, the victim in the tape murder case was not the sister Taiko Misako, but rather the elder sister, Ishiki Misako. Kudo Shinichi elaborated. You're slower than I am. What kind of detective are you? Emery Koger muttered inwardly. There are still matters that require confirmation. Miyakawa dialed a number. Senior Mawako, have you managed to investigate Ishiki Misako's bank records? Yes, 3 months ago, she indeed made a transaction at Mihua General Hospital. I called and confirmed that she was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. Sato Mawako's voice came through. Great, thank you. After hanging up, Miyakawa let out a sigh of relief. The deceased has been confirmed as the missing elder sister, Ishiki Misako. Meanwhile, the one who vanished is Taiko Misako. The only thing that perplexed him was how the sister managed to shorten the 30-minute journey to 10 minutes or less. Could it be that she truly flew? Miyakawa-kun, it seems we can wrap up the case. Right. I need to inform the client that his girlfriend has passed away. Let him transfer the payment to me. Emery Koger expressed some satisfaction. Task accomplished, and a hefty commission is on the way. He could finally indulge in purchasing merchandise from his favorite actress. However, this case cannot be concluded just yet. It is far from over. Miyakawa shook his head. The system has not indicated that the task is complete, meaning the case is still ongoing. Nanny? Kudo Shinichi and Emery Koger, along with the others, turned to him. Everyone believed that given the progress made thus far, it should suffice to conclude the investigation. Yet, the officer responsible for the case, Miyakawa, seemed intent on continuing the pursuit. Do not look at me like that. Even if Taiko Misako had a motive, she lacks sufficient time to commit the crime. The most crucial task now is to locate her. Once we find her, the truth will undoubtedly come to light. Gong Longjie remarked. The group returned to the police station. Officer Muro, after listening to the report, concurred with Gong Longjie's thoughts. In the pursuit of justice, even the slightest doubt must be diligently investigated. Everyone, spring into action. We must swiftly ascertain the purpose behind the elder sister's search for her younger sibling, as well as their travel itineraries and communication records. Within half an hour, I wish to be informed of everything alongside Longjie. Officer Muro clapped his hands and bellowed. At his command, everyone hastened to their tasks. It must be noted that the members of the 3rd Investigative Division are all elite professionals. Before long, they reconvened. Takagi Wataru was the first to present his findings. I have examined the bank transactions of Aoi Misako over the past 3 months and reviewed numerous surveillance tapes. A month after she discovered her sister's whereabouts through a detective agency, the two sisters began to meet regularly and maintained contact. During this time, Taiko Misako also received funds from her sister, which she used to help Taiko Yukio settle gambling debts. This implies that throughout this period, all expenditures were covered by Aoi Misako. They shared meals, lived together, purchased identical clothing, and styled their hair similarly. Additionally, Mr. Mori's client had spent a night with the younger sister, Taiko Misako, at a hotel. No wonder my client found it somewhat peculiar. It turns out she was indeed the younger sister. Mori Kagoro's expression grew grave. Sharing meals and traveling together, exploiting their sisterly bond for financial gain, only to meticulously plot her demise. Such a method of extortion. Could it be that she learned it from her brother? Officer Muro pondered. Yet, from the surveillance footage, the two sisters appeared to be enjoying each other's company. Although it was difficult to discern who was the elder and who was the younger, their expressions betrayed no pretense. Truly perplexing. Gong Longjie shook his head. This only suggests that the younger sister, Taiko Misako, possesses a deeply calculating nature, concealing her emotions. Such individuals are often the most terrifying. Chiba Shin spoke. I too have uncovered some irregularities. Prior to the murder of Aoi Misako, the phone of Taiko Misako, which had been unreachable, was suddenly connected for approximately 6 hours. It then vanished without a trace. Sato Mawako continued. At that time, we all believed the deceased to be Taiko Misako. Since her phone was not found at the crime scene, it was assumed the murderer had destroyed it. We did not pursue the matter further, only to discover we were in the dark. Based on the information gathered by Sato Mawako, after Taiko Misako's phone was turned on, no calls were made nor messages sent. The group found this baffling, viewing it merely as a tactic to obfuscate the investigation. Let us hypothesize that the victim, Aoi Misako, was not diagnosed with cancer. What could possibly be Taiko Misako's motive for her murder? Officer Muro inquired. Perhaps she wished to vanish from this world. As an escort. She must have long grown weary of such a lifestyle and yearned for a different existence. Gong Longjie speculated. It just so happened that her sister found her, witnessing Aoi Misako's enviable life. Akin to a white lotus, the disparity between them must have filled her with shame. leading to malevolent thoughts, and ultimately, the murder of Aoi Misako. To erase her former self from existence, what would her next target be? I see it now. Gong Longjie and Kudo Shinichi exchanged glances, simultaneously contemplating a certain possibility. Do not keep us in suspense. What is her true intention? The group was keenly curious. She likely aims to usurp Aoi Misako's life. To live under her identity, this could very well explain her proximity to her sister's boyfriend. Kudo Shinichi was the first to articulate. A life swap? How utterly absurd. She may not have only approached Mr. Mouri's client but could have even infiltrated her school. Thus, Taiko Yukio was also her victim. To escape this abyss, the group felt an increasing sense of dread. Had Aoi Misako not been suffering from an ailment, she might have truly succeeded. Alas, even the most meticulously crafted plans can unravel. Now, all evidence points to Taiko Misako. She is likely lurking in the shadows, awaiting the moment to transform into Aoi Misako. The members of the 3rd Investigative Division contemplated this possibility. This simplifies matters. Since she is unaware of her sister's illness, we now have room for maneuvering. Gong Longjie nodded. Leave this matter to me. I shall promptly convene a press conference. Officer Muro rose. He intended to create a smokescreen to lure Taiko Misako out. That afternoon, at the Mihua Town Police Headquarters, Officer Muro held a press conference. Drawing media attention from far and wide, ladies and gentlemen, regarding the murder case of Taiko Misako at 29, Hyoue Building, Mihua Town, on the 3rd floor, there are numerous parallels to the tape murder case from a few years ago. Our police department has conducted an investigation and arrived at a new conclusion, which is as follows. This incident is the work of the same perpetrator behind a series of murders. We will continue our efforts until the true culprit is apprehended. We will establish a special task force to restore peace and security to our society as soon as possible. Soon, news of this spread like wildfire through the streets. All members of the 3rd Investigative Division remained quietly vigilant within the police station. They were lying in wait, anticipating the prey to reveal itself. Simultaneously, the police department distributed numerous flyers in the name of Mouri Kagaro. These flyers sought information regarding Aoi Misako and included contact details for the 3rd Investigative Division. It was collectively believed that since Taiko Misako wished to replace her sister's life, upon seeing this news, she would likely let her guard down, perhaps even exposing a flaw. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere in the office grew tense. This is outrageous. I truly wish to apprehend all those prank callers. Sato Mawako exclaimed in exasperation as she hung up the phone. Over the course of the afternoon, she had received no fewer than 100 calls, most of which were either harassing or prank calls. We've got a lead. Shiba Shin shouted excitedly. He had been monitoring Aoi Misako's bank transactions. The group gathered around to look at the computer screen. An hour ago, she had visited the Mihua City General Hospital. While bank transactions can be monitored, there is often a delay. The hospital, what could she possibly want there? The group exchanged puzzled glances. Their questions were soon answered. A female officer entered the office of the 3rd Investigative Division. Officer Muro, someone is here to see you. It concerns the family of a victim from the tape murder case. Family? She shouldn't have any family. Could it be? The group exchanged glances. The sound of clicking high heels approached, and a woman dressed in a black long dress and a beige trench coat entered. Her hands were wrapped in white bandages, and her face bore an expression of sorrow. At last, she has arrived. The group fixated on the woman, their eyes glinting with intrigue. The woman approached Officer Muro and bowed gently. I saw on television that our Misako. The woman was overcome with emotion. Where is her body? What happened to your hand? Officer Muro inquired. My hand. I burned it while boiling water. Let us not dwell on that. I beg you, let me see Misako. Longjie, what do you think? Officer Muro regarded Gong Longjie with great seriousness, not hesitating to seek his counsel. She is indeed a relative of the deceased, and we have no grounds to obstruct her. Gong Longjie replied. Then I leave it to you. Officer Mumu nodded slightly. The morgue. Here lie the bodies that have undergone autopsy, preserved in order to prevent decay over time. The attendant dragged the body of Misako from the freezer. The woman, sobbing and tearful, gazed at the corpse, appearing genuinely heartbroken, as if it were not an act at all. I think it's just crocodile tears, murmured Ran Mouri. Chiba and Shin shook their heads. How frustrating. Her hand is injured now, and the only way to verify her identity is gone. What should we do? Kagoro Mouri lamented with a furrowed brow. What a flawless plan, leaving no room for criticism. She likely dared to go to the hospital as part of the scheme, even if she recovers. Her fingerprints are probably damaged. A collective sigh escaped the group. Is there truly no other way? Let's return for now, Mayano Ryosuke suggested, leading the way out. Ran followed last, contemplating as she approached the grieving woman. She tightened her clothing, glancing apprehensively at the body. Suddenly, Ran's eyes widened. She noticed that the corpse's hair was tied with a red ribbon. Misako? Huh? Are you calling me? The woman looked up, puzzled. I am indeed calling you. Taiko Misako, your intelligence is indeed remarkable, but a name you've been called for decades is hardly easy to forget. Ran nodded. Upon hearing her words, the woman's expression shifted slightly. Little sister, my name is Issei Misako. I do not understand what you mean by acting. Since you refuse to admit it, allow me to help you recall. You killed your brother with your own hands to escape your sordid past. You also murdered your living younger sister with duct tape. You even cruelly severed her fingers, intending to take her life. You are Taiko Misako. Ren articulated each word with conviction. What are you saying? I completely do not understand. The woman scoffed, a smirk of disdain crossing her face. You are lying. Do not think that your actions went unnoticed. One day, the truth will come to light. Ran, filled with righteous indignation, felt a deep-seated resentment towards her. Heh, are you a detective? You look like you're still in school. What right do you have to point fingers at me here? I have already told you. My name is Issei Misako. The woman wiped her tears away. Just as Ran was about to speak again, Kagoro Mouri re-entered the room. Ran, what are you doing? Let's go. He pulled her away. Dad, let go of me. Why are you dragging me? I must expose her. Ran struggled, flailing her arms. This case has nothing to do with you. Come back with me for now. Their figures receded further into the distance. The woman collapsed over the corpse, weeping uncontrollably. Search Division 3. Officer Mumu's expression was grave. I have requested the use of a polygraph and brought in the experienced expert, Hyoue Eri. I believe we will soon uncover her true intentions. The polygraph is a scientific instrument used to record various physiological changes in a person. When emotions fluctuate, responses such as breathing, pulse rate, blood pressure, and skin moisture can be detected. The majority of individuals exhibit a series of autonomic nervous system changes when lying or being influenced by emotionally charged words. Allowing for an assessment of their emotional state and the truthfulness of their responses, results obtained by specially trained personnel with practical experience can achieve a 75 to 80 accuracy rate, providing some reference value for case adjudication. However, they cannot serve as conclusive evidence, as 15 to 20 of results are unreliable and 5 are questionable. Officer Mumu had no other recourse but to rely on this method for judgment. Soon, the polygraph expert, Hyoue Eri, arrived with the equipment. Takagi brought the woman over. After a series of operations, Hyoue Eri began his questioning. What is your nationality? He started with basic questions to assess the device's stability. Japan. Are you a woman? Yes. Does the sun rise in the west? No. How old are you? 24 years. Hyoue Eri paused the questioning to check the polygraph data. The device was functioning correctly. Allowing for further inquiries, he retrieved a form filled with a plethora of questions, each accompanied by options for truth or deception. What is your name? Issei Misako. Isn't it Taiko Misako? Taiko Misako is my younger sister. Oh, is that so? Can you tell me what kind of person you are? 13 years ago, my parents passed away, and I was sent to the Mikage Welfare Institute. A year later, I was adopted, and my elderly adoptive parents both passed away from natural causes 4 and 5 years ago, respectively. What is a memory that stands out to you? After being adopted, I celebrated my birthday for the first time outside the Welfare Institute. My adoptive parents gifted me a teddy bear that was twice my height at the time. I loved that bear, and it still resides in my home. There was an instance when I had nori sushi. It was so delicious that I overindulged and have not eaten nori-flavored sushi since. Last year, I met a boyfriend through a friend, and a few months ago, we had some disagreements, so we are in a sort of semi-breakup. The woman answered calmly, without any pauses. Hyoue Eri quickly filled out the form. So far, the polygraph indicated that she was telling the truth. The onlookers were stunned. Were these details fabricated or learned from the victim? It all seemed too detailed to be a lie. If you wish to know anything else, feel free to ask. Do you need me to continue? The woman inquired. No, this is sufficient. Hyoue Eri shook his head. Let us move on to other questions. What kind of person is Taiko Misako? It seems my sister was adopted 2 years after I was. She mentioned that her adoptive father often harassed her, while her brother frequently protected her. You two sisters have not seen each other for over 10 years since being adopted, correct? Why is that? If you were Issei Misako, why have you never sought out your sister? After posing this question, the polygraph began beeping rapidly. This indicated that the woman's psychological defenses were being breached. Taking a deep breath, she began to respond. I felt guilty for leaving my sister behind when I left on my own. It because you knew your sister would be preyed upon by a pedophile director. Yet you abandoned her, that you feel guilt. Hyoue Eri pressed on. The polygraph alarm quickened its tempo. Could it be nearing a breakthrough? Officer Mumu felt a surge of delight. It is premature to conclude that she is Taiko Misako based on this alone. Shirohira Ichiro cautioned, shaking his head. What was it like when you found your sister again after more than 10 years? Was she happy? He continued to probe. Yes. The woman paused for a moment, nodding. Do you remember our first meeting? She asked me what I was doing there. Was it interesting to come and witness me living such a miserable life? Although her words seemed harsh, I could sense that she had always longed to see me. After she finished speaking, the polygraph ceased its alarm. Truth. Xiaochunbai along drew a line. Since he had finally encountered the sister he longed for, why did he choose to conceal this from those around him? Should he proclaim it to the world instead? The reason lies in. Was he contemplating how to eliminate her from the very moment they met? You have been mulling over your sordid scheme all along. Haven you. Xiaochunbai along directly set a trap for the woman. No. I merely wish to protect her. I fear she may be ensnared in a dark world, and I want to shield her. The woman's eyes brimmed with tears. Spare me your pitiful acting, Taiga Maisa, for she harbored deep-seated resentment towards the sister who had left her alone in a hellish orphanage, when recalling the violent abuse from her adoptive father. It was only through mutual solace with her brother that she could assuage her loneliness. This resentment deepened with time, and thus, when her sister reappeared after many years, she arrived with a heart full of bitterness. Devising a plan for murder. You ended up killing your own sister. Xiaochunbai Ilong delivered a harsh blow. The polygraph emitted another urgent alarm. In the dimly lit interrogation room. The slightly yellowed light cast an eerie glow on the woman's face. The persistent buzzing of the polygraph indicated that her inner turmoil was far from the calm facade she presented. Answer me quickly. Xiaochunbai Ilong barked. The woman lifted her head, casting a glance at everyone. Laced with a hint of disdain, she declared that she had never harbored resentment for being left in the orphanage. No matter how arduous her circumstances, she had never blamed him. She insisted that he must find happiness. No matter the time or place, she claimed she had always prayed for his happiness. After uttering these words, the polygraph quieted down. Xiaochunbai Ilong exchanged a helpless glance with the others, marking truth on the form. You might as well seek out someone more competent. I am powerless here. If you have questions, ask them yourselves. I shall not interfere. He shook his head, sighed, and exited the room. The others stared in shock at the woman's silhouette, their expressions flickering with uncertainty. Was she truly human? How could she so calmly utter such words? Indeed, it left one at a loss for words, utterly speechless. This madwoman, I must find a way to catch her tail. Kudo Shinichi clenched his fist and turned to leave the room. Soon, everyone followed suit, fearing that remaining any longer would drive them to madness. Officer Muro, I wish to have another private conversation with Taiga Maisa. Miyazaki asked. Good luck. I've never encountered someone with such formidable psychological resilience. Officer Muro shook his head and departed. Only Miyazaki and the suspect remained in the room. Though I anticipated this, I must admit. You are truly remarkable. Now that it's just the two of us, we can speak candidly. Miyazaki seated himself on a chair. Observing the straight line displayed by the polygraph, the woman kept her head lowered. Silent. You insist you are Ace Maisa, yet we are convinced you are not. Do you know why? The woman shook her head, remaining mute. Then, I shall pose two final questions. To be fair, one will concern Ace Maisa and the other Taiga Maisa. First, the question for Ace Maisa. A few months ago, you were diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. Before Miyazaki could finish, the polygraph began to screech violently, the one straight line now resembling a winding mountain road. Eh? You mean you are unaware of your specific condition? There's an ancient saying in Longhua. When a person is near death, their words become kind. Did you suddenly seek out the sister you hadn't seen in over a decade because you know your end is near? Is it because you wish to apologize for having left her in the orphanage, explaining that you had no choice, so you can depart with a lighter heart? Miyazaki pressed on. Unfortunately, the woman maintained her silence. No response is fine. My next question pertains to Taiga Maisa. Why did you slice off her fingers while she was still alive? If it were me, I would have waited until after her death to do so. For the more the victim suffers, the stronger their resistance will be. Blood would spurt forth, leaving behind a more significant trace. To mimic and complete the intricate tape murder case would only waste time. Just how deep must your resentment run to necessitate mutilation while she still breathes? To leave a visage of agony and terror upon her rapt face? Is it because you believe that only in doing so can your tormented life find some semblance of compensation? As Miyazaki's inquiries continued, the polygraph grew increasingly loud. Just when he thought the woman would break down and confess, the device fell silent. You ought to be questioning the demon who killed her. Rather than engaging in these futile speculations, the woman replied calmly. So close. Miyazaki sighed regretfully. Regardless, the polygraph is not legally recognized. My inquiries merely aim to understand what kind of adversary you are. Rest well here. I suspect you haven't slept well amidst your recent evasion. However, do not let your guard down. This is merely the beginning, Miss Takizaki. With that, Miyazaki turned and exited, slamming the door shut behind him. The woman's eyes silently shed tears. In the investigative unit, there is no such thing as a perfect crime. It's utterly absurd. Could that woman be a deity? Officer Muro sat at his desk. Frustrated, pounding the surface with his fists, Sherlock Holmes once stated that as long as a crime is committed by a human, it can be solved by another human. This woman seems like a mechanical being from a science fiction film. Utterly devoid of emotion, Mouri Kaguru frowned deeply. Uncle Mouri, I believe Holmes said that no matter how flawless a crime may appear, if it is committed by a human, there is always a rationale behind it. Kudo Shinichi countered. You little brat, as long as the meaning is the same, it suffices. Mouri Kaguru delivered a playful slap to his head. In any case, we must find evidence. Otherwise, all our efforts during this time will be in vain. Let us think carefully about what we might have overlooked, Miyazaki urged. He's right. Everyone, let us consider it thoroughly. Officer Muro regained his fighting spirit. We must find Takizaki-s's phone, Sato Mawako suggested. Indeed, her phone was activated near the crime scene for 6 hours. Could it have been discarded somewhere, running out of battery and shutting down automatically? Takagi Wataru nodded in agreement. But if it was turned on, she should have at least made a call or sent a message. Mouri Kaguru shook his head, expressing confusion. Dad, a phone serves more purposes than just calling. It can also be used for taking photos or videos. Mouri Ran stated. Her words struck a chord, and the group felt the fog before them begin to lift. Ran is right. Perhaps there is something significant on the phone. Officer Muro nodded. Takagi Wataru, you must hurry and take a team there immediately. We need to find that phone right away. Yes, even if I have to turn the place upside down, I will find that phone. Takagi Wataru nodded vigorously. In the empty investigative unit, Officer Muro sat at his desk. Awaiting news from Takagi Wataru, Miyazaki and Mouri Kagura remained behind, rummaging through the woman's suitcase. Everyone, look at this. It's hidden in the compartment. Mouri Kagura exclaimed. In his hands was an album, locked with a small padlock. The cover bore the name and photographs of Ace Misa. Could there be clues within? He searched the suitcase again, but found no key. Let me handle this. Miyazaki took the album, giving it a gentle twist. And it popped open. In times of urgency, one must act without hesitation, Gong Longji elucidated, and the crowd, without further ado, gathered closer, eager to uncover the secrets within. As the cover was opened, a series of photographs came into view. From childhood to adolescence, each image was accompanied by annotations, detailing moments captured in the album. Me and my teddy bear, a memento of my first time ranking among the top 5 in the school's final exams. A keepsake from my first overseas trip during the study tour in Longwa. Suffered from an upset stomach for an entire week after indulging in seaweed sushi. It turned out to be merely an assortment of ordinary photographs. Contrary to my expectations, Mouri Kagura appeared somewhat disenchanted. What did you expect? Mouri Ran glared at her father in discontent. This album is peculiar. Kudo Shinichi exchanged a glance with Gong Longji. The meticulous detail of the contents suggested it was crafted intentionally for someone's understanding. During the lie detector test, everything the woman had previously stated was also recorded within. Everyone, take a look at this photograph. Gong Longji pointed to a group shot, where the caption read, a memento taken shortly after being adopted. With my adoptive parents, there's nothing extraordinary about it. It seems perfectly normal, a family photograph, someone remarked, but observe the expression on the little girl's face. Didn't the director of the orphanage say she was lively and cheerful by nature? Yet, she appears utterly devoid of joy. It is entirely normal for a child to feel apprehensive upon arriving in a new family. Another interjected. No, that's not it. I have a hypothesis that requires validation. Gong Longji vigorously shook his head. He made a call requesting the security personnel to bring the suspect over. The woman slowly seated herself on the stool, gazing at Gong Longji as she inquired, is there anything else you wish to ask me? I truly am her sister, without a doubt. Prior to your emergence, we visited the orphanage. The director mentioned that the two sisters have markedly different personalities. Although they resemble each other perfectly, there is a distinct difference. Gong Longji's thoughts were interrupted. What exactly are you trying to imply? Upon hearing the mention of the orphanage director, the woman's body trembled slightly, a look of anguish clouding her eyes. Do not fear. And Cheong Tianwen is already deceased. The purpose of your presence here is to show you this. Gong Longji handed the woman a commemorative photograph taken when her sister was adopted. Take a look at this. In the photograph, the child, adopted into a loving family, stood alongside her sister, who appeared to be hiding timidly behind her. If viewed through a lens of disdain and hatred, the significance might be lost. However, when considered from a perspective of mutual regard and sacrifice, I found myself believing everything you said. Why not confess directly to us that you, sitting here now, were willing to let your sister be adopted by a good family? Even at the cost of exchanging identities, you even went so far as to burn another child, all in the name of your sister. You are indeed not lying. Kisaki Seiko, the woman, upon hearing this, looked at him in shock, her lips trembling, yet she remained silent. I can empathize with the complex emotions that arise when a sister, long yearned for, finally appears. To prevent any harm from befalling her. You could only meet in secret, even daring not to confide in anyone. Thus, your declaration of wishing for her happiness is indeed sincere. Furthermore, this album contains the chronicles of your sister's journey, documented under her guise. Over a decade's worth of records, all penned with the same writing instrument. The handwriting from different periods should logically differ, yet it does not. This was meticulously written at the same time to convey all memories of being adopted to someone. What you know must have been memorized from here, correct? Stop speaking. I do not wish to hear any more. The woman shook her head in distress, tears streaming down her face. When your sister died, why was she bound with that ominous red ribbon? And what is it that you are so intent on concealing? You have yet to disclose it even now. Longji produced a photograph taken during the autopsy and handed it to her. The red ribbon tied in the deceased's hair was glaringly conspicuous. The woman received the photograph, her hands trembling as she gently caressed the face of the corpse depicted within, breaking down in tears. You did not visit the crime scene that night. Otherwise, you would not have been so astonished upon first encountering the body, would you? Longji queried. I only knew she was gravely ill. I was unaware of anything else until I saw the letter she left for me. The woman sobbed. Where is the letter? It's in my pocket. Longji signaled for Mouri Ran to retrieve the letter. Officer Megier and the others began to read its contents aloud. Sister, I've been calling you here and there. You must be so confused by now. Open the curtains and take a look. This place is one I specifically chose. I used to come here often. It truly brings peace to my heart. There is no internet, no noisy cars or pedestrians. It's a hidden paradise I found with great effort. I called you here because there is something I must tell you, but it's difficult to express. Do you remember that night at the orphanage when I told you in Cheongtian and wanted me to visit him later? He told me to keep it a secret, but you are my sister. So I couldn't help but boast and confided in you. The other children said his room was filled with treats. You suggested we play our transformation game and told me stories until I fell asleep. In reality, I didn't sleep that night. I secretly followed you and witnessed everything. That night, when you returned, you hid in the shower room, crying while washing yourself. I saw it all. Yet, the timid me didn't dare to tell you. The following day, you told me that until you agreed, we must continue playing the transformation game. You made me promise to keep it a secret. Later on, whenever the red ribbon appeared on my head, you took it away time and again. Perhaps I used my commitment to the agreement as an excuse. For over a decade, I never mentioned you, my sister. Thus, I was punished with a severe illness. Do not be sad, and do not worry, for I am now grateful to the heavens. It seems they are reminding me that it is time to end the transformation game. Upon finding you, I realized you had truly taken on my identity, becoming as timid as I once was. All your misfortunes are burdens I should bear as your sister. I will rescue you from this dark quagmire. I will bring closure to your past. Therefore, I have resolved to end this transformation game. I have grown up, and I am no longer that weak little sister. I will restore you to your former cheerful self. You only need to stay here quietly for 3 days. Reflect carefully on what I have asked you to remember, those experiences that rightfully belong to you. When you return to the real world, you can tell everyone that you are Kisaki Seiko. Never come back to find me, or I will surely cry. Let S. Pinky swear for 100 years and never change. Otherwise, we shall never meet again. Please allow me this one act of indulgence. Did you not wonder why Taiko Yukio was absent? He has already passed away. Do not ask. The answer is I killed him. Yours lovingly, your sister. Upon finishing the letter, everyone stood in stunned silence. It turned out there was no malice intended. It was merely the bond between sisters. In a desperate bid to liberate her sister from suffering, she had even resorted to killing Taiko Yukio. Such emotions are truly astonishing. After reading the letter, why did you not return to find her? And where is your phone? Longji pressed point 3 nights ago. My sister suddenly found me and suggested we travel together. As we were preparing to leave, she mentioned she had forgotten a suitcase and asked me to retrieve it. When I returned, she left me a note saying she had left early and instructed me to meet her at our destination. My phone was with her. She borrowed it to make a call. I know nothing else. The letter was also in the suitcase. The woman lamented, covering her face in tears. And about Taiko Yukio's death, were you aware? I had no idea. My brother is a gambling addict. often disappearing for months on end. I always thought he was still at the casino. The bond of sisterhood is profoundly moving. Despite the years that have separated the two, both remain considerate of one another, fearful of causing even the slightest distress. This is particularly true for the sisters Taiga Misako and Issei Misako, whose unreserved devotion to each other is both pure and tragically beautiful. Has your sister mentioned anything to you? It seems she once said that if anyone sought to expose the transformation game, I should look for the paper crane. Paper crane? I understand now. Miyako Riku immediately called Takagi Wataru. Takagi-senpai, please send someone to search Taiga Misako's residence. There should be a glass bottle containing 1,000 paper cranes in her room, and her phone should be inside it. Sure enough, it was too long before Takagi Wataru called back. Riku, we found the phone. It was right by the bedside, inside the bottle filled with paper cranes. He chuckled. The paper cranes. Miyako Riku shook his head. During the initial search, he had indeed noticed that bottle. However, he was aware that the history of the little fool-folding paper cranes was long-standing, typically used for prayers, and thus he hadn't given it much thought. Little did he know, this oversight would cost him a crucial lead. Soon enough, the phone, now treated as evidence, was brought back. The truth was finally about to be unveiled. Miyako Riku took the phone and plugged it in. Indeed, there was a recording lasting over 6 hours. He pressed the play button. A beautifully adorned face appeared on the screen. She was placing the phone into the glass bottle, the camera positioned perfectly to capture the outside view. Sister, please allow me to call you sister once more. Forgive me for deceiving you. The voice belonged to the younger sister, who made a heart gesture towards the camera. My beloved Misako sister, the time has come. I know that those who find this phone must be from your police department. Please, do not let my sister see the following footage. I beg you. Misako bowed deeply towards the camera. Miyako Riku paused the video and turned to Misako. Did you hear what your sister said? I personally suggest you watch this with us, at the very least. You should know what she sacrificed for you. What do you think? I want to see. Misako nodded vigorously, her hands tightly clenched in anxiety. The video resumed, revealing her sister first sealing her mouth with tape. Then, without hesitation, she picked up a pair of pliers and cut into her own fingers. The anguished, muffled cries Kudo Shinichi acquiesced. The two conversed for a while longer before hanging up the phone. At the Miho City Aquarium, Mouri Ran rushed in, breathless. Finally, you've arrived. You're so slow. Typically, the one who invites another out shouldn't be late. Kudo Shinichi smirked. Apologies. I was delayed due to some matters. But tell me, why did you come in before me? I searched for you for quite a while, and your phone was unreachable. Mouri Ran complained. She was clad in a blue dress adorned with white polka dots, complemented by a chic little jacket. Her makeup was immaculate, and she carried a small CK bag, clearly having put in effort to look presentable. I waited for a bit too long and decided to check out the sharks. I left my phone at home. Kudo Shinichi explained. I see. Mouri Ran nodded. Just then, a soft beep echoed. A text message arrived on her phone. It was from Suzuki Sonoko. Xiao Ran. I'm feeling much better from my cold, grinning mischievously. But I want to make it to the aquarium in time to keep you company. Just enjoy your time with Shinichi, and good luck. What are you so engrossed in? Kudo Shinichi inquired. Oh, nothing. It was a message from Sonoko. She said she's feeling much better. Mouri Ran blushed, tucking her phone into her bag. I see. Now, you must tell me what you came here for, right? Is it that little circle and cross battle of yours? Kudo Shinichi teased. That's Sonoko. Mouri Ran's face scrunched up. She felt betrayed. It's not a circle and cross battle. It's a serendipitous love revival operation at the aquarium, she retorted. Kudo Shinichi was speechless. Such a childish phrase could only come from a young mind. All right. Then enlighten me on how this love revival operation is to be conducted. First, I will invite my father to this aquarium. Then, he will unexpectedly encounter my mother amidst the enchanting space filled with various swimming fish. They will reminisce about their beautiful moments of love, and thus, they will reconcile and no longer live apart. Mouri Ran was completely immersed in her own world, blissfully fantasizing. Kudo Shinichi was at a loss for words. What expression is that? Was it you who initially suggested this because you said my father particularly loves fish, making the aquarium a splendid choice? Mouri Ran shot him a glare. I merely made a suggestion. It was you and Sonoko who came up with that ridiculous operation name. However, returning to the subject, if it's merely to scout the terrain, shouldn't you have come alone? Kudo Shinichi felt a twinge of guilt. He had indeed joked about it once during a casual chat, but he had never anticipated that Mouri Ran would take him seriously. No wonder she had been so secretive these past few days. Upon hearing Shinichi's words, Mouri Ran's face immediately fell. I didn't want it to be this way. It's just that I've never been to an aquarium before. and coming alone is a bit daunting. Even if you hadn't said anything, I know you wouldn't want to come to such a delightful place suited for couples with a girl like me, but alas, Sonoko caught a cold, leaving me no choice but to find you. Seeing Mouri Ran's dejection, Kudo Shinichi waved his hands in a flustered manner. Hyoue Ran, it's not like that. I didn't mean to imply that I didn't want to come with you. Please don't be upset. Hearing Kudo Shinichi's explanation, Mouri Ran instantly broke into a smile. Hee, were you scared? I was just teasing you. You promised to accompany me to the CAF here later, right? I did my homework beforehand. They have many adorable dishes to choose from. Hey, Kudo Shinichi scratched his head in resignation. Let us go. We've come all this way. We must explore. Regarding my parents, I hope you'll provide some invaluable advice. All right. I'll follow your lead. Kudo Shinichi slipped his hands into his pockets, trailing behind her as he began to admire the surrounding fish. What he didn't notice was that Mouri Ran, walking ahead, had turned crimson. Though she spoke otherwise, her heart raced with excitement. An ideal date spot. Was this akin to the two of them going on a date? How do you find my outfit? She asked, spinning around like a swan in ballet. Not bad. Kudo Shinichi glanced at her, quickly turning his head away, his ears turning her ed. Is that all? Mouri Ran was somewhat perplexed. Of course, if you really want to know how it looks, why not ask your mother directly? Didn't you say you were having dinner together tonight? Kudo Shinichi remarked. How did you know? Mouri Ran was mildly startled. She hadn't shared this with anyone. Kudo Shinichi grinned, refraining from answering directly. Instead, he focused on a flat fish that swam by. Wow, how beautiful. Isn't that a stingray? I've only seen pictures in books until now. Mouri Ran felt exasperated at Kudo Shinichi's dismissive and irritating attitude. He seemed to draw conclusions as if he could see right through her, yet he was reluctant to divulge the reasons, just like before. Clenching her fists in frustration, she hurried to grab the collar of his shirt from behind. You must tell me how you figured that out today. I haven't even told my father or Sonoko. Why do you know that I'm meeting my mother tonight? Did you secretly look at my phone? Am I that kind of person? It's just that when you checked your phone earlier, I noticed you had a popular fashion magazine in your bag that you usually don't care for. There was even a business card tucked in the middle, and given how confident you looked when you asked me about your outfit, I deduced that you were approached by someone on your way to the aquarium and were tempted to be a model for street photos. Isn't it obvious? You could boast to friends and family that your photo might be featured next time. Mouri Ran felt embarrassed. What Kudo Shinichi said was precisely her experience. How could you say I was deceived? As a friend, you should be happy for me. Mouri Ran puffed her cheeks in displeasure. You should indeed be happy, because if someone specifically stopped you just to sell a magazine, they wouldn't have handed you a business card. Hence, the likelihood of your photo being published in that magazine is indeed quite high. However, the only place nearby where magazine photographers might be lurking is that road over there. Traversing from that direction to this aquarium seems to have taken quite a detour. So, Xiaolan, what prompted you to choose that particular route? It must be because you visited another place before coming here. As for the answer, just observe your lips. My lips? Mao Lilan inquired, somewhat puzzled. Indeed. Since you are typically carefree and do not wear lip balm, the sheen on your lips now suggests you have consumed something oily. What do you mean by carefree? I am quite the lady, you know. Is it wrong to grab a quick hamburger on the way? Mao Lilan retorted defiantly. That is certainly a possibility. However, considering your eagerness to dine at the CAF here, it appears you haven't had your fill. Thus, the most probable conclusion is that you snacked on something light. That would be the samples at the supermarket. Upon hearing this, Mao Lilan hurriedly wiped her mouth, her face flushing with embarrassment at the revelation. The supermarket on that street offers a variety of ready-made side dishes. And today being the weekend, they are likely on sale. You must have been lured by those discounted items that will be marked down by evening. Hence, it stands to reason that Uncle Mao's dinner tonight consists of those ready-made side dishes. Impressive. Mao Lilan marveled internally. Xiaolan, you are usually frugal and skilled in cooking. Why would you resort to this? The truth is simple. You simply lack the time to prepare dinner. I suspect you have plans this evening to dine with someone special, intending to flaunt your lovely attire. Your expression while checking your messages gives it away. The dinner companion will not be the ailing Yuanzi, will it? The only likely candidate is your mother, isn't it? You are preparing for this romantic revival operation and will likely meet her to subtly gauge her availability. Am I correct? Kudo Shinichi said with a hint of pride. You've got that right. It is evident. Mao Lilan felt a tinge of frustration, as if she had no secrets left before Kudo Shinichi. However, because you were late today, you could have strolled over instead of rushing here. Kudo Shinichi said seriously while looking at Mao Lilan. Why is that? Because it would lead to sadness. Kudo Shinichi quickly turned his gaze away from Mao Lilan's charming face. Huh, why would I feel sad running over? What peculiar logic is that? Mao Lilan questioned, puzzled. In any case, just heed my advice. Kudo Shinichi's mind flickered back to the inappropriate scenes he had witnessed the previous night. Nonsense. My name is Lan, Run. After all, isn't that a name meant for running? Why, then? Mao Lilan pressed on. Because, never mind, you wouldn't understand. Kudo Shinichi hastily walked ahead. TCH, what a bother, Mao Lilan pouted, reluctantly trailing behind. Since Shinichi claims running is bad, I shall endeavor to run less in the future. Staolan, come look. Kudo Shinichi's voice rang out. Huh. Mao Lilan looked up. Do you see that shark over there? If your parents happen to cross paths here, it would be best to avoid encountering them in front of this creature, wouldn't it? Why? Watching Kudo Shinichi meticulously analyze the situation, Mao Lilan was unsure whether to laugh or cry. I fear it would ruin the atmosphere, as this creature appears quite menacing and is likely to frighten your mother. Mao Lilan chuckled to herself. Her mother would never be intimidated by a shark. Just then, Kudo Shinichi's nose twitched. He glanced in surprise at a gathering crowd a short distance away. Something has happened. Xiaolan, quickly fetch the staff. After uttering this, he dashed towards the crowd. Mao Lilan, hearing this, wasted no time and ran toward the entrance. Kudo Shinichi finally managed to squeeze into the throng. A man with slightly long hair, clad in a suit, slouched against the ground, his white shirt stained with a large patch of blood, a pool of crimson slowly spreading outward. Kudo Shinichi crouched to check the man's pulse on his neck. There was no breath. He lifted the man's suit jacket and noticed a distinct wound on his chest. Was he stabbed to death? He glanced at the side of the man, where a convenience store bag lay discarded, a knife protruding from it, revealing half of its blade. Bloodstains adorned the blade. Shinichi, I've brought the staff. Mao Lilan's voice called from the periphery. Despite the incident, the onlookers seemed unfazed, eagerly observing the scene. The staff took considerable effort to push through. What happened? One of them inquired. Please, seal off the aquarium's entrances and promptly call the police. Kudo Shinichi commanded. Huh, call the police? The staff member hesitated, concerned that such news would adversely affect the aquarium's business. Hurry up. This is a matter of life and death. Regardless, you cannot conceal this. Kudo Shinichi discerned his thoughts and spoke sternly. Understood. The staff member turned and hurried out. He was merely an employee. The concern for profit was the owner's prerogative. Kudo Shinichi stood up and turned to Mao Lilan. Xiaolan, help me maintain the scene. Prevent the crowd from approaching the deceased and disturbing the evidence. Is this gentleman truly dead? Mao Lilan asked. Yes, I suspect he was murdered by someone from the aquarium. Kudo Shinichi nodded. But if he was indeed murdered, there would have been some commotion. We didn't hear a single scream earlier. Also, Shinichi, how did you know someone had died here? Mao Lilan pondered. It was the smell. A glint of intelligence shone in Kudo Shinichi's eyes. The smell? Yes. Human red blood cells contain a component responsible for oxygen transportation. This is known as hemoglobin, and its primary constituent is iron. Hence, blood has a distinct scent, reminiscent of rusty iron. This odor is easily detectable. But I didn't smell that at all. Mao Lilan shook her head. Observe the sharks in the aquarium. They possess an extraordinary sense of smell. Even a drop of blood diluted to a millionth of its concentration can be detected. Utilizing their remarkable olfactory abilities, they can locate prey through the faint electric currents emitted and swiftly seize them. Naturally, their hearing is even more exceptional, capable of detecting irregular low frequencies below 40 Hz from several kilometers away. Here he goes with that boastful attitude again. Mao Lilan conceded, realizing that his lengthy exposition was merely self-aggrandizement. Suddenly, Mao Lilan's face flushed crimson. She recalled something Kudo Shinichi had once said to her. Could it be that he advised her against running because he had detected that? This shameless fellow, I can't believe he would think that. She shot Kudo Shinichi a glare. Kudo Shinichi found her gaze perplexing. As a renowned detective, upon detecting the scent of blood, one must rush to the scene, utilizing all senses to uncover the identity of the perpetrator. Once they have a grip, they will relentlessly gather evidence until the opponent ceases to struggle. Such actions are fundamental. Gripping and gripping again. Mao Lilan thought to herself, this is no shark. It's more akin to a dog. Soon, the wail of sirens echoed from outside. Officer Megure entered, accompanied by Miyamoto. I was just pondering who the audacious youth was, issuing commands at the crime scene as reported by the caller. So it is you, Brother Kudo. I merely happened to be at the scene with Xiaolan. It has been quite a while, Officer Megure, and Takizaki. Shinichi Kudo chuckled. What a headache. There have been too many matters to attend to lately. Officer Megure frowned. Is there yet another case that proves difficult to resolve? With Takizaki present, it should be manageable. Shinichi Kudo expressed his curiosity. Have you not seen the recent news? The Mihua Shrine was bombed, and I have been investigating with Takizaki lately, but we have yet to uncover anything. Officer Megure shook his head. I hadn't noticed the bombing of Mihua Shrine, as I have never been there. Shinichi Kudo sighed. Has Takizaki-kun found no clues? He turned to Takizaki. None at all. The perpetrator was quite thorough. All surveillance equipment was destroyed in advance. After the explosion, we found no traces whatsoever. Takizaki nodded. He chuckled to himself, thinking it absurd to investigate oneself and expect to find clues. Well then, let us not dwell on such troubling matters. Have you discovered any leads here? Officer Megure inquired. I made some inquiries to see if anyone witnessed the perpetrator, but regrettably, there were no eyewitnesses. Shinichi Kudo shook his head. Is that so? Were the two of you here on a date at the aquarium? Officer Megure teased. Does it appear that obvious? You guessed correctly. Shinichi Kudo replied with a smile. Hearing this, Ran quickly shook her hand in denial and kicked Shinichi Kudo. No, it's not like that. You've misunderstood. Uncle Megure, ouch, I was merely joking. Your hasty denial only gives Officer Megure the impression of wanting to hide something. This makes it all the more suspicious. Shinichi Kudo felt somewhat helpless. In light of the circumstances. There are victims afoot. Ran placed her hands on her hips and shot him a disapproving glance. Brother Kudo can indeed be rather reckless at times. Officer Megure struggled to crouch down and, together with Takizaki, began examining the corpse of the deceased. Takizaki, it appears the murder weapon is likely this knife next to the victim. Yes. He donned gloves and opened the bag to take a look. It was empty, save for this one item. Why was it stabbed through a convenience store bag? The purpose of this was to prevent the blood that splattered upon stabbing from staining the perpetrator. Observing the location of the wound, it seems the assailant maneuvered the knife to avoid the ribcage, successfully inserting it into the heart. The weapon was inserted horizontally. Takizaki spoke slowly. Impressive. Shinichi Kudo was astonished. Takizaki's deductive abilities were indeed remarkable, aligning perfectly with his own thoughts. In order to prevent a large amount of blood from spraying out, the assailant even covered the knife with a coat before withdrawing it. Hence, the coat bears only bloodstains, without any knife marks. However, if one were to be stabbed, they should cry out in pain. No one heard any sounds at the scene, nor did anyone see the perpetrator. Officer Megure furrowed his brow deeply. Ran nodded vigorously beside him, agreeing with the sentiment. Officer Megure, take a look at this. Takizaki revealed the hair behind the deceased's head. Could these two scorched marks be from a stun gun? Officer Megure paused for a moment. Indeed, if the assailant rendered the victim unconscious beforehand, everything falls into place. Takizaki nodded. So, Brother Kudo, how did you ascertain that the perpetrator was still within the aquarium? When I arrived at the scene, I could still see blood flowing from the victim's body. Generally, in a constant temperature environment like an aquarium, blood will coagulate within 2.5 to 5 minutes after leaving the body. Thus, I deduced the assailant had not yet managed to escape. And I took the liberty of instructing the staff to block the exits. Shinichi Kudo explained, feeling relieved that Officer Megure had not overlooked him. Well done. But if the victim was struck by the stun gun, they should have cried out. Officer Megure nodded slightly. Perhaps the victim was caught completely off guard and collapsed immediately. The item is here. Takizaki retrieved a stun gun from the deceased in her pocket. Officer Megure took the stun gun and gestured toward the corpse. So, the assailant attacked from behind, causing the victim to faint. To relinquish one's back so readily suggests it was likely someone familiar. That makes perfect sense. Yes, it must have been when the victim was distracted, gazing at the fish below. This way, the commotion would be minimal, and to others, it would appear as though they merely sat down due to feeling unwell. Takizaki nodded. What you say is accurate. Only then could the victim be discreetly killed. Officer Megure began searching the victim's belongings. He retrieved a wallet from the deceased's pocket. There were no identification cards or business cards within. It seems we must first ascertain his identity. No need for concern. I had already investigated before your arrival. Shinichi Kudo stated. Oh, do share, then. Officer Megure turned to him. The victim's name is Jubin Guobo. Age 26. He worked at a gas station in Beihu Town. It seems he had matters to attend to today. Hence he was not on duty. It is highly likely the victim brought his girlfriend to the aquarium for a date. His girlfriend is approximately 160 centimeters tall. Shinichi Kudo replied. How do you know this so clearly? Do you know him? Officer Megure was taken aback. You must have checked the victim's phone, correct? Takizaki inquired. Precisely. The phone was resting in the victim's embrace. Shinichi Kudo nodded. I called a random contact from his phone's address book, informing them that I found this phone, and asked if they knew whose it was. That is how I extracted the victim's identity. I see. Officer Megure frowned at him. This kid is rather reckless, moving the corpse before the police arrived. Such behavior is undeniably ostentatious. So how did you deduce that he was accompanied by his girlfriend? There is no one else here aside from the deceased. That is because I mentioned to the person I called that I wished to return the phone to its owner in person. The individual then informed me of the victim's workplace and provided me with the phone number. I called the gas station, and the staff there told me that the victim had recently started dating and planned to visit the aquarium. Officer Magyar, Takizaki, please do not take offense. I warned him that such actions were improper, but he would not listen. Ran interjected. It's all right, Xiaolan. When I hung up, I reminded the other party that if they receive a call like that again, they need not answer. They should simply send it to the police headquarters. Shinichi could have dismissed it casually. This guy. Ran shot him a disapproving glance. All right. Just remember not to do that again. Was the woman accompanying him also working at the gas station? Officer Magyar was also exasperated. Probably not. Officer Magyar, take a look at the receipt in the wallet. At Takisaki's prompting, Officer Magyar indeed found it was a receipt from the aquarium CAF, dated about an hour ago. The details on the receipt indicated 1 coffee, 1 black tea, and a dolphin keychain. The dolphin keychain is not with the victim. Takizaki glanced at the receipt. It should be with the other person. It was a gift from the victim to his girlfriend. Shinichi could have nodded. How did you deduce the height of the victim's girlfriend? What on earth is going on here? Officer Mumu inquired. This brings to mind my keen observational skills and acute sense of smell, replied Shinichi Kudo, gently rubbing the tip of his nose. What does this imply? From the fragrance emanating from the victim's palm, it can be inferred that the perfume on him belongs to the same individual. Currently, there are residual scents on his shoulder, elbow, and the side of his thigh. This suggests that the two were nestled closely together while visiting the aquarium. The victim was likely around 180 centimeters tall, while the woman must be approximately 165 centimeters. Even accounting for the height of high-heeled shoes, she would still be around 160 centimeters. This would explain how her perfume scent could linger on his shoulder. I see, Officer Mumu exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Then why is his girlfriend not here? I cannot say for certain. Perhaps they are newly dating and wish to avoid complications. Or maybe she is the perpetrator. Shinichi Kudo shook his head. All right, we shall leave the rest to the Metropolitan Police Department. It's up to you now, Ryusuke, Officer Mumu declared. Understood. Ryusuke Miyakawa instructed the accompanying officers to collect all mobile phones, cameras, and similar devices. They were laid out densely across the floor. What is the purpose of all this? Officer Mumu queried. To check if anyone inadvertently captured the crime in progress. You never know who might have recorded it, Ryusuke responded. That makes sense, but this is quite an overwhelming amount. Do we need to examine everything here? Officer Mumu sighed. For now, it seems we have no choice, especially since there are no surveillance cameras at the crime scene. We must resort to this rudimentary method. Ran, could you help me by gathering the powered-off phones together? Ryusuke, having manipulated the victim's phone, then turned to Mouri Ran. Can I help too? Ran asked, a hint of delight in her voice. Of course. Ryusuke nodded. TCH, why call her Ran when you two aren't that familiar? Shinichi Kudo silently scoffed. The group began examining the phones and other items, with Ran assisting by turning on the powered-off devices. Before long, 3 notification sounds echoed from the scene. It asked them. Ryusuke's eyes brightened. All 3 phones had been previously powered off. Ryusuke, what did you just do? Officer Mumu asked curiously. I sent out a mass text message to see how many of his acquaintances were present here. Ryusuke replied. As expected of you, Ryusuke-kun, Shinichi Kudo acknowledged, his respect evident. He had intended to do the same but lacked the official capacity to gather everyone as phones. All right. I will summon these 3 individuals for questioning. I want to see why they deliberately powered off their phones. Was it a premeditated agreement? Officer Mumu nodded. Soon, a man and 2 women were brought in. Nakad Riko, female, 27 years old, Oshinaho, female, 26 years old, and Nippakuda, male, 28 years old. Officer Mumu instructed that the 3 be taken to separate rooms to prevent collusion. First was Nakad Riko, a woman with dyed golden hair, dressed in a red top and a short skirt, exuding a rather sharp demeanor. You must be the victim's girlfriend, Ryusuke inquired, noting the similarity of the perfume scent to that of the victim. He was still within my probationary period. Nakad Riko shook her head. Then why, at the time of his death, didn't you step forward to acknowledge your relationship? Did you kill him? How could I? I was just terrified. I met him only last week after he approached me. She protested. Why did you turn off your phone? I felt this situation was somewhat perilous, and my contact information was on his phone. It seemed best to avoid getting involved. Nakad Riko shrugged. Why did the 2 of you come here today? After he heard I liked dolphins, he invited me. I felt bad rejecting such a persistent suitor, she answered. Where were you at the time of the incident? I was watching the dolphin show. Weren't you supposed to be together? Yes. Initially, we were watching the dolphin show together, but halfway through, he excused himself to go to the restroom and never returned. By the end, I hadn't seen him. I was going to complain to him. But upon exiting, I discovered him slumped on the ground, bleeding. It terrified me. Nakad Rico recounted, still shaken. Are you implying that you suspect me? I have a video on my phone that could serve as evidence. Ryusuke activated her phone and indeed found a recording. Once played, it showcased the dolphin show, accompanied by Nakad Rico's joyful laughter. The show concluded precisely at noon, but the victim's body was discovered prior to that time. I remained seated in the venue until then. Ryusuke nodded, confirming the timing of the dolphin show. This footage clearly shows the conclusion of the dolphin show, including my voice. This should serve as my alibi. Shouldn't it? Indeed, Ryusuke affirmed. The second individual brought in was Oishinaho, who appeared conservatively dressed and exuded an air of intellect. Upon learning that the deceased was Akihiko Shiboto, she displayed visible shock. What? You mean the victim was Akihiko? Yes. What was your relationship with him? Ryusuke pressed. He was my ex-boyfriend. However, it has been over a year since we broke up. Oishinaho replied. I noticed you had phone records of calls between you two. And there was an unanswered call from him on your phone. So, why were you powered off earlier? Even though we broke up, he kept pestering me, hoping I would reconsider. I didn't answer his calls because I was on a date today. Is that so? Were you with your boyfriend the entire time? Yes. Oishinaho produced her phone and revealed a photo of herself with my boyfriend was also summoned here. You can ask him for confirmation. Sorry, but statements from lovers cannot be taken as evidence. Do you have any other proof? Ryusuke shook his head. Actually, at the time of the incident, I was filming the surrounding fish, Oishinaho stated, displaying the footage. The video depicted a bustling scene filled with people. Towards the end, Shinichi Kudo and Mouri Ran appeared on screen, capturing the moment Shinichi urged Ran to seek assistance from the aquarium staff. The video then shook before freezing, culminating with Oishinaho asking her boyfriend if he wished to join the excitement. From this perspective, she is not the perpetrator, Officer Mumu remarked. May I ask why Akihiko was at the aquarium? Oishinaho glanced at Ryusuke. It seems he was there with his prospective girlfriend. If that's the case, his call to me was likely to introduce his new girlfriend, Ryusuke mused, furrowing his brow. Lastly, the final suspect, Nippokuda, entered. He appeared somewhat reserved, his movements stiff as he sat down. You are Oishinaho's boyfriend. Why yes. Nippokuda nodded slowly. How did you know? Just moments ago. Your girlfriend mentioned that the individual who was tragically slain here today was her former boyfriend. Gonglongjia nodded in acknowledgement. Wait, are you suggesting that Sui's ex-boyfriend has been murdered? Renbu Haoda's eyes widened in disbelief. You must be acquainted with his ex-boyfriend, Jubingwabua, right? Kudo Shinichi inquired from the side. How could I possibly know him? This is the first time I've heard that name. Renbu Haoda turned to face him. Yet his contact list contains your number. I genuinely have no knowledge of that. Then why was your phone turned off? Sui stated she intended to watch a movie and didn't want to disturb others, so she turned it off in advance. Were you two together when the crime occurred? Indeed. We were engrossed in filming the fish in the aquarium. If you don't believe me, I can show you. Renbu Haoda picked up his phone and opened a video. Similarly, his footage concluded with a dialogue between Kudo Shinichi and Mouri Ran. The group consisting of Gonglongjia and others began to deliberate. We've just confirmed it. Other visitors also captured the ending of the dolphin show. It's identical to what Nakamoto Riko recorded. All three possessed alibis. Complicating matters further. Could it be that the murderer is indeed someone else? But this area has been sealed off for quite some time, and complaints have begun to arise. Officer Megier appeared troubled. I have a question. Why did the perpetrator specifically choose the crime scene in that tunnel, which many people traverse? Although there are no surveillance cameras, the lighting is quite bright to allow everyone to enjoy the fish inside. There are certainly other options, such as those dimly lit corridors with isolated tanks, where visibility is poor. Ran, may I borrow your phone? I forgot to bring mine. Kudo Shinichi looked towards Mouri Ran. Sure, but be careful. It took me ages to persuade my dad to buy it for me. Mouri Ran retrieved her phone from her bag and handed it over. Understood. I'll need your cooperation for a moment to verify a hypothesis. Kudo Shinichi stated. What do you need me to do? Just turn around. What are you always thinking about? Mouri Ran turned around helplessly. I want to see what makes that spacious corridor so special. Kudo Shinichi took a photo of Mouri Ran with the phone. Isn't it obvious? You can see fish swimming from every direction, making it feel as though you're submerged in the ocean. That's why it's a popular dating spot. But you wouldn't understand that, Mouri Ran replied. Her words struck like a bolt of lightning, cutting through the fog of confusion. I've got it. Gong Longjie and Kudo Shinichi exclaimed in unison, exchanging affirming glances. Officer Magyar, aside from the 3 suspects, everyone else is free to go. Really? Have you already identified the murderer? Officer Magyar exclaimed with joy. Soon, the crowded aquarium patrons were allowed to exit. Nakamoto Riko, Oshi Sui, and Renbu Hada were taken to the crime scene. What do you intend to do? Why are only the 3 of us being singled out while everyone else can leave? Nakamoto Riko expressed her dissatisfaction. Indeed, I've already shown you my alibi. Oshi Sui added. Yes, we have viewed your footage. Gong Longjie nodded. However, one of you captured a rather peculiar video, almost as if confessing to being the murderer. What? The 3 were taken aback. You don't mean to suggest that the killer is among us? Nakamoto Riko cast a wary glance at the others. I can assure you I'm not the murderer. Is there something wrong with my footage? To be honest, your recording was rather shaky, and the audio was distorted from excitement. Gong Longjie remarked with a smile. What can I do? I'm not a professional photographer. Nakamoto Riko replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Exactly. That's quite common for an ordinary person, so you may leave now. Gong Longjie nodded. After her departure, Renbu Hada and Oshi Sui appeared somewhat anxious. The footage I captured looks rather professional. I managed to clearly capture a shark. Yes, indeed. I'm a blogger. I often film snippets of my life to share. Is that a problem? Renbu Hada inquired, puzzled. There is no issue with that. Gong Longjie shook his head. The problem lies with the footage Oshi Sui recorded. What? Both Renbu Hada and Oshi Sui exclaimed simultaneously. Don't panic. Since we've kept you here, it means we have identified the murderer. Take a look. He held up both of their phones. One was playing in landscape mode, while the other was in portrait mode. Did you notice any differences between these 2 videos? Isn't it just the orientation? Renbu Hada pointed out directly. Precisely. When filming, particularly a long creature like a shark, one would typically shoot in landscape mode to capture the entirety of its body. However, Miss Oishi maintained a portrait orientation, making it difficult to capture the whole shark. That's because I was primarily filming the shark, Oshi Sui retorted. That's a valid point. Gong Longjie nodded. But there's more to this anomaly. Can you explain why, in Mr. Renbu's footage, viewers instinctively slow down or walk around when they notice him filming, while in your footage, people seemed completely oblivious to your recording, behaving casually in front of the camera? Are you certain you were holding the phone yourself? That's because, Oshi Sui stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Allow me to assist you. Gong Longjie placed the phone into the brim of Renbu Hada's knitted hat. The edge of the hat was rolled up just enough to conceal the phone. By placing the phone here, all you need to do is press the record button, and everything unfolds naturally. Isn't that right? However, the white phone case against the white hat would indeed be difficult to notice. Officer Magyar nodded in agreement. Naturally, she chose this location to commit the crime because no matter how Renbu Hada turned his body, he could capture the surrounding fish. This provided her with an alibi. But if the phone was placed in Renbu Hada's hat, he must have known about it, right? Officer Magyar inquired. I genuinely had no idea. No wonder Miss Oishi remarked that my hat was dirty and offered to help clean it. It was all to hide the phone. Renbu Hada was taken aback. Additionally, at the end of Miss Oishi's recorded footage, there was a slight shake, likely from her retrieving the phone after committing the murder. Gong Longjie added. The footage on Miss Oishi's phone remained remarkably stable, yet everyone tends to have some degree of head movement. How did you manage to keep it so steady? Officer Magyar turned to Renbu Hada. That's because I injured my neck and was wearing a brace for support. Renbu Hada shook his head with a hint of bitterness. No wonder you needed to turn your body to speak to someone. I understand now. Officer Magyar nodded. This implies that Miss Oishi's alibi is fabricated. You took advantage of this period to quietly murder the victim. What is the reason behind this? Naoho Weshiro vehemently denied the accusation, exclaiming, Nonsense. I did not. Miyakawa Keikei approached her, directly removing the glove from her right hand. Weshiro did not even perceive his movement. Blood. Dainibu exclaimed in shock. Stepping back a few paces, there was a conspicuous bloodstain nestled between the gaps of Weshiro's right index finger. This was the most evident evidence. A simple examination would unveil the entire truth. Miyakawa chuckled. How could you possibly know there was blood on my hand? Weshiro questioned, her disbelief evident. Do you not recall, during your interrogation, you showed me a photo on your phone. It was clear that you took a selfie with your right hand. Yet, when searching for images, you deliberately removed the glove from your left hand instead of using your more accustomed right hand. Does that not strike you as peculiar? Moreover, there was a small amount of blood that seeped into the bag containing the murder weapon. Thus, Kudo and I deduced that the perpetrator's fingers must have come into contact with the blood. As expected, our assumptions were correct. Excellent. Quickly summon the forensic team. Officer Makura nodded. There's no need for such trouble. I confess, I am the one who killed him. Washiro shook her head. Is it truly you, Miss Washiro? Why, the most astonished was Dai Nibu. In his mind, his girlfriend was gentle and beautiful, someone who would not harm a fly. He never imagined she would commit murder. Hearing her boyfriend's inquiry, Washiro lowered her head in shame, unable to meet his gaze. Yes, Dai-kun, it was I who did it. But why? Nibu felt as if he were on the brink of collapse. He was enraged over our breakup and relentlessly spread humiliating photos of me online. He is a demon. He even claimed to have sent several photos to your phone. Are you saying that the vulgar messages I received were sent by him? Nibu was momentarily stunned. He had always thought they were merely junk messages. Indeed, if you had opened them, you would have seen the photos that I could not show. Thankfully, you deleted them without viewing. Washiro felt a twinge of relief. But how could he have my contact information? We barely knew each other. It must have been when I visited his home during our breakup discussions. He took the opportunity to sneak a look at my phone while I was in the restroom. He threatened that if I did not wish for my photos to be shared with my family, boyfriend, or colleagues, I would need to pay him to keep quiet. But I was already drowning in debt, struggling to breathe, and could not afford to pay him. Thus, in order to eliminate the threat, I took matters into my own hands and killed that man. Alas, I miscalculated, and my efforts were in vain. I had hoped to live a good life with you. Washiro broke down in tears. She regretted that if she had not stained her gloves with blood and had simply turned them inside out, she might have successfully evaded capture. However, unbeknownst to her, even without blood on her hands, her mistakes had already exposed her numerous times. Ultimately, Washiro was taken away. She would have to bear the consequences of her impulsive actions. Although she was a victim, her choice to resort to murder rather than report the issue was fundamentally flawed. The moment she confessed her crime, a voice resonated in Miyakawa's mind. Congratulations, host, for resolving the aquarium murder case. Your marksmanship has advanced from beginner to novice level. With the system's announcement, his mastery of firearms became clearer. Outside the aquarium, as the streetlights flickered to life, Kudo Shinichi and Mouri Ran strolled leisurely. Ran, I advise you to abandon that circle and cross-plan. Engaging in a romantic reunion at an aquarium where a murder has occurred is hardly romantic. You have a point. Mouri Ran nodded. It seems we must think of alternative methods. Just then, rain began to fall from the sky. Oh no, I forgot to bring an umbrella. Kudo sighed in exasperation. Let's hurry back. Mouri Ran pulled up her hood from behind. Did I not mention that you are not suited for running? This will shield us from the rain. See, Mouri Ran smiled slightly. Just as joy turned to sorrow, as she donned her hat, a dark object brushed across her face. My phone. Mouri Ran gasped in surprise. The phone arced through the air, plummeting into the drainage grate. No way. Why is my phone in my hat? Mouri Ran leaned over the drain, discovering it was filled with flowing sewage due to the rain. Her phone was undoubtedly beyond salvation. I sincerely apologize, Ran. I borrowed your phone earlier. I had just thought of a new clue and did not have time to return it before placing it in your hat. Kudo felt a bit awkward. That was my new phone. You owe me a replacement. Mouri Ran looked at him with tearful eyes. Fine, fine. I will buy you a new one, Kudo conceded. Oh, today has been truly terrible. Every time I am with you, we encounter a case. Mouri Ran's frustration seemed ready to spill over, as though she wished to express all her grievances from the day. Do not cry. How about we plan a trip to the tropical paradise another day? I will accompany you there. Kudo felt somewhat at a loss. Really? Tropical paradise? That sounds intriguing. Mouri Ran wiped her tears and asked, sniffling. It is true. I heard it is set to open in Tokyo soon. I imagine in such a joyful amusement park, we should not encounter any cases, right? Kudo thought he might not be that unlucky. If you're covering the costs, I suppose I can accompany you. Mouri Ran considered for a moment before saying, just like that. We have made a pact. All right then. Kudo nodded. Let me think of when to go. I suppose we could wait until I win the karate championship. What do you think? Mouri Ran inquired. I almost forgot. The karate championship is fast approaching. Remember, you were almost the champion last year. I heard that the third-year senior who was set to win has already quit the club. If you aim for the championship, it should be a piece of cake. Kudo replied. Right, it is settled then. Mouri Ran affirmed. My meager allowance is nearly depleted. Kudo lamented. That is not my concern. Also, if you are buying me a new phone, it must come with a sea cucumber keychain from the aquarium. All right. Kudo acquiesced, as he had already made so many promises, one more would not matter. And, is there more? Just teasing you. It is time for us to head home. In the investigation department, Miyakawa Keiki sat at his desk, idly flipping through the documents in hand. System, if I recall correctly, shortly after the aquarium incident, Kudo Shinichi is set to visit the Durabaka amusement park with Mouri Ran, where he will encounter gin and vodka. His pursuit of them will lead to him becoming the renowned Adagawa Conan. Can I intervene in this sequence of events and help him alter his fate? No. To maintain your identity, the timeline has become a chaotic mess. The host cannot make further alterations. Minor adjustments regarding the case are acceptable, but if you were to erase the protagonist entirely, how would the author weave the narrative naturally? On a delightful day, with gentle breezes and the sweet melodies of birds, Mao Lilan rose early. Meticulously preparing herself for the day ahead, she slung her bag over her shoulder and made her way to Tuchome 21 Ban. In front of Kudo Shinichi's residence, after pressing the doorbell, a considerable amount of time passed before she heard a response. "Who is it?" came Kudo Shinichi's voice. "Shinichi, hurry up," Mao Lilan exclaimed. "What are you doing up so early?" Kudo Shinichi yawned. "What are you talking about? It's already 11. Open the door quickly." Mao Lilan gritted her teeth in frustration, feeling an overwhelming urge to kick the door down. No way. Kudo Shinichi glanced at the time, realizing he had been so engrossed in a mystery novel the previous night that he had only just gone to bed as dawn broke. "Why are you looking for me so early?" "It's the weekend, and I'm so sleepy." After finally opening the door for Mao Lilan, Kudo Shinichi intended to steal a few more moments of rest. If only you could forget about cases as easily as this. You wouldn't have to be a detective and could enjoy your time at school instead. Always meddling in investigations, you'll inevitably encounter danger someday. Mao Lilan sighed. "What did I forget?" Kudo Shinichi turned to ask. "How can you even ask? Last time I mentioned we wouldn't be practicing karate today. You promised to take me to buy a phone, didn't you?" Mao Lilan replied, her voice laced with irritation. "I'm sorry. I really forgot," Kudo Shinichi admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He rarely remembered anything that wasn't related to a case. "Honestly, you must have stayed up all night reading mystery novels again, right?" Mao Lilan remarked with a smirk. "As expected of you, Lilan, you guessed it." Kudo Shinichi replied, giving her a thumbs up. "I'm truly impressed. Now hurry and change your clothes. I'll whip up something for you to eat in the meantime. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you?" Mao Lilan turned towards the kitchen, feeling at home in a place she had known since childhood. "Not yet, thanks." Kudo Shinichi enjoyed the delicious breakfast Lilan prepared, as it reminded him of a mother's love. "Just don't forget to buy me the sea cucumber charm." Mao Lilan pouted, considering the breakfast a form of payment. "Understood." After finishing breakfast, Kudo Shinichi sat at the dining table, perusing the Mikasa Daily, while Mao Lilan tidied up the dishes. Sunlight streamed in through the window, heralding yet another bright day. Kudo Shinichi exclaimed, lifting the newspaper. "What happened?" Mao Lilan inquired. "On the night we visited the aquarium, there was a car explosion near Mikasa Harbor. It seems to have occurred just days after the explosion at Mikasa Shrine." Did the newspaper mention if anyone was apprehended?" "It appears both cases remain unresolved." Kudo Shinichi shook his head. "Is that so? How frightening. It feels like Mikasa City is becoming increasingly dangerous." Mao Lilan sighed. "No need to worry. They should be able to solve the case soon enough. After all, the police in Mikasa City are quite capable." "Aha. Are you implying that you, who are entrusted by the capable police to solve cases, are even more exceptional? I suggest you remain humble and not draw too much attention to yourself," Mao Lilan said, somewhat exasperated. "Haha, of course, excellence should be proclaimed, but my Takizaki is quite impressive too. Every time I investigate with him, I feel like I'm a step behind. He truly is remarkable, not to mention handsome. I believe Sonoko would be quite fond of his type." Mao Lilan nodded in agreement. "I'm handsome too, you know." After the two finished tidying up, they set out. As they walked and chatted, they unknowingly arrived at the shopping district. Suddenly, a woman's scream pierced the air. "Someone's robbing. Stop him." Hearing the commotion, they rushed towards the source of the sound. In the distance, they spotted a man in a dark blue jacket running towards them. "Get out of my way," he shouted as he sprinted. The passers-by, terrified, hurriedly stepped aside. Unexpectedly, a foot clad in canvas shoes extended outwards. The man stumbled, tripped, and fell forward. By the time Kudo Shinichi and Mao Lilan reached him, the man was just getting back on his feet, facing a young girl clad in a blue tracksuit, who seemed both youthful and beautiful. She was the one who had tripped him. "Who are you?" the man bellowed in anger. "I am Watanabe Haruna, a second-year student at Kabuto High. Pleased to make your acquaintance," the girl declared with conviction, her voice strong and resolute. "Oh, it's her," Mao Lilan exclaimed in surprise, glancing at the girl with her back turned to them. "Lilan, let's go help her. It looks too dangerous for her to handle alone," Kudo Shinichi suggested. "No need. If it's her, she should be fine." Mao Lilan shook her head. "Do you know her? Just wait and see," Mao Lilan teased. Upon hearing Watanabe Haruna's introduction, the man's expression turned menacing. "How dare that blonde-haired girl interfere with me? I'll make sure she regrets it." He drew a knife from his pocket and brandished it towards the girl. The onlookers gasped in shock. Oh my goodness, that young girl is in danger. Indeed, who can help her? Why don't you go help? I'm too scared. Watanabe Haruna, observing the man's actions, brightened up, showing no signs of fear. Ah, a knife. Well, it's time for me to show my skills. She removed her backpack and tossed it to the ground. With her feet shoulder-width apart, toes pointed forward, knees slightly bent, and hands at her sides. She took a deep breath. Karate. Kudo Shinichi exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at Mao Lilan. Yes, Mao Lilan nodded. The man, knife in hand, charged at Watanabe Haruna with a fierce "Be careful," the crowd warned the girl. Unfazed, she lifted her right arm and collided with the man's arm. Clang! The man cried out in pain, instinctively loosening his grip, causing the knife to drop to the ground. Watanabe Haruna quickly moved her feet, delivering a powerful punch to the man's chest. Then, she swiftly maneuvered behind him, gripping his collar and throwing him to the ground. Following that, she raised her fist and aimed for the man's face. Spare me, the man pleaded, terrified. The anticipated pain never came, as Watanabe Haruna had skillfully restrained her strength. Her delicate yet formidable fist hovered just inches from his head, stopping short of striking him. "Do you want me to continue?" Watanabe Haruna inquired. The man remained silent, vigorously shaking his head, fearing that a delayed response would only lead to further punishment. My goodness, that girl is incredible, impressive. The crowd erupted into applause. While they may not have dared to intervene, they all admired the girl's bravery. Watanabe Haruna picked up her backpack and dusted it off. The sound of sirens approached as the police, having received the report, arrived on the scene. They subdued the man and expressed their gratitude to Watanabe Haruna for her intervention. She's truly remarkable. Kudo Shinichi praised the girl in the midst of the crowd. Not really, Mao Lilan shook her head. Isn't that impressive? She's not just appearing formidable, she genuinely is. On the path to pursuing the pinnacle of karate, one is destined to encounter the first formidable adversary of life. This incident transpired in the spring of the year when Mouri Ran turned 16. Suddenly, the earnest voice of Suzuki Sonoko echoed in their ears. Sonoko. Mouri Ran exclaimed in surprise as she turned her head. Do continue. Kudo Shinichi listened with great interest. I was merely jesting. Suzuki Sonoko replied with a mischievous grin. Honestly, you startled me. Why are you adding narration so casually? Besides, it's not even spring right now. Mouri Ran retorted. Somewhat irked. What does it matter? The important thing is that the atmosphere is right, Suzuki Sonoko said with a smile. That doesn't mean you can just say whatever you like. Moreover, this isn't my first encounter with her. Mouri Ran glanced at Watanabe Haruna. What's going on? So you really know her? No wonder you were so confident. Well, we've crossed paths several times during competitions, but we don't have much else in common. Mouri Ran nodded. By the way, what brings you here, Sonoko? Oh, I simply had a premonition. But enough talk. Shall we pay a visit to my home? But we're supposed to go. Before she could finish, Suzuki Sonoko tugged her away. A date can be arranged any time. I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food. Let us go. Wait, Sonoko. We just came to buy a phone, Mouri Ran protested. Observing their retreating figures, Kudo Shinichi shook his head helplessly and followed suit. The trio soon arrived at the home of Suzuki Sonoko. As a prominent family in Mihua City, the Suzuki estate was an expansive manor, complete with a butler and numerous servants, upon their arrival at the entrance. The butler had already opened the door. Welcome back, Miss Sonoko, Miss Mouri and Mr. Kudo. It is a pleasure to have you here. The butler bowed respectfully. Well aware of his young mistress's childhood companions. I've ordered cheese tarts that just arrived from Hokkaido. They are exceptionally fluffy and delectable. You must try them later. Suzuki Sonoko chattered as they walked. Is that the tart that requires a 3-month wait after booking? Mouri Ran exclaimed with delight. Indeed. You must indulge yourself later. Suzuki Sonoko nodded enthusiastically. Absolutely. Mouri Ran appeared quite pleased. Do you really intend to eat? Ran? Isn't a competition looming. If you gain weight from indulging in such high-calorie treats, don't blame me for not warning you. Kudo Shinichi remarked from behind. It's fine. Tomorrow, Senior Sume will accompany me for practice. If necessary, I'll double my training regimen. No need to worry. After all, there's a saying, one must never forsake good food. Exactly. Ran, your husband is quite the nag, Suzuki Sonoko complained. Hey, what do you mean by husband? Mouri Ran's face flushed crimson. Thus, the three spent a delightful afternoon at Suzuki Sonoko's home. When Mouri Ran returned home, Mori Kagura was on the phone. What's this? I'm discussing the matter of Takizaki moving out with you. Must you speak so aggressively? There is no way Takizaki is moving out. He has no relatives here. And I must keep an eye on him for his mother. Besides, he is more handsome than you, and pleasing to the eye. Mouri Kagoro, don't get too full of yourself. A voice on the other end. That of Hyoue Eri, retorted. Don't hang up. You've probably forgotten about Ran's competition. Haven you. Don't forget to cheer her on. Mouri Kagoro hastily interjected. Heh, how could I forget about Ran? You overthinking it. I will definitely show up on time. You're the one who might forget. Eri scoffed. TCH, if it weren't for Ran insisting I go, I wouldn't want to be there with you. Isn't it a parent's duty to support their daughter? Do you have something more important to attend to? Given your business acumen, you surely haven't secured any work this month. Right? Nonsense. This month, I found 3 cases. Mouri Kagoro snapped back. Point 3? How can you call yourself a distinguished private detective when you're helping people find lost dogs? Eri mocked. They weren't dogs. I also helped a client find a girlfriend recently. Is that your definition of a big case? How ridiculous. Of course it's a case. A significant one, involving a homicide. But I want to divulge further details. Stop acting so high and mighty. This so-called queen of law is merely a product of others' flattery. Listening to their quarrel, Mouri Ran shook her head in exasperation. She had grown accustomed to it. Eri abruptly hung up the phone and returned to the dining table. Sister Eri, did you argue again? Takizaki inquired. Yes, that guy just knows how to infuriate me. Eri nodded. By the way, Takizaki, are you free in a couple of days? Would you accompany me to the Tokyo Gymnasium? Is it for Ran's karate competition? Takizaki asked. You know Ran. Eri's eyes widened in surprise. I've met her a couple of times, and I've even met Uncle Mouri. Takizaki nodded, recounting their encounter. I was planning to introduce you to them. But it seems that it's unnecessary now. Can we cheer her on during the competition? Of course. I happen to have a day off. Takizaki nodded. It's settled then. Eri beamed like a child. She walked behind Takizaki and gently embraced him. You're so wonderful. Takizaki stood still, taken aback by the scent of her perfume. At the Tokyo Gymnasium, the atmosphere was lively and bustling. After parking the car, Eri linked arms with Takizaki and walked toward the venue. A banner with white background and black lettering hung at the entrance, announcing the high school comprehensive sports tournament karate competition. They found their designated seats for tea in high school, where Mouri Kagoro and Suzuki Sonoko were already seated. Mouri Ran was in the preparation area below, warming up. What is he doing here? Mouri Kagoro was taken aback by Takazaki's arrival. I invited him to come with me. Do you have a problem with that? Eri tightened her grip on Takazaki's arm, a hint of defiance in her demeanor. Mouri Kagoro glared at their entwined arms, his eyes nearly ablaze. Wow, so handsome, Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed, seemingly smitten, with her hands clasped to her heart. Sonoko is here too, but where is Shinichi? Eri greeted Suzuki Sonoko. Good day, Miss Eri. Shinichi seems to have stepped out for a moment. Suzuki Sonoko replied with a slight bow. And who might this handsome gentleman be? Oh, he is the son of my close friend, named Takizaki, quite handsome. Isn't he? Eri responded with a smile. Indeed. So very handsome. Hello, I'm Suzuki Sonoko. A pleasure to meet you. Suzuki Sonoko eagerly extended her hand. Hello, I've heard so much about you. Takizaki replied with a smile. Wait, you've heard of me? Sonoko blinked in surprise. As the heir of the Suzuki group, I certainly know about you. Haha, Sonoko. Takizaki is a detective inspector at the police department. In fact, he is now a chief inspector. It's no surprise he is aware of your identity. Eri explained with a chuckle. I see. Suzuki Sonoko nodded. It is indeed rare to encounter someone so young, yet already a chief inspector, and to top it off, possessing such striking good looks. Riku, she is the heir of the Suzuki conglomerate. What do you think? Shouldn't you consider pursuing her? If you succeed, you won't have to struggle anymore. Hyoue Eri whispered into Mayano Riku's ear. The two were quite close, feeling the warmth of each other's breath, which made Mayano Riku appear somewhat uneasy. Hey, why are you so close? Mouri Kagura grumbled, visibly displeased. Mind your own business. Hyoue Eri shot him a glare, pulling Mayano Riku to sit beside Suzuki Sonoko. This is infuriating. Mouri Kagura gritted his teeth as he glared at the two. The competition soon commenced, and the atmosphere in the gymnasium grew fervent with cheers and shouts of encouragement. Mouri Ran, last year's runner-up, finished her matches swiftly, leaving her opponents unable to last more than a few rounds. Mouri Kagura temporarily forgot his irritation and began to cheer vigorously for his daughter. Before long, the competition reached the final match. The last two contenders in the finals were Mouri Ran and Wada Waina, whom she had previously encountered. In the audience, Suzuki Sonoko was so excited that she danced about, happier than when she herself had made it to the finals. She enthusiastically patted Mouri Kagura on the shoulder. Incredible, incredible. Ran is simply amazing. Did you see that? Uncle Kaguru? The finals are next. How nerve-wracking. Mouri Kaguru, with his legs crossed, appeared utterly unfazed. Don't be nervous. She'll win effortlessly. Ran's prowess is undoubtedly inherited from my exceptional genes. He boasted with a hearty laugh. Suzuki Sonoko cast an awkward glance at Hyoue Eri beside her, choosing not to respond. Humph. I just hope she hasn't inherited your tendency to become overconfident and meet with misfortune. Hyoue Eri scoffed. Nanny, that is absolutely impossible, of course. Ran is my daughter. I doubt there is anything to worry about. Don't you agree, Riku? Eri-san is absolutely right. Mayano Rika nodded in agreement. How infuriating. Mouri Kaguru fumed. As the finals began, Mouri Ran and Wada were not prepared to enter the arena. Ran, make sure to give it your all in the finals, Suzuki Sonoko shouted from the audience. Mouri Ran turned to see her parents and Mayano Riku in the stands. But she noticed that Kudo Shinichi was conspicuously absent. Where on earth could that guy be at such a crucial moment? She genuinely hoped Shinichi would witness her performance, but regrettably, he was nowhere to be found. Next, we will proceed with the women's finals. Please, both contestants, step into the designated area. In the red corner, we have Wada now from Kudo High School. In the blue corner, Mouri Ran from Tien High School. The announcer's voice rang out. The two responded in unison, waving to the audience. Cheers and applause filled the air. The referee stepped between the two, gesturing dramatically. The match begins. Both were aggressive fighters, exchanging blows that were evenly matched. Mayano Rika glanced towards Kudo High School's section, where several competitors were seated. His gaze immediately fell upon the central figure, Kaigoku Makoto, the captain of the karate club, known as the Kickboxing Prince. Perhaps he might one day become Sonoko's boyfriend. Kaigoku, with his dark complexion, clad in a karate gi and wearing glasses, was not focused on the match. His eyes were fixated on Suzuki Sonoko. However, Kaigoku and Sonoko were not acquainted yet. It was merely a case of unrequited admiration on his part. Ultimately, Mouri Ran emerged victorious by a narrow margin. What an exhilarating match. The champion of the women's karate division is Mouri Ran from Tien High School. Let the applause resound. With the announcement of the results, the gymnasium erupted into fervent applause and cheers. Ha ha ha, just as expected from my daughter, Mouri Ran. Well done. Mouri Kaguru exclaimed with pride. My daughter, Hyoue Eri, is simply remarkable. Mouri Ran accepted the trophy from the referee, feeling a tinge of disappointment. However, with her parents and friends present, there was no need to dwell on that insufferable guy. Meanwhile, Kudo Shinichi stood in front of Seiba Tondeku's residence. Somewhat bewildered, holding his phone. Why am I here? Didn't the villa's murder case get resolved long ago? He had originally promised Mouri Ran to attend her match, yet somehow found himself here instead. How strange. He pulled out his phone and called Officer Magyar. Kudo, has Ran's match concluded? Officer Magyar inquired. Having learned about Mouri Ran's competition from Mouri Kaguru. It should have ended, but I forgot to go, Kudo replied. You missed such an important match. You're in for it, kid. Officer Magyar chuckled, reveling in Shinichi's misfortune. I'll just apologize properly when I see her tomorrow. She always forgives me anyway. By the way, Officer Magyar, has anything happened today? Or did you call me? Kudo asked. Pfft, don't jinx it. Our third division has finally had a few days off. I don't want any cases cropping up. How peculiar. After hanging up, Kudo Shinichi wandered home in a daze, feeling as though he was experiencing some form of mental fatigue or even delusions. Meanwhile, after celebrating with Mouri Ran, Mayano Riku and Hyoue Eri had just returned home when he heard the system's voice in his mind. Host, we have a bit of a problem. What is it? Mayano Rika asked curiously. It was unusual for an all-powerful system to mention trouble. This seems serious. To help you adapt to the storyline more quickly. I have advanced the villa's murder case. However, that Kudo Shinichi went to Seiba Tondeku's place today. His timing was indeed correct, but since the case has already been solved, he is still unwittingly following the plot. Is it really that absurd? Yes, this guy truly embodies the essence of a protagonist. He can gradually correct the timeline. It seems I must take drastic measures. The system expressed its frustration. What do you plan to do? Of course, I will initiate a timeline correction plan. Create a new case to distract him. Hyoue Eri emerged from the shower and noticed Mayano Riku sitting motionless in the living room. Seemingly lost in thought, she approached him and suddenly called out, Riku. Mayano Riku snapped back to reality, looking at Hyoue Eri. She had just showered, and the pleasant scent of her body wash lingered in the air. Her complexion as radiant as a freshly peeled egg. What are you thinking about? Why haven't you showered yet? Do you want me to help you wash? Hyoue Eri teased with a smile as she lifted Mayano Riku's chin. And no, that's unnecessary. Mayano Riku stammered as he awkwardly dashed into the bathroom. When a cool woman gets behind the wheel, She really knows how to drive. It's amusing to tease Riku once in a while. Hyoue Eri chuckled as she returned to her bedroom. The system, finally showing some understanding of Mayano Riku, waited until the next morning to inform him of a call from Sato Mawako. Riku, Officer Megure asked me to inform you to head to 943 Banji in the outskirts. There's been a murder. He and Kudo Shinichi are already there. All right, I'm on my way, Mayano Riku replied. Another case has arisen. Hyoue Eri placed a plate with a perfectly fried egg on the table and handed him milk, asking, is it serious? Yes, it seems quite severe. I'm leaving now, Eri-san. Gong Longjie finished his milk and hurriedly grabbed his clothes. Making his way towards the door. Shall I accompany you? Mayingly called out from behind him. No need. In the blink of an eye, Gong Longjie had already appeared 100 meters away. What a pity. This is something I specifically trained for, Mayingly pouted, picking up a fried egg with her chopsticks and taking a small bite. At that moment, as the food entered her mouth, she felt like crying, not from its deliciousness, but because she had mistakenly added sugar instead of salt. The fried egg was overwhelmingly sweet, utterly cloying. By the time Gong Longjie arrived at the scene, the entire house had been cordoned off with yellow police tape. Outside the crime scene, a throng of reporters from various media outlets and onlookers had gathered. Officer Mumu was directing the police officers who had come to assist, instructing them to prevent anyone from entering haphazardly. Upon seeing Gong Longjie arrive, he gestured for the officers to let him in. Why are there so many people? Gong Longjie asked as he approached Officer Mumu. There's nothing we can do. This villa is too famous. Nearly everyone in Miwa Town knows about it. It's called Sigu, built by a businessman from the Dragon Country. After he left, it was sold to someone else. After several transfers, it eventually ended up in the hands of Hamada Keiko. Hamada Keiko is the current owner of this property and is also a real estate investor. In her youth, she amassed her wealth by hoarding properties, her fortune exceeding 1 billion yen. She is also the sole survivor of this incident. However, Hamada Keiko is now suffering from dementia and her mental state is quite unstable. Thus, Officer Mumu and his team have found little in the way of clues. The one who reported the incident was the housekeeper in charge of her care, Kasada Ayada. According to her, when she came to clean this morning, she pushed the door open and was greeted by a scene of bloody footprints throughout the room. Hamada Keiko's son, Masakichi, lay motionless on the sofa, blood streaming down the edge of the couch. The other rooms were in disarray, and Hamada Keiko's grandchildren and daughter-in-law were all dead, leaving her as the sole survivor. It remains unclear whether the perpetrator spared her due to her dementia or if she herself is the culprit. It is still too early to say. Gong Longjie surveyed the villa, which evidently bore the architectural style of the Dragon Country, and noted the stark contrast between Sigu and the adjacent buildings. In comparison, the surrounding Japanese-style structures appeared almost like a slum. Of course, Sigu's fame also stems from a major earthquake that occurred over a decade ago. At that time, the entirety of Mihua City was reduced to rubble. Yet Sigu showed no signs of damage whatsoever. Thus, it has been dubbed the safest building in all of Mihua, ironically highlighting that while earthquakes cannot claim the lives of its residents, humans can. The entire Sigu comprises 3 stories, with the first and second floors used for living quarters, and the third floor serving as an attic for storage. The courtyard is expansive, resembling a miniature garden, with scenic views every few steps. The green bricks and tiles, complemented by the trees, exude an antique charm. Officer Mumu's comments were not exaggerated. In fact, they were rather restrained. Even before Gong Longjie's time travel, Sigu would undoubtedly have been a prime location for social media enthusiasts. It is conveniently located near the sea, with a road running alongside it. Though situated on the outskirts, transportation is remarkably convenient. Isn't that the recently trending Inspector Gong Longjie? A voice rang out. Gong Longjie turned around to find Nakamori Ginzo, who had been responsible for pursuing the elusive kid the Phantom Thief, present as well. Ah, it's Inspector Nakamori. I've heard much about you. Gong Longjie smiled. Is that so? I didn't realize I was so famous, Nakamori Ginzo replied, somewhat smugly. Of course. I've heard from others that you have been entangled with Kid for many years without success. Such tenacity is truly commendable, Baka. Nakamori Ginzo's expression darkened immediately. That was his sore spot. Hearing their exchange, Officer Mumu quickly stepped in between them. Nakamori, don't take offense. Longjie can be quite blunt at times, although he speaks the truth. I will certainly reprimand him for it. He has no understanding of the art of conversation. Nakamori Ginzo shot him a glare, recognizing that Mumu was no saint either. Officer Mumu, since Inspector Nakamori is here, why are we from the 3rd Investigation Division even involved? I forgot to mention to Nakamori that our division has taken over this case. Officer Mumu responded. Nanny. Nakamori Ginzo thought he had misheard. Indeed, the headquarters has assigned this case to us. You will likely receive orders shortly. Please take your team back. We appreciate your hard work. Officer Mumu clapped him on the shoulder. Nakamori Ginzo, dissatisfied, shrugged off Mumu's hand and shot him a glare. Who do you think you are? Even if your division is eager for this case, there are rules of precedence to follow. Our second investigation division has been working tirelessly for over half a day. We have already collected scene photographs, DNA, fingerprints, and so on. How can your third investigation division just swoop in and claim the fruits of our labor? I'm afraid I can't help it. That's the order from above. Don't argue with me. Officer Mumu shook his head. Inspector Nakamori, with all due respect, the DNA and fingerprints you collected seem rather useless. Gong Longjia interjected from the side. Nanny, what do you mean? Nakamori Ginzo was displeased. Did you see the notice posted on the door? It's clearly been up for only a couple of days. They must have just held a birthday celebration here. Gong Longjia pointed to the ajar door. Nakamori Ginzo nodded in agreement. Gong Longjia was correct. 3 days prior, the family had celebrated Hamada Keiko's 70th birthday. That makes sense. Come, follow me, and take a look. Gong Longjia stepped into the crime scene, pointing to the colorful paper decorations on the ceiling and walls. I estimate that at least 20 people have entered this room. You will only end up collecting a bunch of useless fingerprints and DNA. It seems the perpetrator is quite familiar with this family, having deliberately chosen the timing of the crime. You're impressive. Let us see how this unfolds. Nakamori Ginzo gritted his teeth in response. He signaled to his subordinates and led them away from the scene. Longjia, well done. Officer Mumu quietly gave him a thumbs up. Thank you. Do your best. I went through great lengths to secure this case for you. So don't let me down. Weren't you the one who said it was an order from headquarters? It is indeed an order, but I had an old superior pull some strings to ensure the case went to our third investigation division. Gong Longjia knew this was undoubtedly the work of the system. After all, he had not seen this case unfold in the Conan storyline. Once Officer Mumu finished and left, he began to carefully examine the room's environment. The floor was scattered with chaotic footprints, and the bodies had already been sent to the forensic office at the police department. All that remained on the sofa was a dark pool of congealed blood. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a slight movement from the bedroom on the first floor. Looking up, he saw a body lying on the bedroom floor. Weren't all the bodies supposed to be taken away? Gong Longjia wondered, perplexed. Just then, the so-called body suddenly moved. What the hell? Gong Longjia felt as if 1,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. The so-called body turned out to be Timiya Yako. Longjia-kun, you're here. Timiya Yako waved at him before lying back down. Gong Longjia was at a loss for words, wanting nothing more than to grab her and give her a good spanking. Timiya Yako, do you have any idea that scaring someone could lead to dire consequences? That's not important. I'm employing a new investigative technique. By placing myself in the perspective of the victim, I aim to experience the situation as it unfolded. This is called situational simulation. Impressive. Isn't it? How impressive, Miyu Takumi scoffed. The frightening effect of this act was indeed significant as Akane Tomo lay on the first floor bedroom's crime scene. Her head tilted to one side. Takumi-kun, if someone were to stab you with a knife, you would typically shut your eyes tightly in fear, wouldn't you? She remarked. Generally speaking, that would be the case. Takumi nodded in agreement. However, the granddaughter of this household, Minami Hamada, was found dead with her eyes wide open, gazing toward the bedroom window as if she had witnessed something extraordinary. Akane Tomo picked up a photograph nearby. The image depicted a remarkably beautiful young girl, albeit one who had already passed away. It is not uncommon for some individuals to die with their eyes open, Takumi noted, shaking his head. By the way, where is Shinichi Kudo? I haven't seen him around. He appears to have gone to the beach in search of clues, Akane replied as she stood up, following Takumi upstairs. On the second floor resided Hamada Keiko's grandson, Hyoue, and her daughter-in-law, Nanako. I have already examined this area. At the time of the incident, Hyoue was engrossed in a video game, while his mother, Minako, was fatally struck while dreaming. Takumi elaborated. Have you gathered any information regarding their identities? Hyoue Hamada is a student who enjoys spending his time at home playing video games. He was stabbed from behind. Minami Hamada had graduated long ago with aspirations of becoming an artist, often practicing singing and dancing in her room and participating in numerous auditions. Nanako Hamada has varied interests, including golf, watching sumo matches, and engaging in various hobby group activities. She rarely spends her days at home. And as for Masakichi Hamada, he relishes watching football matches and was in the living room at the time of the incident. In fact, it seems he has always resided in the living room, as the second-floor bedroom of Nanako, despite having a large bed, contains only one pillow, indicating that the couple has not shared a room for quite some time. Furthermore, the sofa in the living room shows signs of wear only in the spot where Masakichi sits. while the other areas remain almost pristine. This suggests that the family seldom gathers together, giving the impression that they are anything but a cohesive unit. As for Keiko Hamada, she suffers from dementia and has already been transferred to Mihua General Hospital. Though merely a forensic expert, Akane Tomo had acquired a comprehensive understanding of the household's dynamics. It's a pity you aren't working as a criminal investigator, Akane. Why not apply to Officer Muro for a position in the 3rd Investigation Unit? Takumi suggested. That wouldn't do. I prefer performing autopsies. The dead do not lie, and I find little inclination to engage with the living, Akane replied, shaking her head. Each to their own, Takumi thought, feeling somewhat regretful but nonetheless respecting her choice. He continued to observe the house slowly. Takumi-kun, have you made any discoveries? The lady of the house appears to have obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Every corner is immaculate. Moreover, she possesses exquisite taste. The decorative items on the table, the wall art, and the handcrafted curtains are all remarkably refined. Even the spice jars in the kitchen are custom-made. To put it mildly, she is a true domestic queen. I cannot fathom how this family's relationships could have devolved to such a state. Takumi shook his head. Takumi-kun, I'm back. Shinichi Kudo returned, carrying a black bag. Did you uncover any clues? Of course. There is nothing I cannot accomplish. He proudly waved the garbage bag in his hand. I found this at the beach. Unfortunately, the tide is out. Otherwise, I might have overlooked it. It turned out he had noticed several surveillance cameras installed on the exterior of the building. However, the footage showed no sign of the perpetrator. Thus, he surmised that the assailant was quite familiar with the environment, having chosen a route that avoided the cameras. He recalled that the road outside the building ran alongside the beach, often frequented by joggers. After questioning individuals who passed by during the time of the incident, none reported seeing any suspicious persons. Consequently, he suspected there would be something to uncover at the beach. Indeed, he had found a clue there. Takumi opened the garbage bag to discover it contained an array of shoes. Could these be? Indeed, these shoes all belong to this family. Shinichi Kudo extracted a large family photograph from his pocket. The image featured a family of 5, with Keiko Hamada sitting in the center wearing a birthday hat, flanked by her deceased son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren. Despite being a birthday party, none of the individuals in the photograph bore a smile. As it was a full-body shot, the shoes they wore were clearly visible and matched those he had found. Takumi, wearing gloves, carefully examined each pair of shoes. Each sole bore traces of blood. At last, the reason for the chaotic bloodstains on the floor had been uncovered. What a cunning individual. They utilized this family's shoes to fabricate the scene, attempting to lead us to believe it was a case of collective wrongdoing. Even I was deceived. Takumi frowned. However, with the shoes discovered, the assailant's plan had unraveled. What led you to believe it wasn't a case of joint criminality? Akane inquired, somewhat astonished. Look here. The stride between each shoe print is almost identical. It is evident that this is the work of a single individual. Takumi gestured toward the footprints on the floor. That is certainly plausible. Indeed, my eyes serve as a ruler, based on your observations and the stride measurements. The height of the assailant is approximately 160 centimeters. But how could one person possibly murder an entire family of 4? Shinichi scratched his head, his keen eyesight not to be underestimated. Before your arrival, Akane had a theory. Although this is a family home, it seems the individuals within lead completely separate lives. In essence, they exist in isolation from one another, exhibiting no concern or interest in each other's lives. Takumi elucidated. How could a family function in such a manner? Shinichi shook his head, expressing his confusion. Clearly, you have encountered such a family. Now, let us return to the police headquarters. Miss Akane must assist with the autopsy. Takumi glanced at Akane. Wonderful. I've longed to return and conduct an autopsy, Akane exclaimed, gathering her belongings and heading outside. Takumi and Shinichi exchanged wry smiles, acknowledging her reputation as the autopsy witch. At the police headquarters forensic examination room. Akane first inspected the shoe Shinichi had discovered. The perpetrator had been meticulous, leaving no traces behind. As anticipated, hurry, let us examine the bodies. Takumi urged. I, too, am eager to begin. Akane instructed her assistant to remove the clothing from the 4 corpses and commenced her thorough examination. After a full half-hour, she completed her assessment. This murderer is rather intriguing. They may even surpass my own madness. She observed with fascination the notes detailing the circumstances of the 4 victims. For you to find this interesting, the assailant must be quite deranged, Shinichi remarked, astonished. You are the one who is mad. Akane shot him a glare, brandishing her scalpel. I was merely jesting. My apologies. Shinichi quickly backed down upon seeing her expression. Humph. Together, the 4 victims bear no fewer than 50 wounds. So many. What could have incited such deep-seated hatred? Takumi expressed his astonishment. Indeed, the assailant must have been either venting extreme rage or utterly deranged. I cannot fathom the extent of the grudge that could lead to such brutality. However, aside from the fatal wounds, all other injuries were inflicted post-mortem. Is there any significance to that? Takumi questioned. Of course. The wounds sustained during one's lifetime exhibit a pronounced phenomenon of skin retraction at their edges. Conversely, post-mortem wounds do not coagulate, remaining in a liquid state, devoid of detectable fibrin, and failing to form any hematomas. Upon examination, apart from the granddaughter of this household, the other 3 individuals were evidently struck down with a single lethal blow, as evidenced by the noticeable signs of skin retraction at the wound sites. It appears that after the initial assault, Minai Hamada did not succumb to her injuries. No wonder the police headquarters received a brief emergency call, which was promptly terminated. It is likely that the perpetrator, upon realizing her survival, delivered a fatal follow-up strike. Miyake-suke nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, why would the assailant choose to deliver multiple blows after ensuring their victims were dead? Aoyama Ayako inquired. I can surmise the rationale behind this. Aside from the fatal strike, the other injuries were deliberately inflicted by the perpetrator to obfuscate our investigation. Much like the chaotic footprints at the crime scene, the assailant appears to have aimed to create the illusion of a gang operation. From the locations and depths of these wounds, it seems the perpetrator intended to convey that among them were both left-handed and right-handed individuals, as well as those of varying heights, Miyake-suke elucidated. Regrettably, it seems the perpetrator may have gleaned these tactics from a television drama, oblivious to the fact that their approach is riddled with inconsistencies. He indeed held a low opinion of the murderer, whose methods were quite juvenile. As Aoyama Ayako needed to proceed with the autopsy, he and Kudo Shinichi temporarily returned to the investigation office. After providing a succinct report to Officer Megure, they resolved to visit the Mihua General Hospital to check on Keiko Hamada, hoping to unearth further clues from her. Just as the two were about to depart, they were summoned by Sato Mawako. "You two should listen to this," she exclaimed, playing a recording. Amidst the cacophony, a frail girl's voice could be heard, pleading, "Help! Family, please save me." This was followed by a piercing scream. This was the emergency call made by Minai Hamada in her final moments. At the time, the operator dismissed it as a prank. It was only after the case was reported that this recording was recovered. "Did you hear anything particularly noteworthy? The surrounding noise was somewhat overwhelming, but I believe I discerned someone speaking," Miyake-suke remarked. "Absolutely correct. Let me mute the caller's voice and amplify the background sounds." You can listen again. This time, they could distinctly hear a man's voice. "Haha, goal, well done," followed by sounds of enthusiastic applause. The assailant was murdering Minai Hamada while her father was engrossed in watching television? How outrageous. Miyake-suke was taken aback. "Indeed, I checked, and at the time of the incident, there was a football match between our country and Longwa. That moment coincided precisely with a significant score increase." Sato Mawako added, "It is indeed absurd that while his daughter was desperately fighting for her life, her father, Masayoshi Hamada, was utterly fixated on the game. How ironic." Officer Megure sighed. "This indirectly corroborates our suspicions. If multiple individuals had invaded simultaneously, he would hardly have been able to watch television so leisurely." However, when Minai Hamada reported the presence of people in the plural, her pre-mortem photograph revealed that she was staring in shock towards the window. Could there be accomplices lurking outside? Miyake-suke furrowed his brow. "Now, an unidentified individual has emerged. How intriguing. I recall that Minai Hamada's window faced a nearby building. Could it be that she spotted someone from there?" Kudo Shinichi finally interjected. Upon hearing his words, Miyake-suke shook his head dismissively. "The distance between the two buildings is at least 200 to 300 meters. Human eyesight is not that extraordinary. Moreover, given the position of the victim lying down, it would be impossible for her to see such a far distance. The only certainty they could ascertain was that the assailant possessed an intimate understanding of the household's daily routines. Furthermore, they could enter and exit freely, suggesting the potential presence of an accomplice keeping watch outside. What they needed to investigate next was the motive behind the murders. Was it for financial gain? Or perhaps a crime of passion? Alternatively, could it be revenge? Nonetheless, despite the chaotic scene of the crime, the Hamada family's belongings remained intact. Furthermore, the financial assets and property deeds were still under the control of Keiko Hamada. Even if the assailant sought to acquire a substantial fortune, it would be unfeasible. Might the perpetrator have been aware of this, deliberately sparing Keiko Hamada? This presented Miyake-suke and his team with a new lead. Perhaps the murderer was covertly monitoring Keiko Hamada. Additionally, Masayoshi Hamada and his wife had been living apart for an extended period, each potentially involved in extramarital affairs. Thus, it was plausible that either of their lovers, driven by unrequited love, could be involved. The possibility of revenge was also considerable, as investigations revealed that Keiko Hamada had engaged in dubious real estate investments in her youth. After all, how could a woman carve out a path in such a treacherous market? Moreover, during her time in real estate, her name was widely recognized. Those who engaged in property speculation were often referred to as house leeches, profiting immensely by preying on the hard-earned money of homebuyers. As of now, Keiko Hamada's assets had not been inherited at all. Most of her wealth consisted of real estate, none of which had been transferred to her children or grandchildren. To put it bluntly. Irrespective of the circumstances, given the elderly woman's current mental state, her assets would undoubtedly become a source of contention in the future. After all, she had a direct descendant, her second son. With the recent turmoil in the Hamada household, the inheritance would naturally pass to Keiko Hamada's second son. Having clarified the situation, Miyake took Kudo Shinichi along, and the two made their way to Mihua General Hospital. Upon arrival, Miyake presented his credentials and inquired at the front desk about Keiko Hamada's location. They proceeded directly to the second-floor VIP suite. Outside the room stood two officers from the police department. Having met previously, the two men entered without hesitation, true to its designation for VIPs. The room was spacious and well-lit, furnished with all necessary amenities, far more luxurious than typical rental accommodations. Inside, three individuals were present, oblivious to the entrance of the two men. Here, this is your favorite abalone porridge, Mom. Do try it. A man, clad in a brown jacket with disheveled hair, resembling a ne'er-do-well, was seated beside the bed, holding a bowl of purported abalone porridge, preparing to feed the elderly woman. The old woman's nostrils twitched as she uttered two words. No. What do you mean, no? The man, growing impatient, placed the bowl in front of her. Take a good look. Half of the porridge is abalone. This has cost me a fortune. Just take a bite. He brought the spoon to Keiko Hamada's lips, but she resolutely kept her mouth shut, resulting in a struggle that caused porridge to spill over her. Baka, such an expensive delicacy wasted. Truly ungrateful, the man exclaimed angrily as he tossed the spoon to the floor. Witnessing this, the housekeeper, Ayano Nanita, hurriedly stepped forward. Mr. Seiji, please don't act this way. Let me handle it. Your behavior might frighten her. She's been having a poor appetite lately, so she prefers lighter meals. It's better for her to avoid supplements like abalone porridge. After saying this, she retrieved a thermos from nearby. Upon opening it, it contained rice and pickles. Ayano Nanita placed the food on the small dining table by the bed and began to feed Keiko Hamada. Come, Grandma, eat this. After a moment of hesitation, Keiko Hamada obediently began to eat. The man, seeing this, brightened. Oh, you eat the food the auntie gives you. That's great, as long as you eat. Mom, is it tasty? I helped you find this, auntie. He appeared very pleased. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of Miyake and Kudo Shinichi. The smile on his face vanished in an instant. Who the hell are you? This is a VIP room. You can't enter without permission. Police. Miyake flashed his badge. Such young officers. What brings you here? I have already undergone an alibi investigation. The man furrowed his brow, clearly holding them in contempt. You are Hamada Saikichi. Correct. Indeed, that is me. Your elder brother, Hamada Masakichi, along with his family, has been murdered. When the police arrived, instead of inquiring whether the perpetrator was apprehended, you claimed to possess an alibi. Is your heart made of stone? Kudo Shinichi could no longer contain his frustration. Our relationship has never been cordial. I am indifferent to their fate. Is that not permissible? Hamada Saikichi replied nonchalantly. It is permissible, however. Prior to our arrival, we heard that you were prohibited from approaching your mother due to having assaulted her. As you are here, you are clearly in violation of that restraining order, and I could arrest you on the spot. Officer, that is not the case. After all, she is my mother, and now that my brother's family is in distress, she needs someone to care for her. That is why I am here. Hamada Saikichi explained. I suspect your motives stem from the vast fortune she possesses, amounting to billions. Nevertheless, our visit today is not about your affairs. Miyake approached the bed, observing Hamada Keiko, who was still voraciously consuming her meal. Elderly lady, last night, your eldest son, daughter-in-law, grandson, and granddaughter were all killed, as the sole eyewitness to the scene. Do you recall anything? Hamada Keiko shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Do you not remember? Or are you simply too afraid to speak? Officer, what are you doing? My mother suffers from dementia. What purpose does questioning her serve? Hamada Saikichi erupted in anger. Dementia, you say? Please assist her in gathering her belongings. Miyake turned to Nasuda Aie. May I inquire where you intend to take her? Nasuda Aie asked. To the crime scene. Of course, I wish to help her recover her memory, but my mother is in such a fragile state. You intend to return her to the place where her family was murdered? Where is the justice in that? Hamada Saikichi challenged. The truth is justice. You scoundrel, my fist is not to be trifled with. Hamada Saikichi swung a punch at Miyataki K. Miyataki K scoffed, swiftly twisting Hamada Saikichi's arm and bringing him to the ground. As the only survivor of this family massacre, why did the perpetrator leave behind a senile old woman with no ties? This matter must be clarified. What do you mean? Whether Hamada Keiko can be entirely excluded from this case or possesses some value requires investigation. Without clarity, the inquiry cannot proceed, and you, the assailant of an officer, must also be taken back to the station for thorough questioning. Upon hearing this, Hamada Saikichi was both shocked and terrified. I swear, I am not the murderer. You have no idea how much I love my mother, love her, yet you assaulted her. These are mere rumors. I was actually driven away by my brother. Ever since my mother developed dementia, that scoundrel Masakichi has spread lies, claiming I assaulted her. They are numerous and powerful, thus the judge believed their words and issued a restraining order against me. Are you suggesting that your deceased brother intended to monopolize the inheritance and concocted schemes to harm you? Miyataki K inquired. Precisely. Hamada Saikichi nodded. Is that so? You must harbor deep resentment towards your brother, given that even in death, you have not sought to see him. You even risked violating the restraining order to come here and grovel before your mother. Are you not thinking that the substantial inheritance will finally belong to you? Well, is that not a natural sentiment? After all, the deceased are gone, and the living must gather themselves to continue on. As Hamada Saikichi spoke, he could not help but chuckle. Both Miyataki K and Kudo Shinichi were at a loss for words. This fellow was truly lacking in decency, laughing in such a moment. A normal person, regardless of their upbringing or selfishness, would not laugh upon hearing of their brother's family's demise. At the very least, one would feign sorrow, observing the disdain in the eyes of Miyataki K and Kudo Shinichi. Hamada Saikichi let out a heavy sigh. You know what, my brother, and I learned from our mother. I learned but one thing from her. One must seize others' opportunities to satisfy one's own hunger. If someone takes your opportunity, you will starve. Her vast fortune was accumulated little by little in this manner. Not speak to me of morality. In this world, one must be ruthless to stand firm. Such sentiments would likely elicit a shake of the head from a dog. Hamada Keiko's parenting style undoubtedly yielded poor results. No wonder the familial ties of the deceased were as they were. Every cause has its effect. Hamada Saikichi was released from the police station shortly thereafter, as he indeed had an alibi and witnesses. Miyataki K, however, instructed the officers to bring Hamada Keiko back to the Tsugi residence. Being the crime scene, the interior remained in disarray. Bloodstains were still visible on the floor, the bed, and the sofa. The windows were left open, allowing numerous flies to enter, buzzing incessantly, causing disturbance. Upon returning to the crime scene, Hamada Keiko appeared to regain some awareness. She slowly approached the sofa, sitting down, gazing incredulously at the bloodstains above. Miyataki K intently observed her movements. Your son met his end here. This is his blood. Do you recall anything? No. Hamada Keiko began to breathe heavily, emitting unintelligible sounds. Suddenly, she let out a cry and collapsed onto the sofa, unconscious. Grandmother, what is the matter? How could you scare her like this? She is still a patient. Nasuda Aie rushed to the sofa, helping the elderly woman up. Yet, she had already lost consciousness. Miyataki-kun, is this approach a bit excessive? Even if you wish her to remember something, it is unnecessary to provoke her so harshly. Kudo Shinichi seemed reluctant. Drastic measures may yield results. What if she truly remembers something? Miyataki K was indeed curious whether Hamada Keiko genuinely suffered from dementia or was merely feigning it. It appeared she was indeed ill. Nasuda Aie assisted Hamada Keiko to her bedroom, the only clean room in the house. Hamada Keiko lay in bed, curled up, motionless. If one sleeps in such a position, it signifies psychological exhaustion. However, there exists another possibility. If one harbors secrets they wish to conceal, they may adopt a defensive posture. After covering Hamada Keiko with a blanket, Nasuda Aie closed the door and exited. I should head home now, given the gravity of what transpired here. I dare not linger any longer. Do not worry. I will arrange for someone to stay with you overnight. Miyataki K took out his phone and called Tokimi Ayako, who readily agreed to spend the night in such a stimulating environment. However, my child is unwell. I must return to look after him. Nasuda Aie expressed some hesitation. Then let your child come here too. But Nasuda Aie glanced at the bloodstains strewn about, her expression troubled. All of this can be cleaned up. After all evidence has been collected. Very well. I shall go fetch him. Nasuda Aie nodded. Would you like us to accompany you and help move your belongings? Kudo Shinichi was eager to assist. No need. I reside in the adjacent building. I have rented a place nearby for work. Nasuda Iie shook her head. Watching her figure retreat, Miyataki K exchanged glances with Kudo Shinichi. Do not stare. She is not as fragile as you imagine. Are you doubting her? Kudo Shinichi immediately picked up on Miyataki K's insinuation. Of course. We had previously been focused elsewhere, momentarily overlooking this woman. She is, apart from the Hamada Masakichi family, the one who has had the most contact with the elderly. If anyone knows this household best, it is likely this woman rather than Hamada Shokei, Miyaki Tsukii remarked with a smile. Moreover, she exudes an extraordinary calmness. Any ordinary person would not display such composure in this setting. It seems she is indeed a person with a story. You stay here for now. I shall return shortly. Miyaki Tsukii quietly followed behind Naneda Ayada, only returning after she had entered the room. A crimson sports car was parked before the Suegue building. The car belonged to Tokimi Ayako, who had rushed over as soon as she received the news. Can I really spend the night here? She inquired upon seeing Miyaki Tsukii return. Of course, you may rest wherever you like. Miyaki Tsukii nodded. Then I shall sleep on the sofa. It's convenient for observing any movements. Both Kudo Shinichi and Miyaki Tsukii were taken aback. This woman was indeed quite resolute. Seizing the moment before Naneda Ayada returned, Miyaki Tsukii adjusted the external surveillance, directing all the cameras towards various points within the house. Although Tokimi Ayako was present, she was still a girl. Should any danger arise, it was likely that Tokimi the detective would go to great lengths to protect her. Before long, Naneda Ayada arrived with her son. Is this your son? Yes. This is Matsunaga. He suffered from an illness in his childhood, resulting in after-effects of encephalitis. His mind is somewhat unclear, so I generally take him with me. However, he is well-behaved and does not cause trouble. Naneda Ayada replied with a nod. After briefing Tokimi Ayako on the necessary precautions, Miyaki Tsukii departed with Kudo Shinichi. This was prompted by a call from Sato Mawako, who informed them that throughout the day, someone had been using a landline to call a certain number at the Suegue building. However, the conversations were brief and the number belonged to a man named Higashi Shota. He was once under Hamada Keiko's employ but had long since gone independent. Now living off loans and collecting protection fees, earning himself a notorious reputation. Why would the senile Hamada Keiko be calling him? Miyaki Tsukii was already aware of Higashi Shota's location, and with Takagi Wataru and the others providing support, finding him would not be difficult. He was at an abandoned auto repair shop. We shall inquire and see. Could it be that he has been contracted to commit murder at the auto repair shop? Higashi Shota was on the phone, presumably with someone who owed him money, as he continually uttered foul language. Just then, the door was kicked open from the outside, revealing a young figure at the entrance. Higashi Shota. It has been ages since anyone dared to call my name. Is it that I have refrained from taking action lately, prompting someone to come and provoke me? Which faction do you belong to? Higashi Shota hung up the phone and turned to face the newcomer. Me. I'm with the Metropolitan Police. Miyaki Tsukii revealed his credentials. It's the Honorable Inspector. I assure you, I have not engaged in any wrongdoing recently. What brings you here? Higashi Shota's expression slightly tightened. No sooner had he spoken than cries for help echoed within the repair shop. It seems you are not as innocent as you claim. Miyaki Tsukii followed the sound, discovering a tattered individual, bruised and battered, sprawled on the ground. Baka, this unfortunate fellow has dragged me down. Higashi Shota, trailing behind Miyaki Tsukii, appeared somewhat speechless. Is this what you call not engaging in wrongdoing? Miyaki Tsukii looked at him with a bemused smile. Officer, this fellow owes me money and refuses to pay. I merely wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine. I am the one in a disadvantaged position. Am I not? Higashi Shota discreetly signaled to his subordinates, the previously scattered individuals, now armed with steel pipes, hammers, and wrenches, closed in. There are no cameras here. Killing you should leave no trace, right? Eliminate him, and I shall cover the expenses for tonight. Higashi Shota sneered. His henchmen, invigorated by his words, charged forward with a roar. The outcome was predictable. Within a minute, a multitude lay on the ground, either with broken arms or legs bent at unnatural angles. This was only because Miyaki Tsukii had held back somewhat. Had he come alone, it was likely they would all be meeting their end. The only one left standing was Higashi Shota, who, recognizing the situation, promptly knelt down. Why the sudden silence? Miyaki Tsukii kicked his head lightly. I was wrong, officer. Where were you last night? I was right here, dealing with this fellow. Higashi Shota pointed to the man lying on the ground. Miyaki Tsukii approached the man and hoisted him up. Were you with Higashi Shota all night? Why, yes. Officer, please save me. These thugs are scum. They beat me for an entire night. It was merely a small debt. They even threatened to throw me into the sea as fish bait. If I could just win once at the casino, I could turn my life around. I promise I will never gamble again. You are hardly innocent yourself. Miyake Tsukii disdainfully tossed him back to the ground. Gambling addiction is a psychological disorder, a behavioral pathology characterized by an inability to cease gambling. If such individuals could overcome their addiction, it would be as likely as a sow climbing a tree. Higashi Shota knelt obediently, not daring to move. Hamada Keiko has been calling you for over a week. What did you discuss? Miyake Tsukii inquired. So you have come for this matter. I thought you were here to arrest me. Higashi Shota exhaled in relief. Bakayaru. That old hag is dragging me down. If it weren't for her deceased husband, Hamada Seiji, I would have turned against her long ago. What can a senile old fool say? Just a bunch of nonsensical ramblings, all of which I deem to be utter drivel. Be more specific. Miyake Tsukii kicked him away. Cough, cough. She called to say something about selling the house. I have a recording. If you don't believe me, listen to what she said. Trembling, Higashi Shota retrieved his phone and found the call recording. The empty repair shop resonated with Hamada Keiko's voice. President Higashi, listen carefully. Do you know what significance the Sui Gue building holds for me? I have been in the real estate business for decades, and this is the only property I have acquired not for profit. It is a unique piece of art belonging to Longhua, a stroke of genius. However, the madmen surrounding me dare to covet this property brazenly. Each one has ulterior motives and wishes to harm me. I am Hamada Keiko. You understand what to do, don't you, President Higashi? Deal with them. With a sharp click, the call ended. So you acted on her request and dealt with her eldest son's family? What a joke. Taking a life is no small matter. How could I possibly do such a thing? Did her son's family perish? Higashi Shota shook his head. Indeed, the entire family of 4 was stabbed to death. Nanny, could it have been that old woman who did it? She was already mentally unstable. You cannot seriously think I would kill for her, can you? Higashi Shota was taken aback. Even if you did not commit murder, you cannot escape the law's judgment. Miyake Tsukii dialed the Metropolitan Police. Soon, the sound of sirens filled the air, and all present at the scene were taken away. It seems the likelihood of Hamada Keiko being the murderer is quite high. Just now, in the phone recording, her speech was coherent, unlike that of someone suffering from dementia. Could it be that we have been deceived? Kudo Shinichi, who arrived later, sighed. There is a possibility, however. We can formulate numerous hypotheses. She may be feigning madness, or she could be oscillating between lucidity and insanity. Alternatively, her instincts may have kicked in. After all, having spent a lifetime dealing with money, a moment of clarity is not entirely out of the question. Gong Longji nodded. If she were indeed the perpetrator, would it not be perilous to leave Dingmi Lingzi alone there? A witch capable of inducing trepidation within the police headquarters is certainly not so simplistic. Rest assured, she possesses far greater prowess than you. Hey, could you refrain from dragging me into this? That's rather inappropriate. Kudo Shinichi's expression darkened. This was precisely why Gong Longji had not brought him along. I am merely speaking the truth. By the way, why didn't you attend Mouri Ran's match yesterday? Don't mention it. Just consider it a moment of insanity on my part. Having stood her up, he was the one to bear the brunt. Did she not call you? Gong Longji inquired with a hint of schadenfreude. No. During our visit to the aquarium, I accidentally dropped her phone into the drain. I had intended to purchase a new one as compensation. But time slipped away, and she probably is quite upset, hence the absence of a call on her landline. Once this case concludes, I shall go and apologize. Kudo Shinichi sighed. Are you planning to take her to the amusement park? How did you know? To placate an irate girlfriend, one typically resorts to sweet gestures, affectionate embraces, and leisurely outings to the cinema or park. It's not difficult to deduce. She is not my girlfriend. Kudo Shinichi shook his head. At this moment, he merely wished to engage in deduction. I asked that so. I find her rather endearing. Should there be no ties between you, I might just pursue her. That would be rather inappropriate, after all. You have just returned from the Dragon Kingdom. Surely, you wouldn't stoop that low. Did you not assert that you two are not involved? Are you implying a refusal to acknowledge or deny? Observing Kudo Shinichi's bewildered expression, Gong Longji chuckled. Chao Gongmingda is also from the Dragon Kingdom. Heed my advice. It would be wise to avoid that tropical paradise. Before he could finish his statement, a thunderous clap resonated in the sky. Gong Longji looked up at the heavens with a bemused expression. The once clear sky had darkened unexpectedly. Why can't we go there? That's for you to ponder. Experience it for yourself. Gong Longji shrugged, realizing that continuing further might invite divine retribution. The reason Gong Longji had chosen to leave Dingmi Lingzi at Sui Gue Lu was due to her sweet demeanor, resembling a harmless neighbor girl, which could lull one into a false sense of security. Should the true culprit indeed be Hamada Keiko, she might inadvertently reveal her flaws. He was genuinely eager to witness the moment when the seemingly gentle lamb transformed into a ravenous beast. In the ensuing expression on the perpetrator's face, are we truly not going to keep watch at Sui Gue Lu? Kudo Shinichi still seemed unaware of his own limitations. The surveillance there has already been integrated into the police headquarters system. We shall remain outside and observe. At the first sign of danger, we will rush in. Gong Longji was not a cold-hearted individual, although he had arrived from the Dragon Kingdom and held little fondness for this place. He would never neglect his colleagues, nor would he place anyone in jeopardy. From the recordings provided by Higashi Shota, it became evident that Hamada Keiko harbored an obsessive fixation on Sui Gue Lu. She believed her son's family intended to usurp her home, prompting her to contact former subordinates to resolve matters concerning her kin. Even if she were indeed suffering from dementia, it would still underscore her previously cold-blooded nature. While it remained undetermined whether she was the murderer, she had certainly become a primary suspect. 1 mile away from Sui Gue Lu, a business vehicle was parked by the roadside. Inside sat Gong Longji, Kudo Shinichi, and a police officer responsible for adjusting the equipment. Several screens hung on the walls of the vehicle, displaying scenes from within Sui Gue Lu, including the living room, bedroom, and kitchen. In the living room footage, Dongmi Lingzi was engaged in casual conversation with the maid, Kusanada Aitai, who was preparing a meal. With permission granted, the first floor of the house had been tidied up, appearing as though nothing had transpired. Even the blood-stained sofa had been polished until it gleamed anew. The thrill that Dongmi Lingzi had sought was now a distant hope. The previously unconscious Hamada Keiko had awakened, wandering around Kusanada Aitai, continuously uttering phrases like no, Miss Dongmi, at such a young age, what prompts you to aspire to become a police officer? Kusanada Aitai inquired, chopping vegetables. For the thrill. Do you not find life too mundane? Dongmi Lingzi replied with a smile. Isn't monotony the essence of life? I personally cherish the tranquility of my current existence, surrounded by my son and such a delightful grandmother. Kusanada Aitai shook her head, disapproving of Dongmi Lingzi's outlook on life. Each to their own. As adults, there was no need for contention over differing views. You treat the old lady so well. If one were unaware, they might assume she is your mother. Considering others' feelings, when I first began my role as a housekeeper here, the old lady treated me with kindness. Upon learning about my son, she even raised my salary. Have you noticed anything peculiar about her lately? No, Kusanada Aitai replied, shaking her head. While I care for her, she has remained quiet and amiable. She is a good person. I hear she only eats the meals you prepare. I must try it later. The old lady's health is not great. Her meals are specially prepared health-conscious dishes by me. I shall make you a small pot of rice later. Kusanada Aitai expressed with an apologetic smile. No worries, I can wait. Dongmi Lingzi assured her, indicating her lack of concern. I believe the old lady favors my cooking because she does not trust them. Kusanada Aitai whispered, referring to the deceased's family. But are they not family? Dongmi Lingzi feigned surprise. I do not fully understand either. However, the old lady once muttered quietly that her daughter-in-law would eventually poison her food. I know gossiping about others is wrong, but my curiosity is overwhelming. Kusanada Aitai confessed softly. Poisoning. Dongmi Lingzi was somewhat speechless, realizing that Hamada Keiko had indeed lost her faculties. You mustn't doubt it. The mistress of this household was once a pharmacist. As they conversed, Kusanada Matsunaga descended from the second floor. You've awoken. My son. Please wait a moment. Mother will finish cooking for grandmother, and then I will prepare something for you. Why not go play in Mina's room for a while? Kusanada Aitai spoke in a gentle, soothing tone. Obediently, Kusanada Matsunaga turned and returned upstairs. Your son is indeed well behaved. He must have visited here often. Knowing about Mina's room, Dongmi Lingzi smiled faintly. You jest. This is the employer's luxurious residence. How could my Matsunaga frequently come here? This is someone else's home. Kusanada Aitai paused her actions, responding with a smile. Dongmi Lingzi sought an excuse to retreat to the restroom and contacted Gong Longji. Are you suggesting she is lying? Indeed. Her son must visit here frequently. Consider it. A child with meningitis would not easily remember which room belongs to whom after only 1 or 2 visits. This Kusanada Aitai undoubtedly harbors some secrets from us. Later, I will inquire with that child to see if I can glean any information. Be careful. After ending the call, Dongmi Lingzi ascended to the second floor. Due to time constraints, this area had yet to be cleaned. The dim lighting, combined with the bloodstains on the floor, created an oddly eerie atmosphere. She knew full well how it appeared yet still allowed her son to come up. Was it a sign of naivety or indifference? Dongmi Lingzi silently critiqued herself. Upon entering the room of the deceased Hamada Mena, she found no trace of Kusanada Matsunaga. Where is he? Is he not here? Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. She slowly crouched down, noticing that a corner of the originally fixed position of the corpse line had been trampled upon. A series of bloody footprints marked the direction of movement. Directly towards the space beneath the bed, Tokimi Ayako cautiously lifted the bedspread, her eyes locking onto another pair of eyes staring back at her. She nearly let out a curse. Though she was bold, such a startling revelation was unnecessary. Hiding beneath the bed was none other than Naneda AI's son, Naneda Matsunaga. She quickly took out her phone to inform Miyazaki Sukiyai of this discovery. Soft footsteps approached from behind. Naneda AI had also arrived. She skillfully located her son. Why would he hide here? Tokimi Ayako inquired. I apologize. My son dislikes bright spaces, so he prefers to conceal himself in the shadows. I hope I did not frighten you, AI replied. Meanwhile, Miyazaki Sukiyai and Kudo Shinichi began to discuss the emerging details. Sukiyai-kun, this could explain everything. Indeed. Perhaps Hamada Minori wasn't gazing out the window in her final moments, but rather beneath the bed. Miyazaki nodded. This is truly unexpected. Perhaps this is also the reason why Hamada Minori died with her eyes wide open. As a girl aspiring to be an idol, she held stringent standards regarding her physique. It was not uncommon for her to practice poses in front of a mirror. The sheer terror she must have felt upon discovering someone hiding beneath her bed is unimaginable. Any person would likely react in a similar manner. For those curious, perhaps you could check beneath your bed at midnight. The previously overlooked housekeeper finally came into the sights of Miyazaki Sukiyai and Kudo Shinichi. Sukiyai promptly called Sato Mawako, requesting her assistance in investigating Naneda AI's background. Soon, the information was relayed. Naneda AI, female, 43 years old, was an ordinary employee at the Mihua housekeeping agency. She was an excellent cook and meticulous in her work. Nearly the epitome of a perfect housekeeper. However, she had received complaints from her previous employers, as she tended to rearrange furniture and decorations at her whim, treating others' homes as if they were her own. Her life story was quite tragic. Originally, she and her husband led a simple yet fulfilling life, working diligently to earn a living. However, her husband, Naneda Mon, fell victim to real estate speculators and accrued a substantial amount of high-interest debt. Eventually, they could no longer patch the financial hole. Not only did they lose their jobs, but the home they had purchased together was also auctioned off. Consequently, they resorted to a tragic act of desperation, committing suicide by carbon monoxide poisoning. Tragically, while her husband perished, Naneda AI survived. Even more absurdly, after being rescued, she discovered she was pregnant, which led her to abandon thoughts of taking her life and resolve to bring the child into the world. Unfortunately, the child was born with disabilities. Sato Mawako also sent over a website link. Upon opening it, they found a blog named Sweet Home, which shared delectable food, opulent decorations, and exquisite handcrafted pottery daily. All the photos featured on this so-called Sweet Home originated from the Hyoue building. The blog's owner was none other than Naneda AI. There seemed to be something amiss with this housekeeper. She clearly treated Hyoue building as her own home. Kudo Shinichi frowned slightly. Indeed. Miyazaki nodded in agreement. Kudo, you stay here while I visit Naneda AI's residence. Don't worry, I've got everything covered here. Miyazaki swiftly unlocked the door and stepped inside the room. A peculiar odor assaulted his senses immediately. He frowned slightly and turned on the light. The space was impeccably tidy, with everything positioned where it ought to be. The source of the unpleasant smell emanated from the fruit displayed on the dining table, which appeared to have rotted. Naneda AI resided in a low-rent apartment consisting of a single room, a living area, and a bathroom. Without opening a window for ventilation, the air stagnated, resembling a prison cell. In the living room, there was a tatami mat, presumably where Naneda AI slept at night. On the table lay a photo of her with a man, with a small boy's picture affixed in the center, likely a family portrait of the three of them. The white walls were plastered with numerous other photographs, mostly of the furnishings within Hyoue building, though occasionally, there were happy snapshots of Naneda AI and her son, both beaming as if in their own home. Miyazaki returned to the surveillance vehicle and called Kudo Shinichi out. Are you sure? Absolutely. The mystery is about to unravel. The two entered Hyoue building. Hamada Keiko sat nearby, lost in thought, drool trickling from her mouth, while Naneda AI diligently scrubbed the wooden floor. Upon noticing Miyazaki and Kudo's entrance, she quickly rose. Officers, what brings you here? Unbeknownst to her, Kudo Shinichi was merely a high school student working part-time as a detective. Miyazaki strolled around the living room. As expected of a professional. With just a bit of tidying up, it feels transformed. I must thank you, officer. Since you mentioned I could clean up, I tidied up a bit. However, there are still many areas needing attention, which will likely take at least a week. But why are you here so late? Is there something you need? Naneda AI inquired. Due to your unique family situation, I requested assistance from my superiors to ensure your wages were processed. Hamada Moriyoshi will be handling the payment. Miyazaki spoke truthfully. He had indeed asked Officer Mugiruma for assistance. I am incredibly grateful to you. It's really no trouble if it takes a little longer, said Naneda AI with a gentle smile. Oh, we must expedite this. After all, you will need to seek new employment soon. I imagine you will require funds before securing a job. Upon hearing Miyazaki's words, Naneda AI's expression shifted. Seek new employment? I had no intention of doing so. According to Hamada Moriyoshi, this building has already been sold. His mother will be transferred to a specialized nursing home for dementia in Mihua Town. As the caregivers, there are more professional. Miyazaki's comment was a ruse to gauge her reaction. But doesn't Moriyoshi have a restraining order against him? He once struck an elderly woman. Naneda AI's countenance darkened significantly. This has already been clarified. Hamada Moriyoshi was wrongfully accused. Moreover, his inheritance rights have been recognized, so how this property is handled is his prerogative. But, Naneda AI appeared flustered. Who would buy a house where a family perished? Who would dare? This is a haunted property. You needn't worry about that. I've heard someone is interested in the location and intends to demolish it to construct a new building, Miyazaki asserted, his judgment growing more resolute. How could this be? Naneda AI's expression fell, appearing utterly dispirited. No. Hamada Keiko's voice suddenly cut in. Naneda AI's eyes brightened as she hurried to her side. You see, grandmother is accustomed to my cooking. I can plead with Moriyoshi not to sell this place. I will do my best to care for her. No need. Just add a bit more sugar to the food, and regardless of who cooks, the sweetness will make it delectable. Miyazaki shot her a bemused glance. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Naneda AI shook her head expressionlessly, still playing coy. Among the ordinary foods we encounter daily, the only substance capable of stimulating dopamine secretion, leading to addiction and dependency, is sugar. Are you truly unaware of this? As we observed through the surveillance, you added copious amounts of sugar to the rice while cooking. Gong Longjie cast a glance at the other person. Is that so? I merely thought that my grandmother seemed to have a poor appetite, so I added a little sugar, and to my surprise, she enjoyed it immensely. Thus, you have fostered her addiction and caused the demise of her eldest son's family. Do you believe that by leaving behind a compliant elderly lady, everything would be resolved, that you could remain here unscathed? Gong Longjie let out a cold laugh. I'm sorry, but I cannot comprehend what you mean. Nantian Yaitai turned away, no longer regarding Gong Longjie and the others. Gong Longjie casually walked to the table, inadvertently bumping into a vase as he turned. With a crash, glass shards scattered, and water gradually spread across the floor. Oh dear, what shall we do now? Nantian Yaitai exclaimed in shock, hastily kneeling down to clean up the mess. My apologies for soiling the floor you just cleaned. But really, it doesn't matter. These things will eventually be shattered. Gong Longjie carelessly knocked other items from the table to the ground, creating a clattering cacophony. At that moment, Dingmi Lingzi descended from the second floor. What on earth is he doing? Dingmi Lingzi inquired of Kudo Shinichi. Perhaps he is merely putting on a show to incite hatred. I don't quite understand either. The first time I entered this house, I found the decor unappealing, far too juvenile. It resembles a chaotic arrangement by kindergarten children, garish and extravagant, especially these curtains. The workmanship is utterly atrocious. I wonder from which street vendor they were procured. Gong Longjie yanked down the curtains and tossed them to the floor, trampling them beneath his feet. I wouldn't even deign to use them as rags. Kneeling on the ground, Nantian Yaitai kept her head bowed, her body trembling, clutching a shard of glass shaped like a knife. Who has hidden away the photographs of their family? I distinctly remember them being on the table. Gong Longjie directed his gaze at the woman. It was you who tucked them away, wasn't it? So eager, I see. He pulled out a photograph from his pocket. It was the family portrait from Nantian Yaitai's rented residence. Do you wish to display this photograph here? It seems rather discordant with this home. Overall, it appears quite lowbrow. Low, do you understand? Unworthy of being placed here. It seems destined for destruction as well. Gong Longjie raised his hand, prepared to tear the photograph apart. Stop. Nantian Yaitai finally spoke. What did you say? I said to stop. The woman sprang up frantically, gripping the glass shard as she charged at Gong Longjie. Be careful. Kudo Shinichi and Dingmi Lingzi exclaimed in alarm. Gong Longjie wore a smirk as he effortlessly swatted her aside. He never strikes women unless provoked beyond measure. Nantian Yaitai tumbled like a rolling gourd, ultimately colliding with the sofa. You were the one who killed them all, weren't you? All for this house. But you must realize, regardless of the outcome, you will never possess it. Both the Sigue Lu and the place the woman rented were impeccably tidy. nearly reaching the standards of obsessive cleanliness. Thus, the one overly fixated on this place was not just Hamada Keiko, but also the woman before him, Nantion Yaitai. Upon hearing Gong Longjie's words, the expression on her face grew increasingly deranged. Indeed, it was I who committed the murders. After all, each of them lived as if they were alone. I dispatched each one with a single thrust. It was remarkably easy. Isn't it laughable? A1 against 4, and I triumphed, because they cared nothing for one another, not even realizing that their own family members were being slain. Those people had no right to reside in this house. And what of you and your son? Do you too possess the right to dwell here? Gong Longjie sneered. Of course, the moment I laid eyes on this house, I knew it was precisely the kind of place I had dreamed of owning for so long. The house faces south, bathed in sunlight throughout the day. The sound of the waves can be heard from the rooftop, creating a delightful ambience. My son Matsunaga is utterly enamored with this home. During this time, we have truly felt blissful. Nantion Yaitai nodded. As time passed, she gradually realized certain inconveniences. She could only bring her son in during the day when the family was away, daring to keep him hidden. Should anyone return early, her son had to quickly conceal himself, remaining utterly silent. Yet this was the home of her dreams, the very abode she had meticulously arranged. She was consumed by hatred. Hatred for her own impotence. Hatred that her circumstances forced her son to hide beneath that dark bed. She grew increasingly deranged, finding the family more and more intolerable. Ultimately, she took action, leaving only the senile Hamada Keiko behind. Now, it is all over. Her beautiful dream, her sweet home. Upon hearing Nantion Yaitai's words, Dengmi Lingzi stepped forward. You have lost your mind. It seems you are the most unwell person here. I am not ill. The sick ones are the people in this house. My husband and I worked so hard, merely wishing for a home where we could live joyfully. Such a modest desire remains unfulfilled. Yet they obtained it with ease. They deserve to be eradicated. This home belongs to me and my son. Nantion Yaitai vehemently shook her head. Due to past traumas, she developed a delusional disorder, unable to distinguish between fantasy and reality. You are truly ill and in need of treatment. Dengmi Lingzi earnestly counseled. You speak nonsense. Nantion Yaitai slowly rose, drawing a knife from her sleeve. It bore remnants of dried blood. This was likely the weapon she used to commit her crimes. No wonder the investigation team could never find it. She had concealed it on her person. Do you intend to kill me? Dengmi Lingzi laughed. Yes, you all must die. With a sharp knife in hand, Nantion Yaitai lunged at Dengmi Lingzi. A brilliant flash of light cut through the air, followed by the sound of the knife clattering to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Nantion Yaitai lay on the floor, clutching her wrist. In mere moments, her hand tendons had been severed by Dengmi Lingzi. Have the detectives become this formidable? Kudo Shinichi mused inwardly, estimating that even he would fare poorly against Dengmi Lingzi. With ample evidence, Nantion Yaitai was taken back to the police headquarters. Thus, the Siguelu massacre case was definitively resolved. Early the next morning, Officer Mumu held a press conference to report on the entire case. As the perpetrator, Nantion Yaitai was sentenced to life imprisonment. Her son, Matsunaga, was sent to a welfare institution. Notably, when the officers sought to coax him from beneath the bed, Matsunaga claimed his mother had instructed him never to emerge after 6 in the evening. Upon reflection, it was chillingly apparent that the mother and son had quietly resided in this home for quite some time. With the intervention of Hyoue Eri, the court ruled that the heir, Hamada Saikichi, could not directly assume control of his mother's assets, but rather, they would be managed by a trust company until Hamada Keiko passed away. Meanwhile, Kudo Shinichi never received a call from Mouri Ran and had to heed Gong Longjie's suggestion to apologize proactively. At the entrance of the Mouri Detective Agency, Mouri Ran pushed open the door only to find Kudo Shinichi awaiting her. She wrinkled her delicate nose, turning her face away and feigned indifference to his presence. Ohio, Xiao Ran. Kudo Shinichi waved. At the Mihua Welfare Institute, Gong Longjie stood on a distant rooftop, observing a figure leap down. Then, gasps erupted. A cacophony ensued within the Welfare Institute. You've saved me from intervening. He turned and departed from this place. The one who just leapt from the building was none other than Matsunaga, the son of Ayatai Nanda. During their confrontation last night, she had remarked that it only took a single strike to slay everyone. At that moment, Miyaki Suk had found it peculiar, for it was evident that Minami Hamada had met her demise only after being stabbed by another. After Matsunaga was taken away, he returned to the second floor and discovered a dagger hidden within the crevices beneath the bed. It was clear without a doubt that the true perpetrator responsible for Minami Hamada's death was Matsunaga, concealed beneath the bed. Neither of them was innocent. Both exhibited a ruthless disposition, willing to resort to any means to achieve their goals. Meanwhile, Kudo Shinichi, with his silver tongue, managed to obtain a reluctant forgiveness from Mouri Ran. Together, they proceeded towards the school. Recently, due to you, my father has been receiving fewer commissions. Mouri Ran cast a sidelong glance at Kudo Shinichi. But your father's lack of work is not my doing. Rather, it is a matter of his own capabilities, she retorted, a statement she felt she had expressed before. Kudo Shinichi scratched his head in confusion. Upon hearing this, Mouri Ran delivered a swift punch to a nearby utility pole. Just as her fist was about to make contact, she halted, for there was already a fist-sized dent upon it. Had the municipal workers become so lethargic? This pole is in such disrepair, yet no one has come to mend it. I wonder who lacks such basic decency to have damaged it in the first place. Mouri Ran lamented. Were you angry just now? Kudo Shinichi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, startled by the force of her punch. Did I not mention? I am not angry at all. Let us hurry along, or we shall be late. Mouri Ran, with her bag in hand, moved forward. By the way, I think I left my wallet with you. Let's return together after school. All right. Shortly after the two departed, Miyake-suka emerged from around the corner. System, the timeline should align now, right? Indeed, the wheels of fate shall inevitably turn, and the bonds have formed. You have thoroughly integrated into the narrative. As evening fell, Mouri Ran pushed open the door to Kudo Shinichi's home and walked straight in. At that moment, Kudo was seated at his desk, engrossed in a detective novel. After locating her wallet, she approached Kudo Shinichi's side. I must say, your family's collection is quite extensive. It is no wonder that you have become a detective enthusiast in such an environment, she remarked, eyeing the towering shelves filled with thick volumes, all of which were detective novels, resembling a miniature library. All of these were collected by my father, Kudo Yusaku. Kudo Yusaku is a renowned mystery novelist, famed for the Baron of the Night series. His deductive prowess even surpasses that of Kudo Shinichi, and he shares a friendship with Officer Megure. Currently, he resides in Los Angeles, California, with his wife, Kudo Yukiko. And the couple often travels the world. Kudo Yukiko, originally named Fujimine Yukiko, changed her surname upon marrying Kudo Yusaku at the age of 20. She possesses angelic beauty and extraordinary acting talent, but retired from the limelight after their marriage. Consequently, Kudo Yusaku's name is frequently mentioned by Kudo Yukiko's fans. The hatred of a husband for his wife's abductor is eternal. The goddess is already married, and the groom is not me. Kudo Shinichi gazed at Mouri Ran. You are rather verbose. Just find your wallet and head back. Your father must be worried. Humph. By the way, Shinichi, your first love isn't your mother, is it? I've heard she is exceptionally beautiful. Absolutely not. I'm not a mama's boy. Kudo Shinichi set his book down, defending himself. Then who could it be? Surely it isn't one of your detective fans. Of course, it's not my first love either. Kudo Shinichi looked at Mouri Ran, who was so close that he couldn't help but blush. He recalled the day he first met her 13 years ago. Perhaps this was what they called love at first sight. Just then, a tremendous crash echoed from next door. The two were startled and approached the window, only to find an elderly man, covered in dust, struggling to rise. Dr. Agasa, could you please be a bit more discreet? Kudo Shinichi said, somewhat exasperated. The elderly gentleman, known as Dr. Agasa, claimed to be a genius inventor with a penchant for scientific experiments, residing next door to Kudo Shinichi. Kudo Shinichi. He was simply a peculiar character who remained unmarried. Upon hearing Kudo Shinichi's voice, Dr. Agasa awkwardly turned around. Shinichi, I hope I didn't disturb you. How is your homework coming along? Is everything going smoothly? I feared you might find it dull and accidentally doze off. Which is why I created a bit of ruckus. Are you awake now? Kudo Shinichi was left speechless by such a flimsy excuse. After assisting Dr. Agasa with his injuries, the two fled amidst his boasts of being the greatest inventor of the century. It was getting late, and Mouri Ran prepared to head home. Before leaving, she called out to Kudo Shinichi. Chd Madoc. What is it, Ran? Do you remember our promise? Mouri Ran inquired. Promise? Kudo Shinichi hesitated. I knew you had forgotten. Did we not agree that if I won the karate championship, you would take me to the tropical paradise? Mouri Ran unleashed a series of rapid kicks, her fair legs blurring as they aimed toward Kudo Shinichi. He clumsily dodged her attacks. Seeing this, Mouri Ran felt somewhat disheartened. Fine, I didn't want to go with you anyway. You can just have fun with your female fans. With that, she turned to leave, her back emanating a sense of loneliness. I was just joking, Ran. Kudo Shinichi hurried after her. Please don't be upset. I actually remembered. Let us meet tomorrow at 10 and go to the tropical paradise. Shall we? Kudo Shinichi pleaded. That's more like it. But don't forget, you'll be paying for everything. Understood. How about I walk you home? And so, the two slowly disappeared around the corner. Not far from them, within a white sedan, sat two individuals. In a way, I rarely return to Japan, And now they won't let me see my son before leaving. I even went through the trouble of disguising myself to surprise Shinichi. Spoke a short-haired woman with glasses, slightly plump, her voice as melodious as a lark. Seemingly frustrated, she removed the mask and headgear, revealing her golden locks and an ethereal visage. What a waste. She tossed the human mask aside. I merely returned to retrieve some old documents. I shall find another opportunity to don a disguise. Besides, if we go now, we will just be third wheels. We. Beside her sat a man adorned with a white clown mask. He patiently offered words of comfort. If Kudo Shinichi were to see them, he would undoubtedly recognize his father, Kudo Yusaku, and mother, Fujimine Yukiko, had returned. How I wished to disrupt them a little and catch Shinichi off guard. The sky was clear and blue, dotted with clouds that drifted lazily like flocks of sheep. Mouri Ran arrived early at Tropical Paradise. Before Kudo Shinichi's arrival, she ascended to the observation deck to survey the entire amusement park. This was one of the park's most renowned attractions. Tropical Paradise sprawled across a vast expanse, comprising Adventure Island, Wild Prehistoric Island, Cosmic Science Island, Magical Fantasy Island, and Dream Fairy Tale Island, among others. Truly spectacular. Mouri Ran gazed wistfully into the distance. Just then, she heard the sound of footsteps. Turning her head, she discovered that it was Kudo Shinichi approaching, holding a chilled beverage in his hand. Here, take it. You must be thirsty, right? Arigato. Mouri Ran exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the drink. The two of them savored the breathtaking scenery from the observation deck for quite some time. Oh dear, time is running out. Follow me. Kudo Shinichi glanced at the clock and dashed downwards. What time is it? And where are we going? Mouri Ran's face fell slightly. They had only just begun to enjoy the view. Shinichi always had such a whimsical nature, acting on impulse. Stop asking so many questions. Just follow me. Kudo Shinichi called back. Running ahead. As he sprinted, he counted down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a sense of resignation, Ran joined him in the RUN. As the last number echoed in Shinichi's mouth. They found themselves standing at the very center of a 16-pointed star. A fountain erupted, enveloping them in a cascade of water. Wow. Mouri Ran twirled around, admiring the surrounding fountains, her voice filled with awe. It's so beautiful, so magnificent. How wonderful. Observing the delighted expression on Mouri Ran's face, Kudo Shinichi felt a sense of satisfaction. He had indeed guessed correctly that she would enjoy this. Arigato, Shinichi. Mouri Ran expressed her gratitude. I knew you girls loved fountains, so I sought out this place for you. What do you think? Is it not delightful? Mouri Ran nodded enthusiastically. As a girl, who wouldn't revel in such beauty? After leaving the fountain, the two began to explore the amusement park. During their stroll, Kudo Shinichi bought Mouri Ran a pair of exquisitely crafted squirrel plushies, one large and one small. Although he was currently facing financial constraints, he deemed this small expenditure inconsequential, having promised Mouri Ran. She was overjoyed. After all, the place was indeed vibrant and bustling with activity. The park's mascots were surprisingly enthusiastic, especially the squirrel and the pink rabbit, who played with them for quite a while. Throughout their adventure, Mouri Ran incessantly snapped photos, eager to capture these cherished moments. They took numerous pictures, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Shinichi, shall we ride the roller coaster next? I've heard it's even more thrilling than the Ferris wheel. Mouri Ran looked at Kudo Shinichi. Kudo Shinichi nodded in agreement, feeling a wave of relief. Nothing untoward had occurred here, allowing him to relax. Throughout the day, his nerves had been taut, fearing the emergence of another case. The roller coaster was one of the more popular attractions at the Magical Fantasy Island, reputed for its exhilarating thrills. After descending from the Ferris wheel, they made their way directly to the Magical Fantasy Island. The roller coaster was designed to appear somewhat ominous, resembling a devil's head. With its winding, undulating tracks barely visible, excited screams echoed in the distance, emanating from those riding the roller coaster, a mix of exhilaration and terror. There was a considerable line for the ride, so they could only patiently queue behind others. Mouri Ran and Kudo Shinichi joined the line. The skull sculptures flanking the tunnel created an indescribable sense of dread under the dim lighting. Kudo Shinichi struggled to find a topic to discuss and resorted to a professional angle. Ran, do you know what makes Sherlock Holmes so remarkable? I don't know, and I don't wish to know. Mouri Ran shook her head. This oblivious fool was meant for fun, not for listening to any deductions. Let me enlighten you. His most impressive feat occurred the first time he met his assistant Watson. Just through a handshake, he deduced that Watson had previously served as a military doctor in Afghanistan. Humph. Mouri Ran rolled her eyes. Don't believe me. I can do it too. Let me demonstrate. Kudo Shinichi declared, pulling the hand of the woman standing in front of them. Both Mouri Ran and the woman froze in shock. their faces displaying disbelief. Seriously, is this man in the amusement park actually holding my hand? Does he have feelings for me? This young lady must have practiced gymnastics, Kudo Shinichi remarked with a smile at the woman, who wore a violet trench coat, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with a pearl necklace. Upon hearing his words, she hesitated, wanting to withdraw her hand. How did you know, Kodo? Do you know him? The woman's friend, Riko, inquired, noticing the scene. I don't know him. Kodo shook her head. I deduced it from your hand. Kudo Shinichi opened her palm. Typically, girls do not have this many blisters on their hands. Only those who have practiced gymnastics and grip the uneven bars would have such. But tennis or table tennis players might have blisters too, right? Mouri Ran interjected, feeling a twinge of discomfort yet questioning. Hee, I was just joking. Kudo Shinichi whispered to her. Actually, while wandering the park, I recognized them. A gust of wind had once lifted her skirt. Those who have trained on the uneven bars tend to develop calluses on specific areas of their thighs. One must always observe meticulously. It's a fundamental requirement of being a detective. However, Ryusuke is quite impressive. During the villa murder case, he immediately spotted the calluses on the suspect's hand and inferred that she frequently handled firearms. I wonder when I will reach that level. Kudo Shinichi mused, his eyes filled with admiration. He was unaware that Mouri Ran's expression had already changed. She swiftly slapped Kudo Shinichi on the head. You lecherous fool. Why do you act all impressive when you already knew before holding her hand? That's outright cheating. Hey, kid. What are you doing? Why are you flirting with my friend? A voice called from behind them as a burly man with a rugged appearance approached. A beautiful woman nestled against him. Oh, my apologies. Are you friends? Kudo Shinichi released his grip on Kodo's hand. Yes. Kodo and Riko nodded. Then shall we switch places? Kudo Shinichi said, feeling a bit embarrassed. He realized he had acted rather recklessly. No need. Kodo and Riko simultaneously declined, expressing their desire not to be a third wheel and interrupt others' romantic moments. Kodo's friend shot Kudo Shinichi a warning glance before leaning down to kiss the woman beside him. Everyone turned their heads in surprise. Kudo Shinichi felt a pang of envy. He had long wanted to confess his feelings to Mouri Ran, but he had been preoccupied with assisting Officer Megure. He believed his personal feelings were paramount. As for confessing, that could wait. Mouri Ran waved her hand in front of his face. What are you thinking about? You're practically drooling. Huh. It's nothing. Kudo Shinichi stammered, feeling embarrassed for having zoned out. Just then, the roller coaster came to a gradual stop at its destination. The previous group of riders disembarked slowly. Watch your step. That was terrifying. I shall never ride again, but I want to go again. Though everyone experiences the roller coaster ride differently, the anticipation builds as the passengers disembark. Kudo Shinichi strolls alongside Mouri Ran, continuing their lively conversation. At that moment, Holmes. Mouri Ran can no longer contain her frustration and turns to scold him. This is outrageous. You incessantly mention Holmes and Conan Doyle. Could you not take a moment to consider my feelings, you deduction-obsessed maniac? Kudo Shinichi recoils in surprise. I have been eagerly looking forward to spending time with you. Why can't you be more attuned to my emotions? Mouri Ran sighs heavily. Ran. Kudo Shinichi feels a pang of panic. In truth, I feel the same way. Ha ha ha. You fool. I was only joking. It's obvious that I was teasing. Mouri Ran, seeing his flustered expression, cannot help but laugh. What? Kudo Shinichi's face turns crimson, a blend of embarrassment and anger. Were you truly frightened just now? If you can be fooled so easily, you're unfit to be a detective. Little sleuth. Mouri Ran playfully ruffles Kudo Shinichi's hair. Beneath the surface of her composed exterior lies a hint of contemplation. Many heartfelt truths are often cloaked in jest. Yet, Mouri Ran now struggles to discern her own feelings. Does she genuinely like him? Or has she merely grown accustomed to his presence? Such is the nature of emotion. Before one fully understands oneself, it feels as though one is enveloped in a dense fog. Everyone, please check your safety devices. We are ready to depart. A staff member announces. All right, let us go. Wishing everyone a delightful journey and a smooth ride, the carriage gently begins to move, accelerating towards the exit. How high we are. Woohoo! Mouri Ran exclaims, gazing down at the tiny figures below. Kudo Shinichi tightens his safety belt, his legs tense. The roller coaster plunges downward, eliciting a chorus of gasps and laughter. The latter half of the ride traverses a lengthy tunnel, where eerie projections heighten the thrill. Suddenly, Kudo Shinichi's nostrils flare. An ominous scent wafts through the air. Ugh, what is that? Mouri Ran's voice cuts in. As they approach the exit, the roller coaster darts forth like an arrow, bursting into the daylight. The screams of women resonate, not from excitement, but from profound terror. It is then that Kudo Shinichi notices the crimson stains on Mouri Ran's collar and face. He turns in shock to look back. Their friend, Akiko, has lost her head. Blood spills and swirls in the wind. Panic ensues as everyone realizes that the roller coaster truly is an exhilarating experience. Eventually, the ride comes to a halt. Welcome back. Well done, the staff bows gracefully. However, upon witnessing the scene within the carriage, they stagger back in horror. The queue erupts in cries of alarm. Something has happened. Someone is dead. Can you believe this, everyone? I just wanted to enjoy a roller coaster ride and stumbled upon a decapitated corpse. Hurry, call an ambulance. A head is missing. What good is an ambulance? Call the police instead. First, we need to secure the passengers on this ride. In an instant, the area around the roller coaster descends into chaos. Kudo Shinichi gazes at the headless corpse, his eyes illuminating with an involuntary spark. Soon, the wail of sirens pierces the air as officers from the police department arrive, led by Mayano Takisuke and Chiba Kazunobu. Officer Magyar has completely given up, leaving all cases to his capable subordinate. He simply enjoys his chilled beverages while awaiting accolades. Since the roller coaster is the crime scene, Kudo Shinichi and the others are compelled to remain in place. Forbidden from leaving. Upon Mayano Takisuke's arrival, he observes 3 women huddled together. Why did this happen to Kishida? The grieving woman is Aiko, the deceased's girlfriend, while her 2 friends, Akiko and Reiko, comfort her softly. 2 men clad in black, their faces obscured by dark hats and exuding an air of intimidation, are conversing with the staff. It was merely an accident. Let us leave swiftly. Mayano Takisuke's gaze sharpens upon seeing them. It asks them, gin and vodka. One is a model employee of the black organization, the other his subordinate. Wait. As gin and vodka attempt to depart, Mayano Takisuke intervenes. This is no accident. It is a murder. He approaches Kudo Shinichi, greeting him. Excited. Are we? Kudo Shinichi gazes at Mayano Takisuke, both speechless and astonished. Did he know I would encounter a case here? How could he have anticipated this? The perpetrator must be someone who rode the roller coaster with us. Kudo Shinichi nods in agreement. The others pause, contemplating. Could this truly not be a safety incident? We have no time to waste on idle chatter. Let us find the culprit swiftly. Especially you, brat. You were on the same ride. You are a suspect yourself. What right do you have to make such claims? Vodka sneers. He is no stranger to life and death. This trivial matter holds little significance for him. What he is eager for now is to complete the deal with his boss. Of course, he has the right. After all, he is the renowned high school detective, Kudo Shinichi. Mayano Takisuke speaks up. The onlookers perk up at the mention of his name. He is the detective who constantly solves complex cases. The savior of the Japanese police. Wow, come quickly, it's Kudo. I must snap a photo. Let us see your skills. The crowd buzzes with excitement. Kudo Shinichi beams, basking in their admiration. What are you so pleased about? Mouri Ran steps back, feeling embarrassed. Gin and vodka. Upon hearing Kudo Shinichi's name, exchange a glance, a glimmer of cold recognition passing between them. They had heard of this name. Encountering the real person here is unexpected. Ran, take this and find a place to change. Mayano Takisuke hands Mouri Ran a bag containing fresh clothes, from top to bottom. Thank you. Mouri Ran accepts the bag, surprised and grateful. Kudo Shinichi is never this considerate. After the fatal incident, the manager of the amusement park rushes to the scene. If not handled correctly, the park may never reopen. The repercussions of such an incident are far too detrimental. After consulting with Mayano Takisuke, he allows the maintenance personnel to inspect the roller coaster equipment. After thorough verification, he breathes a sigh of relief. Wiping his brow, he approaches Mayano Takisuke. Officer, we have confirmed that the roller coaster did not malfunction. Given the current circumstances, it appears we are merely collateral damage. This guest likely committed suicide or was murdered. Mayano Takisuke, already aware of the outcome, shows no surprise. The notion of suicide seems absurd. Who would possess the courage to sever their own head? As previously stated, this is undoubtedly a murder. But how exactly did the perpetrator carry it out? The amusement park manager was engulfed in perplexity. The roller coaster operated at an astonishing speed, and one would require considerable cunning to easily commit murder in such a manner. However, this was no longer his concern. After all, the police had already taken charge, and he merely needed to await the outcome. The onlookers surrounding the scene had also been instructed by Miyazaki to be cordoned off. Leaving only the relevant individuals present. He gathered all the suspects together, which included Kudo Shinichi and Mouri Ran. Subsequently, he drew 8 squares on the ground, denoting them with the letters A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. The cement floor beneath his feet felt as fragile as tofu. A furtive glance was exchanged between gin and vodka, a slight chill creeping into their hearts. They had never before encountered someone capable of achieving such a feat solely through their own strength. Although they were aware of the iron plate beneath Tenkai's shoe, it was designed for durability and slip resistance, not for drawing squares. This roller coaster could accommodate a maximum of 8 people, excluding Kudo Shinichi, Mouri Ran, and the deceased Kishida. The 5 of you are the most suspicious. Miyazaki erased the letters representing the 2 and the victim. Letters A, B, E, F, G, and H remained on the ground. Why were those 2 immediately dismissed from suspicion? Vodka lowered his hat brim and questioned with a hint of dissatisfaction. I have my reasons for saying so. If you do not wish to be scrutinized by me, you would do well to remain silent and behave yourself. Miyazaki shot him a glare. You. Vodka seethed with anger. Yuzuka, cease your remarks. Vodka huffed coldly, his tone laced with menace. Yes, boss. Vodka obediently stepped back. When under the eaves, one must bow their head. Seated in the front row were the victim's friends. Akiko and Reiko. In the third row with the victim sat his girlfriend. Aiko. In the last row were the 2 who had taken someone else's seat. Miyazaki introduced them in turn. The 5 were taken aback, gazing at him in astonishment. If memory served correctly, they had not disclosed their identities. Jin and Vodka were particularly shocked, as they indeed had skipped the cue to board. Yet, at that time, no one had paid attention, let alone Miyazaki, who had arrived after the incident. Boss, this kid is quite uncanny. Vodka whispered to Jin. We should avoid provoking him. His abilities are beyond my comprehension. Jin shook his head. What is there to fear? No matter how skilled he is, can he outrun my gun? Vodka dismissed the concern. All of us are restrained by the safety bar of the roller coaster, not to mention that the bar locks during operation, rendering any movement impossible. Even if one could somehow break free, how could they commit murder at such high speed? You ought to solve the case quickly. We do not have time to indulge in your little detective games. It is merely a dead body, not worth our time. Jin glanced at his watch, his eyes glinting with cold impatience. You are mistaken. The lady seated next to the deceased had an opportunity to act. And you 2 also possess a strong likelihood. Kudo Shinichi interjected before Miyazaki could speak. Our fateful encounter is about to unfold. He raised his gaze towards Jin and Vodka, his eyes narrowing. The 2 men before him exuded an aura of malevolence, akin to warriors emerging from a battlefield. Moreover, their words were devoid of warmth, as if they regarded human life as inconsequential. Miyazaki, my dear brother. Chiba, who had been investigating nearby, finally spoke up. What is it? Miyazaki feigned ignorance. I discovered this in the lady's bag. Chiba, wearing gloves, extracted a knife wrapped in white cloth from Aiko's bag. The cloth bore fresh bloodstains. This cannot be. How could such a thing be in my bag? I have never seen it before. Aiko's eyes widened in terror, disbelief etched across her face. Aiko, did you kill Kishida? Why would you do such a thing? Reiko appeared visibly shocked. No, it was Timi. Aiko frantically waved her hands, casting a terrified glance at her friend. I thought you and Kishida had a good relationship. Why is this happening? Reiko expressed disappointment. I don't know. I truly don't know. Aiko was in tears. So simply has the murderer been found. Can we leave now? Vodka regarded the pitiful Aiko with a discerning EYE. It is rather surprising that the killer is a woman, outside the police line. The onlookers began to murmur. It's astonishing how quickly the murderer was identified. Indeed, the renowned detective has even made his move yet. I suspected that woman from the very beginning. The motive must have stemmed from a lover's quarrel. Wouldn't you agree? Women are truly formidable. Better to offend a petty person than a woman. Aiko was surrounded by officers, preparing to escort her away. Officer Chiba, hold on. Kudo Shinichi intervened. Shinichi, do you have any further insights? Chiba looked at Kudo, curiosity evident in his eyes. The killer is not her. With the weapon found, how could she possibly be innocent? You must agree, Miyazaki. Chiba, since Shinichi has expressed this, he must have discovered something. Let us hear his analysis. We cannot disappoint everyone. Miyazaki nodded slightly, positioning himself behind the crowd. When he had watched the anime, he had always felt that the roller coaster murder case was rather childish. Logically, it made little sense. Now he needed to scrutinize everyone closely to see if he could uncover any additional clues. Very well, then, do share your thoughts. Chiba nodded. The murderer who killed the victim, Mr. Kishida, on the roller coaster is. Kudo Shinichi pointed at the girl standing nearby. Akiko. The murderer is you, Miss Akiko. Chiba and the onlooking tourists were momentarily taken aback. What nonsense are you spouting? Akiko exclaimed in astonishment. You saw it too. The police retrieved the knife from Aiko's bag. The kind of knife would struggle to kill a chicken, let alone sever a human head. Moreover, considering a woman's strength, it would be even more challenging. And if she were the murderer, she would have had ample opportunities to dispose of the weapon. Why would she deliberately wrap it in cloth and place it in the bag? Kudo Shinichi responded. Perhaps she never anticipated it would be traced back to her. Akiko retorted. Spare us your excuses. The dagger was placed in her bag to frame Miss Aiko. Wasn't it? Nonsense. There is blood on the knife. How could I have obtained Kishida's blood and placed it there in advance? Akiko scoffed. Ridiculous. The renowned detective is not so formidable. Upon hearing Akiko's words, Kudo Shinichi was momentarily taken aback. She was correct. His reasoning did seem somewhat forced. Yet, the various doubts continued to point towards the woman before him. What a headache. I am separated from the deceased Kishida by you and your girlfriend. Please enlighten me on how I could sever his head. Did you notice any actions from me at that time? Moreover, you yourself stated that a woman's strength could not achieve such a feat. She is not even his girlfriend. Mouri Ran's cheeks flushed as she quietly defended herself. While it is indeed impossible for a woman to achieve this alone, by utilizing the roller coaster's speed, it could be accomplished with a piano wire or iron ring. Miyazaki-kun, please assist. I would like to simulate the crime process. Kudo Shinichi looked towards Miyazaki. Of course. Gong Longjia nodded slightly. He instructed 7 police officers to take their seats on the roller coaster, while Kudo Shinichi occupied the spot originally designated for Mitsuko. Allow me to elucidate how the safety bar can be disengaged, he began. First, he positioned a backpack behind his seat, then pulled down the safety bar. With a soft click, the safety bar locked into place. Escaping was surprisingly simple. One merely needed to retrieve the backpack from behind, thereby creating sufficient space to extricate oneself. Upon finishing his explanation, Kudo Shinichi retrieved the backpack and slid out from beneath the safety bar. And then, Chiba and Shin inquired. The next step was to produce the pre-prepared iron ring or piano wire, securing a hook at one end. Subsequently, the wire or ring would be looped around the victim's neck. With the hook attached to a support column of the track, this would allow the perpetrator to leverage the speed and momentum of the roller coaster to accomplish the deed. All of this had to be executed while traversing the tunnel. You are mistaken. It could not possibly be me. Mitsuko's eyes darted, vehemently denying the accusation. Others might struggle, but you, as a gymnast, possess superior flexibility and balance, making this feat far from insurmountable. Kudo Shinichi asserted. Among all the suspects, only you have the capability to achieve this. Stop your baseless accusations. Reiko shielded her friend. Can you explain where the necklace around her neck is gone? Kudo Shinichi queried, directing his gaze towards her. Reiko momentarily faltered. The pearl necklace she wore before boarding the roller coaster. Surely, you've noticed your friend's adornments. Nonsense. Of course, I noticed. Reiko retorted, flustered. Mitsuko, quickly tell him where your pearl necklace went. Did you not stash it in your bag? She turned to her friend. Mitsuko stammered. Allow me to speak on your behalf. If I am not mistaken, you replaced the original string of the pearl necklace with piano wire, and the hook connected to it was concealed within your bag. Kudo Shinichi scrutinized Mitsuko, observing her expressions intently. This is merely your conjecture. According to your reasoning, the 2 individuals seated behind Kishida would find it even easier to execute such a plan. Reiko pointed towards gin and vodka. No. While they may not appear virtuous, I am certain they are not the culprits, Kudo Shinichi countered, shaking his head. Gong Longjie regarded him with exasperation, contemplating that it would have been more prudent to implicate those 2. Thus providing himself an excuse to eliminate gin and vodka. Let me clarify for you, Shinichi, Gong Longjie interjected. The true murderer of the victim is indeed Miss Aiko, while the roller coaster hurtles forward at high speed. Inertia keeps a body pressed firmly against the seat. Therefore, it would be exceedingly difficult for Mitsuko to traverse that distance, commit murder, and return unscathed. There's simply isn't enough time, as the roller coaster passes through the tunnel in merely a few minutes. However, while she may not be the killer, she is undoubtedly complicit, perhaps even an accomplice. Bring forth the individuals and evidence. He gestured to Chiba and Shin, who stood at the perimeter. As you anticipated, I indeed discovered the victim's head, the hook used in the crime, and the scattered pearls within the tunnel. Chiba and Shin reported, referring to Yoshida Ayumi, Kojima Jinta, and Muramatsu Mitsuhiko, the 3 members of the Future Boy detective team. So it was those 3. Kudo Shinichi commented, observing the 3 youngsters, now utterly bewildered. Shinichi, do you know them? Ran Mouri inquired with curiosity, having never encountered the trio before. I do not know them. However, while waiting in line, I noticed them sneak in through a side vent. They were likely just being mischievous, hoping to ride for free, Kudo Shinichi replied. The weapon has been located. We merely need to extract the fingerprints to ascertain who wielded it, Gong Longjie remarked, accepting the evidence contained within a bag. The end of the iron hook was still attached to a severed piece of piano wire. There's no need for further trouble, Aiko interjected, shaking her head. I did indeed kill Kishida, nonetheless, as you surmised. This scheme was conceived by Mitsuko. Initially, the plan was flawless. I never anticipated she would place a knife in my bag. Aiko, Mitsuko. You too. Reiko gazed in shock at her friends, a chill settling within her. After years of acquaintance, she struggled to comprehend their motivations. As Aiko admitted her guilt, Mitsuko, weakened, sank to her knees. Before boarding the roller coaster, she had secretly handed her pearl necklace to Aiko. When the roller coaster entered the tunnel, Aiko retrieved the hook from her bag as per their agreed plan. The subsequent actions unfolded precisely as Kudo Shinichi had described, resulting in Kishida's untimely demise. As for the weapon concealed within Aiko's bag, it was indeed placed there by Mitsuko. Utilizing her exceptional agility and balance as a gymnast, she executed an unexpected maneuver as Kishida fell lifeless. This was far simpler than murder. It could be accomplished in less than a minute. As for her motives, during their university years, she had been Kishida's former girlfriend, and their relationship had lasted several years before he turned his affections towards Aiko. Feeling betrayed, she harbored resentment towards both, ultimately wishing for their destruction. However, she never revealed her past with Kishida to Aiko, maintaining silence until a month ago when Aiko disclosed that Kishida was pursuing another. He threatened Aiko with intimate photographs, demanding she continue their relationship. Mitsuko finally admitted her previous involvement with Kishida and encouraged Aiko to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Hence, they devised a meticulous plan. Aiko believed their scheme would remain undetected. Not realizing her friend would betray her, everything fell apart. Why would you frame me? Aiko questioned Mitsuko, bewildered. Why? If it weren't for you, Kishida would never have broken up with me. I endured humiliation, watching you two display your affection daily. My heart was left scarred by your actions, thus, I yearn for your demise alongside his. Do you understand? The necklace I entrusted to you symbolizes my bond with Kishida, now that he has been slain by that very necklace. It seems fitting. Mitsuko laughed and cried simultaneously, appearing deranged. With the case resolved, the onlookers were momentarily rendered speechless. They found it difficult to discuss the rightness or wrongness of the situation, especially since the deceased Kishida was far from virtuous. Yet, taking a life inevitably incurs consequences. Mitsuko and Aiko were officially apprehended. Having identified the true culprit, Gong Longjie had no reason to detain gin and vodka any longer. Watching the duo depart, he let out a soft sigh. He had initially intended to bring them to the police headquarters, but felt a looming sense of doom in the air, as if the will of the world in which Conan resided had locked onto him. How petty. Gong Longjie scoffed, waving goodbye to Kudo Shinichi and Ran Mouri before turning to leave. Congratulations on solving the roller coaster murder case. Your marksmanship has advanced to an intermediate level, at present. You possess 2 intermediate skills, Bajiquan and comprehensive firearms expertise. Following such an incident, Kudo Shinichi and Mouri Ran naturally found themselves devoid of any desire to continue their amusement. The two walked side by side towards the exit of the amusement park. Although Mouri Ran typically appeared carefree, she was, in truth, profoundly sensitive within. Throughout their journey, she wept inconsolably. Ran, please cease your tears. Kudo Shinichi gently patted her shoulder. You seem remarkably composed. Do you not feel pity for Aiko and Akiko? Well, to be honest, I have frequently encountered crime scenes where lives were taken for various reasons. Thus, I have grown accustomed to it. What a heart of stone. Mouri Ran shot him a disapproving glance. Sooner or later, you will become accustomed as well. Such occurrences may arise again in the future. You speak nonsense. Mouri Ran replied with a frown, as if murder were of no concern to her. Just then, a figure dashed past them. Hey? ISNT that the guy we rode the roller coaster with. She recognized vodka. I'm sorry. Ran, please head back on your own. I have a few other matters to attend to. I'll catch up with you shortly. With that, he pursued the direction in which vodka had vanished. Where are you going? Mouri Ran watched his figure gradually fade into the darkness, an ominous premonition swelling within her. Unbeknownst to her, the thought of never seeing Kudo Shinichi again crossed her mind. Meanwhile, Kudo Shinichi felt exhilarated. Having just been surpassed by Mayano Ryo in the roller coaster case, he desperately sought a new case to elevate his prominence. Mouri Kyuko's law office. Mayano Ryo did not return to the police headquarters but instead headed straight home. Mouri Kyuko had prepared a meal, awaiting him to dine together. Halfway through their meal, the doorbell rang. Mayano Ryo opened the door to find Mouri Kagoro standing outside, clutching a bouquet of roses. What a rare visitor. I didn't come to see you. Is Kyuko here? Mouri Kagoro grunted. Yes. Mayano Ryo nodded. Hearing this, Mouri Kagoro nudged him aside and cheerfully walked in. Kyuko, I've come to see you. What a rare visitor. Mouri Kyuko echoed Mayano Ryo's words. Mouri Kagoro felt somewhat speechless. He glanced at the food laid out on the table. Swallowing nervously. Are you still eating? I haven't had a meal either. Then sit down and eat with us. Mayano Ryo had already fetched bowls and chopsticks. It's been ages since I've tasted Kyuko's cooking. I must savor it. Mouri Kagoro observed the plate, which had already been mostly cleared, and guessed the dish must be quite delightful. Soon, he regretted his decision. The moment the food touched his palate, he was reminded of his past nightmares. He hadn't anticipated that after all these years, Mouri Kyuko's culinary skills remained as unconventional as ever. Is it difficult to eat? Mouri Kyuko inquired. It's tolerable. Mouri Kagoro forced the food down. Then eat a bit more. Mouri Kyuko nodded. Mouri Kagoro glanced at Mayano Ryo, who was devouring his meal voraciously, showing no signs of discomfort, as if he were dining on a gourmet feast. This guy is truly something. Mouri Kagoro gritted his teeth in silence, imitating Mayano Ryo, and began to eat heartily. However, the expression on his face betrayed him. If it's unpleasant, then don't eat. Ryo won't have anything left later. Mouri Kyuko swatted his chopsticks away. Mouri Kagoro felt somewhat aggrieved. He had said nothing. By the way, what brings you here tonight? Don't tell me it's solely for the meal. Mouri Kyuko asked. Actually, I found a place near the detective agency for Raya. The environment is lovely, the location is excellent, and it's south quite close to the police headquarters. Mouri Kagoro replied. Who said Ryo is moving? I certainly want to allow that. Mouri Kyuko's expression soured. But you two, being a man and a woman, living together, Kagoro, you are not welcome here. Leave this instant, as far away as possible. Mouri Kyuko slammed the table. She was deeply hurt, having initially thought Mouri Kagoro came to plead for her return, only to find he was worried about being cuckolded. Angered, she wished to truly give him a reason to be concerned. Mouri Kagoro felt speechless, believing he had done nothing wrong. Just then, his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Mouri Ran's tearful voice on the other end. Dad, Shinichi is missing. He told me to go back first. But he has returned home. All right, Ran. He is an adult. He must be delayed by some matter. Don't worry. He may be on his way home. Mouri Kagoro hung up, muttering that he would certainly give that kid a piece of his mind when he saw him. Why aren't you leaving? Mouri Kyuko glared at him. I'll go. I'll return. Mouri Kyuko stood by the window, watching Mouri Kagoro drive away, letting out a soft sigh. Kyuko, I also need to step out for a moment. Mayano Ryo stated after clearing the dining table. So late. Are you heading back to the police headquarters? Not exactly. Didn't Ran mention that Kudo Shinichi has returned? I wish to check on him. After all, we've known each other for quite some time. I also want to help. Then go and return swiftly. Mouri Kyuko nodded. She was also concerned, as she was close friends with Kudo Shinichi's mother, Fujimine Yukiko, and now that her friend's son was missing, her worry grew. Meanwhile, Mayano Ryo was motivated by a system task to help Kudo Shinichi prove his identity as Kudo Shinichi, with a reward of 100 million yen. On the other side, Kudo Shinichi slowly opened his eyes. He felt excruciating pain throughout his body, as if his head had been struck with a hammer. Ambushed, he glanced around, feeling somewhat disheartened. This was the very spot where he had been hiding while tracking the black-clad individuals. Just then, footsteps approached. Two security guards, wielding flashlights and clad in uniforms, appeared. They noticed Kudo Shinichi's presence. There's a visitor here, a child. Are you all right, young man? Is there anyone else here? Kudo Shinichi turned his head in confusion. The darkness revealed nothing. Young man, how did you end up here alone? Are you lost? The guards continued to inquire. Kudo Shinichi felt somewhat exasperated. What kind of eyesight did these two possess? He was already a second-year high school student. Was it appropriate for them to call him a young boy? What happened to the wound on your head? Did you fall? Seeing Kudo Shinichi silent, the guards grew concerned. After all, a homicide had just occurred here during the day, and they certainly did not want to deal with any complaints regarding this child. Kudo Shinichi, hearing the guards' questions, belatedly touched the back of his head. No wonder it hurt so much upon waking. It seemed he had been injured during the ambush. Suddenly, his movements froze. He glanced at himself in disbelief. His clothes had inexplicably become oversized. This kid must have a problem with his head. Let us report this to the captain. That's true. If something happens, we certainly can't bear the responsibility. Two security guards exchanged glances, grasped their walkie-talkies, and began to call headquarters. We are currently safeguarding an injured youth who appears to be an elementary school student. As evidenced by the injury on his head, he may have encountered some nefarious individuals. Elementary student. Kudo Shinichi was taken aback. The sky began to drizzle lightly, seizing the moment when the guards were distracted. Kudo Shinichi stealthily slipped away and exited the amusement park. His mind was a chaotic whirlwind, desperately yearning to comprehend the situation he found himself in. Despite his regular exercise, he felt breathless after only a brief sprint. The surrounding buildings and street signs loomed tall and imposing. As he ran, he gradually began to accept the reality of his predicament. Although he could not fathom the cause, his body had indeed reverted to that of his elementary school days. After much effort, he finally arrived outside the residence at 2-21 Miwa Town. To his dismay, due to his smaller stature, he could not even enter his own home. Just as he hesitated, an explosion echoed nearby. It was evident that Dr. Agasa was dismantling his house again, as yet another experiment had gone awry. Kudo Shinichi's eyes brightened. This was a fortuitous opportunity. Perhaps his current plight could be resolved. He hastened towards the site of the explosion. Dr. Agasa, who are you? Dr. Agasa inquired, perplexed by the disheveled child before him. It's me. I'm Shinichi. Kudo Shinichi responded. Oh, looking for Shinichi? You must be a relative of his. His home is right next door. Dr. Agasa stood up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his attire. I am Kudo Shinichi. You child, speaking nonsense at such a late hour. I have no time to indulge in your transformation games. Dr. Agasa shook his head. If you do not believe me, I can reveal all your secrets. Kudo Shinichi, now anxious, pressed on. You are 52 years old, a uniquely eccentric inventor. Although you claim to be the greatest inventor of the century, everything you create is merely scrap metal. And that mole on your backside has sprouted a hair. Dr. Agasa gasped in horror, covering his rear and stepping back. How outrageous! That Shinichi promised not to divulge anything. That's not it. I truly am Shinichi. Kudo Shinichi, both flustered and agitated, recognized the absurdity of the situation. However, he could only attempt to explain. I was force-fed a strange drug, and as a result, I transformed into this state. Oh, so you shrank because you ingested a drug? Yes. Do you believe me now? Kudo Shinichi asked, somewhat excited. Believe you? If such a drug existed, I would want to try it myself. I wish to live longer and continue my research. What a peculiar little rascal you are. I shall take you to the police. Dr. Agasa grasped Kudo Shinichi's hand, intending to escort him to the station. Hold on. Miyamoto Ryosuke appeared before them. Ryosuke-kun. Kudo Shinichi exclaimed, filled with excitement. And you are? Dr. Agasa inquired, puzzled. No need for such formalities. Dr. Agasa, I am a police officer. Miyamoto Ryosuke produced his identification. You arrived just in time. Quickly take this child away. If he doesn't return home at such a late hour, his parents will surely be worried. Dr. Agasa pushed Kudo Shinichi towards Miyamoto Ryosuke. His home is right next door. Where are you taking him? Miyamoto Ryosuke grasped Kudo Shinichi by the collar. Impossible, even if you were a police officer. What proof do you have that he is Shinichi? Dr. Agasa expressed his skepticism. Well, I don't have that. But Kudo, it's your time to shine. Miyamoto Ryosuke nodded slightly and stepped back. At this critical moment, it was time for a mindless plot twist. Kudo Shinichi nodded in agreement. He scrutinized Dr. Agasa for a moment, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Doctor, you just dashed back from Columbus Restaurant, didn't you? Huh, how do you know that? Did you see me? Dr. Agasa asked, astonished. I did not. I deduced it from your clothing. The front of your attire is clearly damp, while the back is dry. This indicates you did not carry an umbrella and returned in the rain, Kudo Shinichi explained. Your reasoning is flawed. The greatest error is assuming a person can run faster than the falling rain. People run horizontally while rain descends vertically. Each second, the rain behind you, moving at a speed far surpassing yours, would surely wet your back. To illustrate, if a torrential downpour were to commence and you ran a lap, could you guarantee your back would remain dry? Dr. Agasa shook his head. That is merely an initial deduction. The primary reason is that there is still mud clinging to your pants. In the vicinity of Chome, there are muddy roads, and only the street in front of Columbus is under construction. Most importantly, there is also a trace of the special meat sauce from Columbus Restaurant on your beard. Upon hearing this, Dr. Agasa's face flushed with embarrassment as he wiped his beard with his sleeve. Your deductive abilities are indeed impressive. This is merely a preliminary assessment. Kudo Shinichi wagged his index finger. This arrogant and infuriating gesture, Dr. Agasa was taken aback. The expression and mannerisms of the child before him were an exact replica of Kudo Shinichi. As someone who had known him for many years, he was certain he could not be mistaken. You truly are Shinichi. Now you must believe me. Kudo Shinichi sighed in relief. Come, let us return to your home and discuss in detail what transpired. Dr. Agasa was visibly excited. A drug capable of shrinking a person sounds rather intriguing. The three of them entered Kudo Shinichi's home together. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 100 million yen. Mission accomplished. So easy. After listening to Shinichi's account, Dr. Agasa fell into deep thought. He speculated that Kudo Shinichi had survived because the so-called poison had yet to be fully developed, resulting in an extraordinary chemical reaction with his body that led to his diminutive state. On the other hand, Due to his reduced size, Kudo Shinichi was compelled to don his elementary school attire. Once dressed, he appeared no different from an ordinary elementary student. "Doctor, I beg of you, did you not claim to be a genius? Please assist me in researching a drug that can restore my original form," Kudo Shinichi implored, his eyes filled with hope. "This is not something that can be accomplished with mere words. I am unaware of the specific ingredients in the drug you consumed, making it nearly impossible to develop an antidote." Dr. Agasa shook his head. "Is that so?" Kudo Shinichi felt somewhat disheartened. He glanced at Miyamoto Ryosuke, his eyes lighting up. "Ryosuke-kun, you must know something." He recalled that Miyamoto Ryosuke had previously advised him against visiting Tropical Paradise. Furthermore, Ryosuke had recognized him before Dr. Agasa did. "I am powerless to assist. However, the first step is to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of those who harmed you. Once they are located, obtaining the poison will provide you with a glimmer of hope for restoration." Miyamoto Ryosuke shook his head. He truly had no means to intervene, and moreover, the will of this world would not permit him to interfere with the plot, especially such a significant narrative arc. "What you say is correct. Locating the poison would indeed aid in the development of the antidote." Dr. Agasa nodded. "However, the forces capable of concocting such a poison are undoubtedly formidable. Should they discover you are still alive, they will likely strike again, and perhaps even capture you to study your resistance to the drug. At that point, you would face the fate of becoming a lab rat. That is indeed a valid point. Regardless of the fact that my body has shrunk, if I do not voluntarily disclose this, no one will ever know that I am Kudo Shinichi. Let us treat this as a secret between us for the time being." Kudo Shinichi nodded in agreement and made a pact that his transformation must remain undisclosed to anyone, including Ran. Without exception, anyone who dared to inform her would meet a grim fate. "Garlic, you are ruthless." Mayano Takumi and Dr. Agasa found themselves at a loss for words. Speaking of Ran, she just happened to arrive outside Kudo's residence, her voice echoing as she called out for Shinichi. "What should we do now that Ran is here?" Both Kudo Shinichi and Dr. Agasa felt a wave of panic upon hearing her voice. "What are you afraid of? After all, she doesn't recognize you right now," Mayano Takumi remarked, somewhat exasperated. "I can't risk it. I look almost the same as I did when I was a child. What if she recognizes me?" Kudo Shinichi anxiously sought refuge behind the desk. "Honestly, the door is wide open, and she doesn't even think to answer the phone." Ran's silhouette appeared at the doorway, instantly spotting Mayano Takumi and Dr. Agasa. "Oh, Dr. Agasa and Takumi-kun are here too. Where's Shinichi?" she inquired. Dr. Agasa found himself momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Kudo Shinichi noticed his father's glasses inside the desk drawer. Since his transformation, he felt as though his vision had deteriorated, so he picked up the glasses to try them on. The moment he donned them, a wave of nausea struck him, and he felt dizzy. Inadvertently, he bumped into the desk, producing a sound. Upon hearing this, Ran assumed that Kudo Shinichi was hiding inside and approached. "Oh, it turns out to be a little child," she exclaimed, crouching down to curiously observe the back of Kudo Shinichi. He hastily removed the lenses from the glasses and put them on, attempting a feeble disguise. "Hey, why are you so shy? I want T-bite, you know. Turn around and let me see you." As Ran circled around Kudo Shinichi. The moment she caught sight of his face, she momentarily lost her composure. "This child. Oh no, what if she recognizes me?" Kudo Shinichi felt a surge of anxiety. To his surprise, Ran's eyes sparkled with delight as she pinched his cheeks, tugging at them playfully. "You were just too adorable. You look just like Shinichi when he was little." Kudo Shinichi felt as though his face were made of clay, morphing under her touch. He realized that being small was indeed disadvantageous. He felt completely at her mercy, unable to resist. "Doctor, who is this child?" Ran turned her gaze toward Dr. Agasa and Mayano Takumi. He is the child of a distant relative of mine." "Yes, a distant relative." Dr. Agasa explained awkwardly. "Is that so? There is quite a difference, though." Ran scrutinized the two men with suspicion. "By the way, what is your name?" "Little brother." "Little brother." Kudo Shinichi found himself at a loss for words. However, this was not the time to dwell on such trivialities. He needed to deceive her. My name is Shin." "Shin what?" Ran leaned in to inquire. "I am the new Conan. My full name is Adagawa Conan." "Conan? What a peculiar name. It's not that strange. My father is a fan of Conan Doyle, which is why he chose that name for me," Conan explained, having redefined his identity. "Is that so? I can't shake the feeling that you resemble Shinichi quite a bit. Could you be the illegitimate child of Uncle Yusaku?" Ran expressed her skepticism towards Dr. Agasa's fib. She was well aware that Kudo Yusaku and Dr. Agasa had been friends for many years. Perhaps Dr. Agasa was concealing something on behalf of his friend. With a sense of enlightenment, Ran's eyes sparkled with insight. Meanwhile, in a distant place, Kudo Yusaku involuntarily sneezed, tightening his code in confusion. It's chilly. One can easily catch a cold. By the way, Ran, what brings you here? Dr. Agasa sought to divert Ran's attention from the matter of Conan's identity. Shinichi was supposed to join me at the amusement park today, but he hasn't returned yet. Have you seen him? Ran asked. No. Both Dr. Agasa and Mayano Takumi shook their heads in unison. Where on earth has he gone? Ran felt a headache coming on, tinged with worry. Rest assured, he will undoubtedly be fine. Perhaps he has been delayed by some matters, Mayano Takumi reassured her. I hope so. Ran sighed. By the way, Ran, I have a favor to ask. Could you take care of Conan for a while? His relatives are hospitalized due to an accident. So I was asked to look after him, but I'm just a rough man, a single bachelor at that, and I can barely take care of myself, let alone a child, Dr. Agasa inquired. Meanwhile, Kudo Yusaku and Fujimine Yukiko, far away in America, simultaneously sneezed, sensing a wave of malice. Well, it's not impossible, but I'll need to discuss it with my father first. Ran nodded. As long as you agree, your father won't object. Dr. Agasa was overjoyed. Don't joke around. Conan was startled by this revelation, realizing that Dr. Agasa was quite the schemer. If he were to live at Ran's house, he might inadvertently expose himself. What if she were to fall into danger as well? Dr. Agasa, noticing Conan's hesitation, quickly pulled him aside. Listen to me. To revert to your original form, you must first find the black-clad man who framed you, right? Yes. Conan nodded vigorously. Then that settles it. Don't forget. Ran's house is a detective agency. Although Mouri Kagaru is merely an amateur detective, his sources of information are likely superior to ours. While this Mayano Takumi is a police officer, he is bound by regulations. And assisting you in private investigations would be against the rules. You rewrite. Perhaps Uncle Mouri has intel on those individuals. Conan's eyes sparkled with realization. Brilliant. Then it's settled. Dr. Agasa proclaimed decisively, without waiting for Kudo Shinichi to return home. Ran had no choice but to leave with Conan. Dr. Agasa watched their departing figures, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Mayano Takumi also took his leave. With the plot returning to its course, it was time to welcome one case after another. Ran and Conan strolled slowly down the road, their shadows stretching far under the lamplight, yet separated by a considerable distance. By the way, Conan. What is it? Conan momentarily froze. Realizing he had adopted a new identity. He was still adjusting to it. Do you have someone you like? Ran asked, gazing into the distance. Yes, my mom and dad, as well as my childhood friend. Conan nodded. You have a childhood friend too, just like Shinichi and me. Ran chuckled, covering her mouth in amusement. Initially, she found the journey dull, which prompted her to bring up this topic. The person you like, it wouldn't happen to be that brother named Shinichi, would it? Conan lifted his gaze towards her, his heart fluttering with excitement. Prior to his transformation, he had never dared to confess his feelings, fearing that if Ran did not reciprocate, they would be left with nothing but the loss of their friendship. Now, however, he saw an opportunity to understand her better under this new guise. Ran paused momentarily at his words. I don't know. She shook her head. Hearing her ambiguous reply, Conan was taken aback. He silently resolved that once he returned to his original form, he would certainly take the initiative to confess to Ran. Shinichi, by nature, had always been a mischievous rascal. Yet, he exuded an extraordinary confidence, tirelessly striving to become a master detective. Moreover, in times of danger, he would exhibit remarkable bravery, standing resolutely in front of me, although he was not physically stronger than I. His audacity was undeniably impressive. I had never been in love before, and I was uncertain whether what I felt could truly be called affection. Ran gazed at the sky, where the stars twinkled intermittently, appearing and vanishing. Conan watched her, his emotions a complex blend. In that moment, he perceived an inexplicable radiance surrounding Ran, a maternal glow. However, this was merely our private conversation. You mustn't tell Shinichi, okay? Ran playfully pinched Conan's cheek. Conan nodded vigorously. After all, he was Kudo Shinichi, and there was no reason to divulge such matters. Yet, a lingering question haunted him. How did Takizaki know he was Shinichi? At 6-19, Miyanacho, Yohara Street No. 1, Takizaki had just returned home when his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was Officer Megure calling. Once connected, he immediately sensed something was amiss in the officer's tone. Takizaki, hurry to the autopsy room. I need your assistance. Ding. You have a new mission. Assist Officer Megure in locating the murderer of Ken Wanagi. Completion rewards a random skill. What? You're going out again? Hyoue Eri, freshly emerged from her shower, was drying her long hair with a towel. Beneath her white bathrobe, her graceful form was subtly revealed. Yes, Officer Megur's call seems to concern a significant case. Takizaki nodded in acknowledgement. Be careful, Hyoue Eri cautioned. Inside the autopsy room at the police headquarters, Takizaki entered to find only two individuals present, Ayako Timi, who was responsible for the autopsy, and Officer Megur. The officer's face was etched with sorrow, a tattered wallet in his hand. You've arrived. Upon noticing Takizaki, he offered a slight nod. Officer Megur, what has transpired? A detective I once mentored has been murdered. I had intended to summon Kudo as well, but I couldn't reach him by phone. So I must trouble you. Officer Megur pulled out a yellowed photograph from the wallet, showing him with a young police officer. Ken Wanagi, a senior inspector in the 2nd Investigative Division, was soon to be promoted to inspector. We had a close relationship. I regarded him as a younger brother. Who could have foreseen that the last call I received from him tonight would be a farewell? Therefore, you must assist me. Officer Megur explained. Takizaki nodded, understanding the depth of the officer's grief. Ayako had completed the autopsy and approached the two. The deceased sustained 7 stab wounds. Were they inflicted by an experienced hand? Takizaki examined the body on the autopsy table, which appeared markedly more haggard than in the photograph, with stubble indicating he hadn't groomed himself in a while. It didn't seem to be the work of a novice. Each stab was precise and deliberate. That may not necessarily be the case. Even a novice, if sufficiently forceful, could achieve such an effect. Ayako replied. Takizaki examined the wounds closely. These injuries were not inflicted while standing. They occurred after he had fallen. How can you tell? Ayako's gaze was intense as she looked at him. Observe the angles of these wounds. They lack any discernible pattern. If he had been standing, such a state and angle would be impossible. Officer Megur covered the lifeless Ken Wanagi with a white sheet. That rascal should be home sleeping at this hour. How could he die outside? He sighed and quickly exited the autopsy room. Thank you for your hard work, Ayako. Takizaki greeted the girl before following after him. He sensed a palpable resentment emanating from Officer Megur, likely fueled by the death of Ken Wanagi. Soon, they arrived at the 2nd Investigative Division, where Wanagi had worked. After ascertaining his usual desk location, Officer Megur began rummaging through the files. The officers on duty watched as they turned the desk into a chaotic mess. Some were annoyed, yet hesitated to express their frustration. After 10 minutes, one officer could no longer contain himself. Officer Megur, while you may be the chief, what are you doing rummaging through someone else's office? Did you not hear that Ken Wanagi is dead? Officer Megur shot him a glare. I am aware. We will uncover the true murderer and avenge him. Oh, Officer Megur nodded. When I worked with him, I lent him some things, so I wanted to retrieve them. The officer rolled his eyes at the sight of the latest case dossier in Megur's hands. Wasn't Officer Megur supposed to be known for his good temperament and integrity? How could such a flimsy lie roll off his tongue so easily? At last, Officer Megur found the clue he needed. A document confirming the details of a suicide case, tucked at the bottom of the files Wanagi had left behind. Names: Saito Akaharu, age 27, female; Mitsui Keiji, age 31, male; Asaka Mayumi, age 23, female. Why is the 2nd Investigative Division investigating suicide cases instead of pursuing Kaido Kid? Officer Megur inquired. Who has the time to look into suicides? Chief Nakamori has been preoccupied with a drug-related case. We're all nearly overwhelmed. Who cares about suicides? The officer responded impatiently. Takizaki, could you take a photo of this document? Officer Megur turned to Takizaki. He was notoriously inept with technology and had little understanding of telephones, computers, or smartphones. After Takizaki took the photo, they departed the 2nd Investigative Division. In the Criminal Investigation Department. They entered to find Ayako's father. Timi Aru, hard at work. Detective Timi, it's been a while. Officer Megur approached him, giving a light pat on the shoulder. Ha. I see you've been thriving with Kudo Shinichi and Takizaki. How could you find time to visit me? However, Detective Timi was merely jesting, as their relationship was quite cordial. It's rare to see you seeking me out. What brings you here? Detective Timi asked. Ken Wanagi is dead, and the 2nd Investigative Division is pursuing a drug-related case. However, in the report he left behind, I discovered 3 suicide confirmations. Moreover, your daughter Ayako mentioned he had sought you out. I've heard about his situation. My condolences. As for his reason for contacting me, it was regarding GHB. Detective Timi nodded. Both Takizaki and Officer Megur inhaled sharply at the mention of GHB. This substance, often referred to as the date rape drug, is frequently associated with criminal activities. A week ago, Ken Wanagi came to see me. He brought 3 samples, claiming they were taken from individuals who had committed suicide. It's astonishing. Those individuals were all ruled as suicides. I wonder how he knew they were using drugs. Detective Timi shook his head. He earned the nickname Hound from me. Even as a newcomer, His sense of smell was far superior to most, especially when it came to detecting drugs. This individual must have caught wind of something unusual, which ultimately led to his demise. Officer Makuru's sighed, seemingly aging a few years in an instant. After grasping the situation, the two returned to the 3rd Investigation Division. At that moment, Sato Mihoko and the others, who had originally gone home, were already seated in the office. Having accompanied Officer Makuru for many years, they naturally understood the connection between the deceased Inukai-kin and themselves. Hence, they all returned to work unbidden. Officer Makuru, witnessing this scene, was moved to the point of tears. Everyone's here. This is wonderful. Takisuk, I leave the next steps to you. He took his seat at the desk, having just led Mayano Takisuk in pursuit of leads. He had reached the limit of his capabilities. Professional matters should indeed be entrusted to those with expertise. Takisuk did not hesitate, promptly assigning tasks to everyone. He sent the materials collected by the 2nd Investigation Division to Sato Mihoko. Mihoko-senpai, could you help me look into the details of these 3 individuals? Leave it to me. Mihoko nodded, as this was precisely her forte. Chiba and Nobu accompanied Takagi to the location where Inukai-kin's body was discovered. The results of their investigation soon returned. Astonishingly, the only surveillance camera in the vicinity had malfunctioned. Takisuk deduced that the individual responsible for Inukai-kin's death must be well acquainted with the area, having deliberately chosen that location to carry out the act. While Mihoko was retrieving the data, he was perusing Inukai-kin's mobile phone. The device contained very few contacts, indicating that the deceased had a rather limited social circle. One entry, noted simply as B, piqued his interest. Upon reviewing the call logs, he discovered that Inukai-kin had never reached out to this contact. This was indeed suspicious. As an inspector at the Metropolitan Police Department, one would not keep an inconsequential number in a work phone. Thus, Takisuk speculated that this individual might be a black informant cultivated by Inukai-kin. There are 2 types of informants. One is a professional undercover agent within the police department, known as a red informant, while the other consists of unemployed individuals or recruited criminals seeking redemption, referred to as black informants. Black informants typically engage in a transactional relationship with the police, collaborating to achieve their respective goals. Takisuk examined Inukai-kin's bank statements and found recent funds directed towards an anonymous account. Consequently, it could be inferred that this individual, abbreviated as B, was indeed a black informant nurtured by him. Interestingly, the initial letter of black informant aligned perfectly with B. However, when he attempted to call, the line was switched off. Intriguing. This person must possess some knowledge. Takisuk forwarded the number to Chiba and Nobu, instructing them to investigate alongside Takagi. Meanwhile, Mihoko had retrieved the profiles of the 3 deceased individuals. The first, Saito Akika, was found dead in her sealed vehicle, with carbon monoxide poisoning determined as the cause of death. However, when her car was discovered, it was in a secluded park, devoid of any signs of charcoal burning. The second deceased, Chogaya Mayumi, was found in her home, ruled as having hanged herself. Takisuk and the others also found suspicious aspects. The ligature marks on her neck were excessively deep. If it were indeed a hanging, the injuries would not appear as such, given that the deceased weighed merely 45 kilograms. They conducted a simulation with a dummy and found that considerable force was required to inflict such severity. The cause of death for the 3rd individual, Mitsui Keiji, was similarly dubious. All 3 shared a commonality. Traces of GHB were detected in their systems. The deceased Inukai-kin must have sensed this and initiated an investigation, ultimately leading to his murder. Therefore, these 3 suicide cases were likely orchestrated by the perpetrator using GHB to incapacitate and kill the victims, subsequently creating the facade of suicide. After dawn, Takisuk requested permission from Officer Makuru to investigate Inukai-kin's residence. Upon hearing the news, Timi Ayako insisted on accompanying him. Ultimately, under her affectionate persuasion, Takisuk acquiesced to her request. Upon arriving at the destination, Takisuk forcefully broke the door lock. Inukai-kin resided in a modest rental unit. The interior was sparsely furnished, with remnants of takeout strewn across the table. Is this truly the home of Inukai-kin? It's rather untidy. Ayako frowned. What can one expect from a single man, especially one preoccupied with investigations? He likely rarely returns, Takisuk replied with a smile. No wonder the Dragon Kingdom refers to men as smelly men. Ayako donned gloves and began sifting through the room's contents. His meals were evidently mostly takeout. Was he unmarried? Officer Makuro had mentioned that he was married once and had a daughter, but had divorced a year ago, with the daughter being in the mother's custody. Oh, I see. Ayako nodded, glancing at the takeout containers. She suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Should we order something to eat? Your taste is rather peculiar. Ayako found a takeout number on the table and called to order 2 portions, opting for the kind Inukai-kin usually enjoyed. In her words, if he relished it so much, it must be delightful. Before long, the delivery person arrived with the food. Longji braised noodles, a delicacy from the Dragon Kingdom. The flavor was indeed exquisite, far superior to the rice balls she typically consumed. No wonder there are so many noodle boxes here. Inukai-kin must have been quite content, Ayako remarked as she devoured her meal. Takizaki nodded, although he had not been in this world long. It felt like an eternity since he had savored the flavors of home. After finishing their meal, the two tidied up the room a bit. While organizing the kitchen, they stumbled upon a clue. On the dust-covered stove, there sat a flower pot. The pot stood in stark contrast to its surroundings, as it bore almost no dust. Even the plant within thrived vibrantly. How could a detective, who hardly returned home, possibly tend to flowers? Moreover, inscribed on the pot were the letters BMW. What does this mean? Ayako pondered. Take a look at what S planted inside, Takizaki suggested, touching the plant. The leaves instantly recoiled. This is a very common Mimosa pudica. Ah, those 3 letters mean don't touch me. The moment Takizaki saw BMW, he understood its significance. After all, these letters were a widely recognized internet meme in his past life. Takizaki had not anticipated encountering someone who understood this reference in this world. Thus, he speculated that this pot of Mimosa pudica was sent by the person who murdered Inukai-kin, serving as a clear warning for him to refrain from meddling. However, it was evident that this was akin to rolling one's eyes at a blind person. How could Inukai-kin possibly grasp this reference? This suggested that the murderer likely possessed a histrionic personality, with an overly pronounced desire for self-aggrandizement. He probably believed that such cryptic messages, intelligible to him yet baffling to others, exuded a highbrow aura. Yet, to Takizaki, it appeared rather juvenile. Upon returning to the Metropolitan Police Department, Takizaki and Ayako coincidentally found Mouri Ginzo also present in the 3rd Investigation Division. He was engaged in a fierce standoff with Officer Mikuru. Neither willing to yield an inch. Officer Mikuru, Inukai-kin was part of our 2nd Investigation Division. What do you mean by taking over his case? Do you look down upon us? Who said that when a detective from the 2nd Investigation Division dies, the case must be handed over to the headquarters? I believe there has never been such a regulation, has there? What did you say? Mouri Ginzo glared fiercely. I suggested that he could return to continue the pursuit of the Phantom Thief Kid, and that the Investigative Division 3 would avenge Inukai-kin's grudge. On what grounds? Just because I have already submitted a request to higher authorities, which has been approved. You old trickster, back at it again. During the last case at Sigalu, you did the same thing to seize the opportunity. I detest those who take shortcuts. Mouri Ginzo felt a pang of indignation. What a coincidence. I also dislike such underhanded tactics. The higher-ups had already issued their orders, leaving Mouri Ginzo powerless. Ultimately, he uttered some hollow threats before departing from Investigative Division 3. Competing with me. You're still too green. Officer Megur's mood improved slightly. After all, bad feelings can be redirected. One way to uplift oneself is to bring others down. Mayano-kin has shared with everyone his investigative findings regarding Team Ayako. They unanimously concluded that this was a meticulously organized series of murders. As they spoke, Takagi Wataru and Chiba Kazunobu entered, escorting a man whose face was bruised and gaunt, resembling a mere stick. He trembled all over, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and goosebumps riddled his arms. The unmistakable symptoms of a drug withdrawal. Officer Megur felt a headache coming on. Individuals like this drug addict are the most reckless. They exhibit no fear whatsoever. Countless lives have been ruined due to drug addiction, leaving loved ones destitute. Observing the situation, Mayano-kin seized the man by his collar and threw him into the interrogation room, locking the door behind him. Continuous wails echoed from within, interspersed with the sound of him slamming against the walls. The furniture was smashed to pieces, and the man inside resembled a cornered beast, desperately trying to bite at everything around him. Kinta, is this really okay? What if he dies in there? Officer Megur expressed some concern. Such scum would be better off dead. Their existence is merely a waste of air. The Mayano-kin stated this. His gaze remained fixed on the interrogation room. Should anything go awry with that individual, he would rush in without hesitation. Half an hour passed, and the sounds from within finally subsided. Mayano-kin opened the door and stepped inside. The man lay sprawled on the floor, his body heaving, gasping for breath like a dog. Are you ready? Once you've caught your breath, sit up and talk to me. Mayano-kin stood before him. The man slowly lifted his head, glaring at him in silence. If you wish to endure this suffering again, I wouldn't mind. After all, I have all the time in the world. Kinta sneered coldly. The man shuddered at the memory of his recent agony. If he could withstand it, he wouldn't be unable to quit. With great effort, he propped himself up against the wall. Could you please spare me a cigarette? Mayano Kinda frowned and pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He had not smoked since arriving in this world. Carrying cigarettes was merely a habit from his previous life. The man took the cigarette and inhaled deeply. In mere seconds, the entire cigarette was reduced to ash. Seeing that he was about to ask for another, Kinda snatched the pack away. After you answer my questions, this entire pack is yours. The officers observing from the observation room sighed inwardly, relieved that this fellow was from the police department. If he were to mingle with the underworld, he would undoubtedly gain notoriety in Tokyo. His interrogation style showed no regard for the other party's feelings. He simply acted as he pleased, maintaining complete control over the situation. What do you wish to ask? My name or my family? The man offered a pitiful smile. Either will do. It depends on your thoughts. If your answers please me, I wouldn't mind giving you some GHB. Mayano Kinda played the role of a devil tempting the man with candy. Really? The man's eyes lit up. Without needing further prompting from Kinta, he quickly revealed everything. The man's name was Nakamura Shinichiro. 34 years old, and currently unemployed. He survived by stealing, primarily targeting electric scooters. Most of his expenses went toward purchasing GHB, and he was indifferent to going hungry for days. After listening to his words, Mayano Kinta shook his head. This is not what I wanted to hear, so you may as well have another smoke. He tossed another cigarette toward the man. What exactly do you wish to know? Do you know Inagai-kin? Inagai-kin? I don't know him. Nakamura Shinichiro's gaze flickered, avoiding eye contact. I asked that so. Mayano Kinta produced Inagai-kin's phone and dialed a number. The clear ringtone echoed throughout the interrogation room. Answer the phone. How do you know this number is mine? Nakamura Shinichiro hung up, the feeling of luck dissipating. Do you think the police department in Mihanacho is inept? This is a matter easily resolved with a bit of effort. Kinda scoffed. I asked that so? Then why hasn't the phantom thief been captured yet? Nakamura Shinichiro retorted. You should direct that question to Nakamori Ginzo of Investigative Division 2. Mayano Kinta couldn't help but lament that Nakamori Ginzo had become a laughingstock. Even these indifferent addicts were aware of his illustrious deeds. As an informant for Inagai-kin, you must know he is dead, right? Mayano Kinta cut straight to the point, unwilling to engage in further trivial conversation. How could I not know? The underground world of Mihanacho has been buzzing with the news. Nakamura Shinichiro sighed heavily, pressing the cigarette butt against his arm. Perhaps only such pain could remind him that he was still alive. Mayano Kinta observed the scars on Nakamura Shinichiro's arm, resembling a pattern akin to a leopard spots, and frowned slightly. These addicts are all mad. What difference does it make whether they live or die? Because of Officer Inagai-kin's death, everyone in the underground world is on edge, fearing a thorough investigation by the police department. You only need to tell me whether his death is connected to you. No need for unnecessary chatter. What nonsense. How could I possibly be involved? Although I'm a lunatic, occasionally dabbling as a drug dealer, I've known Brother Inagai for quite some time. How could I harm him? Nakamura Shinichiro shook his head. I asked that so? Then who is currently controlling the GHB in the underground? GHB? Could he have been killed over this? Absolutely impossible. The people I associate with would never resort to killing a police officer over such matters. Unless a new force has emerged. After a lengthy interrogation, Mayano Kinta finally exited the room. How did it go, Kinta? Officer Megure approached him. As it stands, Inagai-kin's death should not be connected to him. We need to focus on those 3 individuals who committed suicide. However, he did mention that due to the low profit margins on GHB, it is typically controlled by smaller, independent dealers. Recently, some have been frequently distributing it. Nakamura Shinichiro didn't know what the other party looked like. He only knew that they went by the nickname Mr. Min. I'll head over to that location shortly. Well then. I've already requested all the case files related to the 3 suicides from Nakamori. He will soon dispatch someone to deliver them. Meanwhile, let us see if the others can uncover any clues. Officer Mumu nodded. Based on the clues provided by Nakamura Shinichiro, Gong Longjia discovered the location in a secluded alley. The bar's sign flickered under the glow of red lights. He descended the narrow staircase. Inside the bar, a few patrons sat scattered about, creating an atmosphere of subdued quietness. He approached the bar counter and took a seat on a stool. Do you have a drink menu? He inquired, glancing at the bartender who was polishing glasses. Yes. The bartender nodded and handed over the drink list. Gong Longjia perused the menu, feigning nonchalance as he glanced around. Business doesn't seem to be thriving here. It's just enough to scrape by. What shall I drink? A glass of absinthe, perhaps. By the way, do you know someone named Mr. Min? Never heard of him. The bartender paused momentarily before shaking his head. That makes sense. How could you possibly know him? However, while this place isn't in the bustling city center, the rent must still be considerable. The drinks on the menu appear quite affordable. Could it be due to someone's savory dealings? Perhaps drug dealers operate here, and the bar receives a cut. Gong Longjie jested. Hearing this, the bartender sighed and slammed the glass down heavily. You must be from the police department, right? There was a murder case nearby. We've already been questioned by your people several times. As if a murder case isn't enough, I really don't know anything about Mr. Men. His voice rose, attracting the attention of several patrons, noticing the commotion. Some began to exit hastily. Gong Longjie discreetly observed those leaving, his gaze drawn to a figure clad in a sweatshirt and a cap. The individual appeared unsteady on his feet, his complexion pale, making him seem quite suspicious. Just as Gong Longjie contemplated pursuing him, the bartender called out, "Excuse me, sir, you haven't paid for your drink yet." Gong Longjie downed the drink in one gulp, placed the money on the table, and turned to exit the bar. By the time he stepped outside, the suspicious figure had vanished from sight. Damn it. Gong Longjie slapped the bar's exterior wall, leaving a distinct handprint on the cement. He glanced back into the bar, a contemplative look crossing his face. The investigation department. A stack of files was being delivered on a cart. These documents occupied a significant amount of space. Observing the mountain of paperwork, everyone felt a sense of headache. Another busy day. Soon, the sound of flipping pages echoed in the office. The team began compiling the analyzed data onto the whiteboard. Before long, the large board was filled with dense information. Boss, these three individuals had no connections and did not know each other. It must be a coincidence, right? Chiba and Shinyong reclined in their chairs, stretching. There can't be so many coincidences. There must be something we haven't considered. Officer Mumu shook his head. Found it. The voice of Sato Mawako rang out. The group gathered around her. These three deceased individuals share a commonality. They all updated their blog profiles and avatars shortly before their deaths. As Sato Mawako spoke, she opened the 3 pages. The introductions were nearly identical, with avatars featuring a black background and a dimly lit golden door within. God awaits in heaven to open this door for you. A door. What could this possibly mean? Officer Mumu pondered. Didn't Longjie mention that the person controlling GHB recently is called Mr. Men? I suspect this is a cult, and the 3 deceased were members of this organization. Takagi Wataru speculated. I found that they all visited a particular website based on their browsing history. However, when I checked just now, the site has already been shut down. Mawako nodded. What kind of website was it? Gong Longjie's voice came from the doorway. Longjie, you're finally back. How's the investigation going? The group was elated, believing that if Gong Longjie were present, he would have likely uncovered leads by now. I spotted a suspect at that bar, but unfortunately, he slipped away. Gong Longjie nodded. By the way, Mawako-senpai, what was the website you mentioned? Oh, it used to be a site dedicated to a band called The Doors, created by their fan group. Mawako replied. Although the site has been closed, web snapshots often remain online, and the name of that bar is identical. What was the reason for the site's closure? Gong Longjie's interest was piqued. It seemed that bar indeed had something sinister about it. Rumor has it that the fan message board was inundated with inquiries on how to commit suicide, and it appeared that someone was specifically responding to them. Is it possible to trace this responder? He could very well be the mastermind behind it all. Yes, the band's lead singer, Kobayashi Keiru. He is referred to by fans as the guardian of the door. Their band relies heavily on him. However, he previously served time for violating drug regulations and was released just a year ago. Sato Mawako pulled up a photo of Kobayashi Keiru. At him. I saw that guy at the bar earlier. Gong Longjie recognized him instantly, feeling as though he had stumbled upon the answer without much effort. Miwako found some screenshots of messages online. An anonymous user wrote, "If I could let go of my life, I would like to feel immense joy at the last moment. I've heard that at the moment of death, one can experience the most intense pleasure. Is this true? I hope someone can help me. I want to choose the date for my suicide." The management replied, "As you wish, I will personally open that door for you." Another anonymous user commented, "I've heard that this place can help people find release. Someone told me that if my death coincides with the day I leave this world with my loved one, I can be with them. I wish to choose the date for my suicide." The management responded, "The door will open on time." Another anonymous message read, "For so long, I've hidden from people just to meet him. I can't bear this life of being a hunted mouse any longer. If I muster the courage to die, I suppose I will go to that place to die. The location for my suicide is somewhere in Mihua town." The management replied, "Set off. I will be waiting for you there." The images were shocking. These were previously considered jokes among the band's haters, shared internally as ridicule. Little did they know, these were all genuine. Each individual achieved their desired death as they wished. This was not a fan site at all, but rather a suicide assistance forum. The group was taken aback. Why not cherish life? Beautiful women, handsome men, delicious food, hot springs. What isn't worth holding on to? A knock sounded at the door. Ganayako entered, holding a stack of documents. Longjia, I have results for the information you asked me to investigate. She handed the files to Gong Longjia. After returning from Inukaiken, Gong Longjia had asked her to look into recent suicide incidents to see if there were any similar cases of staged suicides. Are there any doubts surrounding these deaths? Gong Longjia skimmed through the documents. Yes, this is everything from recent times, Ganayako confirmed. Please check if these individuals were users of that fan site. Gong Longjia passed the documents to Sato Mawako. Mawako took the documents and began her search. The results quickly emerged, a thick stack of files. All the deceased were indeed users of the now-closed fan site. And they had all posted messages expressing a desire to commit suicide. The group was left in shock. There were at least 20 individuals in those records. If they too were victims of staged suicides, this case would become incredibly serious. Investigate Kobayashi Keiru's home address. We must apprehend him at the earliest opportunity. Scum that disrespects life. Officer Meguro rose to his feet. It was time to spring into action. The group swiftly made their way to Mihua Town, 7th Street, the residence of Kobayashi Keiru. However, upon their arrival, they found the place deserted. The only indication that someone had recently vacated the premises was a steaming cup of water on the table, suggesting that the occupant had left only moments before. Damn it, they were a step too late. Officer Meguro felt a twinge of frustration. The others quickly sprang into action, canvassing the surrounding residence. The building was an old structure, lacking surveillance cameras, leaving them to resort to rudimentary methods. From inquiries made among the neighbors, it became evident that few had ever seen Kobayashi Keiru leave his home during the day, even when they did happen upon him occasionally. They paid him little mind, as they assumed he was simply a reclusive individual. In keeping with the cultural quirks of the region, Miyakawa found a book in Kobayashi Keiru's room, The Complete Manual of Suicide by Tsurumi Kiyoshi. The book detailed numerous methods of self-harm and was densely annotated with notes. At the end of the book was a handwritten confession by Kobayashi Keiru, revealing his fascination with suicide. He had indeed attempted to take his own life multiple times, though he had failed each time, for he was afraid of death. Eventually, he became enamored with GHB, leading to the disbandment of his band due to his incarceration. After his release, he did not seek employment but instead became involved in drug trafficking. On the bedside table, there was also a calendar, with dates marked in red ink for each month. Upon verification, each date corresponded to a person who had died by suicide. Today's date was also marked. They had to find that man quickly. Officer Meguro was beginning to feel anxious. Perhaps it was already too late. They had just received a report of someone jumping to their death in the vicinity. Miyakawa received news from Sato Mawako, who had remained at the office. When they arrived at the scene, they found a bloodied and mangled corpse lying on the ground, surrounded by police tape and officers responding to the situation. The crimson blood seemed to mock them. Miyakawa lifted the white sheet covering the body and took a glance. The deceased was none other than Kobayashi Keiru. It seemed today was not a day for murder, but rather a time for his own demise. With the only suspect now dead, how were they to proceed? Officer Meguro was at a loss for words. They had just unearthed a lead, only for it to evaporate so swiftly. They would have to return for now. Officer Meguro appeared dejected, as though all vitality had drained from him. I will remain here to search for further clues. Miyakawa shook his head. He still could not believe that such a fearful individual would possess the courage to leap from a high building. Upon returning to the 3rd Division, the insufferable Nakamori Ginzo sauntered in. TSK, I hear your lead has come to a dead end. I told you, had the case been handed to us in the 2nd Division, the suspect would have been apprehended long ago. What were you thinking? Taking the back door? It's akin to shooting oneself in the foot. I wonder how you will explain this to your superiors. It appears this case will remain unresolved. You fool, Nakamori, you insolent wretch. Officer Meguro rolled up his sleeves, prepared to engage in a brawl. Hey, be civil. I didn't come here to fight. I merely wished to witness your folly. Nakamori Ginzo stepped back, a smirk on his face. Officer Meguro, incensed by the provocation, lunged at him. Takagi and the others hurriedly intervened. Let me go. I absolutely must deal with this scoundrel. Officer Meguro flailed his arms, unleashing a torrent of verbal vitriol upon Nakamori. His words were anything but polite. Boss. Miyakawa sent a message, declaring that he had discovered a lead and had gone alone to the bar. Sato Mawako exclaimed loudly. Is that so? Splendid. Nakamori, did you hear that? The matter is far from over. Officer Meguro rejoiced. I shall await your good news. Nakamori Ginzo scoffed, turning to leave. Quickly, let us head to the bar. Officer Meguro, with short strides, dashed outside. As they departed, Miyakawa ventured to the rooftop from which Kobayashi Keiru had jumped. It was barren, devoid of anything. However, as he descended the stairs, he noticed something amiss, due to a lack of cleaning. The staircase was covered in dust. Aside from his and the deceased Kobayashi Keiru's footprints, there were also clear signs of a third party's presence. Generally, no one is permitted on the rooftop before forensic personnel arrive. Moreover, the markings of this unfamiliar footprint were quite pronounced, indicating that the individual had traversed the stairs both up and down. A distinct characteristic of this footprint was that the right foot left a deeper impression. The fox's tail is finally revealed. After sending a message to Sada Mawako, he made his way downstairs. The night was cool as water, and the traffic flowed like a tapestry. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Miyakawa pushed open the door and stepped inside. At that moment, the bar was even less crowded than during his last visit. "Are you closing?" he inquired of the bartender at the counter. "I was just about to close. But if you'd like a drink, I can whip you something up. Shall it be the same absinthe as last time?" the bartender inquired. "Yes, just a few glasses of whatever." Miyakawa nodded and took a seat at the bar. "How's the investigation into that police officer's murder coming along?" the bartender asked nonchalantly. "Don't mention it. The suspect jumped to his death. The lead has been severed, and it seems we will have to close the case without clarity." "What a pity," the bartender said, handing him the prepared drinks. Miyakawa took the glass and downed its contents in one gulp. "Indeed, it is truly regrettable. What is most infuriating is having to endure the nitpicking of an incompetent superior. Life is becoming unbearable, and existence feels meaningless. You're still young. Why talk of death? Have a few more drinks. Consider it my treat." The bartender prepared several more glasses of absinthe and placed them on the counter. "You really are a good person. I want to hold back. Then, by the way, I still don't know your name." Miyakawa gave the bartender a thumbs up. "Just call me Sakamoto Yuichi." Time passed slowly, and soon the bar was completely empty. Sakamoto Yuichi discreetly glanced at the now drunken Miyakawa before turning to lower the shutter. Time was up. He was closing for the night. His gait was peculiar. He stepped forward with his left foot before forcefully stamping down with his right, swaying awkwardly as he walked, a sight that was quite discomforting. After securing the door, he donned a pair of gloves taken from behind the bar. "What time is it? It seems I should head back now." Miyakawa, bleary-eyed, swayed as he attempted to rise. "Why the rush?" Sakamoto Yuichi picked up a fruit knife from the side, caressing its sharp edge. "It's quite late. If you don't hurry back, you'll miss out on supper." "Ha. I fear you won't have the chance to eat again." Sakamoto Yuichi looked up with a cold smile. "What are you doing with that knife?" Miyakawa exclaimed in alarm. "Don't get worked up. Didn't you say life was meaningless? I can help you with that." "What do you mean by that?" "I mean it literally. I'm about to send you to meet your colleagues." "Inu and Kin was your doing." Miyakawa's eyes widened in shock. "You're mistaken. I didn't kill him. He was done in by Kobayashi Keiru. That fool was easy to manipulate. I merely promised to supply him GHB for free, and he complied without hesitation. After all, he always wanted to take his own life. He was bound to die eventually." Sakamoto Yuichi shook his head. "Impossible. A junkie like him could never kill a police detective." "Did you perhaps lace his drink?" "Correct. But alas, there is no reward for that answer. Do you now feel utterly weak and fatigued, unable to muster even a modicum of strength?" Sakamoto Yuichi scoffed coldly. For he too had infused Miyaki Ryosuke's drink with a narcotic. Were those who left messages about suicide also under your control? Indeed, they had lost all courage to continue living. "I merely fulfilled their wishes. Why engage in such nefarious activities? Is it not sufficient to simply run a bar?" Miyaki Ryosuke leaned against the bar, attempting to rise. "Do not waste your energy. The more you struggle, the more discomfort you shall experience. Soon, you will find yourself quite at ease. I merely take pleasure in witnessing the demise of others. There are many in Mihua City who wish to end their lives, and I find killing quite exhilarating. Bestowing courage upon those too fearful to die seems almost virtuous, does it not? Am I not deserving of praise?" Sakamoto Yuichi narrowed his eyes, seemingly savoring the moment. "What a lunatic," Miyaki Ryosuke lamented. "Perhaps a lunatic. Who in this world is not a madman? When Inagai Kin sought me out, I wondered if he too wished for my assistance in ending his life. Thus, I took action. Fear not. I shall execute it flawlessly." A police officer beleaguered by his superior, driven to despair by the pressures of his work, committing seppuku. What a perfect plan. Sakamoto Yuichi stepped out from behind the bar, slowly approaching Miyaki Ryosuke, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The sound of his shoes scraping against the floor, coupled with his slightly neurotic laughter, rendered the atmosphere exceedingly eerie. Just as he neared Miyaki Ryosuke, he noticed the latter's shoulders trembling uncontrollably. "What is happening?" Ha. "Apologies, I simply could not contain myself." Miyaki Ryosuke slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing. No trace of a drugged stupor to be found. He had intended to wait until Sakamoto was close enough to frighten him. However, the man was moving far too slowly. The thought of those seeking to end their lives, many of whom were societal elites, being manipulated by such filth, caused him to chuckle uncontrollably. He grabbed the phone on the table and played back the recording he had just made. Evidence collected. You are finished. After killing so many, the death penalty is inevitable. Even the King of Heaven cannot save you now, you worthless scum. Miyake Ryosuke believed that living was not a disgrace. Rather, death was. Especially death by suicide, which was the ultimate shame. How can you possibly be unaffected? The substance I added to your drink is potent enough to incapacitate an elephant. Sakamoto Yuichi stepped back 2 paces, tightening his grip on the knife in his hand. What can I say? It's merely the result of my good looks. Miyake Ryosuke had no intention of providing an explanation. His Bajiquan had reached an intermediate level, and his internal energy far exceeded that of an ordinary individual. The drug Sakamoto spoke of was inconsequential to him. Silver-tongued devil. Enraged, Sakamoto Yuichi lunged at Miyake Ryosuke with his knife. Miyake Ryosuke seized a nearby stool and brought it crashing down upon Sakamoto's arm. With a resounding crack, the knife fell from Sakamoto's grasp as he cradled his arm in agony. Does it hurt? Have you ever considered whether those who committed suicide experienced pain before their deaths? Although I am indifferent to such matters, I feel compelled to inquire. Miyake Ryosuke raised the stool again, shattering Sakamoto's limbs. The wails echoed throughout the bar, and Sakamoto glared at him, eyes filled with hatred. With a clang, Miyake Ryosuke tossed the knife at Sakamoto's feet. Since death is inevitable, why not commit seppuku? It would spare you much suffering. Besides, it would be a novel experience for me, as I have yet to witness a person commit seppuku. Fear not, I shall be your kaishakunin. You devil. Sakamoto Yuichi's eyes finally reflected fear. He had considered himself quite mad, yet the police officer before him was even more so. He did not believe this was a jest. After years of running a bar, he had learned to read people well. I had almost forgotten that I had rendered your limbs unusable. Perhaps I should assist you. Miyake Ryosuke brandished the knife, performing a flourish in the air. Do not come any closer. Sakamoto Yuichi awkwardly shuffled backward, emitting desperate cries. So you are merely a coward. No wonder you only dare to kill those who wish to die. How uninteresting. Miyake Ryosuke casually tossed the knife, embedding it between Sakamoto's legs. A yellow liquid spread instantly. By the time Officer Muro and the others arrived at the bar, Sakamoto Yuichi had become a mere shell of himself. He repeatedly muttered words like madman. The look he cast upon Miyake Ryosuke was tinged with inexplicable fear. Ryosuke, what have you done to him? Officer Muro inquired, curiosity piqued. They had only been here for about 10 minutes. And yet he had transformed into this state. It's nothing. He ingested GHB of his own accord. I did nothing. I have gathered evidence of his murders. Miyake Ryosuke played the recording for him. Truly this man. Officer Muro, furious, approached Sakamoto Yuichi and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. The onlookers turned their heads away, pretending not to see the scene unfold. After all, Enigai-kin was a dear friend of Officer Muro, and a bit of venting could alleviate his pent-up sorrow. Congratulations to the host for assisting Officer Muro in locating the mastermind. A random skill reward is available. Would you like to draw it now? The system's voice resonated in Miyake Ryosuke's mind. System, what skills are available? Anything you can imagine is at your disposal. After the system spoke, a golden spinning wheel appeared before Miyake Ryosuke. Shinra Tensei, Rinnegan. Proficiency in airplane piloting. Proficiency in tank driving, mastery of karate, mastery of Muay Thai, elemental ninjutsu, unknown skill. Are all of these skills attainable by me? Miyake Ryosuke was nearly drooling with desire. Shinra Tensei, a technique from the world of Naruto, can repel everything around it and inflict damage. The Rinnegan grants mastery over yin and yang, bestowing extraordinary power. Elemental ninjutsu allows for effortless traversing across distances. A rare divine skill indeed. If I can draw any of these, they shall belong to you. Do you wish for it? I do. Miyake Ryosuke wiped away the drool. Very well, let the drawing commence. The pointer on the golden wheel began to spin slowly, gaining speed. Ultimately, it came to a leisurely stop on the unknown skill. No way. What on earth is this unknown skill? I was promised Shinra Tensei and Rinnegan. Why am I being toyed with? Miyake Ryosuke felt a twinge of disappointment. No worries. You can draw again next time it refreshes. The reward is now in the system's repository. Would you like to retrieve it? Retrieve it. Miyake Ryosuke sighed. A beam of white light appeared, merging into his mind. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the passive skill. 100 bare-handed bullet catching. Passive, no damage. Miyake Ryosuke was momentarily stunned by this revelation. Well then, An unscientific skill from the world of Conan has emerged. This skill would be remarkably explosive in the real world, as far as he knew. There were numerous skilled marksmen in the world of Conan. There was a Kudo Shinichi, known as the god of snipers, as well as the exceptionally capable Jin, former Navy SEAL sniper Timothy Hunter, and black-clad snipers like Candy, Corn, and Vermouth, among others. It seems I shall no longer need to be wary of those hidden gunmen. With the case of Inagai Kin's murder concluded, Officer Muro had reluctantly laid his burdens to rest. Thanks to everyone's assistance, the perpetrator was located so swiftly. I especially wish to express my gratitude to Ryosuke, so I have decided to treat everyone to a splendid meal. It shall also serve as a belated welcome banquet for his entry into the Metropolitan Police Department. After Officer Mumu reported to his wife, Mumu, he gathered everyone and led them to a restaurant not far from the police headquarters, when it was announced that he would cover the expenses for the evening. Everyone readily accepted the invitation. The gathering wasn't merely to have Officer Mumu spend money. It was a heartfelt attempt to allow him to drink freely and help him emerge from his sorrow. Among those invited were Tengu Ayako and her father. However, due to health reasons, Detective Tengu declined the offer, as he could not partake in alcohol. The private room was soon filled with their company. Glasses clinked and cups were exchanged, creating a warm and convivial atmosphere. Officer Mumu raised his glass and addressed Maiachi Ryosuke. Ryosuke, I truly appreciate you. This drink is a toast to you on behalf of the Hound. With that, he downed the contents of his glass in one go. For this second toast, I wish to thank everyone. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Let us all drink to that. He raised his glass once more. With a light crack, the glass in Maiachi Ryosuke's hand shattered into pieces. Officer Mumu, I must disagree with your statement. If justice exists, why should it be late? If it truly exists, it should arrive on time. If we constantly use this phrase to console ourselves and placate the public, will they still believe in us? Will they view us as good people? Or will they suspect us of harboring ulterior motives? Justice that arrives late is not justice at all, for it holds no significance. Everyone knows I hail from Longwa, where there is an ancient saying, repay malice with virtue, and how shall we repay virtue? Repay malice with justice, and virtue with virtue. When faced with wrongdoers, one must use thunderous means. Being lenient towards the wicked is itself a crime. The crowd within the private room exchanged glances, taken aback by his impassioned words. So impressive. Ayako Tengu gazed at Maiachi Ryosuke, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Haha, Ryosuke is absolutely right. I was indeed shallow. Officer Mumu's smile turned somewhat bitter. While everyone understood the principle, few were truly capable of embodying it. He was acutely aware that there would always be those who commit evil. Some deserve to be punished, and if he were to show mercy to those who deserved it, then he too would be deserving of punishment. Yet, seated in his position as a police chief, he often found himself constrained, unable to act with unbridled freedom or capriciousness. In his youth, he had been much like Maiachi Ryosuke, brimming with passion. But life had ultimately dulled his edges and extinguished the fervor within his heart. The gathering continued well into the early hours of the morning, with everyone becoming quite intoxicated. The impact of Maiachi Ryosuke's words had struck a chord with them, and before they knew it, they had all consumed a bit more than intended. Sunlight streamed through the white curtains as Maiachi Ryosuke slowly opened his eyes, waking from a hangover. What the? Upon surveying his surroundings, he pulled back the covers to find himself completely unclothed. He was lying in an unfamiliar place, which appeared to be a hotel. What had transpired last night? He could not recall how he had left the restaurant. He vaguely remembered that everyone had consumed copious amounts of alcohol. Suddenly, he spotted a surgical knife resting on the bedside table, accompanied by a note. I didn't bring any money, so consider this knife your payment. You did well. I liked you. Tengu Ayako. Maiachi Ryosuke dressed and headed to the bathroom. Gazing at the multitude of hickeys on his neck, he found himself momentarily speechless. He should not have drunk so much. He could remember nothing. The surgical knife spun wildly in his hand, making a whirring sound. Search and Seizure Division. Having purchased a new outfit, Maiachi Ryosuke entered the office. Good morning, Ryosuke. Everyone greeted him. Ryosuke, why are you still wearing a turtleneck? Isn't it too hot for that? Officer Mumu inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Cough, cough. I didn't cover myself with a blanket last night and caught a bit of a cold. Maiachi Ryosuke replied, his face flushing. You should take care of your health. Young people need to exercise more. Maiachi Ryosuke made an excuse to visit the autopsy room. To his dismay, Tengu Ayako had taken a day off. According to her colleagues, she had apparently injured her muscles while jogging in the morning and needed a day to rest. Damn muscle strain. Maiachi Ryosuke inwardly scoffed. System, did you spy on me last night? He asked in his mind. Rest assured, host, I have no interest in the lowly mating rituals of humans. I was in sleep mode last night. Hearing this, Mayachi Ryosuke sighed in relief. He certainly did not want to be the subject of a voyeuristic film, but you were truly impressive, the system quipped before falling completely silent, leaving Mayachi Ryosuke calling out in vain for a response. With nothing to do for the day, Mayachi Ryosuke idled away the hours in the office until closing time. After work, he hurried back to Hyoue Eri's home, contrary to his expectations of a culinary disaster. Hyoue Eri had brought sushi home. "Ryosuke, aren't you hot wearing so many layers?" Hyoue Eri asked curiously. "I'm all right," Mayachi Ryosuke replied awkwardly. Ironically, it was precisely because of the heat that he had returned home so early. They shared a meal at the dining table, during which Hyoue Eri scrutinized the hickeys on his neck, seemingly noticing something unusual. After finishing his meal, Mayachi Ryosuke made an excuse of being tired and hurried to the bathroom to shower before retreating to his bedroom. Just as he lay on the bed, trying to recall the events of the previous night, a knock sounded at the door. Without waiting for him to respond, Hyoue Eri entered, having just finished her own shower. Her damp hair hung down in front of her robe, and her fair skin was glistening as if about to drip with water. "You mentioned it was nothing, but whose lip marks are those on your neck?" Hyoue Eri teased. "Do you believe me if I say it was a mosquito bite?" "I don't believe a word of that. Ryosuke, have you started dating?" Hyoue Eri bit her lip playfully. "I really haven't tea." Mayachi Ryosuke shook his head. He felt too embarrassed to admit that he had drunk too much the previous night and had been taken advantage of. The price he paid was a surgical knife. "Is that so? Then you should get some rest." Hyoue Eri nodded. Before leaving, she flashed a mischievous smile at Mayachi Ryosuke. "Let me show you something interesting." The dreaded divine light appeared, leaving Mayachi Ryosuke in a daze. Hyoue Eri's laughter echoed from outside the door, both wild and triumphant. With a heart as clear as ice, one remains unperturbed even if the sky falls. Mayachi Ryosuke's expression darkened. Hyoue Eri was cold on the outside yet warm on the inside. And she was so fair. Just as he contemplated his next move, the phone rang. "Ryosuke-kun, please come to my place right away." It was the voice of Professor Agasa. "Did Conan get into trouble, Conan?" "Oh right. It's about him. Hurry over. Ran just turned my house upside down." Professor Agasa paused for a moment before realizing. Compared to him, Mayachi Ryosuke was more accustomed to referring to Kudo Shinichi as Conan. Having watched over 1,000 episodes before his arrival, he changed his clothes and stepped out of the bedroom, giving a brief notification at Hyoue Eri's door. There was no response from within. She must have already fallen asleep. At 2-22 Mihua Town, Tokyo, the wall that had once been damaged by an explosion had been restored to its former glory. Mayachi Ryosuke rang the doorbell, and Professor Agasa hurriedly emerged. "Doctor, why did you call me out so late? What's the matter?" "You'll find out when you come in. That brat Conan has gotten Shinichi angry again," Professor Agasa said as he walked. Mayachi Ryosuke followed him into the room, where he found Mouri Ran standing face-to-face with Conan. Ryosuke-kun. Upon seeing him arrive, both greeted him simultaneously before huffing and turning away. "Conan, what did you do to make Ran so angry?" "Did you wet the bed? How could that be?" Conan retorted. "I would never share a room with this little brat. He stays with my father." Mouri Ran proudly lifted her head. All right. Let us sit down and discuss matters. Everything is negotiable." Mayanoke chuckled as he settled comfortably on the sofa, observing the unfolding drama. Mouri Ran swiftly recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that when she brought Conan back, her father, who had been idly passing his days, fortuitously received a case to solve. After half a year without formal work, he was naturally quite thrilled. Before Mouri Ran could inform Muri Kagoro about Conan, he had already hopped into someone else's car, ready to leave. What was infuriating was that Conan had also sneakily joined him. With no other choice, she had to follow along. They had originally agreed that adults would handle adult matters, and children should not interfere. Yet, not only did he disregard this, but he also sought the limelight in various ways. Ultimately, he nearly lost his life at the hands of a criminal, had it not been for Mouri Ran's timely arrival. It was likely Conan would have met a grim fate. Such unpredictable factors left her deeply unsettled. "If it weren't for my presence, given your father's deductive skills, he probably wouldn't have even discovered the identity of the kidnapper by now, let alone secure such a hefty reward." Conan, sitting nearby, appeared sullen. "Are you referring to the case of the chairman's daughter being kidnapped?" Upon hearing this, Mayanoke was already well informed. "Huh? How do you know?" Mouri Ran exclaimed. Astonished. "I am affiliated with the police department. Naturally, I've heard about the case. However, I have been preoccupied with other investigations these past few days, so I haven't been keeping up." Mayanoke casually offered an excuse. Keikuin, have you encountered another case? Do share with me. Is it thrilling? How did the perpetrator execute the crime? And how did you uncover it? Conan's eyes sparkled at the mention, feeling a twinge of regret for not being more involved. Look at him. He's at it again. How could a primary school student be so enamored with cases? Just like Shinichi, Mouri Ran's gaze was scrutinizing, and Mayano couldn't help but reflect on how keen her intuition was. Much like that of Kazuha, Conan has mentioned that his father enjoys reading detective novels. With the name Idagawa Conan, it's only natural that he would develop an interest in such cases through exposure. Children, after all, should have their hobbies, Dr. Agasa hastily clarified. What a peculiar hobby. Mouri Ran scoffed. So, Ran, does this mean you no longer wish for Conan to stay at your home? Mayano inquired. It's not that I have a choice. My father said that if we successfully rescue the chairman's daughter, Conan did contribute a tiny bit. He has already agreed. So even if I were unwilling, it is of no consequence. Mouri Ran had merely brought Conan along to vent her frustrations. She thought that since Dr. Agasa claimed to be Conan's relative, he would listen to him to some extent. After expressing her grievances to Dr. Agasa and Mayano, Mouri Ran resolved to take Conan back home. The moment she saw his face, which bore a striking resemblance to Kudo Shinichi, her heart inexplicably softened. She couldn't help but wonder if she owed him something. Mouri Ran silently mused. At the Metropolitan Police Department as forensic unit. Mayano sat idly, twirling a scalpel in his hand. Hey, isn't this Ayako's? A voice belonging to Chiba and Shin echoed. Good morning, Chiba-senpai. I'm so bored I'm about to fade away. The knife indeed belonged to Ayako. She had left it here and forgotten to retrieve it. It was odd, as she usually treated this knife like a treasure, never allowing anyone to see it. Chiba and Shin shook their heads in disbelief. Oh, does this knife have a story? It is said to have been passed down from the Timi family and boasts a history of several centuries. Originally, it was meant to be inherited by males only. However, Detective Timi only has this one daughter, who cherishes it dearly. Thus, it was passed down to Ayako. Don't underestimate this seemingly unremarkable object. It is indeed of Dragon Kingdom origin. It seems to be related to ancient Qin alchemists. Chiba and Shin spoke mysteriously. Chiba-senpai, how can you still believe in such tales? One must trust in science. Mayano teased. The end of science is theology. The Dragon Kingdom has always been shrouded in mystery. Who can discern the truth from the falsehoods? I merely mentioned it for amusement. Take it lightly. Chiba and Shin chuckled. Mayano gazed at the knife in his hand, impressed by its craftsmanship, revealing no signs of being forged. It resembled a tranquil autumn pool, emanating a subtle, cold light. It's impossible for this to be merely a rumor. Mayano shook his head, recalling that he had never seen such a thing before crossing over. Let alone in this anime world. Besides, how could there have been surgical knives hundreds of years ago? It was utterly unscientific. In the police department's autopsy room, Mayano quietly approached Timi Ayako, who was intently dissecting a corpse, utterly oblivious to his presence. Observing her focused expression, he found it difficult to reconcile the person who claimed to be her elder with the girl who appeared like a neighborly little sister. Cold and aloof while at work, he couldn't fathom what her state had been that fateful night. Watching the beads of sweat trickling down Timi Ayako's forehead, he took out a towel and offered to wipe her brow. Thank you, she replied, her lips parting slightly in gratitude. Suddenly, she froze, her face turning a shade of crimson at a visible pace. What brings you here? She asked, feigning nonchalance. Just returning your things. Mayano raised the scalpel in his hand. You came all this way for such a trivial matter. Just so you know, I want to be held responsible. Timi Ayako snapped back to reality. Mayano was taken aback, thinking, who asked you to be responsible? Did we engage in anything that night? Let bygones be bygones. I've already forgotten. Timi Ayako seemed flustered, her hand trembling slightly as it gripped the knife. Need me to help jog your memory? Mayano leaned in closer. Clang. The sound of the scalpel clattering to the floor echoed. No need. Then, would you like me to help you remember? It seems I can't recall anything at all. The autopsy room was monitored, and Mayano merely teased her before departing. Naturally, he did not return the scalpel. It would serve as payment for their next encounter. Timi Ayako watched him leave, muttering under her breath, feeling weak as she leaned against the table. Upon returning to the office, Mayano found Chiba and Shin sighing heavily. Chiba-senpai, have you encountered some trouble? Since his abilities garnered everyone's recognition, Chiba and Shin, who were originally responsible for him, had gone off to investigate a case involving a high school girl being stalked. He had been exceedingly busy, hardly seen for days. A girl from Hakyoji-nen High School had gone missing, and as of now, it had been 41 days without any leads. Have you checked the seaside or abandoned construction sites? Mayano inquired. We did initially, but found nothing there. Chiba and Shin shook their heads. Then let Kei join you in the investigation. After all, he has nothing pressing at the moment, the Evercom Mayor JZ interjected. Ding. You have a new task. Assist Chiba and Shin in investigating the missing high school student case. Completion rewards. Photographic memory. The system's voice resounded. I accept this mission. Mayano Kei nodded. A light appeared in his mind. Offering clues from the system. Yash, with Kei on the case, we will surely find the missing person quickly. Chiba and Shin rejoiced. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Mayano Kei rose and headed outside. Huh? Where are we going? To find clues, of course. I haven't told you anything yet. Chiba and Shin leapt from their seats, grabbing a file bag as they hurried after him. What an energetic lad, and full of a sense of justice. Mumu Shizuku observed the departing figures of the two individuals, nodding in satisfaction. Although Miyamoto Ryosuke had previously contradicted him during the gathering, rather than inciting his ire, it had only heightened his regard for him. He had already reported upwards, preparing to advocate for Miyamoto Ryosuke's promotion to the position of inspection minister. The ranks within the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department are classified into 10 tiers: Police Superintendent, Police Commissioner, Police Chief, Senior Inspector, Inspector, Police Captain, Police Lieutenant, Inspection Minister, Chief Inspector, and Inspector. INIS, Adachi Ward of Tokyo, at the Minami High School in Misato City. Saitama Prefecture, Miyamoto Ryosuke and his companion arrived at their destination. En route. Chiba and Shin had provided him with a brief introduction. The missing high school girl was named Tanaida Junko, who had just celebrated her 17th birthday. Junko's family was of modest means, with an elder brother and a younger brother. Her father worked as a sales manager at a canning factory, while her mother was a homemaker, with her father preoccupied with earning a livelihood and her mother occupied with caring for 3 children. Junko received comparatively little attention, which fostered her independent and mature demeanor. To alleviate the burden on her family. Junko not only frequently took on household chores but also began various part-time jobs in high school to earn her own living expenses. Seldom asking her family for money. To her classmates, Junko was an exemplary student, gentle and composed, widely regarded as the most beautiful girl. From the photographs, it was evident that Tanaida Junko possessed long, flowing black hair, large eyes, and a pure, radiant smile. Such a girl must surely be the ideal in many boys' hearts. The two found Tanaida Junko's homeroom teacher, Aso Shizuku. Upon understanding their purpose, Aso Shizuku invited them into the conference room. In the quiet office, the only sound was the rhythmic tapping of Miyamoto Ryosuke's fingers against the table. According to Aso Shizuku, Tanaida Junko had a pleasant disposition and maintained good relationships with her classmates. Many boys at school had secret crushes on her. It was inconceivable that she would have run away from home voluntarily. However, there were numerous delinquent youths in the vicinity of the school, and he suspected that Junko's disappearance might be linked to them. Delinquent youths, you say? Miyamoto Ryosuke nodded. Departing the school alongside Chiba and Shin, they parked their car outside the school, observing the passers-by. At that moment, a knock sounded on the car window. Turning to see, they were greeted by 2 attractive female officers clad in traffic police uniforms. One had long, deep brown hair cascading down to her waist, with prominent dark circles under her eyes. The other sported blue eyes tied into twin ponytails. They wore white and green armbands on their left arms and white gloves on their hands. Gentlemen, you cannot park here. Please move along. The officer with dark circles smiled gently. Indeed, what you are doing is inappropriate. The ponytailed officer chimed in. Miyamoto Ryosuke instantly recognized them. It was Miyamoto Yumi, known for organizing social gatherings and having extensive connections within the police circle. Behind her stood Mike Now, a childhood friend of Chiba and Shin. My apologies. We are currently on a mission. Chiba and Shin produced their badges for Miyamoto Yumi to see. I see. Thank you for your hard work. Miyamoto Yumi nodded. Her gaze turned piercing as she addressed Miyamoto Ryosuke. Is this officer new? I don't recall having seen him before. Hello, I am Miyamoto Ryosuke from the Investigation Division, and I have only recently joined. He greeted with a smile. Oh, very pleased to meet you. I am Miyamoto Yumi. May I have your contact information? She asked, pulling out her phone. Of course. After exchanging phone numbers, Miyamoto Yumi departed with Mike Now. Am I really such a non-entity that Miyamoto Yumi overlooked me? Why didn't she ask for my contact information? Chiba and Shin expressed their frustration. Have you heard of her? Of course, she is quite famous. Many colleagues enjoy attending the social gatherings she organizes. I hear there are many beautiful women there. Chiba and Shin remarked with a glint in their eyes. The beauty behind her earlier was also quite charming. Don't you fancy her? Miyamoto Ryosuke provocatively inquired. She is indeed lovely and innocent looking. but she seemed rather shy and didn't get a chance to speak. Chiba and Shin failed to recognize Mike now. Little did they know, her shyness stemmed from her awareness of him. Look, Miyamoto Ryosuke interrupted the conversation, pointing at a group of young men loitering in front of the high school. They sported various hairstyles. Cigarette butts dangling from their lips, accompanied by occasional lewd laughter. As Miyamoto Ryosuke and Chiba stepped out of the car and approached, the delinquents failed to notice them due to their casual attire. I was thinking of having some fun, but who knew that girl would end up dead? One scoffed. Such a pity. I heard she was the class beauty. Another replied. At least we all had our share of enjoyment. Miyamoto Ryosuke and Chiba frowned. The brazen conversation revealed shocking information. Upon noticing the two of them approaching, the group's demeanor shifted to one of wariness. Hey, old man, there are people here. Move aside, the leader spat. Discarding his cigarette, everyone squat down and cover your heads. Chiba and Shin commanded. Ha ha ha. Who do you think you were to tell us to squat down? Look at this. A delinquent opened his collar, revealing a blue tattoo underneath. Seijo Takuji smirked at them with disdain. They were infamous in the area as the Yashio Minami gang. Most would steer clear upon hearing their name. I see this is just a pile of dung. Miyamoto Ryosuke countered, not one to indulge them, and promptly delivered a sharp blow. The sound rang clear. All the delinquents were taken aback. Even Chiba and Shin momentarily stunned. Be careful, they might report us, Chiba cautioned. What is there to fear? They're not studying, just roaming around as delinquents. They're not worth anything, Miyamoto Ryosuke retorted, harboring a long-standing disdain for those who refused to apply themselves in school. After being expelled, they would loiter around the school gates, smoking as if they were something special, unaware of how ridiculous they appeared. You dare hit me? Seijo Takuji quivered, pointing a trembling finger at Miyamoto Ryosuke. How dare you point at me? Miyamoto Ryosuke snapped, breaking the delinquent's finger. Do you not know it is rude to point at someone with your finger? Ah. Seijo Takuji howled, clutching his now bent finger. Tears streaming down his face. None of you are allowed to run. Whoever tries to escape will have their legs broken, Miyamoto Ryosuke threatened, pointing at the retreating delinquents. Hearing this, they quickly squatted down, hands on their heads. Frozen in place, Miyamoto Ryosuke kicked Seijo Takuji lightly. Stop your blubbering and squat properly. Seijo Takuji sobbed as he huddled in the corner. Miyamoto Ryosuke first delivered a kick to each of them before slowly pacing behind them. State your names and confess. Seijo Takuji, Kobayashi Toru, Nishimura Akira, Matsumoto Kaido, and 3 or 4 other delinquents reported their names in turn. Nice names. What are you all doing here? Waiting for our girlfriends. Their responses were eerily uniform. Chiba and Shin's eyes widened in disbelief. I may be a bit overweight, but at least I'm a hidden rich kid. How can these guys, who can't even earn money, all have girlfriends? The world is truly unjust. Finding it hard to contain his frustration, he kicked each delinquent, ensuring fair treatment. Be careful, Chiba-senpai, they might report you. What do I care? I suspect they are causing a public disturbance. Chiba retorted angrily. Have you heard of Tanida Junko? Miyagi Kaike opened his mouth to inquire. The delinquent youth, who had turned his back to the two, trembled at the mention of that name. Saijo Takumi was utterly undone, to the point of wetting himself in fear. Miyagi Kaike exchanged a glance with Chiba Kazunobu, sensing that something was amiss. Speak quickly, do you recognize Tanida Junko, or not? And no, I don't know her, a hesitant voice stammered. Is that so? Then why are you so uneasy? Miyagi Kaike seized Saijo Takumi and pinned him against the wall. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm timid, and if something happens, you'll be responsible. Saijo Takumi quivered, a foul odor emanating from him. Damn it. Miyagi Kaike tossed him to the ground. This fool not only wet himself in fear but also soiled himself. He approached the frail-looking Kamiyama Shoutaru and delivered a swift kick, knocking him down. He had been lurking on the periphery of their earlier discussion, not daring to engage. You speak. I truly don't know anything. Kamiyama Shoutaru sobbed. Is that so? Upon hearing Kamiyama Shoutaru's protest, a surgical knife appeared in Miyagi Kaike's hand. The blade spinning ominously. What are you going to do? Kamiyama Shoutaru, too, was paralyzed by fear. Kaike, take it down a notch. There are people around. Chiba Kazunobu cautioned. The commotion had drawn quite a crowd, with onlookers pointing and some already dialing for help. Don't worry. I'll merely incapacitate him. Miyagi Kaike chuckled. He was not one to exhibit mercy, especially not in this anime world. Chiba Kazunobu sighed, aware that Miyagi Kaike was dead serious. The murderous intent in his eyes was palpable to those who could sense it. Kamiyama Shoutaru gazed at the man before him, who resembled a demon, and ultimately succumbed. I'll speak. What they were discussing was indeed about Tanida Junko. I was merely a victim of bullying, and I joined them to avoid being beaten. Bastard, Kamiyama, you scoundrel, you've tormented that girl just as much as we have. Saiju Takumi erupted in anger. I didn't. Kamiyama Shoutaru vehemently shook his head. This is a lead. Miyagi Kake straightened up and waved to the gathering crowd. The police are conducting an investigation. Irrelevant persons should disperse immediately. The crowd, upon hearing this, slowly began to scatter. They realized that the individuals on the ground were delinquents, initially thinking it was an internal conflict. They now understood it was a police operation. Well, they deserve it. Soon, Takagi Wataru and his team arrived, escorting all the delinquents to the police headquarters. In the interrogation room, Miyagi Kake donned a mask and sat before the trembling Saiju Takumi. Now, tell me about Tanaida Junko. Rest assured, the surveillance here has been shut off. There is no evidence even if something were to occur. Saiju Takumi cast a fearful glance at him. I'll confess. After a grueling half-hour of interrogation, Miyagi Kake finally stepped out. Inside, Saiju Takumi had become unrecognizable, having endured a 2-minute confession amidst relentless beatings. The observers in the viewing room refrained from intervening, silently watching as Miyagi Kake unleashed his fury. Upon his exit, Officer Muro handed him a bottle of water. Tired from the exertion? Take a break. It's our turn to go in. The group was incensed by the information extracted from Saiju Takumi. Tanaida Junko was already deceased. Although he was not the principal offender, he was indeed one of the perpetrators. In fact, none of the delinquents apprehended today were innocent, based on Saiju Takumi's testimony. Chiba Kazunobu had already brought in the main culprit, Mayano Yushi. This young man was rather astute, having hidden in an abandoned factory, merely evading capture. Chiba Kazunobu shoved Mayano Yushi in front of Miyagi Kake. With a resounding slap, Miyagi Kake struck him, teeth scattering upon the floor. You're using extrajudicial punishment. I'll sue you, Mayano Yushi boasted, showing no fear. After all, he was still a minor, shielded by the law. Miyagi Kake let out a cold laugh, dragging him into an adjacent room and drawing the curtains. The sound of his head striking the wall echoed, accompanied by incessant wails. Where did you dispose of Tanaida Junko's body? What Tanaida Junko? I don't know what you're talking about. Mayano Yushi shook his head defiantly, still trying to deny it. Your companions have already confessed. Gripping him by the hair, Miyagi Kake dragged him outside the interrogation room. Inside, others were receiving their just desserts. Seeing this, Mayano Yushi fell silent for a long moment. Still not speaking, Miyagi Kake inquired, brow furrowed. In the Kamiyama household, Mayano Yushi finally broke. Damn it. At this, Miyagi Kake charged back into the interrogation room, unleashing a flurry of kicks upon the innocent-acting Kamiyama Shoutaru. Kake, what's going on? Officer Muro quickly intervened, realizing that Miyagi Kake was striking too hard. He could easily kill someone in his frenzy. This guy is lying. Tanaida Junko's body is in his house. Miyagi Kake was still seething, intent on inflicting more damage. Enough. Now that you know the location, let us go find it. Officer Muro restrained Miyagi Kake, pulling him out of the interrogation room. In the autopsy room, a gasoline drum sat ominously. According to Mayano Yushi's account, the girl's body had been stuffed inside and sealed with cement. Fortunately, they arrived in time. The cement had not yet fully set. Had they delayed any longer, the body might have been unrecoverable. With the assistance of the staff, Tanaida Junko's body was extracted. She had undoubtedly endured immense suffering before her death. When I was completely gone, her tongue and teeth missing, and 2 fingers severed. Despite being submerged in cement, her body bore traces of bodily fluids. Upon witnessing this grim scene, the onlookers were filled with rage. What manner of fiend could commit such inhumane acts? Especially knowing that these individuals, after brutally murdering Tanaida Junko, continued to lead their lives as if nothing had happened. The very thought of existing in the same world as these demons sent chills down everyone's spine. Even the typically composed Tonomi Ayako trembled involuntarily while collecting evidence. The results of the test soon emerged. None of the apprehended delinquents could escape culpability. Moreover, others involved remained at large. In the interrogation room, Mayano Yushi knelt on the cement floor, blood dripping from his mouth. Under the pressure of life and death, he began to confess his heinous crimes. Simultaneously, Sato Mawako recorded the proceedings with her camera. Mayano Yushi, male, 18 years old. His father is an employee at a securities company, and his mother is a piano teacher. The couple, preoccupied with making money, neglected their son's upbringing, fostering his aggressive and domineering temperament from a young age. In high school, after being bullied by upperclassmen, he harbored deep resentment, frequently engaging in fights and extortion. He was forcibly expelled from school in his second year, officially entering the underworld. Later, when his mother forgot to prepare lunch for him, Mayano Yushi assaulted her. His father, Mayano Akudo, was furious upon learning this and kicked him out of the house. From then on, he mingled with other delinquents, forming a small gang resembling a mafia, positioning himself as the gang leader. Mayano Yushi had previously assisted Kamiyama Shoutaru in resolving a bullying incident. Thus, the opposing party offered their second floor as a base for the gang members to come and go freely. Although Mayano Yushi was expelled, his mother continued to secretly provide him with financial support. Consequently, he purchased a car at an early age. As his audacity grew, this vehicle became a tool for the gang members' criminal activities. Utilized for brazen robberies and the abduction of women passing by, randomly selecting victims to violate and force into the car. In truth, Mayano Yushi did not know Tanaida Junko. The one who truly knew her was Kamiyama Shoutaru. Before dropping out of school, Kamiyama Shoutaru harbored a secret infatuation for the girl, having confessed multiple times, only to be rejected each time. This rejection bred a deep-seated animosity towards her, prompting him to persuade Mayano Yushi to orchestrate this heinous act. After meticulously surveilling Tanaida Junko's daily route, on a moonless and blustery night at 8 o'clock, Mayano Yushi, accompanied by his henchmen, rode a motorcycle from behind and forcefully kicked the girl into a roadside ditch. Kamiyama Shoutaru then stepped in, feigning a hero's rescue, claiming he would escort her home. Recognizing her former classmate, Tanaida Junko was completely unguarded. However, as they reached a desolate warehouse corner, the seemingly sincere boy revealed his true nature, menacingly threatening Junko with violence and abducting her to a motel, where Mayano Yushi and Saija Takumi awaited. The three proceeded to commit acts of violation against her. Yet, their depravity did not cease there. They transported the girl to Kamiyama Shoutaru's residence, concealing her on the second floor. During this period, she was subjected to imprisonment, occasionally receiving food while they indulged their base desires. As time passed, their audacity escalated, leading to numerous gang members participating in atrocities against Tanaida Junko. On one occasion, when she resisted and cried out too loudly, nearly exposing their deeds, the group became enraged and began to beat her, inflicting even more severe torment. Eventually, Junko's parents reported her missing to the police, heightening the danger of her release. When Mayano Yushi recounted this part of the tale, Kamitaki Tsukii interjected, questioning how even a small animal could remain undetected in Kamiyama Shoutaru's house for such an extended period. Did not his family ever find it peculiar? Mayano Yushi's response was shocking. They knew. Officer Makuru's expression darkened. Good heavens, what is this madness? Takagi, fetch Kamiyama Shoutaru's family. Because a body had been discovered at the residence. The entire family was brought in as relevant individuals. Soon, 2 men and a woman were ushered into the interrogation room. What do you want? I know nothing. A sharp-featured woman, handcuffed, struggled desperately. Behind her stood her husband, Kamiyama Hatsuake, and son, Kamiyama Shoutaru. The 2 men appeared pale, sweat dripping profusely. The woman, named Inukai Makoto, had taken on the name Kamiyama Makoto after marrying. She quickly fell silent upon witnessing Mayano Yushi's grim condition. Tanaida Junko was hiding in your home before she died. Do you know? I don't know. It has nothing to do with my son. He is usually so well behaved. It must be someone else's influence. Kamiyama Makoto vehemently denied. What about you two? Kamitaki Tsukii inquired, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he glanced at the 2 men behind her. I know. Kamiyama Hatsuake nodded. You scoundrel, did we not agree to keep quiet? Kamiyama Makoto forcefully shoved her husband, knocking him to the ground. Kamiyama Yutaka sat silently on the floor. You both violated Tanaida Junko, did you not? Kamitaki Tsukii asked coldly. Yes. What do you mean by yes? You assured me you had no interest in the little girl and that you would only love me. Kamiyama Makoto lunged at her husband. Enough. Officer Makuru, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, ordered them separated. Kamiyama Makoto continued her tirade of curses, deeply disappointed in her husband. She soon divulged the truth. It turned out that on the 10th day of Tanaida Junko's captivity, she noticed something amiss. Terrified, she urged her son to release the girl, and while Kamiyama Shoutaru verbally agreed, 2 days later, when she discovered Junko still in the house, she pressed her son once more to set her free. Yet, due to her cowardice and favoritism towards her son, she did not take further action. Mere verbal admonitions were utterly ineffective against these delinquent boys. Kamiyama Hatsuake and his son also became aware of Junko's presence, yet remained indifferent, even participating in the misconduct. During this time, Junko attempted to escape several times. Once, Kamiyama Makoto, seizing an opportunity when the boys were absent, let Junko go. Although Kamiyama Shoutaru deceived her, claiming she was a new girlfriend. Kamiyama Makoto observed the marks of abuse on the girl. Still, she refrained from contacting the police, leading to Junko being forcibly recaptured by Mayano Yushi after barely fleeing a few kilometers. On another occasion, while the boys slept, Junko quietly descended to call the police but was discovered by Mayano Yushi. Her repeated attempts to escape incited the boys' fury, and they doused her with gasoline and set it alight. causing the girl to scream in terror. In addition to the physical torment, they psychologically tortured Junko. Mayano Yushi maliciously manipulated images to deceive her into believing her family had all been killed. And upon witnessing her profound sorrow, he cruelly inquired about her feelings. When Junko, in tears, expressed her despair, Mayano Yushi erupted into laughter, revealing it had all been a ruse. Meanwhile, the other delinquents incessantly chanted phrases like dead and alive, leaving Junko in a state of uncertainty regarding her family's safety, engulfed in fear and anxiety. She begged the boys repeatedly to allow her to return home, promising never to reveal anything, insisting she had merely been out having fun. The delinquent boys appeared to revel in her naivety. You think you can wear a school uniform and play outside for so long? They then commenced a new round of torment. As time went on, the food provided to Junko dwindled, and she lay in a state of utter exhaustion. She lacked the strength to escape, until one day, after wetting herself and soiling the floor of Kamiyama Shadow's home, she was brutally beaten by the group. It was only then they began contemplating how to dispose of her, for she had become battered and broken, and their interest in her had waned. However, releasing her was out of the question. They deliberated whether to bury her, burn her with gasoline, or encase her in cement and sink her in the sea. Ultimately, Kamiyama Yutaka proposed the idea. He instructed the boys to steal gasoline cans while he purchased cement. In the end, Junko was tortured to death. Yet, before they could dispose of her body, Kamitaki Tsukiyai and Chiba Kazunobu uncovered the scene. Upon hearing the entirety of this tragic tale in the interrogation room, the officers longed to exterminate these scoundrels. However, as law enforcement, even in their fury, they must await the court's judgment. Rape, torture, imprisonment. Surely, there were more heinous acts concealed. A girl in the prime of her youth, who should have been joyfully attending classes with her peers, now lay cold in the morgue. How tragically lamentable. The parents of Tanida Junko, along with the delinquent boys, rushed to the scene, some offering reprimands, others threats, while a few extended comforting words, assuring that everything could be resolved. Yet, Tanida Junko's parents seemed to have lost their vitality, kneeling on the floor in silence, facing each other wordlessly. Among the delinquent boys, there were indeed those with power and wealth, contemplating this. Kamitaki Tsukiyai instructed Officer Mikura to reach out to their contacts, preparing to rally public sentiment to pressure the court. Before long, a commotion erupted outside the police headquarters. Fei Law Firm. Fei Yingli hung up the phone, having turned down numerous requests for representation. She had rejected offers from a powerful, enigmatic figure as well as from affluent businessmen. Now, she held the information of Kudo Junko in her hands, resolute to advocate for this innocent girl, not for any other reason, but to quell the indignation brewing within her heart. Moreover, this marked the first time Miyazaki Tsukiyai had entrusted her with a case. Soon, the news of the legal queen Fei Yingli taking on the high school kidnapping case spread throughout Tokyo. The front of the law firm was swarmed with reporters and some ill-intentioned individuals. Even Mouri Kagoro called, attempting to persuade her to abandon the case. I will not give up. Mouri Kagoro, you have changed. Let us remain calm. Fei Yingli terminated the call. She stepped out of the firm, besieged by blinding flashes and a cacophony of questions. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Fei Yingli from Fei Law Firm. From today onward, I shall defend the victim Kudo Junko. I hope the perpetrators will face the full force of the law. Let not the living be left in despair. With that, she turned and re-entered the firm. Leaving the reporters thwarted at the entrance. As night deepened, Miyazaki Tsukiyai returned home to a pitch-black room. After switching on the light, he was taken aback to find Fei Yingli seated on the sofa, her arms wrapped around her knees. Sister Fei, what happened? She pointed towards the window, which had been shattered by a stone. Glass shards lay scattered on the floor. Wrapped around the stone was a note threatening her to abandon the defense, or she would face bullets next time. Miyazaki Tsukiyai approached the window, his expression troubled. He understood that obstacles would arise and regretted involving Fei Yingli in this matter. Have you eaten, Sister Fei? He asked with a smile, tidying up the window. Fei Yingli shook her head, burying her face deeper into her knees. Wait a moment, I'll prepare something for you. He headed to the kitchen to cook, unbeknownst to him, as Fei Yingli watched his back. She smiled slyly, akin to a fox that had stolen a chicken. Fei Yingli had a significant appetite, despite her mediocre cooking skills. The kitchen was well stocked with utensils and ingredients, given the late hour. He opted to prepare a simple Japanese dish. As the saying goes, anything can be tempura. He first rinsed the kombu to remove impurities and salt, then placed it into boiling water along with a few shiitake mushrooms. Next, he peeled a white radish and sliced a few pieces to add to the broth with the kombu and mushrooms. He finally shredded the radish, squeezing out the moisture into a small dish. He then sliced onions, enoki mushrooms, pumpkin, and bell peppers, while preparing the prawns by separating the heads and tails, peeling them, and deveining them. After a flurry of activity, the ingredients were ready. The final step was to prepare the tempura batter and heat the oil. He dipped the prepared ingredients into the batter and, once the oil reached the right temperature, carefully placed them in to fry gently. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, drawing Fei Yingli into the kitchen unknowingly. She swallowed hard, marveling at what true culinary skills looked like, reflecting on how she had wasted her previous opportunities. A large plate of tempura was presented at the dining table as Miyazaki Sukiyai filtered the broth. "Is it ready?" Fei Yingli inquired eagerly. "It's done." He nodded. "I'm digging in," she exclaimed, immediately savoring the meal. "Delicious," she praised, relishing each bite. "Not bad. This is simply fried skewers from our homeland, just renamed with tempura flour." Miyazaki Sukiyai responded, pleased. It was his first attempt at making tempura, having only occasionally watched videos on the subject, and he was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. With dishes but no wine, a feast cannot be complete. In a world devoid of color, passers-by are scarce. Fei Yingli fetched some stored fine wine, and together they toasted, celebrating the joys of life. When Miyazaki Sukiyai awoke, the sun had already risen. Fei Yingli was still asleep. Resting her head on the edge of the bed, gazing at her porcelain-like face, he silently marveled at how she hardly resembled a mother of a teenager, appearing instead quite youthful. A stray lock of hair fell across her face, adding a touch of allure, gently swaying with her breath, exuding a playful charm. Seemingly sensing his gaze, she slowly opened her eyes. "Ohio." Fei Yingli stretched, rising to wash up. Is that all? Miyazaki Sukiyai was momentarily taken aback. Expecting her to explain why she hadn't returned to her room, national attention had focused on the case due to its grave circumstances, resulting in the arrest of all involved parties. Totaling 30 individuals, however, aside from the adults Kamiyama Ikuto and Kamiyama Masataka, the remaining were minors and detained in a juvenile facility. The trial commenced swiftly, with all assailants charged with abuse, illegal killing, and corpse mistreatment. Fei Yingli specifically requested that these juvenile offenders receive penalties equivalent to those imposed on adults. Yet, the judge, citing their minor status, proceeded with juvenile court proceedings. During the public trial, all defendants recanted, claiming accidental death rather than intent to kill. Particularly, Kamiyama Yushi argued that he had no desire to kill, attributing the death to negligence. Ultimately, they were charged only with negligent homicide rather than intentional murder. After multiple trials, the court rendered its verdict. The principal offender, Kamiyama Yushi, received a 20-year sentence. Kamiyama Ikuto and Kamiyama Masataka were sentenced to 5 to 10 years. Seijo Takumi received 4 to 6 years, and the remaining defendants were sentenced to 3 to 4 years. Aside from Kamiyama Ikuto and Kamiyama Masataka, all other perpetrators were minors, thus receiving leniency in their sentences. While this judgment appeared excessively lenient compared to adult penalties, the court deemed it appropriate within the framework of rehabilitating and educating youth. Furthermore, the court determined that they could be released on bail. The final ruling astonished everyone, igniting a wave of outrage. Yet, the law is the law, unyielding to arbitrary changes. Outside the courthouse, Miyazaki Sukiyai consoled Fei Yingli. "Sister Fei, it's just a case. We must believe that justice will prevail. I can't help but wonder, whose law is it really? The essence of law should be to impartially apply justice to all within its jurisdiction, protecting and aiding the innocent. Yet now, it seems to have become a shield for the wicked to evade punishment." Fei Yingli sighed, feeling somewhat powerless. Miyazaki Sukiyai remained silent. If the law cannot punish the wicked, then let evil be met with evil. That very afternoon, all those involved in the assault on Kudo Junko mysteriously perished while being transported back to prison. Their deaths were gruesome, each one skinned alive and left in a state of utter desolation. Strangely, the guards escorting them reported no sounds or sightings of the incident. Some speculated it was the vengeful spirit of Kudo Junko exacting retribution, while others believed it was divine justice. Opinions varied widely. In light of this incident, the atmosphere grew tense. The Metropolitan Police Department mobilized nearly all personnel, yet ultimately found nothing. In Miwa Park, Miyazaki Sukiyai lay motionless on a recliner, feeling as if pierced by 1,000 steel needles, his head ringing painfully. System, was the after-effect of borrowing that incredible speed so severe? He pondered. With gain comes loss. All things must balance. This is entirely voluntary on your part. The voice of the system resonated in his mind. Yet, you did not mention how excruciating it would be. Gong Longjia felt somewhat disheartened. Before the court, he had made an excuse to return to the police headquarters, bidding farewell to Megure Ray. Subsequently, he inquired of the system if there were any means to silently eliminate those scoundrels. The system informed him that as long as he moved swiftly enough, others would not perceive him. It recommended a power capable of surpassing the speed of light, reversing the flow of time, penetrating objects, and even traversing the barriers between parallel universes. Under the protection of this extraordinary speed, he could disregard all physical laws while undertaking high-velocity actions. However, there might be some side effects. Little did he expect that this side effect would manifest as a complete depletion of his physical strength, even resulting in a backlash from the fabric of space itself. As time ticked by, just as he was nearing full recovery, the sunlight above dimmed. A woman, stylishly dressed and wearing sunglasses, appeared before him. "Sir, are you all right?" she inquired softly. "Not well? You're blocking my sunlight." Gong Longjie waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, my apologies. I didn't mean to disturb you." The woman quickly apologized and turned to leave. Moments later, she returned with a bottle of water, placing it beside Gong Longjie. "I'm truly sorry for earlier. Please enjoy at your leisure." After she departed, Gong Longjie slowly rose. Aoyama Yoko, upon arriving in the world of Conan, he had conducted a brief investigation into the individuals he would encounter in the future, and Aoyama Yoko was among them. When he had first seen her on television, he had marveled at her beauty and talent as a singer. No wonder Kogoro Mouri had become infatuated with her. "Host, I have been pondering a question that eludes my understanding. Could you enlighten me?" The system, unusually proactive, initiated the conversation. "Oh, you have something you can't comprehend? Do share, and if I'm in a good mood, I might just tell you." Gong Longjie jested. "Last night, Megure lied to you. Are you aware of that?" "I am aware. The glass was shattered from the inside, as evidenced by the scattered fragments. You must be wondering why I didn't expose her." "Right. Indeed, I have always been perplexed by human emotions. What defines humanity is not mere data or consciousness, but the presence of feelings, sensibility, rationality, and impulse. Moreover, who could resist the charming dependence of a woman as stunning as Megure?" Gong Longjie replied. Kogoro Mouri could. This day ended in a deadlock of conversation. Meanwhile, Aoyama Yoko returned to her manager, Yamagishi Eiichi. "Yoko, why bother with a mere vagrant? I couldn't help it. He's just too handsome." Aoyama Yoko replied with a grin. "But if those paparazzi catch a glimpse and publish it in some scandalous tabloid, you might lose your endorsements. What do I have to fear? I stand upright and justly let them write whatever they please. Besides, it's been ages since I've had a romantic relationship after breaking up with Fujiwara." Yamagishi Eiichi sighed, choosing to remain silent. When Gong Longjie returned home, Megure was bustling about in the kitchen, trying her hand at cooking. After having enjoyed tempura, she was eager to try her hand at something new. Unfortunately, what seemed like a simple task turned out to be anything but. Witnessing her struggle, Gong Longjie could only step in to guide her through the process. The final result was not identical, but rather entirely disconnected. Ultimately, Gong Longjie took over, and they both enjoyed ramen together. Since resolving the case of the missing high school girl, life appeared to settle into a calm routine. Even in Conan's world, nothing remarkable transpired. He had been seamlessly integrated into Tien Elementary School through Kogoro Mouri's connections. Spending his days in the company of children still in the throes of bedwetting, what sort of cases could arise in such an environment? The Death God's buff seemed to have temporarily lost its purpose. Gong Longjie wished for this tranquility to persist. However, he knew it was a foolish hope. The plot may arrive late, but it would never be absent. On this day, as he prepared to leave work and head home, Officer Megure called out to him. "Longjie, there's an opportunity to engage with a beautiful woman. Would you be interested? Are you trying to set me up on a date?" Gong Longjie teased. Not quite. You know Aoyama Yoko, right?" "Yes, she's a major star." Gong Longjie nodded, already forming a suspicion. "Well, there's been a murder at her residence. I need you to handle it. Given her public status, many reporters have already rushed to the scene. We must identify the culprit before the negative publicity escalates. I absolutely refuse to believe that Aoyama Yoko could commit murder," Officer Megure affirmed. "Are you perhaps a fan of hers?" Cough. "I simply don't want to see someone as charming and endearing as Yoko suffer." Officer Megure felt somewhat awkward. "Ding. You have a new mission. Assist Aoyama Yoko in proving her innocence. Mission reward: random fragments of the 5 elemental escape techniques." The system's voice chimed in. "All right, I'll head over immediately." Gong Longjie nodded affirmatively. By the way, can you help me look up someone? "Of course. Who do you wish to investigate?" Sato Mawako, who had intended to go out for drinks with Kobayashi Yumi after work, set her bag down. "I need information on a guy named Fujiwara Namiyoshi. Just find out where he lives, with specific identity details." Sato Mawako quickly gathered the information. Gong Longjie took a glance and memorized it entirely, thanks to the photographic memory acquired from the previous case's reward. "Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal sometime." Gong Longjie smiled. Sure. Yumi mentioned she wanted to formally meet you. Sato Mawako nodded. Longjie, does this person have any connection to the case? Officer Megure inquired. Puzzled. Yes, Fujiwara Namiyoshi is actually Aoyama Yoko's ex-boyfriend. They dated during high school, Gong Longjie explained as he moved toward the exit. Aoyama Yoko once had a boyfriend. Officer Megure felt a wave of despair. His idol's reputation was in ruins. After leaving the police headquarters, Gong Longjie did not head to the crime scene but instead drove to Fujiwara Namiyoshi's residence. There lay a crucial piece of evidence capable of proving Aoyama Yoko's innocence. Room A01 on the 25th floor of CY building. A police cordon had been set up outside, preventing reporters from getting too close. Inside the room, Aoyama Yoko sat on the sofa, her eyes swollen from crying. Looking exceptionally pitiful, Kagoro Mouri hovered nearby, attempting to comfort her like a devoted admirer. Miss Yoko, rest assured. With me, the great detective Kagoro Mouri, by your side. Your innocence will be restored. It's precisely because you're here that I feel uneasy. Conan rolled his eyes. He truly could not fathom why such a foolish individual would open a detective agency, a venture destined for loss, likely born out of either naivety or simplicity. Noticing Conan's expression, Kagoro Mouri, although unaware of his thoughts, instinctively knew they were not favorable. He slapped Conan on the head. Stay put and behave yourself. Conan yelped in pain, feeling exasperated. Navigating life in a child's body was quite the hassle. The case was being handled by Takagi Wataru, who approached Aoyama Yoko. Miss Yoko, is the knife found on the deceased yours? It is. Yoko Kanno nodded slightly. As a public figure, her presence in the outside world was restricted. Her usual pastime involved preparing exquisite culinary delights, and her kitchenware was all custom-made. Do you know the victim? The body lay on the ground, obscured from viewpoint. One had to approach closely to ascertain its identity. Manager Eiichi Yamagishi spoke first. I see. Then let's take a look. Wataru Takagi nodded in agreement. Yamagishi positioned himself protectively behind Kano Yoko and slowly approached the corpse. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he fell to the ground. Be careful. Now, can you see clearly enough? Do you recognize this person? Wataru Takagi furrowed his brow slightly. I'm sorry, but we truly do not know him, Yamagishi replied, shaking his head. Kano Yoko attempted to speak, but he silenced her with a mere glance. What did you take from the corpse's hand? Conan inquired. I didn't take anything. You must have seen wrong. Yamagishi insisted, shaking his head. Did you hide something earlier? Show it. Takagi's gaze sharpened. It was intolerable for him to engage in furtive actions right in front of him. This. Yamagishi hesitated for a moment before opening his palm. A strand of hair. Takagi instructed someone to collect the item. Officer Takagi, if we can test the DNA of the hair, can we identify the true culprit? That's not my concern. Ryosuke will handle the subsequent matters. Takagi replied, shaking his head. He had been notified to come first to ensure the scene remained undisturbed. Why is it so hot in here? Is it because there are too many people? Unrelated individuals should leave at once. Takagi glanced at Kagoro Mouri and the others. How can we be unrelated? Strictly speaking, we are all witnesses. Kagoro Mouri chuckled awkwardly. Besides, with me, Kagoro Mouri, assisting in the investigation, shouldn't you be grateful? Officer Megure mentioned that the nonsense suggestions you provide often complicate the case and lead us into a labyrinth. If you truly wish to stay here, then behave like those children and refrain from speaking. Just wait for Ryosuke to arrive. Takagi shook his head. I'm not as unreliable as you claim. Although Kagoro Mouri was reluctant, he squatted in a corner, doodling. Meanwhile, Conan was pulled aside by Ran to care for the fainted Ayumi Yoshida, Jinta Kojima, and Mitsuhiko Tsuburaya. The three little ones had initially intended to visit the detective agency to find Conan, but upon seeing Yoko Kanno hidden Kagoro Mouri's car trunk, eager to glimpse the home of a superstar, however, after encountering such a situation and witnessing the corpse, they were frightened into unconsciousness. Half an hour later, Ryosuke arrived at the crime scene. Finally, you're here. Takagi sighed in relief. Not only was there the talkative Kagoro Mouri, but also Conan, who appeared here and there, making it difficult to maintain order. However, Conan had contributed by locating an earring, which, according to Yoko Kanno, belonged to Yuko Ikezawa, who debuted around the same time as her. Yet, she had never invited Yuko to her home. After listening to Takagi's introduction, Ryosuke greeted Yoko Kanno. Miss Yoko, it's nice to see you again. You are the drifter. Yoko Kanno was taken aback. I am Ryosuke Miyamoto, a sergeant from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's 3rd Investigation Division, not a drifter. Ryosuke replied with a smile. I apologize for the rudeness. No worries, and thank you for the water. It was delightful. Do you know Miss Yoko? Upon hearing their conversation, Kagoro Mouri stepped between them. We've met once, Ryosuke nodded. What a fortunate young man. Kagoro Mouri felt a pang of jealousy. Had he not taken the case, he might never have had the chance to be so close to Yoko Kanno. How could Ryosuke have met her before him? Since you are here, let's resolve the case quickly. Miss Yoko is not very familiar with you. Kagoro Mouri noticed the peculiar glances Yoko Kanno cast at Ryosuke. As a fan, he felt compelled to defend his idol and prevent any scandal from tarnishing her reputation. No need. I already know the outcome. Ryosuke shook his head. What do you mean? You just arrived and already know who the murderer is. You're joking. Kagoro Mouri exclaimed, incredulous. It seemed utterly absurd. They had been theorizing for ages. Yet Ryosuke claimed to know the answer. Was their prior effort merely a farce? This seemingly locked-room murder case was, in fact, a suicide. Suicide? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Yes, you should have noticed that the temperature in the room is quite high. Did Miss Yoko not turn off the air conditioning before leaving? Ryosuke inquired, looking at Yoko Kanno. I always check that all appliances are turned off before I leave, but when I returned, for some reason, it was still on. Yoko Kanno replied softly. I understand now. Ryosuke approached the deceased. Everyone, take a look at the water stains on the floor and the chair placed here. Isn't it odd to find a chair in this spot? What's so strange about it? It's quite normal to have furniture in a room. Kagoro Mouri shook his head. However, having it positioned in the middle of the room is rather peculiar. Ryosuke gestured for the officers to move the body. He showed no aversion to the blood on the ground, pointing to the indentation in the bloodstain. This is where the deceased used an ice block to stabilize the weapon. Committing suicide is quite simple. After securing the knife, one can stand on the chair and then lie back, allowing everything to unfold naturally. Even so, why would he choose to commit suicide in Yoko Kanno's residence? And how did he gain access here? Conan finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. He had noticed these clues and had mentioned them, but no one had paid attention to him, dismissing his words as childish nonsense. He envied Ryosuke and resented his own diminutive stature. Otherwise, he would be the one standing here articulating his thoughts. Ryosuke sensed the bitterness in Conan's words but chose not to comment, considering his status as a patient. Miss Yoko, the deceased's name is Akihiro Fujiwara. Are you certain you do not know him? Actually, I do know him. Not just know him. He was my boyfriend during high school, Nanny? Everyone was taken aback. Kagoro Mouri could scarcely believe his ears. Her reputation is in ruins. Akihiro Fujiwara, male, 22 years old. After graduating from Conan High School, he worked at Kakahon Commerce. Due to his lackluster abilities, he wasn't given much responsibility. His life was a complete mess. But I truly don't understand why he would be here. We broke up a long time ago. He was the one who initiated the breakup. Yoko Kanno vehemently shook her head. Then you should ask your manager. Ryosuke turned to Eiichi Yamagishi. Speak up. What exactly happened? Kagoro Mouri rushed over, gripping Yamagishi's collar, and spoke menacingly. Akihiro Fujiwara was no good person. When Yoko was scouted by the agency, her future looked bright. But that guy approached me, demanding a large sum of money. If I didn't comply, he would reveal his relationship with Yoko. To protect her future, I had no choice but to agree. However, the condition was that he had to break up with Yoko. Everything seemed settled. But who would have thought he would be so greedy and create such a mess? Yamagishi appeared somewhat dejected. What? He turned out to be such a person. Yoko Chonya was momentarily taken aback. Akira Fujikawa was the first person she had ever loved during her most innocent days. Although they had parted ways long ago, she still found herself reminiscing about her first love. Now, the words of Eiichi Yamagishi struck like a sharp sword, shattering the beautiful memories she had cherished within her heart. It became apparent that what she had believed was not as she had thought. At that moment, Ryosuke Miyataka produced a diary he had discovered at Akira Fujikawa's residence. Within its pages lay a detailed account of the other's psychological journey over the years. Initially, he had extorted a large sum of money, living a life of luxury, purchasing cars and houses, changing girlfriends daily, and relishing in the role of a groom. However, mere possession of wealth without the ability to generate income led to an inevitable depletion of resources, particularly after graduating from Conan High School. He joined a business association. His once fervent aspirations devolved into mere empty talk, and in his despondency, he sought solace in intoxication, frequenting establishments of ill repute, until recently, as his funds dwindled. He recalled his former girlfriend. An ATM on the move was too good to overlook. Thus, he returned. In no wonder she had felt a constant sensation of being followed lately. And the unsettling realization that her room had been ransacked upon returning home was indeed orchestrated by him. Yoko Chonya sighed. The reason she sought out Kagoro Mouri was to investigate this matter. In truth, the individual stalking her and the one intruding into her room were not the same person. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Yuko Ichizawa? Ryosuke Miyataka turned his gaze toward the woman who had just been summoned. What are you saying? I completely do not understand. Yuko Ichizawa shook her head in bewilderment. Then whose key is it that you have in your pocket? Ryosuke pointed at her coat pocket. How do you know that? Yuko Ichizawa gasped in shock. She had come in haste, forgetting to discard the key. In any case, I know, so hand it over. Faced with the situation, Yuko Ichizawa reluctantly retrieved the key from her pocket. This key is from that set I lost. Eiichi Yamagishi was taken aback. He possessed a spare key to this place, but had lost it long ago. I have indeed visited here several times, using this key that I took from the lounge. Yuko Ichizawa sighed. Due to the change of the leading actress in the series to Yoko Chonya, she harbored resentment. She had intended to gather evidence to tarnish Yoko's reputation. Little did she know, when she came here earlier that day, a man had followed her in, prompting her desperate resistance and resulting in her earring being left behind. Now everything was clear. Because both Yoko Chonya and Yuko Ichizawa followed a similar idol trajectory, their fashion styles were also quite alike, leading Akira Fujikawa to mistakenly identify her as his ex-girlfriend. He had originally intended to extort a bit of money, but to his dismay, his ex had abandoned him. How could he accept this? During their time together, Yoko had never acted this way. In a fit of rage, he resolved to give her a lesson she would never forget. After all, he had little money left and contemplated suicide at Yoko Chonya's home. Even in death, he sought to drag her down with him, preventing her from becoming an actress or an idol. This was recorded on the last page of his diary. What began as a mere outburst of frustration ultimately manifested into reality. One could only say that one reaps what one sows. The case was officially solved, and Yoko Chonya was completely exonerated. Yuko Ichizawa was taken back to the police headquarters to provide her statement for clandestinely entering someone else's home. She too would have to face the consequences of her actions. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward. Fragment of Earth from the 5 Elements Escape Technique. The system's reward arrived as promised. With the matter resolved, Yoko Chonya felt a profound sense of relief. Although she was saddened by the revelation of Akira Fujikawa's true character, her inherently optimistic disposition allowed her to adjust quickly. In a matter of moments, she had composed herself and began expressing her gratitude to Kagoro Mouri. Haha. No need to be so formal, as I said. With me, Kagoro Mouri around, nothing is a problem. Conan and the others were left speechless. Yoko Chonya noticed Ryosuke Miyataka preparing to leave and hurriedly chased after him. Miyataka-kun, wait. Ryosuke turned to look. Here is a ticket for my concert tomorrow. I hope that if you have time, you can come and support me. She retrieved a ticket from her pocket and extended it toward him. No wonder your promotional posters are everywhere on the streets. All right. I will definitely be there on time. Ryosuke nodded. Concerts typically reserved some VIP seats, and the ticket Yoko provided was for the very front row. Miss Yoko, may I ask if we could attend together? Kagoro Mouri's envy was palpable. Of course. I would be delighted for you to join. Yoko Chonya acquired a few more tickets from her manager and distributed one to each person present, although the seats might not be as favorable. Everyone was already thrilled by this unexpected boon. Conan, let us sit together, Yumi whispered in Conan's ear. Who wants to sit with you kids? I want to sit with Ran. Conan shook his head. After all, he was a high school student and couldn't be seen mingling with these children. Otherwise, he would inevitably be led astray. Conan, make sure to get along well with your classmates, Ran Mouri said with a smile, gently patting his head. Got it, Conan replied, his expression darkening in resignation. Outside the Mihwa Sports Stadium, a throng of people gathered, holding support banners as they queued to enter. Ryosuke Miyataka gazed at the dense crowd, preparing to turn away. He had never anticipated such a turnout for a concert. He truly had no interest in idol worship, so he opted to avoid the commotion. It felt somewhat wasteful to discard a ticket. However, Miyataka-kun, wait a moment. A woman, dressed in a trench coat and wrapped tightly, hurriedly approached him. It was none other than Yoko Chonya. Miss Yoko, what brings you out here? Ryosuke was somewhat surprised. I heard from Mr. Yamagishi that there were too many people in line, so I came out to find you. You can come in with me through the staff entrance, and we can skip the queue. Having rushed over and searched for him for quite some time, her face was flushed like a ripe apple, glowing with vitality. With Yoko Chonya's earnestness, Ryosuke had no choice but to oblige. With her presence, he needed no further credentials and smoothly entered the backstage area. Yoko, where did you run off to just now? Eiichi Yamagishi breathed a sigh of relief, having feared that Yoko had gone missing. I went to fetch Miyataka-kun. Please take him to his seat later. Yoko Chonya felt a bit embarrassed. As the star of the concert, it was indeed a bit excessive to leave without a word. All right, hurry and get ready. Eiichi Yamagishi said in exasperation. Miyataka-kun, see you later. Yoko playfully winked before following the staff to get her makeup done. Officer Miyataka, please follow me. Yamagi Aichi bowed deeply as he led the way ahead, after witnessing the other party's remarkable investigative skills last night. He dared not to be the least bit negligent. The inner arena of the concert was sparsely populated with a number of attendees. However, the first row, closest to the stage, remained empty. Gong Longjie's seat was situated right in the center, providing him with an unobstructed view of the performance on stage. As time passed, the audience in the stadium began to swell. Kagero Mouri and his companions had also entered the inner arena early. Their seats were in the second row, which was still quite good. This fellow, he actually gets to sit in the first row. Kagero Mouri felt a pang of jealousy. Such prime real estate was usually unattainable for the average person. At long last, the concert commenced. The elegantly attired Yoko Shinichi appeared on stage, eliciting a thunderous roar of screams and cheers. Miss Yoko, I love you. Kagero Mouri's voice reached Gong Longjie's ears. He turned to glance over, bemused by such fervent excitement. Are you really that exhilarated? You phony fan. I look down upon you. Kagero Mouri shot a disdainful glance at Gong Longjie. It was a true waste of an opportunity. He felt that seed should have rightfully belonged to him. As the sweet melody filled the air, the stadium fell into an instant hush. Fans waved their glow sticks, interacting with Yoko Shinichi. When the song concluded, applause erupted, and the atmosphere in the venue soared. Gong Longjie swayed his sign while savoring the snacks before him, which were specially delivered by Yamagi Aichi, something the others did not enjoy. This prompted curious glances from those around him. We are all fans. Why is this guy so exceptional? Yoko Shinichi, performing on stage, noticed Gong Longjie's actions and smiled radiantly. She sang 5 songs before pausing. Thank you all for coming to my concert. It fills me with joy to receive your affection. I will continue to strive for excellence. Thank you. Yoko Shinichi bowed deeply in all directions on stage. Miss Yoko, you will forever be the only one in my heart. Ah, Miss Yoko is so beautiful. The audience below became even more ecstatic. Yoko Shinichi gestured for silence. Next, I have prepared a little surprise for you all. I would like to invite one of you to come up on stage and sing a duet with me. Wow, this is clearly a grand surprise. Indeed, this is Miss Yoko's first time inviting someone to sing with her on stage. Choose me, choose me, choose me. Draw me, draw me, draw me. Point at me, point at me, point at me. I want to go up. Look over here. The fans began to scream wildly, all hoping to be the fortunate one. To be close to their idol was a dream come true, not to mention, there were quite a number of fans. Gong Longjie glanced back, and everyone, including Kagero Mouri, was acting like they had lost their minds. Some fans even fainted from excitement due to oxygen deprivation. On stage, Yoko Shinichi held the microphone and began to sway. Choose me, choose me. Gong Longjie watched Yoko Shinichi's movements, a foreboding feeling suddenly creeping into his heart. If she personally selected someone, it could easily be rigged. Sure enough, Yoko Shinichi's finger pointed in the direction of Gong Longjie. Is Miss Yoko selecting me? Kagero Mouri shouted excitedly. Alas, he was mistaken. Please welcome the gentleman in the center of the first row to the stage. Yoko Shinichi's sweet voice rang out. At the same time, the spotlight in the stadium illuminated Gong Longjie. His likeness was displayed on the big screen. Why him? Kagero Mouri lamented. Indeed, why me? Gong Longjie felt bewildered. He had no ability to sing Yoko Shinichi's songs. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to go up there? Perhaps tomorrow's headlines would read, shocking, the phony fan exposed at Yoko Shinichi's concert. After Gong Longjie was designated, the stage was filled with a rapid drumbeat, seemingly urging him to ascend. All eyes were fixated on Gong Longjie. Wow, this guy is so handsome. Could he be a star? He looks so young. Sitting in the first row must mean he is either wealthy or noble. I wish I could get his phone number. The venue buzzed with speculation about Gong Longjie's true identity. He is just a phony fan. Kagero Mouri wept bitterly. However, his voice was quickly drowned out. This gentleman seems a bit shy. Let us give him some encouragement, shall we? Yoko Shinichi said with a cheerful smile. It appeared she was determined to have Gong Longjie ascend the stage. With no other option, Gong Longjie rose, steeling himself as he made his way toward the stage. I'll see how you embarrass yourself later. Jealousy twisted Kagero Mouri's face. Yoko Shinichi smiled as she watched Gong Longjie approach her, handing him the extra microphone. What is your name, sir? Gong Longjie. Wow. Longjie-kun not only looks handsome, but even his name sounds delightful. The genius who named you must be extraordinary. Yoko Shinichi exclaimed repeatedly, resembling her fans' current expressions. Well, he is just passably good-looking. Gong Longjie nodded slightly. He is certainly not as handsome as Longjie-kun. Does Longjie-kun have a girlfriend? Yoko Shiichi's question nearly sent Yamagi Aichi, standing backstage, into a panic. This was a live concert, with the media recording. What on earth was this young lady trying to do? Upon hearing Yoko Shiichi's inquiry, Gong Longjia raised an eyebrow. At the moment, I truly do not have a girlfriend. Just as Yoko Shiichi was about to say something further, the music began to play. The backup dancers rushed in, surrounding the two of them. Yoko Shiichi glanced back at Yamagi Aichi, who had his hands clasped together, a pleading expression on his face. This song is called If There Were Still Ifs. I hope everyone enjoys it. Miss Yoko, I can't sing this song. Gong Longjia whispered to her. What? You're going to sing a song for us. Yoko Shiichi indicated for the music to stop, beaming charmingly. Friends, Longjia-kun says he wants to sing a song for everyone. Is everyone excited? The concertgoers erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Where did this kid come from? Daring to show off here. Indeed, singing in front of Miss Yoko, is he not afraid of being laughed at? Perhaps he sings beautifully. Just seeking attention. I bet he is not that good. What are you betting on? If he really can sing well, I'll perform a stunt of swallowing a glow stick. The audience was abuzz with various comments. And Kagoro Mouri was nearly in tears from laughter. This kid must have lost his mind. Let us see how he gets off the stage later. Gong Longjia shot a helpless glance at Yoko Shiichi. This woman was quite beautiful, yet always seemed to stir up trouble. However, when it came to singing, he felt no fear. After all, before his reincarnation, he was quite the karaoke champion. Since Miss Yoko had spoken, he would take the plunge. His declaration startled Yoko Shiichi. She had not genuinely intended to embarrass him. It was merely a jest. Longjia-kun, perhaps we should reconsider. How can we reconsider? Just don't frighten me later. Gong Longjia shook his head. Are you really serious? What else? However, I will need a guitar. Well then, I shall eagerly anticipate it. Kohinata Yoko gestured to Yamagi Aichi, requesting him to bring forth her personal guitar. Let's go. Everyone, let's give Takizaki some encouragement. Kohinata Yoko raised her tiny fist. Although the fans in the audience were somewhat reluctant, how could they not show respect when their idol had spoken? A thunderous applause erupted. Interspersed with a few mocking whistles, Miyagawa Takizaki took the guitar and seated himself on a nearby stool. His fingers gently strummed the strings, and as the melodious guitar notes filled the air, his voice resonated. Frosty moonlight falls before the courtyard, illuminating a sleepless night. My pen disturbs the candlelight. Memories are difficult to inscribe. The tales of this world cannot escape the inevitability of parting. Countless cycles of sunshine and rain. Ah, there seems to be something captivating. Let me listen again. This is sung in the dragon language. I have never heard this song before, and I must say it is quite intriguing, although I do not understand it. It is simply enchanting. The previously noisy audience gradually quieted. Kohinata Yoko's eyes sparkled with excitement, and from her professional perspective, Takisaki's timbre and pitch were impeccable. Half a lifetime of snow and wind cannot disperse the tears shed during the season of blossoms. It cannot summon back the lonely wild goose destined to fly south. Who can understand my heart's burdens? Only the bright moon accompanies me. Longing leaves me with a hint of melancholy, the beautiful and moving melody. Though the audience could not comprehend the lyrics, still immersed them in its allure, as they sensed an inexplicable charm within the words. The climax followed by another climax. Half a lifetime of snow and wind cannot disperse the tears left by time. It cannot retrieve the once black hair now turned ash. Who will pin the conclusion? Unable to finish the tale of love and hate, I can only lament in solitude, reflecting on my own shadow. Frosty moonlight falls before the courtyard, illuminating a sleepless night. My pen disturbs the candlelight. Memories are difficult to inscribe. The tales of this world cannot escape the inevitability of parting. Countless cycles of sunshine and rain. This song lasts merely 2 minutes, yet the audience is utterly captivated. They seem to discern a sense of nostalgia and sorrow for life. As the performance concluded, the fans remained speechless for a while. Finally, a resounding cheer erupted. The applause grew louder and more fervent. So beautiful. Many voices shouted from below. Truly remarkable, handsome, and with a melodious voice. In comparison, I feel as though I am merely a bystander in this world. Kohinata Yoko, with her cherry lips slightly parted, appeared astonished. Although she could not understand the dragon language, she could tell from the melody that it was a splendid song. Thank you, everyone. Takizaki stood up and returned the guitar to Yamagi Aichi, who was always ready to assist. Takizaki-san, would you be interested in pursuing a career in the entertainment industry? Yamagi Aichi inquired, somewhat excited. Before him stood Miyagawa Takizaki, possessing both an impressive physique and a captivating voice. Truly a prime candidate for the entertainment realm. I'm not particularly interested at the moment. Takizaki shook his head, explaining that singing was merely a hobby. The choice of this song was a reflection of his nostalgia for his hometown. What a pity. Yamajiwa Eiichi did not press further. Even if he possessed the audacity of a bear, he would not dare to coerce a police officer. Kohinada Yoko approached Miyagawa Takisuke, transforming into an adoring fan. Takisuke-kun, what is the name of this song? It is simply marvelous. The Dragon Country title is Half a Lifetime of Snow, which translates to Half a Lifetime of Snow. Miyagawa Takisuke replied softly, Half a Lifetime of Snow. What an evocative name. I wonder if I could sing this song, Kohinada Yoko asked. She genuinely cherished this song, feeling a strong connection to her recent experiences. Well, Takisuke hesitated. Half a Lifetime of Snow is a traditional song performed by an artist with the surname Yi. I wonder if singing it here would lead to copyright issues. If it becomes too complicated, then perhaps not. Kohinada Yoko felt somewhat disappointed. Let's wait until the concert is over to discuss it. Right now, your primary task is to sing for everyone. Takisuke considered the matter seriously. Hearing a glimmer of hope, Kohinada Yoko was filled with joy. All right then, see you after the concert. Okay, I shall take my leave now. Takisuke waved to the audience as he returned to his seat. Is he leaving already? I haven't had enough yet. How about another song? The audience, still yearning for more, expressed their slight disappointment as they saw Takisuke descend the stage. Moshi, is everyone watching me? Do you no longer like me? Kohinada Yoko pouted, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Ha ha ha, Miss Yoko is simply adorable. How could we not adore you? Miss Yoko, we will forever love you. You are my goddess, my eternal goddess. Before such beauty, the crowd quickly succumbed to admiration. The concert continued amidst enthusiastic calls for encore as Kohinada Yoko returned to the stage multiple times. Yet, as with all things, joy and sorrow coexist, and the concert ultimately came to a close. Backstage, Mouri Kagoro held a bouquet of flowers, presenting it to his idol. Miss Yoko, congratulations on a successful concert. Your song was truly mesmerizing. Thank you. Kohinada Yoko accepted the flowers and greeted Mouri Ran, Conan, and the other three. She then handed the flowers to Miyagawa Takisuke. Takisuke-kun, this is a floral offering for you. It is a pity you are not a singer. Mouri Kagoro watched as the flowers he had purchased ultimately found their way to Miyagawa Takisuke. He wanted to say something, yet felt that Miss Yoko's words were indeed true. Takisuke's singing was undeniably captivating, even drawing him into its spell. As for Conan, he needed no mention. Despite possessing perfect pitch, he was utterly tone-deaf. Listening to others sing required payment, but listening to him sing was a matter of life and death. Mouri Ran observed Kohinada Yoko from the side, feeling an inexplicable sense of envy. She thought that if she could be as strong as Yoko, she would not lose sleep over Kudo Shinichi's mysterious whereabouts. After the crowd departed, Miyagawa Takisuke found himself alone with Kohinada Yoko. She remained fixated on that song, eager to gain Takisuke's consent. Since you adore it so much, you may take it. Ultimately, Miyagawa Takisuke agreed. He stipulated that Kohinada Yoko must sing the song in the dragon language. After all, her limited vocabulary would strip the lyrics of their essence. This would also serve to promote dragon culture. Kohinada Yoko had no objections. She had initially planned to study the dragon language and visit there. This was indeed a twofold benefit. Takisuke-kun, could you be my teacher? I believe your command of the dragon language is excellent. Far better than the instructors I have consulted. Kohinada Yoko inquired. Sure, but I might not have much time. That's all right. We can manage the time according to your schedule. Kohinada Yoko beamed with delight. This meant more opportunities to meet with Miyagawa Takisuke. Another day dawned. As Miyagawa Takisuke entered the office, the sound of applause resonated around him. What is going on, Takisuke? Who would have thought you could sing? Inspector Meguer said with a smile. Indeed, although I don't comprehend it. It sounds truly wonderful. Miyako Sato nodded vigorously. Who wouldn't be fond of a handsome and talented man? Both Chiba and Takagi expressed their agreement. Please, don't make me feel so bashful, Miyako said, slightly embarrassed. Miyako Takumi felt a tinge of awkwardness. Takumi, you are quite familiar with Miss Yoko. Could you possibly procure an autograph for me, preferably signed by her? Officer Meguer beckoned Takumi aside, speaking in hushed tones. Of course, that's no trouble at all, he replied. Wonderful. After some pleasantries, everyone dispersed. Takumi sat at his desk, awaiting the end of the workday. Soon, only he, Miyako Sato, and Officer Meguer remained in the office. Where have Chiba-senpai and Takagi gone? He inquired, glancing at Miyako seated beside him. They apprehended a notorious thief last night in a building near Tokyo Tower. It seems he is the leader of an Italian criminal gang known as Dino Cavana. A few of his accomplices are still at large. Chiba and the others have gone to hunt them down, Miyako explained. I see. Takumi nodded, feeling a surge of excitement, as if he could see 15,000 winged maple leaf coins beckoning to him. The Metropolitan Cipher Map incident, devoid of casualties, yet worth a fortune. Finally, at noon, He rose from his seat. The stolen coins hung from the ceiling like a lost treasure. Takumi leaped lightly, severing the rope and retrieving the items. To the average person, the coins would seem unbearably heavy, yet for him, they were trivial. Conan, I hope you won't be too disappointed when you arrive here. After erasing all traces, he departed with the coins in hand. The coins, valued at 600 million yen, could be considered an unexpected windfall. Takumi felt no remorse for taking the coins, as they certainly did not belong to Japan. If the police headquarters could claim them, why couldn't he? At 8 o'clock in the evening, Takumi received a call from Dr. Agasa. Takumi-kun, Conan has gone missing. Takumi was left speechless. Doctor, if Conan is missing, shouldn't you report it to the police instead of calling me? Aren't you a police officer? I thought it might be better to inform you since we are all familiar with each other. Dr. Agasa replied with confidence. Your reasoning is so sound that I find myself unable to refute it. Please hold on a moment. I will be there shortly. Takumi nodded. After informing Eri, he pushed the door open and left. At 22, Mihanacho, Tokyo, Dr. Agasa and Ran Mouri anxiously awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Takumi, their faces lit up with joy. Takumi-kun, Conan had made plans to go to the art museum with friends early this morning, but he hasn't returned yet. What if something has happened to him? Ran's voice quivered with concern. She had promised Dr. Agasa to take good care of him, yet now they had lost him. Fear not. He is safe. No harm will come to him. Takumi reassured them. You just wait here. I will bring him back shortly. You know where he is? Dr. Agasa asked, surprised. In a place as small as Mihanacho, finding someone is not particularly difficult. I will return shortly, Takumi said before turning to leave. Unfathomable, truly unfathomable. Dr. Agasa shook his head. Doctor, are you worried that Takumi-kun won't be able to find Conan? Ran inquired. Not at all. I merely find Takumi-kun to be exceptionally mysterious. Perhaps it's due to our limited interactions. But he seems like an enigma, shrouded in mist. Takumi returned to the lost treasure. The streets were eerily silent, devoid of even a single dog. He leaped powerfully to the rooftop, then slowly descended along the exterior wall. Wherever he passed, deep impressions were left behind. Soon, he spotted Conan's figure, along with the bound forms of Ayumi and others. Kid, what makes you think you can play the big wolf when you were so inept? I thought you were clever, yet here you are, utterly helpless. 3 individuals clad in black stood before them, the scar-faced leader mocking Conan mercilessly. This is illogical. My deductions are flawless. If there is any flaw, it must be that this treasure map is a forgery. Conan shook his head. Still defiant, are we? The scar-faced man drew a handgun from his pocket, just as he prepared to pull the trigger. The sound of shattering glass rang out. Who goes there? The scar-faced man was startled as a shadow lunged toward him. Die. He fired his weapon. Bang. The bullet flew forward, but a light laugh echoed as Takumi stood firmly before him. The still-smoking bullet pinched between his fingers. What? The scar-faced man was taken aback. To catch a bullet barehanded. Was this person human or ghost? He touched the cross around his neck and whispered a silent prayer. Takumi-kun, Takumi Onaiken, the bound Conan and the others rejoiced. At last, someone had come to their rescue, relieving their fears for their lives. Children, do not fear. Your brother is here. No one can harm you. Takumi swiftly dispatched the scar-faced man and his 2 companions, freeing them from their bonds. Aside from Ayumi, the others bore bruises, clearly having endured hardships before his arrival. To strike children, truly despicable. Jinna kicked the fallen men. He had merely exchanged a few words with the scar-faced man, yet had become the most severely beaten. Perhaps it was due to Ayumi being a girl that she received preferential treatment. The scar-faced man had only bound her. Takumi first called Ran and Dr. Agasa to inform them that Conan had been found. Then, he contacted the police. Soon, officers from the police headquarters arrived, taking the scar-faced men away. Conan picked up the discarded treasure map from the ground. Deep in thought, Conan, what is this? Takumi asked, feigning ignorance. I initially thought it was a treasure map, but it seems it was merely a prank, Conan replied, shaking his head and crumpling the paper before tossing it aside. Takumi escorted Ayumi and the others home, before finally taking Conan to the Mouri Detective Agency. Ahahaha. Miss Yoko is simply exquisite. Kagoro Mouri lay sprawled across his desk, intoxicated. Beer cans were strewn haphazardly across the table and floor. Ran, who opened the door for them, felt a bit embarrassed at the disarray. Dad, Takumi-kun is here. Takumi, what brings you to my home? Kagoro squinted through bleary eyes. Conan encountered some trouble tonight, so I brought him back. Now that he is safe, I shall take my leave. Be sure to get along with your classmates and refrain from excessive curiosity. Takumi patted Conan's head, smiling as he exited. Conan wore a dark expression. He too felt something was amiss lately. as he found himself increasingly drawn to playing with children. Could it be a lingering effect of having been turned into one? Ran escorted him out and closed the door. Conan, wait a moment. I shall fetch some red ointment for you. You must have been quite startled today, were you not? Fortunately, Takumi arrived just in time. Conan still harbors some lingering fear. Had it not been for Miyamoto Takumi's timely intervention, they would undoubtedly have been doomed. By the way, Sister Ran, how did Takumi know where we were? Conan inquired. He is a police officer. Tracking your whereabouts is hardly a challenge for him. As for you, where is your sense of decorum? You ought to address him as Brother Takumi or Officer Takumi, not just Takumi. Furthermore, do not call me Ran. Refer to me as Sister Ran. It is imperative that you show proper respect to your elders. Mali Ran expressed her discontent. I used to address him just like that. Conan lamented internally, finding himself unable to counter her argument. Nevertheless, a seed of doubt lingered in his mind. After all, Miyamoto Takumi's arrival was rather fortuitous. By the time Takumi returned home, it was already quite late. On his way back, he had even taken the liberty of purchasing a late-night snack for Hyoue Eri. After their meal, they both retreated to their respective rooms. Miyamoto Takumi retrieved 15,000 gold coins from his wardrobe. System, is there a method to swiftly liquidate these assets? Since these coins are considered stolen goods, it would be somewhat troublesome for Takumi to dispose of them. Unless he melted them down, they might be traced back to him. This system can facilitate a buyback, albeit with a 5% service fee, such a sum is akin to robbery. This is far quicker than actual theft. I can assist in laundering the origin of the funds, rendering them entirely legitimate. Furthermore, I have no desire for this money. I shall donate the service fee in your name to Longhua, establishing a Hope Primary School. Is that so? In that case, please help me donate an additional 5%. It would be my humble contribution. Takumi was somewhat taken aback, not expecting the system to exhibit such benevolence. Very well, the system responded. The coins that lay on the ground vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, Takumi's phone received a notification from Mihua Bank, indicating a deposit of 540 million yen. Suddenly acquiring such a substantial sum left Takumi feeling elated. I am making money. I scarcely know how to spend it. Perhaps I should buy a Nokia with my left hand and a Motorola with my right. The following day, after work, Takumi called everyone out for a meal. His police rank had been elevated. Promoted from patrolman to chief patrolman. He was now on par with Takagi Wataru. He also extended an invitation to Team Ayako. Ever since that fateful night, Ayako had been deliberately avoiding him, even forsaking her ancestral surgical knife. After a delightful meal, everyone departed. Takumi climbed into the car summoned by Ayako. What are you doing? Ayako asked nervously, her voice barely above a whisper. What else would I be doing? Going to your place or mine? You may choose either. Takumi replied with a slight smile. You rogue, Ayako exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. Where are you two off to? The taxi driver interjected. Unable to contain his curiosity. To a nearby hotel. Please. Ayako shot Takumi an exasperated glance. Her father was at home. If she were to bring Takumi back, he would likely break her legs. All right then. The taxi driver winked at Takumi. Pressing the accelerator. In less than 15 minutes, he delivered them to Miwa's largest hotel. Youth is truly a blessing, he mused, watching their playful banter as they departed. During his own courtship, he too enjoyed visiting hotels with his wife. However, after marriage, he found himself returning home late, consumed by the need to earn a living. Reality had bestowed upon him its share of hardship and mediocrity, yet he still felt content. He embraced it all. Everything that could not defeat him would ultimately make him stronger. At Mihua Grand Hotel, once Takumi and Ayako entered their room, they immediately engaged in a fervent embrace, their kisses full of passion and longing. Having indulged in some alcohol, they found themselves somewhat intoxicated. Thus, one garment after another slipped away, from the doorway to the bed. Soon, sounds of both pain and restraint filled the air, when spring's warmth enveloped the room. Takumi awoke to find Ayako still in slumber. She resembled a delicate flower, tightly clinging to his waist. Perhaps due to the intensity of the previous night, her brow was slightly furrowed, and soft murmurs escaped her lips. Takumi refrained from rising, patiently waiting for her to awaken naturally. Ayako did not stir until noon, slowly opening her eyes. Awake, Takumi asked, playfully toying with her hair, a mischievous grin on his face. Ayako buried her head beneath the covers. Avoiding his gaze, hurry and get up. I've ordered lunch. It should arrive shortly. Takumi chuckled heartily, rising from the bed and heading towards the shower. After sharing a delightful lunch, they returned to the police headquarters together. The working hours in the investigation department were rather flexible, so when Takumi arrived late, Officer Magyar did not inquire further. As one of his most capable subordinates, what did it matter if he showed up a bit late? As long as he remained silent, No one would object. Upon arriving home after work, Takumi found Eri Higurashi choosing her attire. Takumi, which outfit do you think looks best on me? Sister, you look stunning in anything. Are you attending a banquet? Takumi asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. No. A friend of mine is getting married tomorrow and has invited me to attend. Your friend must be of considerable age to be marrying. Then, are you implying that I am old? Eri pinched Takumi's ear. No. No. Sister Eri, you shall forever be 18. Takumi raised his hands in surrender. Indeed, when it comes to matters of age, even Eri was sensitive. I'll let you off this time. By the way, would you like to accompany me? Are we going to Kyoto? How did you know? I not only know you are going to Kyoto, but I also foresee danger. Takumi internally scoffed. The plot of the Shinkansen had already begun to unfold. All right, I shall take a leave of absence to accompany you tomorrow. Officer Magyar shouldn't mind too much, right? Eri expressed her concerns. It's nothing to worry about. There haven't been any major cases lately. Just trivial matters like lost pets. Takumi shook his head. As long as Conan did not appear, the world remained peaceful. On the Shinkansen from Mihwa to Kyoto, Eri and Kagoro Mouri found themselves locked in a stare. Having fortuitously boarded the same carriage, are you really going to attend someone else's wedding looking like that? With a face full of stubble? Don't you feel embarrassed? Eri criticized. Embarrassed? This look signifies maturity, unlike some little pretty boys who can't even grow a beard. Despite his words, Kagoro Mouri pulled a razor from his bag. Ran sighed. Why do you two always bicker upon meeting? When will you reconcile? It was rather absurd to shave on the train, especially on the day of a friend's wedding. It's not my fault. I've been incredibly busy. I barely had time to attend the wedding. You should know I was discussing matters with a client until midnight last night. I rushed out this morning to catch the train and simply didn't have the chance to groom myself. Such a convenient excuse. I see you must have been out drinking again, or perhaps stayed up late watching that movie star. Kagoro Mouri paused momentarily. Eri's southward struck too close to the truth. What made you bring him along? Kagoro Mouri pointed an accusatory finger at Takumi. Mind your own business. I invited him. I wanted to. Eri huffed, leading Takumi to their seats. Mouri Kagoro felt a twinge of jealousy. It was quite disconcerting to witness his own wife entwined with another man's arm right before his eyes. Once Miyake Keikei settled himself, he cast a glance towards the two men in black seated to his right. They were, without a doubt, the instigators of the recent explosion. The train gently shuddered as it began to move forward. The cacophony of voices echoed from a distance. In the aisle appeared the figures of Conan, Ayumi, Jinta, and Hakubiye. The Shinkansen had been constructed with the assistance of Longwa. Few had encountered such a novel mode of transportation. The number of passengers was not particularly high, which allowed them to dash off to other carriages to play upon boarding. Mouri Kagoro couldn't fathom why those little rascals had to tag along. Conan couldn't possibly stay home alone. Could he? Mouri Ran explained earnestly. Ayumi and the others are good friends of Conan's, and besides, their parents provided the travel expenses. You certainly didn't mention that when you accepted the payment. Mouri Kagoro retorted. I had completely forgotten about the money. He slapped his forehead, lamenting the recent downturn in his detective business. It was sheer folly that led him to accept this babysitting job. Meanwhile, Conan and his friends had noticed Miyake Keikei's presence. They rushed to his side. Keikei and I. Ayumi exclaimed as she leaped into his embrace. Keikei, what brings you here? Of course, I'm here for the same reason as you. I'm attending the wedding with Kane. Miyake Keikei replied with a smile. Kane. Conan shot a glance at Hyoue Eri, feeling a sense of familiarity with the beautiful woman. You probably can't recall, but Kane is Ran's mother, he was informed. And Eri. Conan suddenly realized. No wonder she seemed so recognizable. Where did this little rascal come from? Call me sister. Come on. Say it. I'll give you some candy. Hyoue Eri opened her bag. Irene. Conan recalled that, having shrunk, she might not recognize him. Good. But alas, I have no candy on me, she chuckled, closing her bag with a triumphant smile. Miyake Keikei and the others were left speechless. Ayumi appeared somewhat disappointed. She too had wanted some candy. Suddenly, Conan's body tensed. He spotted the two figures in black to his right, although they were not the ones who had harmed him. Their attire was almost identical. Could it be mere coincidence? Were the men in black part of the same organization? Conan observed them discreetly. With Ayumi and the others nearby Miyake Keikei, the carriage became a bit noisy. The man in black sitting on the outer side frowned slightly and exchanged glances with his companion before turning to exit the carriage. Noticing the two men in black leaving, Conan hurriedly pursued them. Conan, where are you going? Ayumi asked, puzzled. I'm just heading to the restroom, Conan replied without looking back. Just as he was about to catch up to the two men, a hefty figure walking behind him came to a halt. Conan, unable to evade in time, collided with him. Hey, Kid, do you not watch where you're going? I am sorry. Conan quickly apologized. What's this? A little brat sneaking around behind us. What do you want? Don't think I didn't notice you watching us. The burly man in black grabbed Conan by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Stop it. Mouri Ran, attracted by the commotion, turned around only to be taken aback. Conan was in distress. She sprang to her feet and dashed towards the man in black, ready to kick him. Just then, a warm hand pulled her aside. Leave this to me. It was Miyake Kakei. With a swift motion, he appeared behind the burly man, delivering a punch to his shoulder blade. Crack. Ow. Conan fell to the ground, crying out in pain. The burly man clutched his shoulder, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet remained silent. The burly man's companion moved to intervene but was stopped by him. My apologies. That was rather ungracious of me. I owe this little brother an apology. The burly man turned to Conan. Conan looked to Miyake Kakei, questioning. Why are you looking at me? He is apologizing to you. Kakei responded, somewhat bemused. He was merely aiding Conan. Whether or not to forgive the man was not his concern. It's all right. I forgive you. Conan nodded. After all, he had merely been startled and had not sustained any injuries. Thank you. The burly man nodded slightly to Miyake Kakei before turning to leave with his companion. With that incident, Conan could no longer pursue them, as they had begun to harbor suspicions about him. Continuing to follow them would indeed be perilous, especially considering that the two men in black did not seem like easy adversaries. Kakei-kun, I truly appreciate your assistance. I could have handled it myself. Mouri Ran expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. Given the circumstances, how could I allow a young lady like you to take the lead, especially in a skirt? Miyake Kakei waved his hand dismissively and returned to his seat. Mouri Ran's face flushed at his words, as she typically paid little heed to such details. Watching Miyake Kakei's graceful retreat stirred an inexplicable ripple in her heart. Meanwhile, Conan, preoccupied with thoughts of the two men in black, failed to notice her unusual demeanor. In a small garden, they dug and dug, unearthing a foul-smelling corpse. Oh my goodness, exclaimed a child, leading the police to the scene. Upon arrival, the officers discovered it was merely a dog. The child, frightened, was taken to find his mother, who fainted upon seeing the police. Ma'am, what's wrong? The officers inquired. Conan, accompanied by the three kids, began to sing a peculiar song at the seats of the men in black. The lyrics were rather eerie. His intention was to conceal a listening device nearby. Before their departure, Dr. Agasa had equipped him with several gadgets, glasses with listening devices, shoes that enhanced his leg strength, and a voice-modulating bow tie. Initially thought to be frivolous items, they had proven useful sooner than expected. Seizing a moment when Ayumi and the others were distracted, he hid the listening device in a spot easily overlooked. Conan, it's impolite to play in someone else's seat. Miyake Kakei's voice rang out, startling Conan. Yes, Kakei-kun is right. We'll leave right away. Conan scratched his head and chuckled. Yumi, let us go. Children must maintain their manners. Otherwise, adults will dislike them. He patted Ayumi's head. Ayumi shot him a glare. You can't just pat a princess's head. Nonetheless, she called Jinta and Hakuba, and they all vacated the men in black seats. Knowing the plot, Miyake Kakei remained composed in his seat. Even without intervening, Conan could handle the situation. There was no need for him to act unnecessarily. Ding. You have a new mission. Please retrieve the bomb on the train and deliver it to the system. The reward of 5 pieces of the 5 elements escape technique. The system seemed disinclined to allow him such leisure, promptly issuing a new task. Gong Longjie, somewhat resigned, rose from his seat and made his way toward the dining car. Inside the spacious dining car, 2 men clad in black occupied their seats. They had not ordered any food. Rather, they awaited the arrival of a certain individual. Finding a discreet spot, Gong Longjie ordered a glass of plain water. Soon, the trading partner they anticipated arrived as scheduled. The person engaging in the transaction was an intellectual beauty dressed in a wine-red blazer, sporting a princess-cut hairstyle. The woman handed over the bag she was carrying to the 2 men, receiving in return a black briefcase. After offering her a few words of caution, the men turned and left. When they caught sight of Gong Longjie, their eyes narrowed slightly before swiftly averting their gaze. Once outside the dining car, the relatively slender man turned to his companion. That kid over there isn't following us, is he? Probably not. It's just around mealtime. He likely came for a meal. This guy is no ordinary person. The 2 of us are no match for him. The bomb is set to explode at 3:10. When we reach Nagoya Station, we will disembark. No matter how formidable he is, he will ultimately become a ghost. The heavier man replied with a sneer. After the 2 men in black departed, the woman lingered in the dining car for a while longer, before tightly clutching the briefcase and leaving. The train gradually came to a stop at the station. The two men in black exited the train with the bag in hand. Conan, who had already received information about the bomb on board, attempted to chase after them but was halted by Mouri. Unbeknownst to them, Gong Longjie had blended into the crowd and exited the train. A few minutes later, he returned to the carriage, the bag that should have been in the hands of the men in black now in his possession. He first returned to his seat, entrusting the bag to Hyoue Eri for safekeeping, before rising once more to head towards the carriage where the woman was located. Just as he stepped out of the carriage, he heard Conan's urgent voice ahead. "Officer, there is a passenger on the train carrying a bomb. If we don't stop the train at a nearby station to evacuate the passengers quickly, it will explode, putting everyone in danger," Conan stated earnestly, oblivious to how comical his expression appeared to the adults. All right, you little rascal, stop messing with the grown-ups. Where did you get this information?" Officer A chuckled heartily. "I overheard it with a listening device." Conan answered honestly. "Ha ha ha. A listening device. You must have read too many detective novels, little boy. Where are your parents? Go find them." Officer B joined in the laughter. How could a child possibly possess a listening device? Moreover, according to him, the original owner of the bomb had already disembarked in Nagoya. Without evidence, who would believe a mere child? What I'm saying is the truth. Conan felt somewhat powerless. Conan. Gong Longjie's voice rang out just in time. "Longjie-kun," Conan exclaimed with delight upon seeing Gong Longjie. Why hadn't he thought to inform Gong Longjie earlier? He quickly relayed the bomb situation to Gong Longjie. "Is that so? I believe you." Gong Longjie nodded. "However, you should return to the carriage. Ran is looking for you. Leave the rest to me." But Conan wanted to protest, only to be hoisted up. "All right, you've run around enough. Come back with me." Mouri had also arrived in the carriage. "Let me stay. I feel I can help," Conan pleaded with a glance at Gong Longjie. "It's fine. You should go back and stay put." Gong Longjie waved him off. The current generation of children truly act recklessly, daring to say anything. Officer A and Officer B exchanged amused glances. "Indeed. My apologies for the interruption." Gong Longjie nodded and walked directly toward the carriage where the woman who had conducted the transaction with the men in black was seated. In the second-floor compartment of Car 7, only 4 individuals occupied the otherwise empty space: a burly man in a white suit, a trader operating a computer, a balding elderly man, and the woman Gong Longjie sought. Gong Longjie approached the woman and took a seat beside her. The woman, engrossed in her newspaper, glanced at him, shifting the briefcase on the table aside. "Hello, beautiful." Gong Longjie produced his identification. The woman's eyes widened in shock upon seeing the credentials. "Why, you're a police officer. Isn't that as obvious as lice on a bald man's head?" Gong Longjie rolled his eyes. "What can I do for you, officer?" the woman asked cautiously. "You purchased information regarding gold prices for 100 million yen. Do you realize that is illegal? How did you know?" The woman gasped in astonishment. "That's none of your concern. Now you have 2 choices. Hand over the briefcase to me, or I will escort you to the police headquarters." The woman appeared troubled. After all, it had cost her a significant amount of money. "It seems you have no intention of relinquishing it. Did those 2 inform you to make a specific call at a designated time to receive the combination for the briefcase?" Yes. But how did you know?" Doubt filled the woman's heart. During the transaction, their voices had been hushed, and there had been no one nearby. To be frank, there is a bomb inside this briefcase. The moment you make that call, it will detonate. I cannot speak for others, but you will certainly be left with no remains, because there is no so-called information inside. Those 2 are con artists. The woman regarded Gong Longjie with skepticism. She had ample reason to suspect that the person seated before her was the true deceiver. "Are you questioning my identity? You can call the police headquarters to verify." Gong Longjie shrugged. The woman, half convinced, dialed the number to confirm the veracity of Gong Longjie's claims. After hanging up, she slumped back in her seat. The 2 individuals she had conducted the transaction with were actually strangers to her. She had merely found a channel online. They had spoken persuasively during their dealings, leading her to believe them wholeheartedly. Who would have thought they were fraudsters? What a pity about her 100 million yen. Gong Longjie successfully obtained the briefcase and advised the woman that one need not engage in gold trading to make money. If she had the opportunity, investing in the real estate industry in Longwa would yield safe returns. When Gong Longjie returned to his seat, the briefcase had vanished without a trace. The system had already retrieved the item. As for its purpose, he remained oblivious. He had also received the reward of the 5 elements escape technique, gold. Upon seeing him return, Conan pulled him aside. "Longjie, has the bomb situation been resolved?" "What bomb? You must have misheard." Gong Longjie shook his head. "That's impossible. I distinctly heard those 2 say the bomb would explode at 3:10. Conan frowned deeply. I asked that so. There are only a few seconds left until then. We'll soon find out if there is a bomb. Don't worry. Perhaps those two were just joking. Conan watched the seconds tick away, his heart racing. The time reached 3:10 swiftly. The anticipated explosion did not occur. The train continued its steady course. See, I told you were overthinking it. Go play with Ayumi and the others. Gong Longjia chuckled, patting Conan on the head. This shouldn't be happening. How could it just disappear? My deduction must be correct. Conan shook his head and, in a state of disarray, walked back. Miyu Takumi smiled and also shook his head before returning to his seat. From a distance, the laughter of Ayumi and her companions echoed, teasing Conan about being a genius of pranks. Takumi, where did you acquire that money? Rei Furuya leaned in close to his ear and whispered. It was then that Takumi recalled his unexpected fortune. This money, it's mine. Nonsense. How could you possibly have that much money? Furuya expressed her disbelief. Really, I'm actually quite wealthy. Takumi pulled out his phone to show her his account information. Staring at the long string of zeros, Furuya was rendered speechless. A staggering 640 million yen. She gazed upwards, pondering how long it would take her to earn such a sum. I didn't expect you to be a rich heir. When did your mother become so affluent? Furuya queried, somewhat puzzled. All of this is my own hard-earned money, through my own efforts. Takumi replied with a grin. With that much money, why even bother being a police officer? You might as well retire early. Being a cop is too dangerous. Furuya shook her head. I became a police officer purely out of passions. And I am not afraid of danger. Rest assured, I will be cautious. Takumi chuckled in response. Sigh, Furuya sighed. In Takumi, she seemed to see a reflection of the young Kagoro Mouri. Unfortunately, the current Kagoro had completely lost his way. Sitting across from them, Kagoro Mouri watched their intimate interactions, feeling both anger and frustration. He felt as though the sky above him had turned green with envy. Dad, how about I switch places with Mom? You two can have a good talk. Ran Mouri noticed his expression and inquired. Switch what? Look at how happy she is. She clearly seems oblivious to everything else. Kagoro huffed coldly. Could it be that Takumi-kun is actually going to become my new dad? Ran thought to herself, but dared not voice it. What if her father, in a moment of despair, jumped out of the car? Besides, her mother was significantly older than Takumi. There was no way it could happen. Even if it were possible, it should be her mother who pursued him. Ugh, what am I even thinking? Ren touched her slightly flushed face, scolding herself internally. After all, her heart belonged to Shinichi Kudo, thanks to Takumi locating the timed bomb in time. Everyone managed to attend the wedding without mishap. Following the wedding's conclusion, they hurried back home. The subsequent days were rather tranquil. Takumi spent his days at work idly, occasionally teaching Yoshiko Naka about the Dragon Kingdom's language while also engaging in some light exercise with Ayako Timi. Life was quite pleasant. Ultimately, Conan's call shattered his leisurely existence. Takumi-kun, it's urgent. Hurry to Professor Agasa's house for a meeting. Conan's voice came through the phone. What could be so pressing that it must be discussed there? Have you angered Ran again? Takumi replied, somewhat exasperated. Just come, you are essential to this matter. Conan pleaded. Takumi arrived at Professor Agasa's house as promised. When he got there, only Conan was present. What is so urgent that I had to come here personally? Do you know what tomorrow is? Conan asked. A day off. Isn't tomorrow just Saturday? You're hopeless. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day. A hint of helplessness flashed in Conan's eyes. Oh, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. Takumi felt a bit embarrassed. Who remembers such days every day? He was quite busy, after all. Actually, I don't care much about it. But for Ran, it is the most important day of the year. Conan sighed. But as you can see, I am unable to restore my original body, so I can't celebrate Valentine's Day with her. So, please go in my stead. Conan's unexpected request startled Takumi. What? You're so generous. What I mean is, I want you to keep an eye on her. Conan rolled his eyes at Takumi. Ever since Shinichi Kudo's disappearance, a steady stream of suitors had appeared around Ran. When he was present, he could keep those suitors at bay. Now, as a child, what could he possibly do? Recently, while shopping with Sonoko, Ran had encountered someone who approached them at a CAF, a student from the medical department at Mihua University. There was a guy named Wakamatsu who seemed particularly interested in Ran and wanted to invite her to some Valentine's Day party. Conan was asking Takumi to accompany Ran there as her shield against unwanted advances. So, you want me to be your pawn? I doubt I have the time. Takumi thought about whether he should ask Ayako Timi to join him for a movie, a meal, and perhaps some intimate moments afterward. Please, you must help me with this. I beg you. Conan was in a panic, knowing that Takumi was the only one who met the criteria. Surely, he couldn't ask Professor Agasa to go. This. Takumi furrowed his brow. He understood that even if he declined, Conan would still follow along, potentially encountering a murder case there. Ding. You have a new mission. Save Katsuhiko Mikawa. Mission reward. One fragment of 5 elements escape technique 1. Just as Takumi was indecisive, the system made a decision for him. System, when did you become so benevolent? Because I am currently studying human love. Lately, I have been feeling soft-hearted and cannot bear to witness separation and death. The system replied. Takumi was momentarily speechless. Is it truly possible? Takumi-kun. Noticing Takumi's prolonged silence, Conan felt quite helpless. Fine. I agree. But you must tell me how you knew that Ran was going to that Valentine's Day party. I overheard the guy who wanted to pursue Ran while I was handing out flyers with Ayumi and the others on the street. I see. So, did Ran agree to take me along? You better not make decisions for others. Ha ha ha, of course not. You can rest assured that Ran will definitely call you. Conan scratched his head awkwardly. I doubt you even mentioned this to her, did you? Takumi replied, somewhat exasperated. In any case, wait for my good news. I'm off. Conan waved goodbye and dashed out of Professor Agasa's house. AT-39-1. 5. Chome, Mihua Town, the Mouri Detective Agency. Conan hurriedly returned, panting for breath. Kagoro Mouri was still in a drunken stupor, mumbling incoherently about his beloved Yoshiko. Meanwhile, Ran Mouri was busy in the kitchen, wearing an apron and holding a recipe book. Where have you been, Conan? She didn't even turn her head, recognizing him solely by the sound of his footsteps. Ayumi and the others called me out to play for a while. What are you doing, Ran? Children shouldn't ask so many questions. Ran chuckled. This aroma resembles chocolate, doesn't it? It smells delightful. You have quite a sharp nose. It is indeed chocolate. Tomorrow is the annual Valentine's Day. Here, we have a custom where girls give chocolate to the boys they like. If the boy accepts the girl's feelings, he will accept and eat the chocolate. So, I am preparing in advance. Ran, do you have someone special to whom you can give chocolate? Conan asked. Conan, you are being rude again. If one does not have a partner, how could one possibly craft chocolate by hand? Mal-Lilan shot him a glance. Is that so? If I am not mistaken, could it be that Brother Shinichi is returning? Conan said with an awkward smile. Shinichi? Mal-Lilan paused for a moment. Your words reminded me of that fellow. The image of Kudo Shinichi flashed through Mal-Lilan's mind, only to be swiftly replaced by another figure. Conan's expression darkened. It seemed that Mal-Lilan was nearly forgetting him. Are you planning to whom you will present this? I haven't quite decided yet, but it's always good to prepare in advance. If there's truly no one to whom I can give it, I might as well enjoy it myself as a snack. There are no stipulations that chocolate must be gifted solely on Valentine's Day. Mal-Lilan shook her head, banishing the image from her thoughts. Do you have something planned for tomorrow? Conan feigned ignorance. During the day, he had been eavesdropping, and Mal-Lilan had not noticed. Well, there are a few matters at hand. Tomorrow, I will attend a Valentine's Day party with Sonoko. A Valentine's Day party? Is there someone you fancy attending? No, it's Sonoko who wishes to go. I originally had no intention of attending. The person who invited us is rather bothersome. Mal-Lilan shook her head. Were it not for Suzuki Sonoko's insistence, she would never agree to participate in such a tedious gathering. Yet, Sonoko was particularly intrigued by the host of the event, Katsuhiro Minagawa. For her love-struck friend, she had no counter-argument and could only accompany her. Hearing Mal-Lilan's words, Conan feigned innocence, saying, Sister Lan, perhaps Brother Shinichi will return tomorrow. Humph, he had better come back. I must show him what it means to crush a watermelon with bare hands. Mal-Lilan snorted coldly. Conan shrank back. He had wanted to seize the opportunity to confess to Lilan. But looking at the situation now, perhaps it was best to refrain. He, Kudo Shinichi, would never confess, no matter what. If you truly wish to avoid being pestered, why not have Brother Takisuke accompany you to the Valentine's Day party? After all, he has no girlfriend and likely has nothing planned for tomorrow. Right? Mal-Lilan's eyes lit up at Conan's suggestion.